Beneath the shroud of mist, myriad beings struggle for survival, as the formidable warriors of countless races press forward, burning their indomitable will to forge a sanctuary for their kin. In pursuit of the ultimate evolution of life, Xing arrives in this realm, acquiring the unparalleled 13th-tier concept editor of creation from a civilization of supreme technology, thus embarking on a path of frenetic evolution. Chapter 1. Terror in the Mist. Feign death. Very well, then perish. Xing, who has long danced on the precipice of death, is jolted awake by the overwhelming aura of malevolence that envelopes him. Without a moment's thought regarding his dire circumstances, he instinctively rolls away. A lance descends suddenly, striking the obsidian ground with a sharp, resonant clang. The torn air pressure, akin to a blade, viciously slashes across Xing's cheek, blood gushing forth in crimson torrents. Pain. Xing furrows his brow. The agony radiates not solely from his visage, but primarily from the back of his head, as if it has been struck mercilessly by a blunt object. His mind hums with the throbbing pain, distinctly different from the torment of having a sharp object pierce through his skull. Have I been reborn? His pupils constrict as he catches a glimpse of his emaciated form. His small hands are marred with scars, unmistakably not his own body. Moreover, he is acutely aware that his shattered skull, reduced to mere pulp, would have no chance of healing given the medical standards of this era. Transmigration? Borrowed life? Or could it be that the hopes I harbored before my demise have truly come to fruition? Xing's thoughts race, adapting swiftly to the fantastical circumstances, a testament to his eclectic and diverse experiences in his relentless pursuit of martial arts and the exploration of the mysteries of life's evolution. Xing devoted his entire being. He delved into numerous mythologies, odd tales, and even a plethora of imaginative novels, amassing a wealth of knowledge across various fields, his reservoir of common sense extraordinarily rich, and his capacity for research remarkably strong. Alas, after exhausting all avenues and expending countless resources, he arrived at a harsh truth. In the world of Blue Star, no extraordinary powers exist. Humanity is frail, the physical cultivation has its limits, and the so-called martial path is devoid of any future. Kid, I never would have guessed you were as timid as a mouse. Yet your reflexes are quite sharp, remarked a brawny man, his towering figure encased in gleaming silver armor, exuding an imposing presence. His eyes, visible beneath his helmet, gazed down with indifference, betraying a flicker of astonishment. As he spoke, he raised his arm, positioning his long spear menacingly at Xing's head, an aura of lethal intent erupting explosively. Shall I see if you can evade again? He regarded life with utter disregard, showing no concern that the being before him was merely a child of about 10 years. What manner of world is this, so merciless in its cruelty? Xing's pupils constricted like pinpricks, his heart pounding like thunder, and the rushing blood suffused his small face with a deep crimson hue. An overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him like a chilling tide, raising goosebumps across his skin. Damn it, this new body is so feeble, lacking in cohesion, and his vital energy is severely depleted, a typical case of malnutrition. How could he possibly withstand this lethal strike? The only reason he had previously evaded was due to the opponent's casual demeanor, death once again looming on the horizon. Having just been born into this realm, a wondrous world seemingly marked by extraordinary traces, he is yet to embark on an exploration before facing the grim specter of demise. What a bitter fate. Indeed, were it not for the resolute acceptance of death that had long since taken root in his heart, the formidable bear could never have breached his vital point. Xing's mindset, altered in silence following his previous life's end, now finds him reluctant to embrace death once more. A tempest of fury roars within him, yet his frail body feels as though it is nailed to the ground, rendering him immobile. He can only watch helplessly as the sharp tip of the gun looms larger, its cold metallic glint reflecting deep into his pupils. Hold on, my lord. A shadow darts in from a distance, moving with such speed that it creates a piercing sound through the air. With a dull thud, the gun's tip pierces flesh and blood. Xing feels a wave of scorching heat wash over him, and the sharp point halts just half an inch from his eye, a drop of crimson blood falling heavily onto his pupil. Who is this person? Why would they risk their life to save him? Cough, my lord, please temper your wrath. This young lad is merely bewildered by the mist. Having never been atop the city walls before, he meant no offense to you. Pray, my lord, suppress your anger. The urgent task at hand is to repair the walls. How can we allow a child's folly to hinder our duty? The voice is steady and powerful, imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom. The long spear that pierces his body seems to inflict no pain upon him whatsoever. Xing blinks, forcing the blood from his eyes, and as his blurred vision clears, he finally perceives the face of the one who has come to his rescue. With a rugged beard and eyes that exude a calm, yet profound depth, the muscular torso of the man, casually draped in tattered strips of cloth, appeared nearly bare. His sunburnt skin seemed to radiate waves of heat, while the feather-like snowflakes descending from the sky were evaporated into wisps of mist before they could even touch his surface. What a formidable physique! A sense of astonishment surged within Xing as he, well-versed in human anatomy, recognized that the heat emanating from this man was a result of blood coursing rapidly within him. The physicality of the individual before him had evidently transcended his former self. If that is the case, then how powerful must the man in silver armor, referred to as Sir, truly be? Indeed, this world is not simple. Contemplating this, Xing felt a swell of fervor within, but the imminent dangers around him compelled him to suppress the urge to let out a howl toward the heavens. Oh! The silver-armored man raised an eyebrow, his peripheral vision catching sight of numerous raggedly dressed strongmen who gazed at him, with inscrutable expressions, stirring a flicker of intrigue within him. It seemed that this young lad held extraordinary significance for these slaves. Ha! Is this child the embodiment of their hopes for freedom? How laughable and tragic! A group of lowly city slaves destined to perish in the process of repairing the city walls, dissolving into nothingness amidst the fog. Can such noble aspirations as freedom truly be within their reach? You are indeed correct. The matters at hand are of utmost importance. I shall refrain from pursuing the offense of this young lad any further, the armored man remarked nonchalantly, retracting his spear, with a flourish that sent a spray of crimson blossoms into the air. To him, these city slaves were fated to die sooner or later. It was hardly worth inciting a riot over such a trivial matter. Should the matter at hand be delayed, and the lord of the city lay blame, the very life of the man would be at stake. Thank you, my lord. The burly man flashed a grin, revealing blood-stained teeth. Though his demeanor was obsequious, his gaze was profoundly tranquil and inscrutable. Under Xing's astonished gaze, the gaping wound in the man's chest began to writhe, as his dislodged heart and other organs swiftly returned to their original positions, with muscle fibers knitting together tightly, ceasing the flow of blood. One extraordinary mastery over the physical form. Are the denizens of this world all monsters? Xing found himself momentarily transfixed. Impudent brat, what are you dawdling for? Get up. Look at your pathetic state. The naked giant assumed a posture of frustration, akin to a mentor dismayed by a pupil's shortcomings, as he hoisted Xing up and took strides away from the armored man, merging into the throng of people. Youngster, steady your mind and avoid further blunders. Remember the words I imparted to you. Once enveloped by the crowd, the man's demeanor softened, his tone gentler, as he comfortingly patted Xing's head, clearly indicating that the previous spectacle was merely for the benefit of onlookers. What words? Xing felt a profound confusion within having just traversed into this realm. He had faced imminent death in quick succession. Now, he found himself preoccupied with his precarious situation, his mind devoid, seemingly devoid of the memories of his predecessor. This bodes ill indeed. He could not confide in the giant, for even if he did, it would likely be dismissed as the ravings of a mind unhinged by trauma. Oh, I understand now. Xing nodded in agreement, contemplating that at present, the only course of action was to proceed cautiously, for revealing his identity as a time traveler would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. It was best to keep such a secret buried deep within his heart forever. That is well, the burly man replied, perceptively sensing that something was amiss with Xing, yet attributing it merely to his fright and disquietude, thus refraining from further inquiry. Xing was fervently eager to comprehend the nature of the world he had entered. At last, he found himself with the opportunity to observe his surroundings attentively. His obsidian eyes darted around, discreetly surveying the environment from the corners of his gaze. Before him stood a magnificent edifice, entirely cloaked in black, reminiscent of a city wall, yet remarkably vast and flat, nearly 100 paces wide and stretching infinitely into the distance, with no end in sight. At intervals, imposing towers glimmering with a metallic sheen rose majestically, Xing reaffirmed his realization of having traversed realms such architectural marvels did not exist on Blue Star. Even the Great Wall paled in comparison to this grand spectacle. Thick snowflakes fell like goose feathers, significantly obscuring visibility, with only the nearby city walls, draped in a silvery veil, coming into view. Xing narrowed his eyes. The formidable adversary he had perceived, clad in silver armor, was not singular but rather a multitude, with similarly attired figures scattered across the walls, numbering no less than 100. They exuded a terrifying aura, seemingly nonchalant, yet subtly forming a cohesive encirclement. What grave matters occupy their discourse? Before such magnificent walls, amidst the assembly of formidable beings, what threats do they guard against? A sense of inexplicable trepidation surged within Xing, compelling him to turn rigidly and gaze beyond the city walls. An eerie resonance echoed in his mind, his pupils dilating to reflect a scene of deep crimson. The viscous red, alive and writhing, twisted into a grotesque fog that seemed to undulate with intent. A harrowing sense of peril and a bizarre disorientation clawed at his consciousness, inciting a wave of nausea. Just a fleeting glance at that dreadful sight provoked an overwhelming physiological discomfort. Gasping for breath, Xing summoned all his strength to divert his gaze from the predatory miasma, only to realize, to his dismay, that cold sweat had already beaded upon his brow. What manner of fiend is this? No one offered elucidation to Xing suddenly. A clear chime rang out from the nearest watchtower, and upon hearing it, both the ragged giants and the silver-armored warriors adopted solemn expressions, instinctively standing at attention. The Lord of the City commands. Coordinates A91 to A96 on the walls have sustained extensive erosion. Immediate repairs are required. Supply of talismans has been dispatched. All silver armor guards are to collaborate in supervision. The restoration task must be executed flawlessly, without error. A square metallic box shot forth from the tower, crashing heavily to the ground and sending up a flurry of snow-like debris. The silver-armored guards bowed to receive the command. Then two of them emerged, hoisting the weighty metal box towards the edge of the walls. As the box was opened, a blinding golden light emanated forth, rendering Xing unable to behold it, forcing him to avert his gaze. Is this a manifestation of transcendent power? In the midst of Xing's disoriented state, those ragged men had already formed an orderly queue, their expressions devoid of emotion as they approached the metallic box. They reached out to receive a radiant orb of golden light, which they subsequently slammed against their chests. The golden light erupted, enveloping their skin with a barely perceptible membrane. Young man, this is the golden light talisman armor, a rudimentary protective artifact that grants the bearer immunity from the encroaching mist for a brief quarter of an hour. Alas, this is the fate of us city slaves. However, you are different. You ought not to perish here. You insolent lad, remember what I have entrusted to you. This opportunity will come only once. Led by the robust man, Xing found himself at the tail end of the line, absorbing the weighty admonition. Though he was perplexed, he could only nod in agreement. Yes, I understand. Huh, you young rascal, I hope for your success. At the very least, you will have witnessed our struggle. The man shook his head, his eyes glimmering with hope as he tightened his grip on Xing's hand. The line was lengthy, and Xing craned his neck to observe. One by one, the sturdy men who had received the golden light clutched a pitch-black metal plate and, without hesitation, leaped from the city walls into the terrifying crimson mist. Thus, this was what they referred to as the serious business. Xing furrowed his brow, piecing together fragments of information that illuminated his precarious situation. Within that mist lurked a great terror, and he remained ensnared in crisis. The influx of the crowd resembled the pouring of hot oil onto water, causing the crimson mist to react violently, twisting and writhing while emitting strange, mournful sounds. No! The anguished wails and roars, horrifying beyond comprehension, emanated incessantly from the depths of the fog. Xing felt his brow twitch in response. It was unimaginable what kind of terror these towering men must have faced to evoke such desperate howls. Knowing their fate was sealed, why did they not rise to resist? Xing could not fathom it. Despite their tattered clothing, resembling beggars, these men possessed formidable strength. Yet they allowed themselves to be slaughtered, suggesting there was an unknown reason lurking beneath the surface. After a quarter of an hour, someone finally clawed their way back to the city wall, but the scene was utterly harrowing. Severed limbs were the least of it, some bore skin that had been entirely eroded away, revealing twitching crimson muscle beneath. Others spewed forth vile, dark green pus from their orifices, while some knelled in agony, tearing open their own chests to expose their entrails, crawling with countless white worms. It was horrific, utterly horrific, even for Xing, who had grown accustomed to life and death. Such a brutal spectacle caused his gaze to tremble slightly. "Kid, stop staring, it's our turn." The burly man accepted the gleaming gold talisman, slamming it heavily against his chest. Clutching a dark metal object inscribed with intricate runes, he cast a deep, lingering glance at Xing before leaping into the fray. Wait, Xing's lips twitched. Why was his elder brother in such a rush? At the very least, he should instruct him on how to wield this thing. And what exactly was the matter he had entrusted to him? A series of events unfolded in rapid succession, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a passing parade. Xing found himself utterly unprepared, merely a frail figure unable to mount an effective response, and he had already reached a dead end. You boy, just wait over there," said a silver-armored guard, casting a disdainful glance at Xing. He did not bestow the precious golden rune armor upon him, instead shooing him aside with a hint of contempt. "When we are short-handed, you may take your turn. There were sufficient armors to go around. It would be unwise to let a scrawny child squander such resources he might only be called upon if the situation became dire." Next, suddenly, a contingent of burly men surged forth from an unknown origin, queuing to receive their rune armors before leaping into the mist. The atmosphere, quiet and orderly, was permeated with a silent despair. Although Xing felt the sting of disdain, he could hardly complain. It was far preferable to avoid entering that eerie fog. He silently counted the moments, fervently hoping his savior could endure for a quarter of an hour and return safely. What is happening? Why is the restoration process so sluggish this time? The supply of city slaves is dwindling. Shall we seek assistance from other districts? The silver-armored guards wore expressions of deep concern, sensing that the breach here was likely more severe than anticipated. A quarter of an hour passed swiftly. The newly arrived batch of city slaves was consumed at an alarming rate. Apart from Xing, only a few remained, and those who had narrowly escaped were already on the brink of collapse, unable to venture into the mist again in the near future. Is he dead? Xing's gaze darkened. Although he was uncertain about the connection between his body and that of the imposing man, the fact remained that he had just saved his life, and now, faced with the tragic death of his benefactor, he found himself unable to remain indifferent. "If I do not perish today, Xing will." Xing's expression shifted as he focused intently. Emerging from a mist was a skeletal arm, glinting with a metallic sheen, suddenly extending and gripping the edge of the city. "Cough, kid." It was the imposing Manha was still alive, yet in a dire state, reduced to a mere fragment of his former self. His remaining arm was a metallic prosthetic, and half of his face had been eroded away, leaving a solitary eye that fixed its gaze intently on Xing. "Kid, remember my words. You must survive." A shadow flickered through the fog, opening a phantom maw to seize the remnants of the imposing man. "Un so lang." Xing's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively called out the man's name. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain surged within his mind, compelling him to close his eyes and gasp as a torrent of chaotic memories flooded back. He remembered everything Uncle Lon and all the others. "Ha ha, you little rascal, you must live well." The man named Lon, filled with hope, was engulfed by the mist, his laughter echoing into oblivion. "Un solan." Xing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze tranquil, yet his heart raced uncontrollably, as if the physiological instincts of this body were stirring within him. He has assimilated all memories and attained profound understanding. This is troublesome. Unknowingly, I have shouldered an immense burden of gratitude, which weighs upon me like a mountain. It is futile to dwell on thoughts. What matters now is to extricate myself from this predicament. To live? I have experienced death once. To be alive now, I certainly have no desire to face it again. Chapter 2. Arrival amidst the snow. The parting of life and death seems utterly insignificant upon these city walls, stirring not even a trace of dust. The seemingly poignant scene between Xing and Lon went unnoticed by the silver-armored guards, who were instead furrowing their brows, their expressions shrouded in gloom, preoccupied with more pressing concerns. How perplexing! Why is this repair so arduous? The loss of the city slaves far exceeds previous encounters, if this continues. The leading silver-armored guard surveyed the scene, where cries of anguish rolled like waves, with scarcely a handful of intact slaves remaining, among them a rather young child. "Come here. You all can step down now." Upon hearing this, Xing's gaze darkened, yet he did not resist. Compliantly, he accepted the golden light armor and pressed it against his chest, a shimmering membrane instantly adhering to his skin. Is this the extraordinary power of this realm? Truly remarkable. A warm sensation flowed through his limbs, bringing a profound sense of tranquility and an overwhelming feeling of security. As if he were impervious to blades and poisons in this moment, Xing did not linger too long in the allure of this wondrous power. He strolled to the wall's edge, focusing intently on the crimson mist that loomed close by. To emerge from the depths of despair, to escape the current predicament. According to Uncle Land's plan, he must, by all means, venture into the mist today. Without hesitation, Xing slightly bent his legs, preparing to leap. The wind and snow howled, and an obscure, strange wave swept through, causing Xing's figure to freeze, rendering him motionless. What? Just as freedom seemed within reach. An unexpected turn of events transpired. Xing's expression shifted slightly, with no time to ponder. He scanned his surroundings with the only part of him that could still move, his eyes. Not only he was immobilized, but also the burly man beside him. The formidable silver-armored guards, and even the snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, drifting down from the heavens were suspended in midair. The swirling snow flew backwards. An endless flurry rapidly converging as if a colossal hand was molding it into a staircase of pure white, extending skyward to the horizon. Tap, tap. Figures approached through the snow, shifting from indistinct to clear in mere moments, their speed astonishing. For women clad in red skirts, their faces veiled in white, collaboratively bore an opulent palanquin, within which a silhouette reclined. What captivated Xing's attention, however, was not this spectacle, but the elderly man with white brows walking alongside the palanquin, seemingly treading upon the void itself. Floating in the air? Such an existence could hardly be deemed human. A heaviness settled in Xing's heart, and he inwardly sighed. Indeed, misfortune seldom comes alone. The emergence of this group would undoubtedly disrupt his escape plans. As the group descended the staircase and landed upon the city wall, the peculiar sensation of suspension dissipated instantaneously, and the crowd regained their mobility, the snowflakes fluttering down softly. Bang, bang, bang. The silver-armored guards knelt en masse, their foreheads touching the ground as they collectively proclaimed, "We, your humble servants, pay our respects to the esteemed immortals of the sacred palace." Out of the corner of his eye, Xing observed the city slaves around him standing in a stupor, as if rendered idiotic. Imitating them, he stood still, rooted in place. It seemed they lacked even the qualification to kneel before such beings. That privilege belonged solely to the worthy. "Rise," came the command. "We embark on a journey into the mist, requiring a contingent of city slaves to be summoned. This matter has already been communicated to your lord. Go forth and gather 1,000 souls." A voice, slightly effeminate yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent, emanated from the palanquin, its tone unremarkable yet commanding. Thus, in response to the imperious silver-armored guards led by Xing, none dared to utter a word. Bowing in deference before swiftly transforming into fleeting shadows, racing towards the various city sectors, Xing feigned ignorance, his drool dampening his garments, unnoticed by those around him. The influence of this holy palace was indeed formidable, and the silver-armored guards exhibited no hint of negligence. Shortly thereafter, they returned with a dense throng of city slaves. "Let us proceed," came the voice from the palanquin once more, before fading into silence. The elder with white eyebrows nodded slightly and stepped forward into the mist. The crimson fog surged restlessly, as if an unseen force repelled it, revealing a vast void before the elder. "Within 100 paces, I can ensure your safety. Beyond this boundary, well, your fate is yours to bear." Having spoken, the elder's indifferent gaze swept over the ragged city slaves, issuing a silent warning that bore immense weight. "Release their slave marks." "Understood." A silver-armored guard responded, promptly retrieving a bronze tablet inscribed with intricate runes from his bosom. With deft fingers, he traced over the surface, unleashing a surge of black mist that coalesced into a twisted specter, howling as it vanished into the void. A collective, anguished groan escaped the lips of the city slaves, as a strand of enchantment shattered deep within their eyes. Observing this, Xing imitated their plight, deliberately biting into the corner of his mouth to draw forth a trickle of blood. This was the very reason the city slaves were unable to resist. Yet Xing was an anomaly. He materialized suddenly within the ranks of the slaves as an infant, discovered and nurtured by Lan, and thus he remained unregistered, free from the shackles of the slave mark. The desire to flee this wretched place was thwarted by the insurmountable barrier of the slave mark. Yet Xing was inherently exempt from such constraints. Consequently, he became the beacon of hope for Lan and others, who meticulously devised today's plan. However, with the emergence of the Holy Palace. Xing could only silently bolster his own resolve, determined not to let Uncle Lon and the others' sacrifices be in vain. He had yet to truly behold the wonders of this extraordinary world and could not allow himself to perish here. Let us depart. The elderly figure led the way into the mist, 1,000 city slaves trailing behind without the need for the silver-armored guards to urge them onward. They seemed to comprehend the terror embodied by the old man, whose authority far surpassed that of the so-called slave mark. Xing lowered his gaze, blending into the crowd, his diminutive stature rendering him nearly invisible, which was precisely his intention. Upon crossing the city walls, a force seemed to lift everyone, as light as a feather, gently descending. Xing silently calculated the passage of time, and after what felt like an eternity, his feet finally met the ground. The imposing black walls towered an astonishing 30,000 feet. To match such a height, one would need to stack 10 of the tallest peaks from his past life. Such physical grandeur was indeed befitting of a realm suffused with extraordinary power. Xing suppressed his tumultuous emotions, casting a furtive glance around him. He had no time for idle thoughts. Retrieving the items left to him by Uncle Lon was of utmost importance. Regrettably, the defenses that Uncle Lon and his companions had painstakingly established with their own blood and flesh had now become futile. However, with the aid of the elder with white eyebrows, he bypassed the most arduous step and arrived directly at ground level. The elder's words proved to be true. The terrifying crimson fog was repelled by an invisible force, creating a hemispherical void with a radius of 100 feet. Those within it found themselves in a space that bore no difference to that behind the city walls. Although the mist was kept at bay, light could not penetrate it, rendering the area shrouded in darkness, where one could hardly see their own hand. It was then that the elder produced a fist-sized pure white stone, which instantly radiated brilliance, illuminating the hemispherical void. Creak, crack, an eerie sensation coursed beneath his feet. Xing lowered his gaze, only to behold a myriad of ghastly white bones, an endless accumulation. Towering like a mountain, numerous skulls, with hollow eye sockets, stared vacantly at him, as if lamenting their tragic fates. Life was as fragile as straw. Xing remained silent, his palm instinctively clenching tighter, as the brutal truth of this world was laid bare before him. Keep up. The elder with white eyebrows pondered for a moment, seemingly discerning the direction, before softly urging, quickening his pace forward. The 1,000 city slaves dared not linger, all of them breaking into a jog to keep close behind. This was no jest. Should they slow down and stray from the hemispherical void, they would be immediately engulfed by the mist. The city slaves are all robust men, their physiques honed through rigorous trials. Their stamina and endurance are impressive, making it easy to keep pace. However, Xing's frail frame is a tragic sight, leaving one to wonder if he is truly as weak as he appears. Gradually, he has fallen to the rear of the group. Youngster, you are destined to leave this cursed place. The cultivation techniques we practice, along with the blood and medicinal meals we consume, exact a toll on our life force. You must not partake in them. The world outside is vast, truly vast. You deserve better. Recalling Uncle Lan's earnest counsel, Xing glanced down at his emaciated form and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Is this truly where it ends? Xing reined in his thoughts, casting a sharp gaze around him as he meticulously cross-referenced the mental map he had committed to memory. His pace instinctively slowed. There could be no mistake. This was indeed the location. Ahead, several dozen paces away, a depression suddenly emerged. In the hollowed section lay a stout, withered tree, and at its midpoint stood a battered stone tablet, marred with erratic engravings. These seemingly meaningless marks were precisely what Uncle Lon had insisted he memorize through harsh punishment from a young age. Xing's gaze flickered slightly as he silently adjusted his course. Fortune was undoubtedly on his side. The tablet was situated right at the edge of a hemispherical void. A slight deviation would spell disaster, while he could temporarily escape the void using the intact golden light armor he bore. Doing so would inevitably attract the attention of the Holy Palace entourage. Bang! Xing heavily stepped upon the stone tablet, as if instinctively glancing aside. He naturally bent down, retrieving a smooth leg bone from beneath the monument. It was quite weighty, its origin unknown. With a swift motion, he grasped the bone, swinging it vigorously to create a gust of wind, nodding in satisfaction before promptly rejoining the main group, all the while murmuring softly. Amidst the dense fog, perils lurked in every corner, and the existence of countless terrifying anomalies remained uncertain. Possessing a means of defense was certainly preferable to being unarmed. Xing's actions were not isolated. Many city slaves shared his sentiment, each seeking a suitable object for protection. After all, no one was a fool. The esteemed figures from the Holy Palace, laboring to escort these lowly city slaves, could hardly be motivated by mere amusement. Undoubtedly, dreadful dangers awaited them. Xing was quite pleased with his performance, believing that no one would detect his subtle maneuver, considering it merely a common bone. Who could fathom the secrets it concealed? Unbeknownst to him, the elder with white brows, leading the way, had noticed a fleeting glimmer in his eyes as he picked up the leg bone. Hee, what an intriguing little fellow. In terms of understanding the extraordinary powers of this realm, Xing remained woefully naive. The elder, having shed his mortal form, was a formidable being who had forged a life force field. Chapter 3, The Spark, the Fog, its origin shrouded in mystery, enveloped the universe since time immemorial. If we perceive this all-consuming mist as an ocean, then the sanctuaries carved out by the powerful are akin to islands encircled by boundless waters, teetering precariously under the relentless assault of waves. Creatures entering the mist resemble a duck out of water, at any moment risking suffocation, compelled to constantly resist the encroaching fog. This peril constitutes merely the most rudimentary danger. Within the infinite mist lurk numerous terrifying entities, perceiving all life as adversaries. Boom. Bang. Bang. The crimson mist churns violently. Eerie howls piercing the air, as the earth trembles, as if a colossal being is advancing, causing a cacophony of tremors. Halt. The elder with white brows slightly opens his eyes, raising his hand to command, then strides forth into the void. His hair and beard billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, an overwhelming aura ascending to the heavens. A crowd of city slaves is forced backward by the pressure of the wind, unable to escape the hemispherical void. They grit their teeth and plunge their legs deep into the ground. Has the moment finally arrived? The clash of the extraordinary. Xing's eyes gleam with excitement as he cunningly hides behind several sturdy men, peering intently into the depths of the mist. Elder Shuekong? Fear not, young master. It is merely an anomalous creature of the third tier. Though it may be a troublesome energy entity, it is nonetheless of limited strength, easily dispatched by my hand. Warriors, commanders, lords, specters, deities, and otherworldly immortals. The non-living entities within the mist are infinite and varied in form, classified broadly by ancient powers according to their degree of peril. In a gathering of such numerous lives, the emanating aura serves as a beacon within the fog. That unknown colossal entity, in mere instance, lunged forth into the void. The mist was torn asunder by two azure, ethereal hands, revealing a head adorned with countless eyes. Its gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation, coldly scrutinizing the assembly. The clash of life against the insentient fog rendered communication utterly futile. No, they inherently lacked consciousness. So what exchange could possibly occur? There existed only one instinctual response, an unending slaughter of any creature that dared to enter the obscured realm. Xing's pupils constricted sharply. Bowing his head, he noticed every hair on his skin bristling, even the strands of his shoulder-length hair standing erect. Electromagnetism. With no time for contemplation, he swiftly extracted a leg from the earth, adopting a posture akin to a golden rooster. Boom. A cerulean lightning bolt erupted from the creature's eyes, countless and formidable, each nearly a yard thick, instantly saturating the air with a charred aroma. Elder Shuekong stood amidst the tempest of thunder, ethereal as a celestial being, his slightly squinted eyes shimmering with crystalline brilliance. Utterly presumptuous. Before his words faded, he raised his hand, unleashing a palm that rapidly expanded into a transparent crystal, instantly spreading throughout the fog, its vastness unknown, shielding all within from the oncoming thunderous assault. The extreme cold spiritual realm refraction. Sizzle. The lightning struck the surface of the crystal, akin to a stone cast into the sea, stirring only a few ripples before being wholly consumed. This extraordinary spectacle left Xing utterly astounded. His initial thought was, a mirror. In the realm of reality, the azure thunder had vanished completely, transforming into a mere reflection. The elder Shuekong's gaze turned icy, and he clenched his fist. With a resounding crack, the vast crystal mirror shattered, projecting the thunder from the ethereal into the tangible, emanating an eerie chill as it surged back fiercely, striking the multi-eyed beast with tremendous force. Roar, roar, roar. Despite being a phantom energy entity, the creature was encased in a layer of frost from the impact, its form frozen in place, as if caught in a glacier. Seizing the moment, Elder Shuekong stepped forward, vanishing enigmatically from sight, only to emerge from a flurry of scattered ice shards, standing directly before the multi-eyed creature. He extended a finger, piercing the immobile body of the beast. Extreme cold, ice dissolution. With a thunderous boom, the colossal creature, towering 100 feet high, disintegrated into sparkling ice fragments, cascading down like a shimmering snowfall. Xing felt a dryness in his throat and instinctively licked his lips, tasting the icy shards. Indeed, they melted into refreshing water. Such prowess. It is no wonder the silver-armored guards revered him as an immortal. This was a technique befitting a celestial being. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. The tranquil expression on Elder Shuekong's face shifted slightly as he waved his hand, grasping an object from the swirling ice fragments, a shard of cerulean glass, alive with crackling lightning. Ninth young master, a seed of the thunder attribute, Regrettably, despite its rarity, its integrity is only 2 rings. The atmosphere within the palanquin was notably subdued, clearly dismissive of such trifling flames. The 9th young master of the sacred palace, born into nobility, possessed an inherently discerning eye. Elder Shuekong shook his head slightly, indifferent to the matter, as he carefully stored away the shards of glass and strode down into the void. Let us proceed. That entity should soon reach maturity. The elder understood. With a gentle nod, Elder Shuekong quickened his pace, while the numerous city slaves, visibly anxious, hurried to keep up, fearful of being left behind in the abyss. Young master, that rare grade of flame, if it were to achieve perfect maturity, could very well reach the 8th ring, a treasure scarcely found in the annals of the sacred palace. If you could harness this flame to establish a life force field, who knows? Perhaps the position of the future palace master. Elder, be cautious with your words. The tone within the palanquin grew momentarily grave. Upon hearing this, Elder Shuekong smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He had placed his bets on the 9th young master, valuing not only his innate talent, but also recognizing the significance of character. It seems I have been foolish. The pace of the sacred palace's journey far surpassed that of the city slaves, allowing them the energy to engage in idle conversation, even deliberately slowing their speed to ensure the city slaves could keep up. Flames are the key to unlocking the path of the extraordinary. Naturally, the stronger, the better. A rare grade of flame is indeed remarkable for us in the sacred palace, yet my father once mentioned that among those supreme sanctuaries, there are divine offspring who have opened life force fields with unparalleled flames, even the legendary unmatched. In comparison to them, I have yet to earn the privilege of pride and complacency. Perhaps in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, the 9th young master took the initiative to divert the conversation, engaging Elder Shuekong with a soft voice that resonated throughout the vast expanse of the hemisphere. Their discussion encompassed various clandestine deeds, unreservedly addressing the presence of the city slaves, who perhaps regarded them merely as a congregation of the deceased. The speaker may have been oblivious, yet the listener was acutely aware. Among the crowd, Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he strained to catch every word. He was intensely curious about all matters concerning the extraordinary. The spark of life, also referred to as the source of the Tao, the foundation of the Tao, the divine gate, the seed of the extraordinary, in the heart of life, is denoted by various names, all pointing to a singular entity essential for cultivating a vital force, shedding one's mortal shell, and ascending into the realm of the extraordinary. The spark is multifaceted, possessing boundless power, classified into 5 grades based on the strength of its attributes: unparalleled, peerless, rare, scarce, and ordinary. Furthermore, depending on its completeness, it is divided into 9 rings, with a legendary 10th ring existing only in myth. Xing's heart stirred with excitement until an unusual entity emerged from the mist, interrupting his reverie. The non-living being, even in its weakest form, was beyond the capabilities of the city slaves to contend with. And it was once again Elder Shuekong who stepped in to resolve the situation. Their group had set their sights on a considerable objective, and their journey was marked by a continuous series of skirmishes. Fortunately, Elder Shuekong was sufficiently formidable, dispatching foes with ease, although his strength had been somewhat depleted. After consuming a bottle of a resplendent golden liquid, he swiftly regained his vigor. 9th young master, we have arrived. As the multitude of city dwellers teetered on the brink of madness, suffocated by an oppressive atmosphere, the procession of the sacred palace finally came to a halt. Xing discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. After a relentless chase, he was nearing his breaking point. Had it not been for the secret technique stimulating his acupoints, his frail form would have long been left behind by the main force. With a resounding thud, the palanquin touched the ground, and a pale, elongated hand lifted the veil. The 9th young master emerged, adorned with a golden mask embellished with blood-red jade, his waist-length hair blazing like fiery crimson. Xing squinted slightly. The 9th young master, though slender, bore a flat chest that led him to ponder if he was indeed a woman. Senior Elder Shuekong, I shall rely on you henceforth. You exaggerate. 9th young master, replied Elder Shuekong, shaking his head slightly, his expression turning solemn, his gaze sharp and electric. With a thunderous force, an invisible power repelling the mist surged exponentially, causing a hemispherical void to expand rapidly, pushing the scarlet haze far away until it encased an enigmatic flower. Beneath the mist, the earth was generally shrouded in darkness or tinged with dark red and gray-white hues. Yet, the land within the 100-zhang radius where the peculiar flower thrived shimmered with an emerald green, resembling a flawless piece of jade embedded in the earth. At its center stood the extraordinary flower, approximately 10 feet tall, boasting a singular stem adorned with 9 leaves, all resembling crystalline glass. At its pinnacle bloomed a solitary flower, an undulating mass of pitch-black flames. From a distance, a mere fleeting glance left Xing parched and restless, his heart aflame with unease. For he noticed that the jade-like ground was littered with stark white bones. His gaze darkened as he began to sense the ominous truth. It was evident that he was not the only one of keen intellect. Many of the city slaves displayed expressions of sheer terror. Casting glances at the hollow mist outside before turning back to the bizarre flower, their hope ultimately transforming into profound despair. Little ones, go. Retrieve that flower. Whoever can pluck it shall be granted freedom. Elder Shui Kong slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of city slaves. A smile adorned his face. Yet his eyes were chillingly indifferent, instilling a deep sense of dread within their hearts. A cold snort echoed, causing the crowd to tremble with fear. Despite their awareness of the underlying treachery, they found themselves with no alternatives. The burly men at the forefront exchanged apprehensive glances before steeling their resolve and dashing toward the extraordinary bloom. Rage, hatred, despair. Their screams echoed, tears streaming down their faces. Yet, the distance was merely a few hundred paces, and soon the first city slave set foot upon the emerald ground. With a pained grunt, a robust man's flesh was instantaneously reduced to a pool of blood, which swiftly seeped into the earth, leaving behind only a skeletal frame and remnants of undigested food and excrement scattered on the ground. The horrifying spectacle rendered the onlookers speechless. Continue. The entourage from the sacred palace remained impassive, their eyes fixed on the enigmatic flower, seemingly oblivious to the gruesome demise of the slaves. Kill them. Humph. I would rather perish in the mist than allow you to achieve your desires. In the depths of despair, the city slaves finally erupted into rebellion. Some charged madly toward the sacred palace, while others sprinted directly into the mist. Did the mayfly dare to shake the tree? Did the ant aspire to snatch a breath of life? The elder of the snowy sky remains motionless, yet an invisible force has already enveloped those rebellious city slaves, casting them directly onto the emerald ground. Is this the lament of the weak? They are deprived even of the right to choose death. Witnessing the brutal scene before him, Xing remains silent. Though he feels a pang of compassion, he is powerless, a mere weakling, the most feeble among those present. Friends, if you possess any spirit in the heavens, pray for me. If I can survive this calamity, what harm is there in Xing someday flattening the holy palace? It is not vengeance he seeks, but rather a release from this indignation. In but a moment, 1,000 city slaves are on the brink of death. The inky flames already flickering ominously in the air, the gaze of the holy palace's entourage ablaze with intensity, their breaths quickening in tandem. Now is the moment. Xing's eyes widen in fervor as he steadies his leg bone, twisting his hands in opposing directions with force. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupts. Chapter 4. An impasse. A cascade of radiant light spills from the leg bone, shimmering like stars. With keen focus, one can discern that within each glowing crystalline particle, peculiar runes pulse ceaselessly. Golden light armor. Nearly 400 pieces of armor, each capable of shielding the wearer from the encroaching mist for a quarter of an hour. It is evident that their splendor, although slightly dimmer than when the silver-armored guards first donned them, indicates they have been briefly utilized before being forcibly removed from the chest. Uncle Lon, and everyone else. Although Xing had prepared himself, the sheer number of armor pieces still leaves him in awe, particularly after having personally experienced the terror within the mist. Long ago, when he first began to form memories, Uncle Lon was diligently working towards today's plan, mindful to keep any disturbances subdued to avoid arousing the suspicions of the silver-armored guards, for the accumulation of talismanic armor progressed at a painfully slow pace. It was not until the moment of execution that this group of men finally unleashed their full potential, which is precisely why the silver-armored guards perceived the repair task as languid. As they leaped from the city walls, they tore open their own flesh to extract the shimmering talismanic armor, only to have it swiftly corroded by the mists, leading to their demise. Could progress not be sluggish under such circumstances? Those who managed to drag their broken bodies back to life clearly had not participated in the scheme, a sentiment entirely natural. Even the lowliest creatures cling to life, let alone humans. To survive, to endure. Only by remaining alive and escaping this cursed place could he reclaim his freedom and have a chance to repay this debt. In that fleeting moment, Xing quelled his tumultuous thoughts, his gaze becoming profoundly tranquil. He raised his hand and forcefully struck, causing the golden particles suspended in the void to be driven into his flesh. With a thunderous sound, a layer of light membrane, as thick as an inch, enveloped Xing's body, radiating a divine aura beneath the golden glow. Such a concentrated force of talismanic armor, when unleashed, repelled the frigid force field of Elder Shui Kong by more than 3 feet. Uncle Lon had bestowed upon him even more than this. Xing's eyes flickered with determination as he opened his tightly clenched fist, revealing 5 crystals of various hues resting quietly in his palm. With a swift motion, he pressed one of the dark yellow crystals into his flesh. This talismanic armor, usable by mortals, was ingeniously designed, It required only blood to activate, without the need for extraordinary power. Earth element talisman armor, shifting the Earth's veins. The power of the earth enveloped him as Yan Xing's body radiated a brilliant yellow light, and in an instant, he sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. It is a lengthy tale. From the moment he twisted his leg bone to his subterranean escape, merely 2 breaths had passed. At this juncture, the entourage of the Holy Palace focused all their attention on the imminent maturation of the fire seed, for the opportunity was fleeting, and Yan Xing dared not linger for a moment. Among the 1,000 city slaves, all but him were robust and vigorous men. Yan Xing believed that the Holy Palace would not delay the prime opportunity to harvest the fire seed for the sake of a mere, frail youth like him. As Yan Xing had anticipated, Elder Shui Kong remained rooted in place, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the extraordinary flame flower, indifferent to Yan Xing's disappearance. Beside him, young Master Jiu furrowed his brow, silently expressing his discontent. The fire seed, a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, serves as a key to transcendence for practitioners like us, and it holds immense allure for non-living entities shrouded in mist. Particularly for those monstrous beings sharing the same elemental affinities, they are free from repulsion and can directly consume the fire seed, significantly enhancing their strength and instinctual craving embedded within their very nature. Elder Shui Kong, speaking in a low voice, concluded his musing and slowly turned to gaze at the empty space where Yan Xing had vanished. Once this rare 8-ring fire seed matures, non-living entities within a radius of 10,000 miles will sense its presence, surging forth, and among them may be formidable foes that could pose a challenge for me. The old man has infused a life essence into this young being, which will soon erupt, temporarily diverting the surrounding inanimate entities. This serves as a buffer, providing ample opportunity for the 9th young master to absorb the fire seed and establish a force field. The life force field resembles a miniature domain, under which one can perceive the minutiae of existence. The seemingly flawless performance of Yan Xing appears rather ludicrous in the eyes of Elder Shui Kong. In truth, the runes embedded in the leg bones have long been glaringly exposed before him. Although Elder Shui Kong finds the desperate struggles of these insignificant creatures and their yearning for freedom somewhat amusing, it remains merely an amusement that does not hinder him from making use of them. The Elder's considerations are thorough. The 9th young master slightly nodded, casting a glance around. All the city slaves have been reduced to mere bones, their flesh devoured by the peculiar blossoms. At this moment, the fire seed has fully ripened, detached from its stem, floating in the void, emanating an extraordinary, searing warmth. What is stated as 1,000 must indeed be 1,000, with not a fraction less. With that, the 9th young master waved his hand, sending the elegantly postured woman in the red dress directly into the realm of the emerald ground. Oh! Hearing the agonized howls of their companion, the remaining 3 women trembled slightly but could only bury their heads, not daring to voice a single doubt. Upon witnessing this, Elder Shui Kong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. In truth, the fire seed was already mature, and the 9th young master's actions were entirely superfluous. However, both ruthlessness and meticulousness are indispensable traits for the sovereign of the Holy Palace. 9th young master, shall we commence? Let us establish a force field based on the fire seed and achieve extraordinary might. Buzz. 10 kilometers away. A flicker of mysterious yellow light pierced the pitch-black earth, and soon after, the ground rippled as a slender figure slowly emerged. A crimson mist surged forth, enveloping the silhouette. Yet it was thwarted by a layer of golden light that emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. Cough. Breathe. Yan Xing coughed violently, then gasped for air. This golden light armor was peculiar, functioning like a filter that only obstructed the mist while allowing essential life-sustaining air to pass through without hindrance. The drawbacks of this earth element armor were numerous, unable to alter the thin atmosphere underground. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient, or he would surely have suffocated. Nevertheless, Yan Xing remained grateful for these 5 special armors, all acquired at the cost of Uncle Lan's life. Uncle Lan was the most formidable man in the city slave camp and was periodically dispatched to undertake special repair missions. For instance, this earth element armor was granted specifically for mending the city wall deep beneath the surface. To save this armor, Lan sacrificed an arm and a leg, later replaced with metallic prosthetics. Boom, boom. The ground quaked as a colossal creature charged forth. This familiar scene caused Yan Xing's pupils to constrict, and he inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine. What on earth? Is my luck truly this abysmal? Although the mist was fraught with peril, teeming with erratic non-living entities, he had barely made his appearance before attracting a monstrous presence. Truly, it felt like the universe had conspired against him, akin to having a piece of gravel lodged in one's throat while drinking water. Damn it. Yan Xing's expression was shrouded in shadows, and he had no time for complaints. He quickly raised a finger, using his sharp nail to pierce the skin of his arm, extracting a dark, pointed spike that was deeply embedded in his flesh. One end of the spike was sharp while the other was smooth, resting in the palm of his hand. And to his astonishment, the sharp end began to move slowly, ultimately locking onto a specific direction. In Xing's understanding, this object resembled a compass. Implanted in his arm by Lan on the day of his 3rd birthday, nurtured day and night by the essence of blood, beneath the veil of mist. The darkness was profound, and as living beings traversed through it, not only did they face various dangers, but discerning direction was also a challenging yet crucial matter. The spike was extraordinary. Lan's ability to procure such an item clearly indicated that she was not merely a city slave, a realization that the younger Xing could not perceive but was evident to the Xing who had traversed time. Boom. The earth trembled more violently as a colossal entity approached at an alarming speed. Fleeing, Xing's gaze turned icy. He extended his hand, pressing a vibrant green crystal into the flesh of his palm. Wind Spirit Talisman Armor. Swiftly. Whoosh. Xing felt his spirit sway. As if he had melded with the wind, with a single step, he appeared 100 feet away in an instant, akin to teleportation. Remarkable. Truly extraordinary. There was no time for thorough contemplation, for the talisman was a consumable and its duration was limited. Xing focused on his direction and sprinted furiously. The thunderous roar of the giant receding in the distance. Rumbling. As Xing raced along with the wind, his figure suddenly faltered. Before him, a swirling mist revealed a towering mountain range that appeared to come alive, with 2 crimson orbs suspended in the air, coldly gazing at him. A furious roar erupted, conjuring a tempest that sent Xing soaring into the sky. With a fleeting glance, he beheld a multitude of razor-sharp, ivory fangs resembling towering trees, and a gaping maw akin to an abyss. This mountain range was, astonishingly, a monstrous serpent. A chill of dread coursed through Xing, accompanied by a surge of despair as he questioned the fortune that had brought him here. Of the 5 unique talismans he possessed, he had already utilized 2, leaving only one, the Crimson Talisman, which held the potential for destruction, yet could merely inflict fatal wounds on the weakest of non-living entities. How could this monstrous serpent be merely a soldier-level creature? Its colossal size and terrifying aura far surpassed that of the multi-eyed beast slain by Elder Shui Kong, which commanded thunder itself. This serpent must surely be a lord. Was this where his journey would come to an end? Xing's eyes narrowed. His fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale. He could feel a potent force of gravitational binding pulling him deeper into the serpent's maw. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light pierced the darkness of the mist, striking fiercely upon the serpent's head and showering the ground with dark green blood. Hiss! What a magnificent bird! This avian creature radiated golden light, its feathers ablaze with flames of gold. Xing could not discern the species of this beast, but the conflict between the serpent and the bird afforded him a glimmer of hope for survival. Thunder rumbled ominously in the air. The terrifying wind pressure forcefully propelled Xing away, stripping him of his tattered garments, leaving nothing but his skin, which was torn and bloodied. Cough. The Diamond Talisman Armor. Golden Body. With a clang, Xing activated the 3rd talisman, a dazzling golden light flashing as though his body were coated in a layer of gold paint, rendering his flesh as solid as steel, heavy and unyielding. With a sudden surge of mass, he halted his body, which had been swept away by the wind, and plummeted to the ground like a nail driven into earth. Flee. Flee. Without a moment to survey the battlefield, Xing propelled his numbed legs into action, locking onto a direction and fleeing frantically. Mu. A colossal 7-colored beast, resembling a mountain, charged forth, obstructing Xing's escape. Wail. Wail. Blood-red skeletal remains of infants crawled from the depths of the earth, numerous and twisting grotesquely as they scurried at an alarming speed. Is the heavens conspiring against me? Xing sighed inwardly. This cursed place was indeed fraught with peril at every turn. Chapter 5. Concept editing. Xing's spirit felt somewhat disoriented as he surveyed his surroundings. It seemed as though he were at the bottom of an abyssal ocean, shrouded in darkness and depth, and overwhelming pressure encroaching from all sides. Deformed and grotesque unknown creatures flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the dark, menacing and terrifying, shrieking as they lunged toward him. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed within his heart, and both his body and thoughts sank simultaneously. 5 minutes had elapsed, and the wind spirit armor had nearly exhausted its power, collapsing upon itself, further dimming his hopes for survival. Crack! An even more ominous sound of rupture emanated from beneath his feet as the ground began to quake and fracture, gaping chasms opening like the maw of a great abyss. Xing's golden figure was helplessly drawn toward the dark crevice, plummeting into the void. A resounding roar erupted. A monstrous creature emerged, undoubtedly a worm that had burrowed forth from the depths of hell. Its girth was 100 feet across, its surface flowing with molten crimson lava. Devoid of a head, the apex was entirely occupied by a spiraling maw filled with serrated teeth that incessantly churned. Massive boulders were devoured whole, instantly reduced to rubble. while the heavy form of Xing plummeted amidst the debris. I fear not death. In this lifetime, I yearn to ascend the endless path of martial arts and seek the mysteries of life's evolution. Why must all these forces conspire to thwart me? With a frenzied demeanor, Xing was acutely aware that he had glimpsed the shadow of the extraordinary. Just as the fervent aspirations of his past life were on the verge of fruition, he found himself being cast back into the abyss of darkness. All the pent-up frustration and resentment ignited into a blaze of wrath. Fiery talismans, shooting stars, with a thunderous explosion in his final moments. Xing shattered the sole offensive talisman in his grasp. In an instant, a blazing fireball, the size of a foot, soared through the darkness, akin to a meteor, hurtling towards the enormous maw of the hellish worm. How to describe it? In Xing's perception, his attack resembled a mere firecracker striking a heavily armored tank. Boom. The worm let out a pained, anguished howl, and its massive form began to convulse and contort, the armor-like flesh collapsing inward in a frenzied implosion. In the blink of an eye, the hellish worm was reduced to a puddle of viscera, leaving behind only a pitch-black sphere with a radius of several feet. Xing inhaled sharply, a sense of disbelief escaping his lips as he murmured, "Could Uncle Lon have deceived me? This is not the might of the talisman armor. It is evidently the annihilation cannon of a black hole." Despite his rather sardonic tone, a fleeting sense of survival lingered within him. He sensed that the fiery sphere that had just been unleashed bore an insipid aura, utterly incapable of wreaking such catastrophic destruction. The spherical entity, reminiscent of a black hole, seemed to have fortuitously manifested in this location, obliterating the hellworm in an instant. With little time for contemplation, Xing was swiftly drawn into the suddenly materializing black orb, along with a multitude of stones and debris. Fortunately, his diminutive form spared him from suffering the same fate as the worm, which had been gruesomely compressed into a pulpy mass. With a soft pop, the black sphere endured but a few breaths before it shattered like a fragile bubble, leaving behind a vast void deep within the earth. Xing found himself engulfed in utter darkness, his vision obscured, and his senses in disarray. He felt as if his body had transformed into a mere strand of noodle, stretched endlessly until it became a single thread, before being consumed by a radiant point of white light. Cough, cough. Time became indeterminate, and eventually, consciousness returned to Xing. With a fit of violent coughing, his senses gradually reawakened, dispelling the disorienting nausea that had enveloped him. Where am I? Bewilderment clouded his expression. But as his vision regained focus, he beheld a dense, swirling mist surrounding him. His pupils dilated in surprise as he reached down to the ground, grasping several crystalline fragments and forcefully pressing them into his chest. The glimmering talisman armor. As he traversed the black sphere, his body had been stretched and contorted, expelling the numerous pieces of his golden talisman armor, which he now found pressed beneath him. Buzz. The golden light enveloped the surface, and the moment it made contact with the pure white mist from the outside, it vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. How is this possible? Xing jumped in astonishment. A single golden light talisman should have ensured that its bearer remained impervious to the corrosive effects of the crimson mist for a quarter of an hour, yet now, faced with this white mist, it had utterly failed, not even holding out for a moment. His bare form was once again shrouded by the mist. Yet he felt no harm whatsoever. Gradually, Xing regained his composure. His earlier reaction had been a result of his trepidation towards the crimson mist. If this mist truly intended to harm him, he would have been reduced to bones before he even regained his senses, without a chance to reactivate the talisman. White mist. Does such a phenomenon exist in this world? Why has Uncle Lon never mentioned it? Xing wore a puzzled expression, sensing that the few talismans he had consumed were indeed depleted. This indicated that the surrounding white mist possessed corrosive power, far more terrifying than the crimson mist. Uncle Lon had shared tales of the outside world with him, explaining that the crimson mist, the red variant, was universally prevalent between heaven and earth, merely the weakest of its kind. However, within the world, there existed some isolated ancient ruins, in the primordial secret realms, where mist of other hues thrived, far more fearsome than the crimson variety. The legendary and most dreadful purple mist was said to be avoided even by mortals. According to records, mist existed only in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, and this white mist was truly unheard of. Could it be that the issue lies within myself? Xing collected the scattered talismans from the ground and slowly rose to his feet, his palm sweeping through the void, stirring wisps of pure white mist without feeling the slightest discomfort. Reflecting on his memories, he realized that since he could remember, he had never truly encountered mist. Perhaps he was immune to its corrosive effects? Or was it merely that this white mist was peculiar and capable of harming living beings? Xing gently shook his head. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. At this moment, indulging in speculation was futile, yet he had already resolved in his heart that when the opportunity arose, He would certainly experiment with the crimson mist to uncover the truth. That dark sphere seemed akin to a rift in space-time, had I fallen into it. Traversing dimensions to arrive here? Suppressing his thoughts, Xing began to explore this strange realm, casually selecting a direction and striding forth. The white mist enveloped him, ethereal and dreamlike. After a brief walk, a row of neatly arranged steps appeared before him. The stairs towered, seemingly designed for giants, each step towering a good 10 feet high. After a moment of contemplation, Xing took a running start, employing his dexterity to scale the wall, climbing like a gecko. After ascending 9 steps, he found himself breathless, perspiration cascading down him. His physique was indeed too frail. Once he settled down, he must swiftly commence his cultivation to regain his former prowess. Xing was confident that with his experience and the peculiarity of this realm, he could return to his peak state within a year, surpassing the stairs and walking over 100 paces. He was astonished to discover that the mist ahead began to thin, prompting him to quicken his pace and plunge into a vast void devoid of mist. In an instant, it was as if legends had materialized into reality, a grand spectacle that resided solely within the realm of myth, piercing through Xing's vision with an overwhelming force. Xing stood transfixed, his throat involuntarily constricting as he remained motionless, trapped in a state of awe. Deities? Immortals? Sages? The vast expanse before him was enveloped in pure white, where divine thrones floated in the air, each occupied by a majestic figure seated in meditation. There were silhouettes aglow with golden light, bearing 36 pairs of wings. There was the Buddha, seated upon a chaotic lotus. There were grotesque beings adorned in scales with dragon horns, and there were goddesses clad in garments of flame. A glance revealed an overwhelming multitude, beyond count. Silence reigned, an eerie tranquility enfolding the scene. These formidable figures resembled statues, utterly motionless, devoid of any vitality, and lacking the anticipated aura of terror. Xing's tumultuous emotions churned within him, unable to settle, as he steadied his mind and began to survey his surroundings while advancing forward. He observed a peculiar phenomenon. These seemingly powerful entities all directed their gaze towards a singular point, their heads bowed slightly as if in reverent attention. Who could command such respect from beings akin to gods and demons? Xing moistened his parched lips and hastened his pace towards the focal point of their collective gaze. The expanse was vast beyond measure, and he ran for several hours, bolstered by the enhancement of his golden light armor, until he finally arrived at the base of a towering platform. This platform was constructed of tiered steps, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. Xing looked up in reverence, beholding a majestic divine throne, upon which sat a diminutive figure, too distant to discern clearly. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Xing flexed his limbs and resumed his ascent up the countless steps. This arduous climb consumed a significant portion of his energy. Suddenly, he paused, astonished. The exalted figure, revered by the myriad deities and demons below, turned out to be an ordinary man, approximately 2 meters tall, with a strikingly handsome, yet unremarkable visage. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances, for the depths of the ocean cannot be measured by a mere bucket. While Xing felt a twinge of surprise, he did not allow it to distract him. What is this entity? His pupils constricted as he observed the man seated upon the divine throne, his right hand raised high, grasping a vibrant orb of light that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. The luminescence danced and shimmered, casting an enchanting spell that seemed capable of ensnaring his very soul with a single glance. In this realm, teeming with divine beings yet eerily silent, it was only this orb that exhibited any semblance of motion, capturing all of Xing's attention. If I am not mistaken, this place must be the relic mentioned by Uncle Lon, a miraculous realm nestled between heaven and earth, teeming with immense opportunities and extraordinary wonders. Countless beings, numerous practitioners, daring death itself, continuously ventured into the shrouded mists, seeking these very relics and hidden sanctuaries. Moreover, such endeavors were often exclusive to those of formidable power or influence. The prior endeavor of the Holy Palace to harvest the fire seed pales in comparison to the exploration of these ancient ruins. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xing's breathing quickened, his emotions roiling within him. He was inundated with myriad tales of protagonists from various novels, who, upon seizing their fortunes, soared to unimaginable heights. I was born into this world, my eyes scanning the vastness around me, enveloped in a haze of uncertainty, devoid of even a complete set of garments. Truly a solitary soul. The knowledge of my past life, a mere whisper of solace, rendered me powerless in the face of the extraordinary. Perhaps this is my singular opportunity, the sole chance to establish my footing in this realm. This world is undeniably perilous and terrifying, rife with hidden dangers. Even if I manage to escape this predicament, the prospects of rising from such a desolate state appear exceedingly bleak. Yet, circumstances have shifted. I have inadvertently stumbled upon a remarkable relic. If I could seize even a fragment of its wonders, would it not propel me toward greatness? Esteemed predecessors. As the saying goes, one cannot bring possessions into this world nor carry them away upon departing. Since you have fallen, it is indeed a pity to leave these mundane objects behind. I, as a humble descendant, dare to take a few, allowing them to continue to shine and benefit the world. Ahem, of course, my primary intention is to benefit myself, Yin. A resonant voice echoed throughout the vast expanse as Yin performed a respectful gesture towards the four corners, awaiting a response that never came. Well, since my esteemed predecessors have chosen not to voice any objections, I shall humbly accept. Thank you. Yin straightened his posture, his demeanor solemn and dignified. He swiftly approached the figure of the highest stature, without hesitation, extending his hand to grasp the vibrant orb of light. The moment his fingers made contact with the orb, his form froze, a thunderous roar reverberating within his mind, plunging his consciousness into a void. In the midst of this disorientation, a chilling whisper, devoid of any emotion, floated ethereally within his heart, resonating profoundly. Materialism reigns supreme, and truth endures eternally. Concept Editor. Chapter 6. Infinite Adaptation. Concept Editor. The grand 13-tiered creation, birthed from the apex of technological civilization, embodies the material heavens. An indescribable narrative-level transcendent being, the sovereign of truth. Xing awakened from a state of confusion, his dulled gaze regaining its luster, subconsciously squeezing his palm. Yet, the vibrant orb of light had long since vanished. Lowering his head to inspect his gaunt frame, he leapt with vigor, furrowing his brow in disappointment, finding no discernible change, still a frail creature. Had some aspect of my essence been altered by the editor? At the moment of contact with the orb, Xing inexplicably gleaned a brief snippet of information, inscribed within the editor, vaguely detailing his origins and purpose. A creation capable of editing concepts. Xing narrowed his eyes, reflecting deeply, sensing the transformations within him. Answers lay either within his being or, perhaps, in his subconscious. Adaptation? Why would it be? Xing's thoughts trailed off, his expression shifting as he turned to the figure upon the divine throne, his gaze fluctuating between light and shadow. After a lengthy pause, the tension in his brow gradually eased, and he exhaled a heavy sigh, casually collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, this concept editor, merely from its description, is an extraordinarily formidable entity. How could such a phenomenon be wielded by an ordinary mortal like myself? Moreover, it is rather fortuitous, yet unfortunate, that it has altered my concept of adaptation. A glint of determination sparkled in Xing's eyes, his tone growing increasingly resolute, as he became ever more certain of his hypothesis. There exists but one answer. Xing gazed upon the figure seated upon the divine throne, and then turned to survey the multitude of lifeless demonic corpses below the elevated platform. He continued, the esteemed predecessors here encountered a formidable adversary. In desperation, this leader retrieved the concept editor, hoping to alter the very essence of concepts to avert disaster. Alas, the cost was exorbitant. The moment the editor was activated, before it could be fully utilized, it was instantaneously annihilated by a terrifying force. This scene, too, has been eternally frozen in time. Xing smacked his lips, and through the faintest traces, he seemed to glimpse the cataclysmic battle of eons past, where gods and demons wept blood, celestial corpses lay in a continuous stretch, and the heads of saints were heaped like mountains. The editor, fully activated yet not initiated, remained in a state of operation until I touched it, my consciousness igniting the spark that would set it into motion. Adaptation, adaptation. This is the philosophy I have ardently pursued, the foundation of my worldview, the deepest yearning and ambition embedded in my subconscious. Xing's gaze burned with fervor, his thoughts turbulent, yet he felt a release of tension. The serendipity of the moment had startled him. He had initially believed a force was orchestrating all of this. In truth, it was merely the concept editor seizing upon the most fervent desires of his subconscious and setting them into action. Limitless adaptation was birthed from his will, free from any external interference. Thus, Xing felt reassured. All things in the world, from the weak to the strong, are but a process of evolution. And the essence of evolution is adaptation. Cultivation is the acceleration of this evolutionary process, a truth that Xing had comprehended in his previous life. From the perspective of the evolutionary theory of the blue star, the origin of life can be traced back to the inception of replicable proteins, leading to the emergence of the first unicellular organisms. After billions of years of protracted evolution, this ultimately gave rise to humanity and a myriad of other life forms. To the first unicellular organism, an ordinary mortal appears no different from an immortal being. Similarly, if one were to position a mortal in the shoes of a unicellular entity, observing those omnipotent immortals, one might argue that the only distinction lies in the immense expanse of evolutionary time. However, as mere mortals, we cannot transcend the long epochs of evolution through mere reproduction. By the time such a feat is achieved, I shall have perished. Does attaining immortality concern me then? Hence arises the concept of cultivation, where regardless of the system or methods employed, the singular aim is to abbreviate this evolutionary timeline, striving for the outcome of achieving immortality while still alive. This theory can be extrapolated to other realms, such as the creation myths of deities and demons, who, in their act of creation, merely obliterate the billions of years of evolution that separate unicellular life from humanity. Expanding the scope further, those primordial deities and demons born from chaos could be viewed as advanced unicellular entities. Their elevated starting point does not negate the fact that they too are capable of further evolution. Evolution is an unending journey. Unfettered adaptation allows me to greatly condense, or even entirely bypass, the evolutionary process, saving the arduous passage of time and laborious cultivation, enabling me to reap the fruits of my efforts directly. Ah, how terrifyingly exhilarating. My initial intention was merely to seek a foundation for existence, yet I find myself soaring beyond expectations. Xing gently patted his own cheek, ensuring that he was not ensnared in a dream. Just moments ago, he had been apprehensive about the future. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself possessing the potential to ascend to unparalleled heights. Ahem. One must not become complacent. This ability is indeed extraordinary. Yet it still lacks a crucial element that stems from external stimuli, a bridge between adaptation and evolution. Xing, steadfast in his resolve, swiftly quelled his turbulent emotions and regained his composure. Why does life strive for evolution? Initially, it was a matter of survival, compelled by the harshness of the external environment. As consciousness emerged, accompanied by a spectrum of emotions and desires, the purpose of evolution transformed. No longer singular, it became a quest for power, immortality, or the continuation of one's lineage. Regardless of the motivations, evolution invariably necessitates interaction with the external world. In his past life, Xing had conducted extensive research on this topic, but, constrained by the limitations of technological civilization, he had failed to arrive at definitive conclusions. He could only deduce that the blue planet lacked certain critical elements, leading to a stagnation in cultivation. Martial arts could progress no further than the corporeal realm, never even reaching the cellular level. Perhaps, once I formally embark on the extraordinary powers of this realm, the answers will reveal themselves. This world is undoubtedly inhabited by deities and demons, and the path of evolution is unobstructed. Xing emerged from his contemplation, rising slowly to bow before the figure seated on the divine throne. Thank you. Having received such benefits, it is only fitting that one harbors gratitude as a sign of respect. As his gaze fell, Xing noticed numerous fragments scattered across the ground, and an idea sparked within him. In my hometown, there exists a custom of burying the deceased to ensure their eternal peace. I have been bestowed with your treasured possession, yet I find myself bereft of means to repay you, and thus I feel a profound sense of remorse. To express my sentiments, I shall inter you instead. With that, Xing strode toward the divine throne, extending his hand to press down upon the man's form, intending to lay him flat for the convenience of placing stones atop. As for the multitude of gods and demons below, it would be prudent to disregard them. It is not that Xing favored one over the other, but rather, their towering physiques rendered the act of burial an arduous task. Fortunately, your remains are of a more manageable size. Otherwise, Xing's expression faltered momentarily. Then he exerted all his strength, yet found himself unable to budge the man in the slightest. Nay, not even a thread of his garment or a single hair could he stir. Such weight. The golden glimmering armor. He retrieved several pieces of the armor, pressing them into his flesh, which instantly amplified his strength. With a shout, he exerted himself. However, after a brief while, Xing chose to concede, shaking his head in resignation. Truly, a being of divine and demonic stature, even in death, could not be moved by an ordinary mortal such as himself. Unbeknownst to Xing, the extraordinary aura emanating from the armor stirred an object nestled within the man's grasp, causing the fabric to bulge slightly before a mysterious blue jade ring tumbled to the ground with a soft thud. Xing raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the ring, yet remained unmoved, continuing instead to gather the scattered stones, building them around the man's remains. After half an hour, having collected all the rubble from the platform, he finally covered the man entirely, erecting a pointed stone mound in place of the divine throne. Xing, observing the scene, nodded in satisfaction. He then bent down to retrieve the blue jade ring from the ground, effortlessly slipping it onto his thumb. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Soul to the void, may you rest in peace, my predecessor. I shall continue to let these mundane objects shine and bring fortune to all beings. Hiss. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain surged through his thumb. Upon closer inspection, the blue jade ring had inexplicably vanished. A crisp sound resonated in his mind, causing Xing's pupils to constrict. Could it be the system? Ah, what is this? A double whammy, and I'm off the charts? Self-diagnostic module. Number 10001 has been successfully loaded. Commencing initial self-check. A flicker of deep azure light glimmered in the depths of Xing's eyes, and a screen, visible only to him, abruptly materialized within his consciousness. The screen was awash with an array of strange characters, cascading like a waterfall. Moments later, the characters coalesced into a diminutive figure, Xing himself, with even the minutest details perfectly replicated. To one side, orderly text began to emerge. Self-diagnostic subject, Xing age, 12. Race, human pure blood. Body, 0. 6. Strength, 0. 7. Agility, 0. 8. Will, 2. 9. The subject is in a weakened state, suffering from a deficiency of vital essence and developmental delays due to prolonged malnutrition. External elements contained within the subject. 1. Beneath the scalp lies an implanted low-grade pigment generator, transforming hair color from black to silvery white. 2. Embedded within the flesh of the left shoulder is a fragment of a life essence, exuding a rich aura of vitality. 3. Concealed within the left atrium of the heart is the left eye of an 11th-tier sage. After completing the self-examination, Xing's expression momentarily froze as he comprehended the true nature of this so-called self-check module. It was not the system he had envisioned. The self-check module, originating from the materialistic realm, served as an auxiliary tool wielded by the powerful in that world, with each individual possessing one. Its function was remarkably singular, to assess the holder's physical condition and enumerate the findings. Beyond that, it held no additional purpose. To draw a simple analogy, it resembled the electronic wristwatches of the past world, capable of monitoring heart rate and blood oxygen levels, albeit magnified to an extraordinary degree. Xing shook his head. Having already developed the ability to adapt without restrictions, the presence or absence of any system held little sway over him. He suppressed his thoughts, only to furrow his brow as he glanced towards the section detailing external conditions. When did my body become a refuse dump? What manner of things have I allowed to be crammed within? The hair color reversal device was known to Xing. It was something implanted by Uncle Lon, who had solemnly advised him to never let anyone discover that his eyes and hair were black, lest he invite calamity. Uncle Lon. Why not change the color of my eyes then? This silver hair is utterly unappealing, making me look like an old man. Hey, you foolish boy. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Even the slightest peculiarity cannot be concealed from others. Did you truly believe I am omnipotent? I am merely a servant of the city. The reason for concealing the truth of his black hair and eyes was never divulged by Uncle Lon. As Xing reflected on this, he realized that among the people he had encountered, black hair, though rare, appeared in 1 out of 10, while black eyes were virtually non-existent, appearing in 1 out of a myriad. The shared essence of both had never been witnessed before. The eyes of a sage, the shattered essence of life. What on earth are these? And when did they enter my body? The self-check module only scans the host itself and the internal intrusions. The talisman armor he held was beyond its detection range. Xing furrowed his brow, gazing at the small figure on the screen. The locations of the 3 foreign objects clearly marked. The heart, being a vital organ, was to remain untouched for the time being, but the left shoulder. His gaze turned icy, and blood surged forth as Xing utilized the advantage of the talisman armor's crystal to slice open his skin. He reached in with 2 fingers and fumbled around until, moments later, he extracted a glass bead the size of a fingertip. Humph. That old thief, Shui Kong. He finally comprehended why he had encountered such misfortune. Having barely escaped, he was already beset by numerous peculiar lords. This old schemer had nearly brought about his demise. Discarding the essence of life, Xing did not linger, setting off toward the base of the platform, intent on seeking a means of escape. As for the corpses of gods and demons, he had no intention of confronting them. Firstly, the divine seat was suspended, making it inaccessible, and secondly, even if there were treasures, he might not be able to wield them. Most crucially, unlike the formidable figures atop the platform, these gods and demons appeared far from human, naturally inciting his wariness. Emerging from the foggy void, Xing wandered aimlessly. Having fasted for an extended period, he surprisingly felt no pangs of hunger. It was as if his metabolism had ceased. It seemed as though the very elements of the universe were actively flowing into his being, sustaining his vitality to achieve energy conservation. Is this the power of adaptation? Chapter 7. The Lost Relics, a spark consumed within. Only then did I realize that my fate is not dictated by the heavens. This is a widely circulated adage among countless practitioners, or rather, a profound truth. And at this very moment, the 9th young master of the sacred palace recited it silently within his heart. Dazed and entranced, the 9th young master gazed upon the obsidian fire lotus gracefully, suspended above his snow-white, slender palm. Through various esoteric techniques, this flame-like blossom had calmed its restless aura, transforming into a gentle entity, marking the opportune moment for consumption. Elder Xuekang, please safeguard me. With that, the ninth young master unleashed an intense surge of sanguine vitality. Swirling like billowing smoke, coalescing into a crimson dragon that circled protectively around him, a testament to the extreme refinement of his corporeal form. The spark, a manifestation of the fragments of the laws, wielded formidable destructive power despite the suppression of secret techniques. Without a robust physical vessel, its ingestion would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic demise. Roar, roar, roar. The crimson dragon let out a thunderous roar before diving down, sinking its fangs into the obsidian fire lotus, its searing heat nearly obliterating it. Heaven, earth, humanity, the divine bridge spanning the rainbow. With a solemn expression, the ninth young master formed intricate seals with his hands, reciting sacred incantations. The divine energy, cultivated within the celestial orifice, cascaded down, intertwining with the innate essence that had long remained dormant within the human orifice, merging seamlessly with the refined essence from the earthly orifice. In an instant, a radiant, arcane light erupted forth. Under the embrace of this ethereal glow, the earthly orifice began to undergo a remarkable transformation, swiftly evolving into the fundamental life orifice of a human being. A wisp of rosy light flickered within the life orifice, exuding a rich vitality, the very essence of life's origin, the foundation of the great way, the source of myriad laws. Arise. The crimson dragon, clutching the fiery lotus in its mouth, soared and spiraled, suddenly lunging towards the chest of the ninth young master. In an instant, a vortex of dark radiance manifested, engulfing the fiery lotus completely. Boom. The moment the lotus was drawn into the life aperture, it was as if the universe had just begun, centered around the life aperture. A starry whirl slowly emerged, and a peculiar force field radiated outward like a domain. With a gentle exhale, the ninth young master released a breath of murky air. Flecks of fire dancing within the airflow, plummeting to the ground, and creating a pit several feet deep, its surface resembling blazing red glass, exuding an intense heat. Congratulations, ninth young master. Xuekang tenderly stroked his white beard, revealing a look of profound satisfaction. The three maidens in red skirts hastily knelt, bowing their heads in reverence, their voices ringing out with jubilant praises. For the first time, a faint smile graced the face hidden beneath the ninth young master's mask, revealing an ethereal beauty, regrettably unseen by others. Just as he was about to utter something, he suddenly noticed a change in Elder Xuekang's demeanor. Xuekang's figure froze, his pupils dilating in astonishment as he craned his neck to gaze at the horizon, his long white eyebrows dancing wildly in the wind. At that moment, from the depths of the distant mist, resounding blasts pierced the air, and countless dazzling golden lights converged into a golden river, rushing forth towards this place. Rumbling. A colossal vessel, towering 10,000 feet high and nearly 100,000 feet long, crafted entirely from five-colored profound gold, surged majestically upon the golden river, stirring up boundless mist. The words Holy Sea were deeply engraved upon the vessel, radiating divine brilliance that outshone the golden river, rendering the mist utterly incapable of concealing its radiance. In an instant, the colossal vessel glided along the golden river, while below, the sacred palace appeared as mere ants, trembling on the earth. Elder Xuekang? What is this? Xuekang exhaled deeply, realizing that beads of cold sweat had formed on his forehead. It was no illusion. At the moment the great ship soared overhead, a frigid gaze had brushed past him, and just that fleeting glance nearly froze the old man who toyed with ice. Young Master Gio, you may not have seen clearly. This giant vessel is. Before he could finish his sentence, Xuekang's expression shifted dramatically once more as he gazed in horror towards the horizon. A rumble echoed, the mist surged, and the void trembled as if thousands of soldiers were galloping within it. From a distance, a crimson malevolence surged forth. Roars erupted. The dragon's cry mingled with the cries of ferocious beasts. A massive golden dragon, as grand as a mountain, soared through the clouds, bearing upon its back an ancient palace. The plaque at the front, adorned with swirling dragons and phoenixes, boldly proclaimed the three characters, WNL-CHO Dragon's Nest. Boom. The earth quaked, and the heavens trembled, for towering pillars extended into the depths of the mist, advancing in alternation, each step covering 1,000 miles. This was indeed an ancient Xuanwu, and upon its broad shell stood a gigantic, uncarved stone tablet. Ching, Dien. Xuekang's body weakened, his voice quivering. Such an incredibly ancient power. He had only heard of it before. This was the first time he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Hiss. This is not good. In the snowy expanse, Xuekang sensed an imminent threat and swiftly cast a spell to envelop the group in a frigid ice crystal. In the next instant, an intensely scorching breath swept by, illuminating the mist with a fiery glow reminiscent of a burning cloud. With a resounding cry, the fire phoenix took flight, incinerating the heavens, vanishing in an instant due to its incredible speed. The guardian beast of the sun never sets sacred domain. Shui Kong felt a sense of numbness. Yet this was merely the beginning, as an array of supreme forces surged forth, some of which he had never even heard of. Merely observing from a distance, the ancient and formidable aura of these entities far surpassed that of their sacred palace. Time passed, and the local minor factions finally arrived, seemingly daunted by those ancient sanctuaries, daring only to follow in their wake. Shui Kong steadied his mind, surveyed his surroundings, and, with a deft hand, pinpointed the location of his companions. He immediately enveloped them in a force field and dashed forward. The somewhat disheveled figures likely bore the marks of fright. In contrast, the ninth young master and his three maidens, in their ignorance, remained largely unshaken, gazing around in confusion. In the Linglan's sacred palace, a sleek, pitch-black airship, measuring nearly 100 by 1,000 feet and adorned with intricate engravings, sliced through the mist at remarkable speed, cloaked in a dark azure light. Shui Kong, holding a token, led the group as they stepped across the barrier and onto the airship. Ah, it is Elder Shui Kong and the ninth young master. The disciples of the sacred palace, upon noticing, hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Shui Kong waved his hand dismissively, too preoccupied to acknowledge these youngsters, and hastened into the grand hall. Greetings to all my fellow brothers, Palace Master. I see you have arrived as well. Shui Kong, what brings you here? The assembled crowd, engrossed in their discussions, was taken aback by Shui Kong's arrival. Ah, it's a long story. I merely brought young Master Jiu to gather fire seeds. But that aside, Master of the Palace, what has transpired? Why are so many forces from the sacred lands converging here? I even spotted the Longxing Palace, which rarely graces the mortal realm. At this moment, Shui Kong's astonishment was palpable, in light of this astonishing upheaval. The joyous event of young Master Jiu opening a force field seemed trivial, and even if mentioned, it would likely go unnoticed by those present. You encountered them? One quipped. Ha, Shui Kong, you are fortunate indeed to have avoided any irritable beings, or else. The implication was clear. Shui Kong's party had narrowly escaped death. As this world is unforgiving, even mere presence can provoke the ire of passing powerhouses who might extinguish your life with a mere glance, leaving no one to stand in your defense. At least, the Linglan's sacred palace holds no such power. Shui Kong nodded slightly, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Had these sacred forces not been in a hurry, he might have truly met his end. Recently, news had emerged that a relic had surfaced in this domain. Upon the throne, the master of Linglan Palace's eyes sparkled as he spoke slowly, bringing an immediate hush over the grand hall. A relic? Are you certain it is not merely a secret realm? Indeed, if it were merely a secret realm, would it draw such a frenzy from the sacred lands? This revelation of a relic is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Shui Kong's expression momentarily faltered. The realm, concealed within the fabric of existence and isolated from the external world, is known as the secret realm of relics. Although relics and secret realms are often mentioned in tandem, a fundamental distinction exists between the two. In strict terms, they are two disparate entities. The secret realm refers to the inner worlds left behind by formidable beings of ancient times, their remnants after demise. These realms harbor the treasures of their creators, along with various rare materials and natural wonders, presenting extraordinary opportunities for those who dare to explore them. Conversely, relics, often termed as lost remnants, exist as independent microcosms beyond the known universe. Unlike the secret realms crafted by noted powers, relics predate the recorded civilizations of this realm. The origins of the secret realms can be traced back to identifiable and renowned figures, whereas relics are ancient artifacts that existed long before the dawn of civilization in this world. In fact, the very roots of this civilization, including the cultivation techniques and practices, were gleaned from the subtle hints discovered within these relics, which eventually led to the flourishing of the present era. The extraordinary nature of relics is evident. Even the mightiest forces cannot afford to overlook them, for the treasures within offer boundless benefits. It is rumored that the reason sacred lands endure through the ages, standing resilient against time, is that they each possess at least one relic. This, indeed, is the wellspring of their formidable power, a benchmark that we, as lesser factions, can never hope to attain. The master of Linglan spoke in a tone tinged with melancholy, harboring boundless ambitions yet constrained by the overwhelming forces at play, leaving an unshakable gloom in her heart. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Linglan Palace mused that the emergence of the relics might present an opportunity. While the Holy Land feasted, they could linger behind to savor the broth. If they were fortunate enough to unearth a few sacred artifacts, It would undoubtedly secure the holy palace's standing for another million years without worry. However, he could only hope, with a slight shake of her head and a cold smile. The Lord of Linglon Palace's half-closed eyes glimmered with a hint of derision as her hands tightened upon her lap. In this vast and boundless world shrouded in mist, the Holy Land employed celestial methods to orchestrate the emergence of the relics, narrowing down their location with precision. Recently, spatial rifts had appeared across various regions, the surging temporal energy akin to the rising sun in the dark of night, drawing the powerful of the Holy Land towards it. The Lord of Linglon Palace wore a shadowed expression. Given the choice, she would rather not wade through this murky water. What merit did she possess to partake in the power struggles of the Holy Lands? Alas, the will of the Holy Land was inescapable, compelling her presence. The notion of merely trailing behind to savor the remnants was laughable and tragic. Snowy Sky furrowed her brow, keenly sensing her master's melancholy, which could even be described as desolate. After a moment's contemplation, her pupils dilated, and her legs felt weak. The power struggle of the Holy Land allowed no room for bystanders. If they permitted others to follow without expulsion, it surely harbored ulterior motives. Reflecting on the myriad rumors surrounding the relics sent a shiver through Snowy Sky, and she could not help but bitterly smile. The wheel of fortune truly turns. How long had it been since the Linglon Sacred Palace found itself in a position no different from the 1,000 city slaves offered as sacrifices not long ago? Oh, the cycle of cause and effect, retribution is inevitable. Snowy Sky fell silent. At this juncture, it was too late to voice her intent to depart. Chapter 8. The forbidden art of evolution in the boundless expanse of the universe. The 5 elements are in turmoil. An edict is proclaimed. Ascend, O celestial vessel of Tianbao, to float upon the golden ocean, where an indifferent voice reverberates, and the vast mist of time and space come to a standstill. 5 rays of divine light pierce downwards. Whoosh! Each beam of divine light envelopes a small flag, which, upon departing from the celestial vessel, unfurls in the wind, instantly transforming into a towering edifice that reaches the heavens, shimmering with radiant treasures as it plunges deep into the earth. Boom! In every direction, north, south, east, and west, the flags flutter wildly, and the surrounding expanse of 10,000 miles is suffused with an endless array of runes, coalescing into a magnificent sphere of divine light, where the yin and yang of the 5 elements are reversed, recreating the primordial chaos of time and space. Roar! A cacophony of non-sentient beings emerges, including formidable leaders, and among them are rare spectral entities, titanic serpents, bizarre 5-colored cattle, skeletal blood infants, and the ethereal golden rock. In this chaotic void spanning 10,000 miles, these anomalies twist and dissolve, fading into a wisp of gray mist. Oh, saint of the bitter sea, elder of the 5 elements, why do you abandon your rightful place in the far north to intrude upon the land? You have journeyed from afar, and under different circumstances. We would honor you as a senior. Yet now, you take the initiative to establish a grand formation of boundless magnitude, disregarding the revered sacred grounds. A resplendent crimson sun hangs in the firmament, as the fiery phoenix flaps its wings within the blazing orb, radiating boundless light and heat, scorching the endless earth. Numerous indistinct figures stand amidst the flames, and the leading woman, with an icy demeanor, locks her gaze upon the celestial vessel of Tianbao. Thunderous rumblings ensue. The sunless sacred realm was the first to strike, while the other ancient sacred lands encircled the chaotic void, each occupying a distinct position, emanating a terrifying aura and enigmatic phenomena, with formidable powers seated within. Beneath the shroud of mist lay unclaimed territory. If you all could arrive, why could I not? The elder of the 5 elements sat solemnly upon the divine vessel, fingers weaving intricate seals, his thoughts fully immersed in the limitless grand formation, capturing the fleeting traces of time and space, indifferent to the entanglement of energies among the crowd. The purpose of the grand formation was to lock down the temporal remnants of the relics, allowing each to act according to their abilities once it was activated. The elder's eyes flickered with a glimmer of discovery, his tone softening slightly. Despite his celestial cultivation, the formidable beings present were certainly not to be underestimated. There was no need to escalate matters to a point of collective hostility. So it shall be. As the sacred lands recognized the achievement of their objective, they retracted their energies, cautious not to press too hard, for the elder's origins were far from simple. His lineage was of the highest order. A powerful figure who had roamed the realms 1,000,000 years ago. It is said that he hailed from humble beginnings, unaided and ordinary, defying the heavens to forcibly refine 5 rare fire seeds, mastering the 5 elements to counterbalance yin and yang, ultimately achieving unparalleled chaos, a classic tale of a mortal's rise. Revered by countless grassroots as a celestial being. Crack. Within the limitless grand formation, Amidst the hazy chaotic void, sudden fissures of inky darkness emerged, releasing a rich and ancient essence. These fissures were the remnants left by the relics manifesting in the world, shattering the fabric of time and space. Now forcibly revealed by the grand formation. Five elements, Elder. Since our objectives align, it would be unwise to let you bear the burden alone. Everyone, let us join forces and lend our esteemed senior a helping hand. At that moment, before the echoes of the words faded, powerful beings from all sides unleashed their might. A resounding roar erupted as a searing column of light shot forth from the crimson sun, tearing through the void with ferocity, violently surging into the chaotic abyss. Anchoring a rift in the fabric of time and space, forcefully inserting itself and expanding into a vortex of temporal chaos. With a clang, the bell within the dragon's nest tolled, and a fleeting shadow traversed the river of stars, wielding a finger as a sword, cleaving through the heavens and piercing the chaos, thereby tearing open another vortex of time and space. The ancient Xuanwu was particularly brutal, directly stepping into the chaos and trampling a fissure beneath its foot, its terrifying strength nearly toppling the earth itself. The five elements Elder gazed solemnly, allowing the others to act. And as the rifts within the grand formation gradually succumbed to suppression, he ceased to maintain the chaotic void. With a mere thought, five banners soared skyward, each embedding itself into a rift. Thus, the limitless grand formation dissipated, with a total of 99 temporal vortices being subdued by the various sacred lands. 99? The news released by the Heavenly Evolution Sacred Land indeed proved accurate. This relic is extraordinarily unusual. The anchored temporal vortices, neither more nor less, numbered precisely 99. Witnessing this spectacle, the powerful beings exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. Not long prior, an elder from the Heavenly Evolution Sacred Land was nearing the end of his days. Those adept at peering into the machinations of fate often have short lifespans. Even those who achieve great power rarely surpass 100,000 years. Given the irreversibility of death, the historical strongmen of the Heavenly Evolution Sacred Land had cultivated an unspoken understanding. Each elder, before their demise, would choose to invoke a terminal technique at the cost of their own life. Each instance of the celestial evolution's forbidden arts has the potential to benefit countless beings, uncover immensely valuable relics in secret realms, and propel the advancement of civilization. It may also foretell impending disasters, preemptively identifying the misty tides unleashed by otherworldly beings, thereby saving innumerable lives. Consequently, the Celestial Evolution Sanctuary occupies a unique position in the world, despite being burdened by the curse of humanity's short-lived existence. Rendering their overall strength the weakest among all sanctuaries, they endure through the ages, unassailable by any force. Transcending worldly concerns, they quietly dedicate themselves to their purpose. This time, the predictions made by the venerable elder of celestial evolution before his passing have come to fruition once more, revealing an unknown relic with 99 temporal entrances. The specific coordinates, even detailing the number of openings, once again attest to the extraordinary nature of the celestial evolution's forbidden arts. An endless cycle of death, a miraculous transformation. The powerful ones furrow their brows, their minds echoing the final admonition left by the venerable elder, a directive regarding the opening of this relic, stirring a sense of caution within. You may question your own identity, but do not doubt the elder's warning. This widely circulated phrase, seemingly humorous, nonetheless affirms the potency of the celestial evolution's forbidden arts, for it is the ultimate prediction made at the cost of a great one's life. Death precedes transformation. The perils within this relic are evident. The vastness of the universe, shrouded in mist, teems with the bizarre. We have journeyed from weakness, contending against fate and vying for existence alongside all beings. Have we ever feared the trials ahead? If we cower in the face of death, our civilization would have long been extinguished beneath the tides of fog. The origin of these words remains a mystery, yet they resonate like the clarion call of battle, prompting the myriad sacred realms to surge forth, racing towards their designated temporal vortices. Even the smaller forces, forcibly summoned, could not remain aloof. Swept along by the immense power of the great beings, transcending the boundaries of time and space. In an instant, all fell silent, the domain devoid of human presence. The area affected by the infinite great formation, spanning thousands of miles, was left lifeless, devoid of even the weakest aberrations. The crimson mist surged anew, engulfing the vast emptiness. 99 temporal vortices, some suspended in the void, others concealed beneath the earth, exuded an ancient aura, strange and foreboding. Chapter 9. Evolution of Talent. 1 hour. 2 hours. After 12 hours, the temporal vortices finally stirred. With a sudden rush, they reversed, transforming into a deep crimson hue. An endless river of blood gushing forth from the 99 vortex passages, reaching towards the heavens, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. Ah, no. Boom. the radiant heavenly treasure ship. Once aglow with divine light, now lay in tatters, resembling a decayed log, struggling through the blood river, as thousands of disciples from the sacred realms, formidable warriors, became mere desiccated corpses. Only the elder of the five elements managed to escape with his life, yet he was stripped of his previous ethereal calm. From his brow, half of his body had turned to withered bone, his face etched with terror as he howled towards the heavens, a sight most unsettling. With a cry, the fire phoenix returned, its sunlit halo extinguished, its fiery plumes nearly all shed. Carrying the lifeless form of a breathtaking beauty, it burst forth from the crimson vortex, fleeing frantically towards the sky. Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens and the earth, as lightning cleaved the firmament. Sacred lands fled in disarray from the swirling vortex, their retreat marked by sheer panic and desperation, teetering on the brink of annihilation. A lamentable scene unfolded, with rivers of blood spilling forth. Suddenly, 99 temporal whirlpools erupted in resplendent divine radiance, reversing their course with ferocious speed, subsequently releasing a haze of indistinct mist. Hues of profound yellow, radiant gold, deep green, indigo, and azure intertwined, diminishing in proportion tenfold, while within the endless fog lingered wisps of eerie purple mist, exuding a terrifying aura that could erode even the flesh of formidable beings from a great distance. In an instant, the dreadful amalgamation of mist dispersed, causing the sacred lands, in their frantic flight, to appear as if haunted, their faces pallid, too fearful to glance back. A resounding roar shook the earth as a colossal pillar emerged from the vortex. It was the ancient Xuan Wu, stripped of its flesh, leaving behind only its skeletal form. Composed of condensed profound yellow energy, its once impenetrable shell now riddled with corrosion. A figure wavered within the mist, and as it approached Xuan Wu, it unleashed a tremendous punch. The impact resonated, shattering the stone tablet that Xuan Wu bore, creating a vast black void, with intricate cracks spreading across its surface. Xuan Wu's eyes widened in terror as it frantically retreated from the vortex passage. The Longxing Palace had suffered defeat. As the mist dissipated, the indistinct figure gradually became clearer. With disheveled hair cascading to the ankles, a visage marred by scars, and eyes reflecting a profound confusion, the enigmatic figure stood frozen in place, not pursuing Xuan Wu, but instead hung his head in contemplation, murmuring in confusion, "Who am I? Who am I?" No one answered him, and he appeared to be in excruciating turmoil, raising his fist to fiercely strike his own head, producing a jarring sound akin to metal clashing, reverberating through the void, nearly shattering it. In the midst of the pure white mist, a diminutive silhouette trudged forward, each step heavy, imbued with an inexplicable rhythm. Xing gasped for air, his skin flushed, beads of sweat cascading down his gaunt frame, which seemed considerably stronger than before. Alas, how vast is this cursed place! After wandering for so long, I have yet to glimpse a single door. With a sigh, Xing meandered through the fog for what felt like an eternity, akin to a headless fly flailing about. The most pressing concern was the uncertainty of the expanse around him. The prospect of finding an exit appeared exceedingly bleak. He had even mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being trapped here indefinitely. Fortunately, his adaptability ensured that he was not at risk of starvation. With a flicker of thought, he glanced at the screen deep within his mind, which had updated with 2 new pieces of information. Self-diagnostic module, subject information updated. Life anomalously evolved, unknown talent, divine ability. Xing designated himself as perpetual motion body, microcosmic vision. Perpetual motion body. The subject requires no consumption of matter or energy, as the body autonomously absorbs external matter and energy to sustain basic metabolic processes and life activities, continuously enhancing. Microscopic vision. The subject's dual eyes have long been shrouded in mist, rendering them incapable of sight and undergoing unknown mutations. However, they can perceive the world through the particle flashes emitted during microscopic particle transitions, a phenomenon that is continuously intensifying. Xing blinked, realizing that these 2 abilities were his innate gifts, evolved in response to external stimuli. The perpetual motion mechanism ensures that he shall never succumb to hunger or thirst. Even without sustenance for days, the gains he has achieved thus far are merely the beginning, and the enhancement shows no signs of limitation, proving the extraordinary nature of his adaptation. The capability of microscopic vision holds great promise, though it currently allows him to see clearly amidst the encroaching fog. Its future evolution into quantum observation or the eye of illusions is not beyond possibility. While remaining here poses no threat to his life, the isolation from the outside world raises concerns about the continuation of his cultivation. Moreover, the current environment offers little to stimulate his adaptation and evolution into further abilities. Overthinking is futile. He must take each step as it comes and continue his training. Reinvigorated, Xing resumed his vigorous strides. Every muscle in his body vibrating with a unique frequency, beads of sweat cascading down. Unfamiliar with the cultivation methods of this realm, he opted to embrace the body refinement techniques from his past life. After all, idleness serves no purpose. Strengthening his physique and laying a solid foundation could yield nothing but benefits. Roar. A cry. Thunderous rumblings. What is this? Xing paused, his figure momentarily still. As he gazed ahead in astonishment, stirred by the faint yet resonant roar that echoed through the air. This desolate place was shrouded in an oppressive stillness. After an extended period of solitude, he finally heard the stirrings of life, stirring a flicker of hope within him. He swiftly raced towards the direction of the sound, catching sight of a glimmer of salvation. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed in the air. Ouch! It's you again. Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a dark chasm tear through the void 100 feet ahead, collapsing into a spherical form that resembled a three-dimensional vortex. Was this not the very black hole that had brought him to this forsaken realm? Thunderous booms reverberated as identical dark spheres manifested in various other locations. After a brief contemplation, Xing realized this might be his sole opportunity for escape. Without hesitation or deliberation, he fixed his gaze upon the nearest black sphere and leaped into its depths. The nauseating sensation of disorientation consumed him as he felt his body stretch like a noodle. At that moment, a new piece of information surfaced on his self-assessment module. Subject has undergone a mutation and evolution stimulated by the forces of space-time, resulting in the acquisition of a new ability that can withstand the erosion of space-time. Please name it. Ability, Time Traveler. Who am I? With a resounding thud, Xing traversed the temporal passage, his bare body crashing onto the ground, nearly fracturing upon impact. Still reeling from the disorientation, he found himself face to face with a wild-eyed madman, who resembled a beggar, shouting at the heavens. Cough, cough. Greetings, my friend. I hope I'm not intruding. A hint of awkwardness colored Xing's demeanor as he squeezed his legs tightly, attempting to shield his modesty. The two men found themselves in this peculiar situation, a touch of shyness washing over them. Why is my adaptability so lacking? Couldn't I have evolved a set of clothing? Who am I? With dark hair and black eyes, the enigmatic man, speaking in a bewildered whisper, suddenly fixed his piercing gaze upon Xing, his eyes flashing with intensity. In a swift motion, he seized Xing, lifting him effortlessly. With a single step, they shattered the void and vanished from sight. Chapter 10. The blood of humanity traversing through the interstices of space, the essence was gradually eroded by the forces of the cosmos, enhancing the innate abilities of the temporal traveler. Captured by the mysterious man, Xing surged through a bizarre realm of vibrant and surreal landscapes. After a few breaths, he felt a sudden weight beneath him, his feet finally touching solid ground. Regrettably, he yearned for the opportunity to linger within this dimensional layer a while longer, as the continuous enhancement of his talents left him with an insatiable desire. Senior, please wait. The respectful address naturally shifted from brother to senior, as Xing astutely recognized that an entity capable of effortlessly shattering the void must undoubtedly be a formidable force. Noticing that the man merely fixed his gaze upon him without any further actions, Xing resolved to free himself from the powerful grip, wriggling like an eel. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered himself enveloped in a lush, vibrant forest, teeming with life. The terrifying crimson mist that had once pervaded the void was now absent, replaced by the sweet fragrance of foliage in the air. Had he finally escaped that wretched place? A sense of relief washed over Xing as he raised his hand to tear off a broad leaf from a nearby tree, hastily wrapping it around his lower body. He then settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, his gaze tranquil, awaiting the mysterious man's next move. Escape? It seemed utterly impossible. The two were not even of the same dimension. Moreover, Xing did not sense any malice from the other party. If the man had deliberately concealed this aspect, then resignation was the only course. Are you not afraid of me? Boom. Xing's body instantly stiffened, his pupils dilated, and every hair stood on end as the man before him seemed to transform into an unfathomable abyss, intent on engulfing him entirely. The subject was enveloped by the might of the divine and demonic, resulting in an unknown transformation, giving birth to a new talent that significantly enhanced resistance against the oppressive forces, aura, mental assaults, illusions, and malevolent corruptions. The resolve of his heart stood firm as a rock. Please, name your talent. Talent. Unyielding will. Ah, quite remarkable, indeed. You are truly extraordinary, with black hair and eyes. Just like that one. After a brief moment of daze, Xing's eyes regained their brilliance, and his consciousness cleared. A flicker of astonishment crossed the man's face, soon replaced by a composed demeanor. Although he had only released a trace of divine and demonic energy, Xing, being merely a novice in cultivation, managing to withstand his intimidation was undoubtedly a testament to his bloodline heritage. Senior, may I inquire about the purpose of your apprehension? Xing sighed internally, yearning to proclaim loudly, continue to torment me. I shall never yield. Yet, without understanding the true nature of this peculiar individual, he refrained from being overly audacious. I harbor no ill will towards you. I merely see a familiar shadow within you, allowing me a fleeting escape from my madness. I have forgotten who I am. My mind is filled with fragmented memories. The man's brow furrowed, seemingly striving to recollect, as a crimson mist gradually enveloped him, his aura growing cold and terrifying. When his bewildered gaze fell upon Xing, it swiftly returned to tranquility. For now, you may call me Nameless. The nameless figure shook his head, ceasing his futile pondering, and sat face to face with Xing on the ground. Child, who are your parents? I do not know. I grew up in the city's slave camp, without parents. Xing silently shook his head, having been an orphan in his past life. He found no significance in it this time either. Ah, what a pity. To birth a descendant with black hair and black eyes. One must surely be remarkable in their own right. Xing furrowed his brow. In his previous life on Blue Star, his kin numbered in the billions, all possessing black hair and black eyes, a commonplace trait. Why then, in this world, was it so rare? Moreover, it seemed to carry a particular significance. Uncle Lon was one such example, and now this formidable man before him was the same. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xing asked, Elder Nameless, what is so special about my black hair and black eyes that you regard them with such concern? Ha ha ha, you just materialized from the mist. That fog outside the entrance of the ruins, a chaotic blend of levels and terrifying powers. As a mere mortal, you have not suffered the slightest bit of erosion. It is your bloodline that has saved your life. Nameless replied with a smile, having regained his clarity thanks to Xing. Thus, the memories regarding black hair and black eyes surged forth. Based on my deductions, since your bloodline purity has given rise to black hair and black eyes, it must at least allow you to disregard the erosion from mist below the indigo level. Truly, a bloodline as magnificent as the legends suggest. And this is but a trivial aspect of its greatness. Now I understand. Upon hearing these words, Xing felt a stir within his heart, finally confirming his suspicions. His ability to disregard the encroachment of the white mist was, in fact, a consequence of his bloodline. Xing remained silent, adopting an attentive posture as he sought to glean more information. Fortuitously, this nameless entity possessed an overwhelming desire to confide, seemingly endeavoring to solidify its fragmented memories in order to maintain lucidity, continuing its monologue. Eons ago, tracing back to the origins of civilization, the beings of that era were bereft of cultivation, weak and vulnerable, tormented by the mists, until the emergence of the first relic. The knowledge contained within the relic was esoteric and difficult to comprehend, accessible solely to those with black hair and black eyes, who could read and grasp its essence. The fragmented memories of the Nameless One were disjointed, a jumble of thoughts that Xing dared not interrupt, listening intently. Black hair and black eyes were indicative of human bloodlines, revealing themselves only when the purity exceeded 50%. Though we, the multitude of beings, consider ourselves part of the human race and possess human forms, alas, the blood of humanity within us is exceedingly thin. For instance, within me, 40% is the blood of the void ancestral dragon, 30% the blood of the abysmal ghost phoenix, and 20% the blood of the howling moon celestial wolf, along with some others. These impurities occupy my bloodline, rendering the noble blood of humanity almost non-existent. Otherwise. At this point, the Nameless One wore a mournful expression, gazing fixedly at Xing, revealing a glimmer of envy. Child, you are truly fortunate. With both black hair and black eyes, the blood of humanity within you comprises at least 50%, a rare phenomenon of ancestral return that is seldom seen across countless epochs and billions of years. 50%? No, I am of perfect pure blood. Xing found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Stealing a glance at the text on his self-examination panel, he confirmed the truth. The race category indeed read human, perfect pure blood. To his astonishment, he was struck by a surreal sensation, even momentarily suspecting that this peculiar individual was toying with him. Yet, the realization that he could indeed disregard the encroachment of all illusions seemed to lend credence to the situation. The void ancestor dragon, the Abaddon ghost phoenix, the howling moon celestial wolf, these were names that conjured images of illustrious lineages, yet in the eyes of the Nameless One, they appeared as mere refuse, unworthy even to serve as a shoehorn for the blood of humanity. Had the human race truly unified across the myriad realms? Xing fell silent, reflecting that the tales from his previous life's novels could not be taken at face value. In those stories, the human race often faced perilous calamities, subjected to oppression and slaughter by various factions, ultimately relying on the protagonists who fought valiantly to turn the tide. It turned out that humanity had reached the pinnacle. And here he, Xing had merely arrived to reap the rewards. Child, you were quite clever, even attempting to conceal your lineage, yet your methods are woefully inept. Manipulating one's hair could only deceive the less discerning. A true powerhouse could see through such facades with a mere glance. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the Nameless One raised his hand, and with a swift motion, a beam of light sliced through Xing's scalp, extracting a metal fragment the size of a fingernail. This metallic piece was connected to delicate threads extending from each hair follicle, all of which were drawn out as well. With a sigh of relief, the Nameless One released a breath of fresh air, and in an instant, Xing's bloodied scalp healed, his silver hair cascading down before being replaced by a thick mane of lustrous black locks. Was this the creation of the mechanical divine kingdom? With a deft flick of the unnamed figure's finger, the metallic shard was instantly rendered to nothingness. Gazing at the object stirred a multitude of memories within, reminiscent of a mechanical deity's realm. Xing's expression shifted. He had long suspected that Uncle Lan's origins were not ordinary, and now it appeared his intuition was correct. Furthermore, the term mechanical seemed somewhat out of place within this realm. A group of individuals enamored with alchemy and puppetry, yet the toys they crafted wielded considerable power, which was perhaps best left unmentioned. The unnamed figure wished not to squander time on trivialities. Casting a profound glance at Xing, he then inserted his fingers into his own chest, retrieving 2 droplets of blood, one red and one blue. Little one, allow me to assist you. While I cannot promise a permanent solution, your strength is insufficient to unveil the heritage coursing through your veins. With that, he waved his hand, sending the 2 droplets into the depths of Xing's pupils. A sharp heat surged through his eyes, a sensation that subsided almost instantly. Upon opening his eyes, the once obsidian orbs had transformed into a striking amber hue, with flickers of red and blue light dancing within their depths. The right eye, infused with the essence of the void ancestor dragon, granted enhanced microscopic vision and the abilities of a time traveler, bestowing the power to perceive the illusory. The left eye, imbued with the essence of the abyssal phoenix, harbored a dimensional space within, endowed with infernal powers capable of capturing, storing, and manipulating hellfire. Even the unnamed figure was taken aback. What was initially intended as a mere concealment of Xing's bloodline aura had, under the intense reaction of unrestricted adaptation, evolved into extraordinary abilities. Very well, as long as you refrain from flaunting your bloodline, under normal circumstances, no one shall uncover your secret. With a sigh of relief, Wuming refrained from revealing to Xing that the founder of their lineage, their ancestral master, was also a human of black hair and dark eyes. Thank you, esteemed Senior Wuming. Xing rose to bow, though he was unaware of the reasons behind Wuming's generous care. Nonetheless, he had etched this kindness into his memory. There is no need for gratitude just yet. I shall require your assistance in the future. If the opportunity arises, you must learn the ancient divine script and come to the ruins to rescue me from my predicament. Before he could finish his sentence, Wuming's eyes abruptly turned a vivid crimson as he sprang to his feet, stepping into the void and letting out a thunderous roar. Who am I? Crack. The fabric of the void shattered, and inky black fissures stretched across the expanse, accompanied by the sharp sounds of metal clashing. Clink clank. A cacophony of bloodstained chains shot forth from the rifts at an unperceivable speed, piercing through Wuming's limbs, head, and vital organs in an instant. Boom. The chains ensnared the divine and demonic Wuming, with an unstoppable force, shattering the void, traversing boundless distances, and retreating into the depths of the ruins. Faintly, one could still hear the echoes of his roars. Roar. This. Xing's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Ruins? Ancient divine script? Esteemed Senior Wuming, please elucidate. Alas, Xing felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Since his transmigration and the time spent trapped in the misty space, merely 2 or 3 days had passed, yet the influx of information was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily unable to process it all. Nameless Senior, may we meet again by fate. I shall strive to save you, but until then, do not perish. Xing shook his head, then rose to his feet, brushing off his trousers before vanishing into the depths of the woods. He was not foolish. The commotion here was too great. It would not be long before cultivators arrived to investigate. This was no foggy region. Many were present. Chapter 11. The Flying Immortal Cave. The branches rustled as several figures leaped nimbly among the trunks, moving with the agility and swiftness of monkeys. Bang! The bough twanged like a thunderclap, a fiery arrow streaking through the air, trailing scorching flames and leaving a vivid trace, striking a savage beast concealed within the thicket. A woo. It was an armored rhinoceros, its hide thick and resilient, often coated in a mixture of mud and stone for defense. The swift arrow only blinded one of its eyes, sparing its vital cranial region. Boom. Bam. The armored rhinoceros, enraged, charged forward with its crimson eye, crashing violently into a massive tree. The sheer force threatened to splinter the thick trunk, causing it to tremble violently, making it difficult for the figures above to maintain their balance. One elegant figure executed a graceful somersault, landing lightly on the ground. 3 men and 2 women, each wielding sharp weapons, glared with icy determination as they surrounded the disoriented armored rhinoceros, dazed from its collision with the tree. Humph, a mere low-tier savage beast. It shall submit to its fate. Does it dare to resist? The speaker was a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, his black robe taut against his muscular frame. Strangely, his voice was youthful and innocent, resembling that of a child no older than 10. Die. A thick iron rod danced with fervor, stirring a tempestuous wind that swept up the desiccated leaves within a tinjong radius. A dull thud echoed as a bloodied crater was struck into the back of the armored rhinoceros, its sturdy limbs collapsing to the ground. The frostblade technique. The sword was drawn and slashed. The remaining 4 young spirits, though youthful, displayed a ruthless tenacity, launching a relentless onslaught that targeted the rhinoceros' vital areas, its neck artery, rear, and groin, reducing them to mere pulp. With a mournful sound, it swiftly succumbed. Hee, big oaf, who would have thought you had it in you? This armored rhinoceros couldn't withstand your strike. A girl in a green skirt chuckled softly, her hand deftly flicking the sword to cleanse it of the crimson and white filth, having been the one to pierce through the rhinoceros' groin. Cough, senior sister. You flatter me. The 3 boys exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat awkward as they instinctively shifted their legs, aware, despite their youth, of the male vulnerability. Indeed. As their mother had said, the more beautiful the woman, the more ruthless she tended to be. Enough. We cannot yet ascertain whether we will pass the assessment. So let us refrain from calling her senior sister for now. We can discuss it once we enter the flying, immortal cave. The girl beamed with confidence, her words laced with an undeniable assurance of success. With that, she stepped forward and severed the armored rhinoceros' left ear, placing it into her snakeskin pouch. 129. We must exert ourselves further. This time, a total of 10,000 individuals have passed the preliminary screening, qualifying for the assessment. Each of them is a genius from various regions, boasting considerable strength. In the realm of celestial beings, the entrance to the flying immortal cave opens only once every decade. If one were to miss this rare opportunity, it would be a lifelong regret. Upon hearing the words of the girl in the green dress, the expressions of the crowd grew solemn. Understanding the importance of collaboration, the others were no fools. They likely had their own share of achievements as well. Let us go, she urged. There is a stream not far off. We should cleanse ourselves of the scent of blood lest we frighten away the wild beasts. The group nodded in agreement, following the girl as she led the way with a swift pace. Oh, how shameless, exclaimed the girl in green as she emerged from the thicket, only to find a figure standing upright in the stream. Instantly, her face flushed red, and she hurriedly turned away. What are you staring at? Xing cast a sidelong glance at the others, dismissing them as he plunged his hands into the icy water, vigorously scrubbing away the grime that clung to him. Having grown up in the slave camp, he had never experienced such a refreshing moment. He was filthy, reeking, and disheveled, a true reflection of his state. Now, in this rare opportunity to bathe, he turned the clear stream into a murky pool. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the nape of Xing's neck. As he scrubbed away the dirt, a circular birthmark emerged beneath his dark hair, surrounded by sharp protrusions, resembling a pitch-black sun. No matter how much he scrubbed, it remained. A mark he had carried since birth. It seems I was mistaken from the very beginning. His brows furrowed as he intently scrutinized his reflection in the self-assessment module, a contemplative glint in his eyes. During this period, he had consumed copious amounts of blood and flesh, refining his physique, shedding his former frail form. Now, he recognized the familiar birthmark and features. I am not simply borrowing a corpse. This birthmark, along with my current appearance, is indistinguishable from my previous life. Coincidence? No, this is the cycle of reincarnation. The richness of Xing's experiences endowed him with an extraordinary imagination and a remarkable capacity for association. His insights were truly astonishing. In this world, from the very beginning, there has only been me, Xing. There are no tormented souls occupying bodies. If my conjecture holds true, my previous self was merely constrained by the enigmas of the womb. When the silver-armored guard struck the back of my head with a spear, it coincided with the cause of my demise in a past life, awakening my former memories under such stimulation. Then, do I have parents? Are they alive or dead? Or am I merely a product of the heavens? Xing slowly shook his head, dismissing such fanciful thoughts. Perhaps Uncle Lon knew something, but he perished amidst the fog. To uncover the truth would likely take a considerable amount of time. With a splash, he cleansed himself, emerging from the stream, completely oblivious to a few young children nearby. He picked up a beast hide garment from the riverbank and casually wrapped it around himself. The discussions of the little ones regarding the flying immortal cave and the entrance examination reached his ears. Indeed, this might be an excellent avenue to integrate into this world. After parting ways with the nameless elder, he had fled through the vast mountain forests, evading danger for over half a month, living like a wild man, and finally encountering human figures here, albeit just a few teenagers. One must admit, the natives of this realm are truly formidable, even in their youth. They can slay powerful savage beasts. Bah, these unruly children, so barbaric, lacking in decorum, utterly shameless. The youthfulness of these children belies their maturity. They are already aware of the distinctions between the sexes. Upon encountering the unabashed presence of Xing, even the sharp-witted girl in the green dress finds herself at a loss. Heh, little girl, while I am here bathing, you boldly emerge to scrutinize me. And now you dare to accuse me? Who, I wonder, is truly lacking in shame? Xing, with a twinkle in his eye, surveyed the group. Still unaware of the entrance examination rules for the flying immortal cave, nor whether tokens of any kind existed to prevent revealing his identity. He needed to engage these children further. You shameless scoundrel. The girl huffed. Come on, let's go. This stream has been sullied by this fellow. It is better left unwashed. Realizing her own fault, the girl's expression shifted as she resolved not to delay the examination any longer and turned away to avoid further entanglement with Xing. My apologies, brother, for the rudeness. The three boys, faces flushed with embarrassment, clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and awkwardly followed suit. Indeed, it appears that the flying immortal cave belongs to the lawful faction, Xing mused, nodding gently. The conduct of the examiners indicated that mutual killings were prohibited, and none of the children bore the scent of human blood. The odor of beast blood carried a distinct pungency, unlike that of human blood, which he could easily discern. The peaceful nature of the examination rules reflected the prevailing attitude of this realm's powers. Xing was reassured that even if his masquerade as an examiner was discovered, he would not face mortal peril. At most, he would endure a reprimand. After all, he is still quite young. Children are often oblivious to the intricacies of the world, merely indulging in playful antics. Can adults truly take advantage of children? Allow me to observe how this assessment determines victor and vanquished. With that, Xing stepped forward, leaping several times before vanishing into the dense forest, trailing far behind the group of girls clad in green. Crack! The riverbank, littered with pebbles as large as grinding stones, suddenly fractured, splintering into a heap of rubble. Over the course of half a month, Xing's physical training progressed remarkably. He shed his previously gaunt appearance and transformed into a robust young man. Defeating a group of children should pose no challenge. The immortal cave is assuredly within my reach. Chapter 12. Four-dimensional values self-assessment subject. Xing age, 12 race. Human, perfect pure blood, physique, 6 strength, 5 agility, 5 will, 4, 2 evolutionary gifts, perpetual motion body. Microcosmic vision, void breaking, purgatory, hellfire, time traveler, indomitable will. External factors. Xing stood atop a thick, ancient tree branch, its dense foliage concealing his figure. His breathing, heartbeat, blood circulation, and metabolism had all ceased, rendering him akin to a lifeless statue. The perpetual motion body absorbed the omnipresent particles from the void to sustain his existence. Rumbling. Howl. Casting a glance at the fierce battle below, he couldn't help but nod in approval. These youngsters not only exhibited formidable individual strength, but even though they were merely a makeshift team, they coordinated impressively. Indeed, this world brimming with infinite possibilities is my true home. Retracting his gaze, Xing directed his attention toward the self-assessment panel, observing the surging data that ignited a warmth within his heart. Heaven knows the immense toil he endured in his previous life to attain such a level of mastery, practicing rigorously through the frigid depths of winter and the sweltering heat of summer. Merely the basics of his training. He consumed vast quantities of herbs and feasted on the flesh of a bull, enduring tortures unimaginable to the average person. Persevering until the age of 20 before reaching the pinnacle of martial arts on Blue Star. Yet now, within less than a month of recommencing his martial cultivation, he had transformed from a frail figure into one of remarkable prowess, effortlessly wielding a terrifying strength of 200 kilograms with a mere flick of his arm. Based on his physical condition, Xing discerned the implications of the values presented by the self-assessment module. A score of 1 indicated the peak physical potential of a mature human being. A strength value of 1 manifested externally as a single arm capacity of 200 kilograms. With each incremental increase of 1 point, the strength doubled from the previous baseline, resulting in 5 points equating to 200 kilograms. The term body refers to defenses, resistances, and endurance, which, under normal circumstances, should harmoniously correlate with the values of stamina and agility. However, the martial technique he practiced from his past life was predominantly defensive, leading to a body value exceeding that of the others by 1 point. In contrast, agility, unlike the direct doubling of strength and body, only increases speed by 20 with each point gained. This is easily comprehensible. The influence of air resistance grows with speed, rendering even significant enhancements in physical quality insufficient for a commensurate increase in velocity. Even in a vacuum, speed remains subject to spatial resistance and the mass of the individual. Xing reached his conclusions based on knowledge from his previous life, yet such wisdom may not be applicable in this world, where wondrous supernatural forces exist, which he has yet to encounter, rendering him unable to factor in this variable. In the misty region, I observed that the old rogue in the snowy expanse moved with alarming speed, without producing the slightest sound of wind or explosion. This exemplified the manifestation of extraordinary power, a certain force field that dissolved resistance for him. As for the concept of intention, it delves into the realm of the esoteric, remaining elusive for the time being. Xing set aside his contemplation, confident that he would one day personally experience such power, rather than merely fantasizing as he does now. Within less than a month, he had already acquired this formidable strength, and he felt immensely gratified. The rapid advancement of his physical form, coupled with the experiences from his past life, became secondary. The primary factor lay in the superior external conditions of this realm. The flesh and blood of the savage beasts provided him with abundant nourishment, as well as a perpetual vitality. Could the matter it consumed be nothing less than spiritual energy? An opportunity presented itself. Xing's expression shifted as he gazed into the distance. His microscopic vision conferred upon him extraordinary sight, allowing him to pierce through the shimmering particles of transition and the dense foliage that would otherwise obstruct his view. Stinky pig, take this. The burly boy's eyes widened as he leapt into action, wielding a 500-pound iron rod that felt as light as a willow branch in his hands. With immense force coursing through him, the rod bent slightly, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being torn apart, as it struck heavily upon the skull of the red-haired pig. Clang! A towering red-haired boar, struck by a fierce blow, quivered as its ample flesh rippled like waves, and a grotesque mixture of blood and brain matter erupted from its ears and eyes before it collapsed heavily to the ground. The 5 children gasped for air, their skin flushed and mist rising around them, surrounded by the carcasses of dozens of plump red-haired boars. This was once a blissful little family, tragically annihilated by a band of ruthless troublemakers. They hastily began to clear the battleground, intending to retreat and rest elsewhere. The girl in the green skirt, her fair face glistening with beads of sweat, wore a fatigued expression, yet summoned her strength to swiftly harvest the boar's ears. She understood all too well the peril of exhaustion in the wilderness teeming with feral beasts, especially in a place so saturated with the scent of blood, which heightened the likelihood of attracting danger. Although this examination area had been purged by the celestial realm, banishing formidable beasts above the 6th tier and extraordinary creatures, they were merely children of the 4th tier in their own right. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of trees crashing echoed from afar, growing nearer with alarming speed. Panic washed over their faces. Without waiting for the girl in the green skirt to call out, they took to their heels. The immense commotion, coupled with the noxious stench carried by the wind, instilled a profound sense of dread. It was evident that a beast of great power, a 6th tier feral creature, was approaching. This could be deemed one of the ultimate bosses of this trial. Even in their prime, they would dare not provoke such a monster, let alone after the exhausting battle they had just endured. Cursed be it. It is the crimson chain python. The girl caught a whiff of a sickly sweet scent, and her legs weakened, nearly sending her tumbling to the ground. They had been meticulously advancing, cautiously exchanging the slaying of a savage beast for a safer locale, yet unexpectedly encountered a horde of crimson-haired boars, plunging them into dire straits. You all go ahead. I shall hold them off. The girl in the green dress clenched her silver teeth, turning to stand resolutely with her sword drawn, fixated on the massive serpentine shadow before her. This was a result of her miscalculations, and she must bear the consequences. Cough, cough, senior sister, it seems we are out of time. The remaining companions wore expressions of bitter resignation. They had inhaled the toxic mist, leaving them feeble. Any attempt to flee would result in their demise one by one. Better to stay and fight to the bitter end. Hiss. Roar. The red-chained giant python reared up, towering several dozen feet, its robust, jet-black body adorned with crimson chain-like patterns. From its blood-red maw, it exhaled a noxious green mist, silently merging into the air and swirling with the wind. Alas, it appeared they must forfeit this trial. With a collective sigh, they reached into their garments, retrieving white jade talismans. Utilizing these would allow them to instantaneously escape the trial zone. But it would also signify the loss of their qualifications, sealing off any chance of entering the celestial cave again. Halt, vile beast. Do not harm the innocent. A resounding shout echoed from the treetops, stirring a flicker of hope in their hearts as they halted their intention to shatter the talismans. Had they encountered a benefactor willing to intervene? There was still a chance. This was also an opportunity for me. The voice belonged to Xing, who had been secretly observing for some time. He sought the right moment to rescue them, not out of altruism, but to present a spectacle for the celestial cave. In a previous life, every significant examination was invariably under constant surveillance. He found it hard to believe that the esteemed flying immortal cave heaven would not keep a watchful eye on such a crucial assessment. Surely, there were cultivators employing extraordinary methods to observe every movement within this domain. As a member of the orderly faction, his self-sacrificial act of saving others would undoubtedly garner goodwill, thus enhancing his chances of successfully entering the flying immortal cave heaven. Ah, it's him. That shameless boy. Xing, clad in a fur coat, wore a stern expression. His tall, muscular frame exhibited a harmonious blend of strength and youth, while his slightly immature face already hinted at the promise of extraordinary handsomeness in the future. Roar. The crimson-chained giant python bellowed to the heavens, feeling quite uncomfortable being regarded as prey. Though puzzled by the recent disappearance of formidable beings, it now considered itself the sovereign of this realm. Come, I welcome the challenge. Bang. Xing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he stomped down hard, causing the tree trunk to splinter and erupt into a crater, launching his body like an arrow. Whoosh. The serpent's eyes glinted ominously, its massive tail slicing through the air and crashing down upon Xing with the force of swatting a fly. Bang. Swift in arrival. Swift in departure, Xing was seemingly propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the mud below. The girl in the green dress and her companions. On the periphery, the invigilator from the flying immortal cave heaven, peering through a mystical lens, smacked his forehead in exasperation, his expression one of utter disbelief. His bravery was commendable, yet his strength was woefully inadequate. The implication was clear. Xing had somewhat overestimated his own capabilities. Chapter 13. The Iron Triathlon Brother. Let us go. Stop staring. You promised to take me to buy candied hawthorns. Fear. Wait a moment. Young Xing crouched before a bookstall. Despite his tender age, he bore the demeanor of a miniature adult, his eyes reflecting profound composure as he sifted through the heap of miscellaneous books with his small hands. Beside him, a snot-nosed child watched the scene unfold, on the verge of tears, sensing that his week-long anticipation for candied hawthorn might slip away yet again. Suddenly, Xing's eyes brightened. He pulled a thin volume from the thick pile, flipping through its pages with remarkable speed, his dark eyes glimmering with an inner light. Boss, how much for this martial arts manual? $10, no bargaining, replied the vendor, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Such small children were the easiest to deceive. Although the book cost him merely a dime, selling it for 10 seemed reasonable given its nature. But I only have 9. Deal. Oh, brother. You tricked me again. What about my candied hawthorn? Fear, be patient. Once your brother masters this unparalleled martial art, you can have whatever you desire. With that, Xing scooped up the rolling snot-nosed child, clutching the black-covered thin volume, and dashed towards the orphanage across the street. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden light fell upon the book, the 4 large characters on the cover shining brilliantly. Triathlon. Below, a smaller line read, Iron Palm, Iron Shirt, Iron Head Technique, Compendium. Who would have imagined that from such a tattered book, the underground world of Blue Star would soon witness the rise of its unyielding monarch, Xing. Fear. Afei. Bah. Afei is dead, his head crushed by my own hands. Xing spat out the soil from his mouth, having just endured a tremendous recoil to his head. For a fleeting moment, he found himself lost in a haze, inexplicably recalling memories from his childhood in a past life. Memories that he could not forget, the very origin of his martial arts journey. Iron Man Triathlon. Unyielding body. The colossal python before him was formidable, and Xing's expression grew solemn. The energy and blood within him surged, every pore exuding scalding white mist, and in an instant, his skin was suffused with a layer of dark metallic sheen. On the self-assessment panel, his physical attributes visibly increased by 0.5. Do not underestimate this increment. In reality, it translated to a staggering 50% enhancement of Xing's strength. This clearly indicated that the Iron Man Triathlon had been cultivated by Xing to an extraordinary level. With every fiber of his being under his willful command, the red-chained giant python, sensing its advantage, was relentless. witnessing Xing being struck and sent flying. A flicker of disdain crossed its eyes, and it promptly opened its massive jaws, diving downwards. Bang! The ground trembled slightly as a dark shadow erupted from the pit. Not flinching or retreating, but rather advancing directly into the maw of the beast. Seeking death. The red-chained giant python's gaze turned cold and fierce as it snapped its jaws shut, intending to crush the audacious youth into a mangled pulp. As a sixth-level savage beast, every part of its body was a lethal weapon. It was not merely a small snake with two venomous fangs, but a giant python armed with razor-sharp teeth. The jarring sound of metal grinding made the teeth of onlookers ache, and those who had instinctively closed their eyes to avoid the gruesome sight now opened them in shock. Mouths agape. Such strength, such resilience. The audacious child. Is his corporeal form forged from exquisite iron? Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of physical attacks, the crimson chain python began to feel a sense of urgency. Its once formidable jaws, perceived as lethal weapons, had now become its greatest vulnerability. Hiss! Dark green venom surged forth from the toxic glands flanking its blood-stained maw, viscous as liquid, swiftly engulfing Xing surely. This time, he must perish? A fleeting weariness flickered in the python's eyes. This venom was the essence of its being, and expelling such a substantial amount left it with the unsettling sensation of being hollowed out. As the primary body succumbed to the corrosive effects of the crimson chain venom, an unknown evolution began, significantly enhancing its resistance to biological toxins, a process of continual augmentation. Scanning his self-assessment panel, Xing revealed a look of satisfaction. Such a singularly focused talent was not worthy of a name, and could henceforth be categorized under the umbrella of physical anomaly resistance. It is nearly time, little serpent. Your utility has reached its end. With a fierce exhalation, Xing concentrated his strength, rising abruptly to an upright position, forcing open the snake's jaws, and then, with a decisive step, he struck his head violently against the python's upper jaw. Boom! The tremendous force propelled Xing's head deep into the flesh. The collision of skull and jaw transmitting invisible shockwaves that radiated outward. The crimson chain python's eyes glazed over, momentarily engulfed in a daze. Its massive form collapsing like a noodle, stirring up a cloud of dust. Humph! Ignoring the blood and grime that coated him, Xing formed his palm into a blade, relentlessly striking to shatter the jawbone, like a drill, burrowing deep into the python's skull. Roar! The excruciating pain jolted the crimson chain giant python into an immediate state of alarm. Its eyes wide with terror as it let out a frenzied roar, rolling upon the ground and violently striking its head against towering trees and rugged rocks. Alas! How could Xing, like a relentless parasite, be so easily shaken off? In but a fleeting moment, the massive form of the python ceased its thrashing. Its occasional convulsions merely a manifestation of muscular spasms. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, one of its serpent eyes burst open, and Xing emerged from the eye socket. His figure drenched in viscous blood and brain matter, standing there like a malevolent specter, truly terrifying. Hey, little girl. At the sound of Xing's call, the girl in the green dress jolted, snapping out of her stupor and instinctively retreating in panic. It's over. It's over. This creature won't hold a grudge, will it? If I had known, I wouldn't have insulted him. To have offended such a dreadful monster. What are you thinking? Xing furrowed his brow, pacing atop the colossal serpent's corpse, surveying his surroundings. I wonder, this great serpent lacks ears. From which part should I extract a token of assessment? Cough, old brother. For such a serpentine beast, its gallbladder would serve as an adequate token. Noticing the girl's distracted demeanor and fearing Xing's impatience, a towering young man, exceeding 2 meters in height, hastily interjected. Yes, precisely there. Xing nodded thoughtfully, then plunged his hand forcefully into the lifeless body of the giant python. With its defenses significantly diminished in death, he easily pierced through to create a sanguine hole. With a swift motion, he retrieved a rounded, dark green orb, about the size of a human head, its surface encased in a delicate membrane, while the interior glimmered with a crystalline liquid. He weighed it in his hand. The heft was considerable. In his eyes, with the strength of a giant python, this single prey was sufficient to pass the assessment. The only concern was whether the celestial cave would acknowledge him as an unexpected candidate, yet he had done all that he could. Hello, thank you for rescuing us. May I ask? There is no need for further inquiries. You should attend to your own affairs, and leave me be. Xing waved his hand dismissively, his figure flickering before vanishing into the depths of the dense forest, yet he did not stray far, trailing the group of children from a distance. When would the assessment conclude? Where was he to submit the prey's certification afterward? He knew nothing, but there was no need for him to voice his questions. Simply following in their wake would suffice, as they would naturally lead the way. 10 days later, Xing stood in a clearing, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the 5 little rascals ascend to immortality. Enveloped by 5 pillars of light that had appeared out of thin air, they vanished in an instant, leaving him no time to react. A teleportation array, perhaps? Xing wore a look of helplessness, having underestimated the capabilities of these extraordinary forces. What was merely an entry-level assessment had somehow left a teleportation array on each candidate. Such a grand display was truly remarkable. As Xing pondered his next move, suddenly, a diagram formed from radiant light emerged within the clouded sky, and a massive beam of light descended. Boom! The beam, swift as lightning, enveloped Xing entirely. Come along, little one. An ethereal voice seemed to emanate from nowhere, and the beam abruptly contracted to nothingness, taking Xing with it. Zzz. Only a circular patch of scorched earth remains, deeply etched with intricate runes in the mud, emanating a searing white smoke. Chapter 14. Inquiry of the Heart in the Realm of Fallen Immortals. The celestial cave of flying immortals stands. Legend has it that in the distant ancient times, the corpse of an immortal plummeted to the earth, an immense carcass possessing the power to devastate worlds, which created a pit comparable to a realm, with a terrifying diameter of 100 trillion kilometers. When one immortal fell, life emerged anew. The celestial power radiating from the immortals' remains repelled the mists, allowing countless beings to thrive in this domain. The celestial cave of flying immortals is the foremost dominant force in the realm of fallen immortals, occupying the core of the immortal pit, said to be the very heart of the immortal, a place where material wealth and extraordinary talents abound, far beyond mere description. In the outer white jade plaza of the celestial cave, figures abound, all silently gazing towards the horizon. Among them is a group of children, around 10 years of age, adorned in splendid robes, their brows and eyes displaying an air of arrogance. Though they strive to appear mature, they cannot escape their youthful exuberance, whispering and sharing secrets among themselves. With the opening of the mountain gates, who knows if any interesting characters will emerge? What can those country bumpkins possibly offer? The cave releases 100 spots every decade, which, in my view, is utterly superfluous. Wangli, what do you understand? The realm of fallen immortals is vast and rich. Who knows what prodigies might arise from some obscure corner? If we do not absorb these talents, we merely hand them over to rival forces. This initiative also seeks to silence the murmurs of the masses, lest they accuse us of stagnation. The heart of the immortal, a treasure of immeasurable value, has long been coveted throughout the ages. The number of children participating in the discussion increased, their whispers gradually rising in volume, prompting the onlookers on the platform to furrow their brows and cast cold glances. Silence. Is it appropriate to create such a commotion during the initiation ceremony? Upon hearing this, the children hastily fell silent, observing with focused attention, seemingly filled with trepidation, too fearful to continue their murmurs. At that moment, a colossal formation suddenly materialized in the sky, its runes shimmering, followed by 100 beams of light shooting downwards. As the dazzling brilliance faded, 100 children, all around the age of 10, appeared in the square, their bodies stained with blood. Despite their weary expressions, the delight in their eyes was unmistakable. They had succeeded. They had triumphed over 9,900 adversaries in the assessment, emerging as the chosen few, disciples of the Flying Immortal Cave. Although it was said to be a selection of 1 in 100, prior to the final evaluation, they had already undergone several rounds of scrutiny, defeating numerous competitors across the 8 desolate regions of the fallen immortal domain. To claim it was 1 in a billion would not be an exaggeration. As the formation in the air lingered, seemingly on the verge of dispersing, it suddenly paused for a moment before releasing another beam of light that descended into the square. 101. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixating on Xing, draped in a fur coat, holding a chain-like gallbladder, who calmly stepped out from the light. Where did this rustic fellow come from? He doesn't even possess a decent outfit. Is there such a backward place in our fallen immortal domain? Who can say? In the boundless realms, there exist some undeveloped primitive tribes, which is only natural. One might wonder whether he still leads a life of foraging and bloodshed. Hearing the scattered whispers, Xing cast a fleeting glance at the group of mischievous children, choosing to disregard them as he strode confidently into the crowd. Congratulations, little ones, on passing the assessment. After you complete the initiation ceremony shortly, you will officially become disciples of the Flying Immortals. I am Xioming, a steward of the Outer Gate, and I shall preside over today's initiation ceremony. The imposing figure named Xioming surveyed the scene, noting how the children, despite their disheveled appearances, exuded an aura of extraordinary vigor. His expression softened further as he recalled his own humble beginnings. Had he not also traversed this path? Who dares claim that the common man cannot achieve greatness? You have all passed the assessment? Xing murmured in surprise, squeezing the gallbladder in his hand. Were the examiners not required to verify their hunting credentials? Unbeknownst to him, the examiners of the Flying Immortal Cavern had already confirmed the top 100 victors through the Xianguang mirror at the conclusion of the assessment and summoned them. While the unsuccessful candidates were promptly sent away, those destined for elimination were deemed unworthy to step foot in the realm of the Flying Immortals. The requirement for credentials was intended to encourage candidates to engage in hunting one another without endangering their lives, thereby increasing the difficulty of the assessment and selecting the most exceptional talents. Please, divine artifact, reveal your true heart, Xian Xiaoming proclaimed solemnly, bowing respectfully towards the heavens. In an instant, a tempestuous wind rose, and an ancient, obscure aura spread outward in all directions. Crack! A void shattered, giving way to a pitch-black rift, from which a resplendent golden light surged forth. Xing, with his eyes firmly shut, could still perceive the arrival of a colossal mirror piercing through the air. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled slightly, and as the golden radiance dissipated, the onlookers regained their sight. They lifted their gazes to behold a towering ancient bronze mirror, standing majestically upon a high platform. The frame was entwined with dragons and phoenixes, while celestial beings trod upon the heavens. Intricate runes appeared to writhe, as if alive. The mirror's surface, composed of a grayish-white stone, reflected not a single shadow. The heart-purifying artifact, known as the Mirror of Inquiry, sought to question the essence of the universe, the path of the Tao, and the hearts of the populace. Xian Xiaoming's expression turned solemn as he bowed thrice before the mirror, fervently calling out, a gesture mirrored by those assisting in the ceremony. Meanwhile, the lively children, taken aback, shrank their necks in silence. The little ones formed a queue, stepping forward one by one to pass before the Mirror of Inquiry, signifying their initiation as disciples of the celestial realm. Observing the astonished children, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Xian Xiaoming's eyes. He then took a seat before the mirror, holding a jade slip and brush. Is this truly the Mirror of Inquiry? A divine artifact. It is my first encounter with such a wonder. Come, I wish to observe the celestial artifact up close. The elegantly robed children surged to the front, pushing Xing and the other successful candidates aside. Due to the disparity in their statuses, the onlookers could only stifle their indignation, obediently positioning themselves at the back of the line. Xing, possessing the mindset of an adult, remained unfazed by the children's antics. He welcomed the opportunity to linger at the rear, keenly observing the formidable power of the Mirror of Inquiry. Dear brother, I did not anticipate our paths crossing once more. I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention during the examination. Otherwise, we would have faced elimination. Xing raised his gaze and beheld a towering lad, exceeding 2 meters in height. Really? You call this a child of 11? He thought to himself, incredulous. You big oaf, what is your name? Hey there, brother. I'm Raymond, hailing from the Iron Blood Fortress of the Endless Desert. Stop right there. Xing inwardly sighed, finding the foolish giant truly naïve. With a single utterance, he was divulging his entire background. Xing believed that had he not interjected, the lad would have revealed the color of his underwear as well. Now, tell me, what is the story with those fellows over there, the ones whose eyes seem to sprout from their foreheads? I thought it was said that Fei Xian Cave Heaven only accepts 100 individuals every decade. Casting a glance, he observed that there were approximately 3,000 to 4,000 children queued in the plaza, far exceeding the stipulated 100. His efforts to curry favor with the examination officials appeared futile. Raymond scratched his head and spoke softly. Fei Xian Cave Heaven is the sovereign of the fallen immortal realm, its influence deeply intertwined. The sects, clans, and dynasties affiliated with it number in the tens of thousands. These subordinate forces hold a portion of the recommendation quotas. Moreover, various key figures within Fei Xian Cave Heaven, elders, and even some formidable true disciples, are also entitled to make recommendations. When all is said and done, that's the situation. Every decade, the numbers can sometimes soar to over 10,000. They are merely individuals who rely on connections and backdoor dealings. Only we have achieved this through sheer strength. Cough. Of course, I still benefit from your support. Big brother. Though Raymond's words dripped with disdain, the envy in his eyes was unmistakable. He too longed for a formidable backing, if only to ensure an abundance of cultivation resources. So it is. Xing nodded slightly, his heart comprehending the situation without any resentment. Where there are people, there exists a world of complexities. Class distinctions and nepotism are ubiquitous, especially in a vast force like the Flying Immortal Cave, which has proliferated over countless ages. Its organizational structure has become exceedingly cumbersome, with various relationships intricately intertwined and difficult to untangle. Xing suppressed his thoughts, reluctant to dwell on such trivial matters. His purpose for entering the flying immortal cave was straightforward: to integrate into this realm, cultivate extraordinary powers, and boldly march towards the infinite evolution of life. As for everything else, they were mere trifles. As long as they did not disturb him, it was all inconsequential. Otherwise, humph. Those who obstruct my path shall be eradicated without mercy, leaving no trace behind. Next, here it comes, finally my turn. Raymond's spirit soared, and with a deft step, he landed on the high platform. His tall and robust figure stood out among the crowd of smaller children, drawing many gazes. Approaching the heart-querying celestial artifact, a shadow abruptly materialized on the stone mirror's surface, oozing forth like spilled ink. Most peculiar. What is your name? Raymond. From where do you hail? The iron blood fortress of the endless sand sea. What is your purpose? The two engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, while Xiaoming meticulously inscribed characters onto a jade slip with a brush. After a moment, he paused, and the next instant, a white jade plaque engraved with the words "Flying Immortal" soared from the jade slip into Raymond's hand. He stifled a laugh, carefully stowing the plaque away before stepping aside, as the ink shadow in the heart-querying mirror dissipated. Next, Xing steadied himself and leaped onto the high platform, where the heart reflection mirror immediately revealed a shadow. Xiaoming cast a glance and recognized it as the exceptionally gifted child, whose strength and character were both remarkable, a rare occurrence that piqued his interest. Name? Xing. The heart reflection mirror was exceedingly mysterious. Xing had no ulterior motives, nor was there any need for them. Others typically feared distorted shadows. Is this it? Xiaoming furrowed his brow and inscribed the name Xing. Observing Xing nod, his eyes flickered with intrigue. Xing, the executor of Yama's judgment? Such a lethal disposition. I wonder what your parents thought when they named you. Upon hearing Xiaoming's murmurs, Xing shook his head, his expression serene. I have no parents. This name was chosen by me. Very well. Where do you hail from? I do not know. It was a boundless forest, and I inadvertently wandered into the assessment area. You grew up alone in the wilderness? No. Uncle Lon raised me, but he has since passed away. Cough, cough. Xiaoming's eyes revealed discomfort. It was unintentional to repeatedly unearth the child's wounds, which was indeed quite inappropriate. Apologies, Xing. What brings you here? For power. With a swift motion, Xing took the white jade plaque, a smile gracing his eyes as he stepped back. Next, Chapter 15, Cultivating Strength, begins with the heart brother. Brother, over here. In the crowd, Raymond, witnessing Xing successfully pass the heart reflection trial, leaped with excitement, waving his hand to signal. Xing nodded with a smile, just about to take a step forward when suddenly, a piercing hum resonated in his ears. Clang. The celestial artifact, the Heart of Inquiry, radiated a brilliant golden light, and the stone mirror's surface rippled like water. In the next instant, a multitude of dark chains shot forth with astonishing speed, piercing through the form of a girl in a red dress standing before Xiaoming, through her head, chest, abdomen, and limbs, ensnaring her tightly. Remarkably, the girl, though pierced through the head, did not perish. She let out a shrill scream, her youthful face contorting in anguish, oscillating between the visage of an old witch and that of a child. The gaunt, crooked figure struggled incessantly, as if attempting to extricate itself from the girl's body, yet was firmly bound by the chains, unable to escape. The Hall of Heart Devouring, resorting to such age-old tricks, utterly oblivious to its own demise. Xiaoming's gaze was indifferent as he took a step back and slowly bowed towards the Heart of Inquiry mirror. Roar. Clang. The dense chains enveloped the old witch entirely, snapping taut and retracting instantaneously into the stone mirror. The girl in the red dress and the dark, shadowy figure overlapped, then expanded and exploded, transforming into a pool of black water, which swiftly vanished from sight. Next, Xiaoming gently brushed his sleeves and returned to his original position, as if nothing had transpired. A gasp escaped Xing, who stood at the edge of the platform, as he felt a chill run through him. He was so close, acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the chains and the formidable power of the enigmatic old witch. The girl in the red dress was familiar to Xing. She was another woman who had temporarily teamed up with Raymond and the others. Compared to the girl in the green dress, her presence was markedly subdued. As Xing reflected upon the moment, an involuntary chill crept into his heart. A creature so monstrous had dwelled in proximity, and he had remained utterly oblivious, even rescuing it from the jaws of the red-chained giant python. TSK, that old witch must have been laughing heartily at the time. Fortunately, the flying immortal cave, with its keen insight, had thwarted any opportunity for her infiltration. The enduring presence of the flying immortal cave in this sacred land through the ages speaks to its unique merits, though it embodies a righteous and orderly facade. Its fierce protective measures are by no means lacking. Attempting to send spies within its bounds is far from a simple endeavor. Xing silently acknowledged his good fortune. Had he fostered any ill intentions, the consequences would have been dire. Following this brief interlude, the children in the square had become subdued, sitting upright and refraining from uttering a sound. Xing and the others were already positioned at the back, and after a short while, all the children completed their introspective examination, standing orderly in the square, awaiting the arrangements of Xianxioming. With great respect, Xianxioming bowed, prompting the little ones to mimic his gesture. As new disciples of the Flying Immortal, they were expected to regard the introspective examination with reverence. A resounding hum echoed as the heart of inquiry radiated golden light, and once the dazzling brilliance subsided, it vanished from sight. Henceforth, you shall all be part of the Flying Immortal Cave, and I have a few words to impart. First, within the realm of the Flying Immortal, there exists no distinction of noble or humble origins. All shall be judged by their strength. Those stronger than you shall be regarded as your seniors. Cultivation is an arduous and protracted journey. It is not uncommon for one to be ensnared in a particular realm for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, causing the boundaries of age and seniority among individuals to blur significantly. Every decade, the Flying Immortal Cave absorbs fresh blood, resulting in 1,000 occasions over 10 millennia. If one were to categorize generations based on the order of entry, it would create an utterly chaotic scene. Thus, it is most pragmatic to assess status based on strength. Providing clarity and lucidity, this principle is not unique to the Flying Immortal Cave but is prevalent among most factions in this realm. Moreover, it is imperative that we do not harm our fellow disciples or betray our mentors and ancestors. The cultivation of power must be preceded by the cultivation of the heart. Only with lofty virtues can one wield strength responsibly, lest it prove detrimental to the world and its inhabitants. While we do not demand that you universally enlighten all beings, at the very least, refrain from bringing calamity upon them. If, however, you insist on becoming a scourge, rest assured that the Flying Immortal Cave will take it upon itself to restore order and reclaim its power without the need for external intervention. Xianxiu's words were delivered with a chilling authority, exuding a faintly transcendent aura that caused the children to tremble in fear, silenced by dread. Xing maintained a calm demeanor. The pressure of such an aura felt to him like a gentle spring breeze, merely serving to slightly enhance his unyielding will. In the year to come, you shall focus on cultivating your hearts and virtues, while also acquiring knowledge on the fundamentals of cultivation, worldly experiences, and a brief history of civilization. Only after this foundation is laid can you proceed to the next stage of your training. Of course, reaching this point entails the mastery of physical refinement techniques. Should you find that your studies and assigned tasks do not hinder your progress, and you possess the energy, self-directed practice is permissible. Xianxiu secretly chuckled to himself. This has always been the established custom of the Flying Immortal Cave. Regardless of who you are, everyone must undertake this step to temper their character and enrich their knowledge. A mere brute, fixated solely on strength, cannot achieve greatness. A single year is but a fleeting moment, hardly a significant delay. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed steward. We have comprehended. The crowd clasped their hands in agreement, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. This is well. Xianxioming gently nodded, then raised his hand in a sweeping motion, from which a colossal sphere of light emanated, suspended in the void, with multicolored orbs swirling within. Following this, the assignment of menial roles commenced. Each of you must fulfill your respective tasks before stepping into the extraordinary realm and ascending to the inner sanctum, for the Phaeacian cave heaven does not sustain idlers. These luminous orbs are entirely random, fair, and transparent. The destination allocated to you is solely determined by chance. Naturally, adhering to the principle of voluntariness, you may also exchange roles among yourselves. With a flick of his finger, Xianxioming caused the light sphere to burst, and the densely packed orbs cascaded like meteors, eagerly affixing themselves to the nameplates of the little ones. Xing felt a stir in his heart and turned over his nameplate, where he beheld a string of characters materializing on the reverse side. Menial, 9th Alchemy Department. Alchemy? This seems to be quite a lucrative position. Throughout history, alchemists have been known to be individuals of considerable wealth, with even the slightest residue held in high regard. Alas, what bad luck, to be assigned to the equipment department, lamented Raymond, his expression one of bitter disappointment, as even the joy of joining the Phaeacian cave heaven diminished significantly. Brother, I am Xing, Yinggo. Where have you been assigned? 9th Alchemy Department? What? Is there something amiss? Xing raised an eyebrow, initially expecting Raymond to envy his fortunate assignment, only to be met with a hint of pity instead. Alas, Ge, your misfortune surpasses mine. Little do you know, the flying immortal cave is a vast enterprise, and the alchemy division requires a ceaseless supply of elixirs, with the furnaces perpetually ablaze. Daily, you must contend with raw materials and the remnants of concocted potions, in an environment saturated with a chaotic blend of medicinal energies. As the saying goes, every medicine carries a measure of poison. Moreover, should fortune frown upon you, the peril of explosive furnaces lurks nearby. Ge, your toil could be deemed the most arduous of all. Miasma of elixirs? Indeed. It appears another talent shall be bestowed upon me. A harsh environment? How delightful. Without the impetus of adversity, how could one adapt and evolve? Splendid, splendid. Lazy. How fares your labor? Observing Xing's indifferent demeanor, Lei Ming scratched his head in bemusement, silently acknowledging, as expected of Ge, his emotions remain concealed, truly resilient. My circumstances are slightly more favorable than yours, Ge. My work in the weapon forging division constitutes mere drudgery. However, the division resides underground, subjected to the torment of sweltering heat and the corrosive nature of fire toxins. Xing nodded inwardly at these words, recognizing that this simple-minded fellow is not without merit. If time permits, perhaps he could lend a hand, acclimating to this fiery environment. Once the menial tasks were allocated, the next order of business involved trivial matters, collecting garments for external disciples, assorted knickknacks, and finally, securing living quarters. The flying immortal cave is immensely expansive, with an abundance of land and housing. Even the external disciples are assigned their own independent courtyards. Residences are allocated based on the order of the heart mirror's inquiries. Thus Xing and Lei Ming became neighbors, separated by a mere few zhang, allowing for companionship amidst their daily routines. Tomorrow marks the beginning of school and work. Xing lies in bed, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, memories awakening to the present, precisely a month later. After enduring various trials, he has finally settled down, finding a place to call home. Face Yen, I, Xing, shall soar to great heights from this very spot. Chapter 16. The Weight of Civilization Boom. The following morning, as dawn gently broke, a resounding and majestic chime reverberated across the land. Before long, the outer area of Face Yen Cave was buzzing with voices and bustling figures. The practitioners, each one a formidable force, even those of mere mortal physique, gradually found their need for sleep diminishing as they honed their bodies. With just a brief half-hour respite each day, they remained invigorated throughout. Once one masters extraordinary powers and sheds the mortal coil, sleep becomes unnecessary. Xing, however, had no such concerns, with his perpetual motion body sustaining his physical functions. Both body and spirit remained in a state of peak performance. Having not slept all night, he arose at the sound of the bell, completed his morning rituals, and opened the courtyard door, where a robust figure stood waiting. Brother Yin, good morning. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Raymond's hair glistened with dew, and the hem of his clothes was slightly damp, clearly having spent a considerable amount of time outdoors. I was just too excited to sleep and decided to practice my techniques instead. In terms of cultivation resources, we cannot compare to those affluent and powerful individuals. If we do not strive diligently, we shall truly remain forever in obscurity. Raymond scratched his head and chuckled, appearing somewhat foolish, yet his gaze was filled with unwavering determination, revealing a man of both rough exterior and inner depth. Indeed, that is true. Xing nodded in agreement, as someone who had experienced it all. He understood the paramount importance of diligence. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and then walked side by side towards the university, a distance of merely 10 miles. With their pace, they arrived in no time, engaged in light conversation. Delicious, exclaimed Raymond, his eyes lighting up as he gazed towards the nearby academy, where a series of buildings rose majestically, steam billowing forth, and the rich aroma of meat wafted far and wide. According to the schedule, the newly admitted disciples were required to recite the Ming De Jing for an hour before proceeding to the dining hall. Let us go, Xing said, stepping into the academy. Upon entering, he glanced around the expansive space, which was already dotted with numerous individuals sitting cross-legged on cushions, eyes closed in meditation. The two found a corner to settle in, and after a brief moment, nearly everyone had arrived. This grand hall could accommodate no less than 100,000 individuals, and with thousands of newly initiated disciples seated, there was no sense of crowding. The Face Yin Dong Tian welcomed new blood every 10 years. And only in the first year was there a requirement to study the Mingda, ensuring that no backlog of disciples occurred. The hall would never be completely filled. As the morning recitation began, The atmosphere was unmonitored, and just as the unknown voice faded, countless points of light emerged in the void, coalescing into a massive tome. The cover bore the three prominent characters Ming to Xing, and the pages turned of their own accord, revealing glimmering golden text that captivated the eye. Benevolence, as the ancients proclaimed, embodies the principle that profound virtue sustains all things. Kindness flourishes when one harbors goodwill and engages in virtuous deeds, earning the admiration of others. Integrity necessitates that one's words must be followed by action, and promises must be fulfilled. Tolerance is a mark of greatness, as a vast heart can embrace myriad differences. Honesty is vital. Without sincerity, friendships cannot thrive, and to bear significant responsibilities, one must be steadfast and genuine. Humility endears one to others. The humble are universally cherished. Tenacity, resoluteness, perseverance, and patience are akin to water that carves stone and an iron pestle that sharpens a needle. Rectitude stems from a heart attuned to justice. One must stand tall, impervious to wealth's allure, poverty's sway, or intimidation's threat. The clear, youthful voices of scholars resonate from the classroom, drawing the attention of many industrious disciples outside, who glance over with knowing smiles, subsequently intensifying their efforts. Xing, alongside the young ones, nods in agreement, secretly admiring their vigor. At the tender age of 10, individuals are at a crucial juncture where their moral compass begins to take shape. While the practices of Facian Cave may not guarantee that every disciple embodies commendable virtues, they are undeniably beneficial. Furthermore, the morning recitations of this year will ensure that all disciples master the universal script of this realm, avoiding the embarrassment of being illiterate despite possessing sacred texts. Xing is not illiterate. Not only did Uncle Lon teach him to read from a young age, but upon the merging of his 2 lifetimes' memories, he discovered that the characters of this world were familiar square symbols, albeit in simplified form, and the language was none other than Huaxia's Mandarin. Initially astonished, he gradually acclimated to this reality. In this vast universe, where wonders abound, the interconnectedness of the written word across dimensions is hardly astonishing. After all, in the Marvel movies of his past life, was the entire universe depicted as speaking English? An hour later, after the morning recitation, thousands of students surged toward the dining hall in a dense crowd. For those in the body refinement stage, the demand for energy is immense, and they are unable to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, relying solely on food to replenish their strength. They were already ravenously hungry. The high-grade flesh of fierce beasts, complemented by rare herbs, was meticulously prepared by the chef, a feast for the senses, rich in flavor and nutritional value. Delicious. My goodness. Is this the 8-legged savage bear of the ninefold realm? Raymond exclaimed, his hands clutching a bare paw as thick as a meter, tearing into it with gusto, his mouth dripping with grease. The flying immortal cave truly lives up to its reputation as a dominion, possessing immense wealth, offering unlimited supplies of high-grade flesh. One could eat as much as they desired. Xing remained silent, his movements leaving traces in the air, devouring at a speed even more terrifying than that of the large Raymond, visibly accumulating piles of beast bones beside him. Finally in the right place, he thought. If it weren't for the inability of ordinary body cultivators to withstand the high energy content of such flesh, the flying immortal cave could probably use extraordinary beasts as provisions for its outer disciples. A smile crept onto Xing's face as he concentrated all his energy into his digestive system, his stomach churning and grinding in a frenzy. I can't do it anymore. Really can't eat another bite. Xing slowed his pace, sensing that his stomach had reached its limit, bulging prominently. After all, this flesh was not pure energy and required a complete cycle of digestion. Look at them. They are the epitome of the unrefined. I doubt they have ever tasted such delicacies in their entire lives. Alas, it is a disgrace to our dignity, a blemish upon the esteemed reputation of our sect, to be associated with such individuals. To share the same cohort with them is indeed a misfortune. Raymond, tall in stature, possesses an equally substantial appetite. Xing, that peculiar creature, fervently employs his powers to consume flesh and blood, and together they form a striking spectacle in the dining hall. Primarily, these newly initiated disciples, having delayed their morning recitation by an hour, find themselves dining apart from the more seasoned disciples. Otherwise, the formidable scene of those seasoned practitioners feasting would undoubtedly overshadow the presence of Xing and his companion. Xing's ears perked up as he caught a glimpse of a group of richly attired youths, exuding an air of superiority, who were gathered together, pointing and whispering in their direction. The notion of virtue is a fine one, yet some mischievous souls are preordained to embody wickedness. Reciting the Sutra of Virtue for a millennium would avail them nothing. From the very beginning, human nature is inherently flawed. For some, their malevolence is inscribed in their very genes, and change is an impossibility. Only death can extinguish it. Brother Yin, as newcomers, we must exercise restraint, Raymond gently cautioned. Ever since the battle with the Crimson Chain Python, he had discerned Yin Xing's fierce disposition. He feared that a moment of recklessness might lead to a violent clash in the dining hall, resulting not only in punishment from the law enforcement hall, but also incurring the ire of unknown factions. It simply was not worth the trouble. Yin Xing is no child to engage in frivolous quarrels. What purpose would it serve to merely toy with one another without the intent to harm? His fixation on the group was drawn to the objects they held, a transparent glass vial containing a verdant liquid. Almost every one of those youngsters possessed such a vial. Occasionally taking a small sip, their faces flushing crimson, resembling the effects of intoxication, though in truth, it was merely a surge of vitality. That is the essence of life. A concoction derived from various precious elixirs, possessing a gentle medicinal quality that greatly benefits the physical form. Raymond, gnawing on a large chunk of meat, noticed Yin Xing's confusion and buzzed an explanation. This substance is exceedingly costly, a standard for the scions of noble families, something to be envied but unattainable. Oh. Yin Xing nodded, retracting his gaze, when suddenly he sensed an anomaly within his body. His brows furrowed, and his mind directed itself to the self-examination panel. The immense pressure from the abundant flesh overwhelmed his digestive system, posing a risk of gastrointestinal rupture with vigorous activity. His stomach underwent an unknown transformation, resembling the stomach of the mythical Kunping, capable of devouring all and nourishing itself. Please assign a name. Innate talent, devourer of heaven and earth. A surge of joy filled Yin Xing's heart. He had not anticipated such an outcome. This talent holds immense potential, a divine skill to assist in cultivation. Although its power is limited at this nascent stage, should he continue to indulge and consume voraciously, it would undoubtedly evolve and strengthen, ultimately enabling him to devour heaven and earth. The expansion and digestive capacity of a glutton far exceed that of an ordinary person. In the short term, it manifests as a pathological condition. However, through the lengthy passage of time and genetic propagation, it becomes a testament to adaptive evolution. Yin Xing's unrestricted adaptation bypassed the endless years of evolutionary processes, transforming his digestive system's very essence rather than merely expanding and contracting, placing him on par with the Kunping. Before the naked eye, Yin Xing's protruding belly gradually flattened, as the accumulated remnants of flesh inexplicably dissipated. A surge of warmth flowed from his stomach, coursing through his limbs and bones, fortifying every corner of his being. Clenching his fist, he felt a slight increase in strength. The four-dimensional values displayed on the self-inspection panel only showed 1 decimal point, so Yin Xing could only estimate based on experience. His physical prowess had likely risen by approximately 0.002, equivalent to 6 kilograms of energy, merely the result of a single meal. Slowly rising to his feet, Yin Xing, under the astonished gazes of Raymond and the multitude of small creatures, brought forth a mound of meat akin to a small mountain. Yin, brother Yin, please don't frighten me, Raymond urged, perceiving that Yin Xing had been provoked by the wealthy scions indulging in life essence, and was tempted to consume more flesh to enhance his cultivation, even at the risk of his own life. Was the first person in the history of Fei Xian Cave Heaven to be overwhelmed by gluttony about to emerge? Most onlookers held a spectator's mindset, observing Yin Xing with mocking eyes, while a select few furrowed their brows, prepared to intervene if necessary. However, Yin Xing paid little heed to their concerns. He was on the verge of attending class, and time was of the essence. He commenced his feast without delay. Moments later, like a whirlwind, bones flew as the table piled high with bloodied meat vanished into Yin Xing's belly, his abdomen swelling once more. Digestive capacity has increased tenfold, he discerned. As he pushed his digestive system to the limit again, swallowing heaven and devouring earth intensified once more. Based on past experiences, it would amplify tenfold again, meaning his current consumption capacity was now 100 times what it had been at the outset. Ding, ding. The sound of a gavel echoed from the classroom, signaling the commencement of formal lessons. Yin Xing rose and made his way outside. Oh my goodness. Yin, please slow down. Allow me to assist you. A bewildered Raymond, startled by the sound of the bell, hurriedly rose to follow, eager to lend a hand to Yin, only to be firmly rebuffed. The clatter of a fallen tray echoed through the room, and the young onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard, feeling a sense of bloating in their stomachs. Is such a feat truly achievable by a mere mortal? It is inconceivable for an ordinary person to possess such an enormous appetite. Even if one were to ascend to the 9th level of transformation, if my conjecture holds true, This individual has likely awakened their bloodline power prematurely. Typically, one would only awaken their bloodline abilities after breaking through the transformation and mastering extraordinary powers. However, exceptions exist if the bloodline power within is exceedingly pure and potent. It may awaken ahead of time, bestowing upon the individual peculiar abilities that transcend the ordinary. TSK. Is it merely a matter of having a large appetite? What sort of bloodline talent is that? This rustic fellow must have awakened the bloodline of the red-haired boar, perhaps? What my brother Wang has said is indeed true. Such a glutton must certainly possess the inferior bloodline of the red-haired boar. Aside from a few distasteful characters, the majority remained composed, shaking their heads as they proceeded towards the academy. Not long after the thousands of newly inducted disciples had settled, an elderly man with a head of white hair entered, leaning on a cane, and leisurely made his way onto the high platform. His murky eyes scanned the audience, and he began to speak in a slow, deliberate manner. I am Kong Lingzi, with leisure time on my hands, here to engage you little ones in a discussion about the brief history of civilization. The cadence of Kong Lingzi's speech, though slow and measured, carried an inexplicable rhythm, instantly capturing the attention of all present, rendering their minds free of distraction. Xing felt a sudden shock, for he alone resisted the enchanting power of that voice. His indomitable will surge forth, bolstered by the presence of this ethereal being, who was undoubtedly a venerable figure from the celestial cave. Was it mere amusement to provoke a child? Civilization, a term imbued with the weight of countless eons, bears an immense burden. It was only when sentient beings liberated themselves from ignorance and frail forms, flourishing beneath the shroud of mist, that the concept of civilization emerged. Civilization originated from relics. And since the dawn of the first origin relic, beings have traversed an interminable expanse of time, spanning 5 epochs. During the ancient starfire era, life initially harnessed the powers bestowed by these relics, igniting the spark of civilization. Yet, the mists were too terrifying and the non-sentient entities boundless, compelling life to bide its time, quietly amassing strength. In the ancient era, the recorded duration of the starfire was a staggering 36 billion years. Xing trembled at the thought. The history of this world was indeed vast. It is conceivable that even a mere pest could evolve into a being of formidable power under the oppressive veil of mist. In the primordial wilderness-breaking era, countless warriors surged forth, vanquishing spirits and otherworldly beings, carving out sanctuaries amidst the infinite fog. The ethereal being, with a wistful expression, gazed skyward and sighed softly, as if her thoughts returned to the ancient times, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sages in battle. The recorded span of the ancient era was an astonishing 109 billion years. In the tumultuous era of ancient darkness, various races and beings engaged in fierce struggles for relics, territories, and resources, plunging civilization to the brink of annihilation. According to the Chronicles of Darkness, this chaotic age endured for an astonishing 98 billion years. During the subsequent age of void colonization, the vanquished of the Dark Era retreated, while 9 major clans, including humanity, united to rule over the bounteous infinite continent. The remaining factions withdrew into the depths of the void. The void, boundless in nature, harbored abundant resources across its continents and stars. The 9 clans were unwilling to relinquish their gains to the defeated races, thus they too delved into the void, engaging in fierce conflicts among themselves. It took a staggering 200 billion years to thoroughly partition the benefits hidden within the void and bring an end to the warfare. The 5th era, or the new epoch, marks the present age we inhabit, having just commenced a mere 13 billion years ago. Ahem. There is no need for you to delve into such extensive history, as it lies far beyond your immediate grasp. Having spoken at length, I shall impart one final piece of wisdom. The ethereal being coughed lightly, awakening the spellbound disciples below. He could not help but smile, knowing that they would never forget this day. Always remember to approach every surviving clan with a sense of reverence. Never let arrogance cloud your judgment. 4. Xing's eyes shimmered with understanding of the message the ethereal being sought to convey. After all, what clans have endured through the epochs of blood and fire without possessing their own hidden strengths? Though humanity stands as the foremost among the 9 great races, such a claim pertains solely to the collective achievements of the entire lineage, bearing no relevance to your individual self. Do not presume that your affiliation with humanity grants you the audacity to provoke those fallen tribes. In the epochs of ancient starlight, the primordial desolation, the chaotic darkness, the near-ancient void colonization, and the new era, Xing silently calculated, arriving at a staggering figure, 436 billion years. The evolution of 436 billion iterations? Truly remarkable. For the combat prowess of this world may well exceed the heavens. A sudden tightening in Xing's heart brought him back from the recent inflation of his ego. History is far too distant, tedious, and unreachable. Instead, let us present to you something nearer and more tangible. With that, Kong Lingzi waved his hand, and an endless array of colorful lights surged forth, flooding the expansive classroom like an ocean. Buzzing, accompanied by a resonant hum, the luminous points began to coalesce, instantaneously forming a vast illustration upon the ground, covering an expanse of 10,000 miles. Do you recognize what this is? The crowd stared in bewilderment, scrutinizing the patterns beneath their feet, yet failing to discern anything familiar. They collectively shook their heads. Hee. Kong Lingzi chuckled mischievously, then stepped down from the platform, traversing the void to appear before Xing in an instant. He pointed with his staff at a violet dot, no larger than the head of a pin, situated not far from him on the illustration. This image represents the infinite continent, the current geographical limits discernible by the 9 great races. That purple dot, indeed, signifies the realm of the fallen immortal, the very ground upon which you stand at this moment. Gazed intently at the map before him, where a mere pixel-sized violet that represented a vast territory. His pupils trembled in astonishment. The fallen immortal realm spanned an unimaginable distance of 100 trillion kilometers, surpassing even light years. Yet, upon this infinite continent, it was reduced to but a single pixel. Moreover, this map merely depicted the observable range, what lay beyond that inky abyss. What an unfathomably vast world it was. Xing's mind was profoundly shaken, leaving him in a state of turmoil. In the 17th chapter, the world of the celestial cave unfolded as the morning recitation of the Ming De Jing shaped one's worldview and values. A brief discussion on the history of civilization evoked a sense of its profound weight and grandeur, culminating in an earth-shattering revelation of the infinite continent map that irrevocably shattered and reconstructed the perspectives of all present. It must be said that the combination of techniques from the celestial cave yielded remarkable results. Observing the once arrogant scions of wealthy families, their lips were now pressed tightly together, their bravado diminished, and confusion flickered in their eyes. You claim to possess unfathomable influence? Yet, you are merely a branch entangled within the intricate web of the celestial cave. Its reign over the fallen immortal realm is but a localized dominion, and at this moment, the boundless fallen immortal realm lay beneath the feet of the crowd, akin to a speck of dust. Xing furrowed his brow, his mind beginning to grasp the general contours of this world. Though astonished, he maintained his composure. The source of his unease likely resided in the ethereal being before him. The potency of his words resonated deeply, compelling reflection and ultimately ensnaring all who listened. Measured against a celestial realm spanning approximately 1 light year, the infinite continent surveyed by this civilization corresponds to an irregularly shaped region with a radius of roughly 100 billion light years when scaled down to a single pixel on this topographical map. In contrast, the observable universe from the previous life extends to a radius of 46.5 billion light years, seemingly placing it in a different dimension than the infinite continent. Yet, this perception is misleading. The vast expanse of cosmic space is predominantly characterized by desolate voids, with matter and celestial bodies occupying a mere fraction of the total. Conversely, the infinite continent represents a solid mass of material, rendering any comparison of their total quantities utterly inconceivable. Is this terrifying world a product of natural formation? Why have the physical constants remained intact? Xing pondered in confusion, attributing all these anomalies to extraordinary forces, intending to explore further at a later time. Ahem. I am weary, farewell, my dear little ones. The ethereal figure murmured softly, clearing his throat, as he leaned on his staff and ambled away. His leisurely silhouette, reminiscent of a frail elder, would have easily been mistaken for that of a twilight-aged man if not for the fact that he walked upon the void. Outside the outer gate of the academy, a robust man stood frozen in place, his forehead beaded with sweat, as if ensnared by a binding spell, unable to move. Upon seeing the ethereal figure emerge, the man momentarily lost his composure, revealing a smile more ghastly than tears. Master Kong Lingzi, what brings you back? If he had not been immobilized, he would have already knelt in despair, his heart wailing. Why had this esteemed elder returned so unexpectedly? Had he not been wandering for thousands of years? Could it be related to that incident? A tremor coursed through him as he recalled the events from a month prior, where numerous sacred grounds had met disastrous fates within the ruins, returning in utter defeat. It is said that the ominous mist within the ruins has dissipated, triggering a tempest of fog, and within it, formidable beings have glimpsed the shadows of otherworldly immortals, foreboding disasters that may affect the 4 corners of the realm. Indeed, it is a season rife with turmoil. With nothing pressing upon me, I shall converse with the little ones. Do not mind me. Thus spoke the ethereal figure, who then drifted away, leaving the towering man, momentarily frozen in place, to collapse and hurriedly rise to bow before he dashed into the academy. resuming his role as a lecturer on the concise history of civilization. How intriguing! The celestial ancestor dragon and the abysmal ghost phoenix. Two divine bloodlines manifesting within a single individual is truly a rarity. This time, the flying immortal has stumbled upon a treasure. The ethereal figure's eyes sparkled with delight, for he did not expect that a casual outing would lead him to discover such a promising talent. Indeed, Xing's admission was a result of his subtle indication. This encounter confirmed his perception of the two extraordinary bloodlines. Alas, the mist always conceals innumerable perils. Much like the emergence of these ruins, no matter how many strong beings there are, the human race requires more prodigies of this caliber. The ethereal figure shook his head with a sigh, taking 2 steps before vanishing from sight. In the afternoon, after indulging in a sumptuous meal, Xing, with his rounded belly, accompanied Raymond as they made their way through the throngs towards the core of the outer gate. Remarkable, in the span of a meal, my devouring heaven and earth has significantly enhanced. My physical attributes have risen by 0.005, equating to 16 kilograms. Xing mused to himself, thoroughly satisfied. For such a rate of improvement was indeed extraordinary, surpassing the arduous training of day after day. The crux lies in the continuous enhancement of devouring heaven and earth, enabling him to consume copious amounts of flesh with each meal. The only concern now is whether the chef in the dining hall might harbor any dissatisfaction towards him. Upon arrival, a sea of nearly 20,000 people gathered, comprising newly initiated disciples and those from previous cohorts, whose auras were notably more substantial. They all belonged to the outer sect's menial workers of the Flying Immortal Cave. To put it bluntly, before stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, these outer sect workers would eternally remain in the reserves, not qualifying as true disciples of the Flying Immortal. Xing gazed into the distance, where a towering gate forged of black iron loomed ahead, reaching an astounding height of 90,000 zhang, seemingly propping up the very heavens. Within the frame of the door, a slowly rotating vortex hung in the air. Is it time to enter the dungeon? Xing mused with a dark amusement as the crowd surged forward, guided by the outer sect stewards who skillfully controlled the scene. Once the senior disciples had traversed the vortex gate, it would be the turn of the newly initiated. This is your first foray into the world of the cave. Remember not to wander aimlessly. Follow the guidance of your nameplates and adhere to the regulations. Should any trouble arise, you will undoubtedly pay a visit to the law enforcement hall. All of you may proceed. Understood. Before the monumental portal, the throng of thousands appeared remarkably diminutive. In mere moments, everyone stepped into the vortex. Xing narrowed his eyes, feeling a profound fluctuation of time and space pass by. When he regained his senses, he found himself before a cluster of buildings, with a stone tablet standing not far away, inscribed with the words 9th Alchemy Division. The crowd around him had significantly diminished. Apart from himself, there were only a few hundred grim-faced children, previous disciples who had entered the architectural complex ahead of him. Xing touched the plaque at his waist, realizing that the portal vortex separated and transported them based on the information recorded in their identity plaques, directly delivering them to their destination. A figure leaped from the distance, and with a few flickers, appeared before the group, sporting a head of green hair and a playful grin. Hee, you must be the newcomers. Follow me. Greetings, senior brother. Ah, quite polite, I see, the green-haired one replied, visibly pleased. He was, in fact, also an outer sect attendant, having arrived 10 years earlier, and those with exceptional aptitude had long since ascended to the inner sect. He dared not exhibit even a hint of arrogance, for it was entirely possible that these youngsters might surpass him in rank before long. Come now. Don't wear such grim faces. While the alchemy division may be a laborious task, it is not without its merits. The toxicity of the elixirs and the heat can harm the body, yet isn't it also a form of tempering? If you can endure, it is not impossible to hone your physical form to its utmost within 10 years. The green-haired one was affable, not only comforting the group but also imparting some essential advice, particularly cautioning them against offending the esteemed alchemists. Recently, for reasons unknown, orders had been issued from above for the alchemy division to operate at full capacity, producing elixirs without interruption. Consequently, the esteemed alchemists had become quite irritable. As they conversed, the group entered a grand hall, which was eerily empty save for a solitary metallic platform. Glancing around, they could discern no sign of life, let alone an alchemical furnace. Noticing the confusion among the newcomers, the green-haired one stepped forward, placing his identity plaque upon the platform. A radiant light flashed, and a shimmering yellow talisman materialized out of thin air. The green-haired individual picked up the talisman and, with a solemn expression, proclaimed, "This is the Qingguang talisman. Each time you enter the alchemy area, you may collect one. It effectively filters out the toxic miasma of pills, shielding 99% of the pill poison from you." Upon hearing this, The crowd hastily rushed forward, retrieving their tokens to claim the Qingguang talismans, placing them carefully on their persons, and finally exhaling in relief. Deeply wary of the pill poison, Xing's gaze flickered as he affixed his own talisman, waiting to assess the situation before taking action. The green-haired figure nodded slightly and led everyone to the center of the grand hall. He gently struck a metallic pillar with his palm, commanding, "Steady yourselves." With a series of metallic clicks, the ground beneath them shifted slightly and then abruptly sank at a rapid pace. For a full 60 breaths, the platform bore them deep into the earth until a grand door swung open, releasing a torrent of hot air, accompanied by a rich herbal aroma. Chapter 18. The Terminator of Waste Materials. The furnace was ignited. Clang. Xing turned at the sound, and there he beheld a figure seated cross-legged in the void, before whom stood a colossal, dark green alchemical furnace. The figure performed intricate hand seals, pointing decisively. The interior of the furnace roared with thunderous sounds, and soon after, the lid of the furnace lifted, unleashing a dazzling array of pills that shot forth, ensnared by a mysterious force, and obediently descended into a jade vial. Indeed, it was a flawless second-grade spirit pill. Spirit pills are categorized into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Golden pills are further divided into 9 transformations, with the first transformation being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Each grade of pill is further delineated based on quality: defective, ordinary, exquisite, and perfect. The man, grasping a jade vial, bore a weary expression, not due to the mere crafting of a second-tier elixir, but rather from the relentless, high-intensity alchemical endeavors that had consumed his spirit over countless days and nights. Each time he ignited the furnace, a period of rest was essential. "The furnace shall commence in half an hour," he instructed the external disciples waiting not far away. After securing the jade vial, he proceeded to a nearby tranquil chamber to meditate and recuperate. The preparation of medicinal materials and the clearing of residue from the furnace were tasks entrusted to the external disciples. This scene was commonplace within the vast subterranean expanse. According to Green Hair, this particular fire pit was quite modest, housing a mere 300 alchemical furnaces. The requirements for crafting tools were not stringent, as one merely needed sufficient heat to melt the materials. However, alchemy demanded a more delicate touch. The requisite earth fire must arise from the confluence of fire attributes of the earth vein and wood attributes of the earth vein, producing a gentle fire that greatly preserves the potency of the medicinal stones. "Li Bo, you have finally arrived. Quickly, allocate the personnel. Our clear spirit talismans cannot endure much longer." Upon seeing Green Hair had brought reinforcements, the expression of the disciples in the cavern brightened, and they called out eagerly, wishing to depart from the location without delay. "Calm down. What is the rush?" Li Bo chuckled, scolding lightly, as he began to organize the handover. Almost everyone was assigned to oversee a furnace, while Xing voluntarily took on the more arduous task of managing the transportation of medicinal residue. This was undoubtedly the most laborious and perilous duty, which naturally deterred others from vying for it, much to his delight. Xing justified his choice by claiming he suffered from a condition he referred to as herb blindness, rendering him incapable of distinguishing even the simplest of herbs. "Oh, what a marvelously intricate world we inhabit. I have only heard of prosopagnosia and nyctalopia, yet this notion of pharmaceutical blindness is entirely new to me. Nevertheless, since it has come to this, I must trouble Brother Yin. Brother Yin, your candor is appreciated. Once the shift concludes, I must certainly treat you to a drink. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. We shall offer our unwavering support." These affluent young scions, so fearful of adversity, shower praises upon the most arduous of tasks, yet it remains uncertain how many of their compliments are sincere. Xing shrugged, dismissing these individuals from his thoughts, and turned to depart with an old disciple whose complexion was dark and whose visage appeared withered, commencing the transfer of duties. "Ah, young man, devote yourself diligently to your cultivation and swiftly ascend to the inner sect. This accursed place is no sanctuary for the likes of us." How unfortunate that such a promising youth now bears the countenance of an old man. The toxicity of the elixirs indeed possesses a ferocious potency. "Thank you, I understand." Xing nodded in acknowledgement of the other's goodwill, swiftly completing the handover. His task was quite straightforward: to gather the residue from the alchemical furnace and transport it to a specially designed storage chamber using a cart. In Xing's eyes, this residue resembled nuclear waste, perpetually emanating a chaotic aura of elixir toxicity. If left unattended, these toxins could potentially contaminate the elixirs currently in production. Thus, he needed to navigate between 300 furnaces, immediately transporting any residue from those in need of clearing. ensuring a pristine environment before the master alchemist opened the furnace once more. "Brother Yin, over here, transport the residue." As Yin Xing took over, he heard distant shouts, which instantly invigorated him. He hoisted the massive metal cart and thundered forward with great enthusiasm. "Everyone, clear the way. Here comes the little cart, weighing 1,000 pounds. The cart seemed like a mere toy in Yin Xing's capable hands. In just a few breaths, he pushed it beneath a grand alchemical furnace. The fire pit here had been temporarily sealed by a formation, yet the residual heat in the air was still exceedingly intense. These alchemical furnaces were standardized, featuring 3 legs and 2 ears with a round belly, adorned with intricate inscriptions. The feet alone stood 2 meters tall, and the entire furnace towered at an impressive 10 meters, resembling a miniature 10-story building, a true behemoth. Beneath the furnace, a small opening awaited, as the cart positioned itself beneath. The inscriptions on both elements resonated, automatically revealing the aperture. In the next moment, a torrent of dark, viscous remnants erupted forth, accompanied by an acrid stench that overwhelmed the senses, completely devoid of any fragrant essence. Yin Xing furrowed his brow at the unpleasant aroma. The senior disciples had completed their tasks and departed, leaving behind the new apprentices who, in their inaugural operation, appeared somewhat flustered. They clumsily maneuvered a metal rod into the furnace, striving to cleanse the remnants clinging to the furnace walls. After a significant investment of medicinal materials for a single batch of elixir, the essence extracted was minimal, with the overwhelming majority reduced to dregs, laden with various toxins that lingered within. The furnace seemed to have consumed a substantial amount, transforming into a spewing warrior, taking a considerable time to expel the remnants completely, leaving Yin Xing in stunned silence. "Brother Yin, it's done. Thank you for your assistance," called out one of the apprentices from a distance, clearly eager for Yin Xing to promptly remove the dregs. Indeed, Yin Xing nodded gently, exerting force with both hands as he returned along the same path, burdened with over 1,000 pounds of medicinal refuse. Wherever he passed, people instinctively recoiled. It was no jest. Who would not feel trepidation at the sight of such a cart of nuclear waste? The storage site for the medicinal residue was situated far from the fire pit, where a cavern had been meticulously excavated within the rock layers. The surrounding walls were lined with a thick, grayish-white metal inscribed with numerous runes, effectively isolating the toxic essence of the elixirs. Only when this site was filled to capacity would specialized personnel arrive for secondary processing. Disposing of such material carelessly would lead to contamination of mountains, rivers, and even the very air itself. Any mundane creature that came into contact with it would face certain death. There was once a small nation that, due to indiscriminately dumping medicinal refuse, caused the extinction of life along a river stretching thousands of miles. The wrath of the flying immortal cave was unleashed upon this nation, and its fate was sealed, wiped from existence by the righteous iron fist of justice. As a force of order and righteousness, the flying immortal cave naturally set an example, ensuring that every effort was made to handle the medicinal refuse responsibly. Alchemy is a meticulous and labor-intensive craft. Thus, despite possessing 300 alchemical furnaces, Yin Xing found himself idle after a few trips. His gaze swept across the bustling underground space, where alchemists were fervently engaged in their tasks, and those with a moment to spare were diligently recuperating, utterly oblivious to his presence. "Let me see just how formidable this substance truly is." He reached into his robe, retrieving a clear light talisman, which he promptly consumed. A surge of heat coursed through his body, igniting a warm flow that spread to his limbs and core. Indeed, upon this talisman lies extraordinary power. The devourer of heaven and earth can assimilate it. Though feeble, it is akin to partaking in a substantial meal of sanguine sustenance. My physical attributes have surged by 0.003, granting me a formidable 9.6 kilograms of vitality. At this moment, Yin Xing stands at the entrance of the medicinal residue storage room, bereft of the protective filtration of the clear light talisman. In an instant, the poisonous essence infiltrates his being. His skin turns a pallid gray, a testament to the mass death of cells within. The primary body, besieged by the venomous aura, experiences withering flesh and blood, undergoing an inexplicable mutation and evolution. Resistance to the toxins of wood and stone is heightened, merging with biological toxin resistance. A transformation occurs, enabling control over toxins, devouring them to nourish oneself, continuously enhancing. Please bestow a name upon this talent, the body of 10,000 poisons. It is accomplished. A wave of joy washes over Yin Xing. This talent is remarkable, simultaneously offering offensive, enhancing, and defensive capabilities. It appears he must engage more frequently with toxins henceforth. What may be poison to you shall serve as my elixir. By consuming toxins, not only can I augment my cultivation, but I can also forge a potent weapon. The The art of poisoning is indeed a subtle means of obliteration. Ah, how delightful it is to be enveloped in the rich aura of poison. Xing feels as though he is luxuriating in a hot spring. His ashen skin not only regains its hue but also glimmers with an ethereal radiance. Each pore inhales the venom, which undergoes an inexplicable transformation into pure energy that nourishes his corporeal form. I can accelerate further. This enhancement of the body is enduring, not merely a transient surge. A glance reveals that none have noticed him. Indeed, no one would venture to this desolate storage room for medicinal residues. Stealthily, he slips inside, reaching for the remnants of the herbs and ravenously shoving them into his mouth. Ugh! The repugnant odor, sharp and suffocating, caused a momentary hesitation in Xing, yet paradoxically, it spurred him to consume even more rapidly, his countenance rendered eerily expressionless. In comparison to the evolution of life in the pursuit of power, such trivial transgressions seemed insignificant. His sensory perception was stimulated, undergoing an unknown transformation, allowing him to manipulate his taste buds with sheer will, capturing the scent particles that lingered in the air, continuously enhancing his abilities. It appeared that even in his suffering, he possessed a peculiar talent, one that did not necessitate a specific designation. Various medicinal herbs, each possessing distinct properties, contained complex essences, not all of which were essential for an alchemist. Thus, an alchemist would meticulously extract only the requisite essences, discarding the remainder, which lost its value for secondary extraction, into the dross, which became the so-called pill poison. This waste, shunned by all, still harbored a significant amount of energy due to the residual medicinal essences it contained, at least surpassing that of the blood and flesh of feral beasts. The herbs suitable for alchemical refinement were no ordinary substances. They were treasures imbued with rich spiritual energy, their worth far exceeding that of mundane ingredients used merely to stew beastly meat. Yen, brother, the dross, the heart-wrenching cry echoed, revealing genuine fear, as he wished to avoid lingering even for a fleeting moment in the presence of the dreadful waste. All right. With that, Xing promptly sealed his lips, a potent medicinal aroma wafting through the air as he swiftly exited the storage chamber, pushing the cart with haste. Here it comes. The little cart is on its way. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, the data on the self-assessment panel underwent an update. After several days of accumulation, there was finally a change. Physique at 6. 1. Strength and agility at 5. 1. Just a short while ago, the remnants of the medicinal pill he had consumed had granted him a modest increase of 0.01, translating to an impressive 32 kilograms of vigor. If he were to remain here for half a day, a surge of excitement coursed through Xing, prompting him to quicken his pace, darting back and forth between the alchemical furnaces. With a commanding presence, he was a whirlwind of energy, leaving the onlooking apprentices in awe, while the alchemists exchanged knowing nods, recognizing his industrious spirit. After clearing an entire round of medicinal remnants, whenever he found a spare moment, Xing would stealthily indulge, consuming voraciously, even enhancing his technique of devouring heaven and earth. The apprentices worked in 2 shifts throughout the day, with Xing's shift commencing at noon, continuing until the midnight hour when the senior disciples would take over. As everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, Xing lingered, glancing back repeatedly, fearful that someone might pilfer his precious remnants, wishing he could reside there indefinitely. Upon taking the elevator back to the surface, he emerged from the grand hall under the radiant moonlight. Once the crowd had gathered, a swirling vortex of a gate materialized. Xing wait. Turning around, he saw the green-haired Li Bo quietly slipping a pill into his hand, whispering, "This is from a master alchemist who asked me to deliver it to you. Your diligent efforts have not gone unnoticed. Xing, keep up the good work." After several turns and twists, Xing returned to his modest abode. Lying on his bed, he repeatedly admired his self-assessment panel, unable to suppress a smile as he noted the improvements. Physique at 6. 5. Strength at 5. 5. And agility at 5. 5. In merely half a day's time, an astonishing increase of 0.4 was realized, resulting in a strength of 1,280 kilograms. The pace of growth for this physical form is indeed extraordinary. Had it been in his previous life, it would have taken him 5 arduous years to achieve such progress. Contemplating this, Xing found himself momentarily lost in thought, filled with anticipation for the morrow. Chapter 19. The debate of 2 young ones on the following day. There was nothing of note. Classes were attended, meals were consumed, work was undertaken, and remnants of medicinal concoctions were chewed upon. He reaped a dimensional value of 0.5. With a strength increase of 1,600 kilograms, yet his intent remained unchanged. On the 3rd day, again, there was nothing of significance. Classes were attended, hearty meals were devoured, work was undertaken, and the remnants of medicinal concoctions were consumed with gusto. He garnered a dimensional value of 0.6. 6. With a strength increase of 19-20 kilograms, yet his intent remained unchanged. On the 4th day, the sun shone bright, as dawn broke. Rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds like brilliant golden pillars, slanting between heaven and earth. The sunlight today was rather dazzling. Ah, indeed, Brother Yin possesses great literary talent. Yin Xing and Raymond, as per their usual routine, walked towards the academy, stepping lightly on the dewdrops. As they progressed along their path, they soon heard a cacophony of voices ahead. A group of outer disciples, no more than 10 years of age, had gathered in a fervent circle around the academy. Their voices raised in heated debate, their faces flushed with passion. Ah, you, a mere country bumpkin, think you possess greater knowledge than I? Do you comprehend the speed of light? Are you aware of the fundamental nature of the great sun? What a farce. All you know is that it is a great fiery sphere. And what is more, you claim that today's sun is large, a bright red, akin to a ripe tomato. Pa? You are nothing but an illiterate fool. The child, rendered speechless by the retort, was none other than the familiar girl in the green dress. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she pointed her finger, unable to articulate her thoughts. Do not divert the topic, she insisted. What we are discussing is weather. When the sun rises in the eastern part of the continent, the inhabitants of the far west can behold the same sun, or if it is, in fact, the sun that will shine 200 billion years hence. Are we not bathed in the light of the same celestial body? In this realm, where the heavens are round and the earth is flat, the only barrier to the propagation of light is distance. Upon realizing the vast expanse of the land beneath their feet, the populace began to ponder certain quotidian phenomena, thus igniting this debate concerning the sun. Oh, the two young ones debating the sun? Yin Xing's expression shifted slightly as he stepped away from the crowd, glancing at the children whose faces resembled ripe cherries. Before raising his gaze to the resplendent sun hanging in the void above, his mind swirling with confusion. It had been some time since his memories had awakened. Through a series of phenomena, he discerned that many of the physical constants in this world bore no distinction from those in his previous life, such as the speed of sound and light, magnetic permeability, and the gravitational constant. He could not help but speculate that the 4 fundamental forces of the universe in both realms were interconnected. Thus, if light were to propagate at such a languid pace, how could it possibly illuminate all beings in the face of such a monumental expanse that traverses 200 billion light-years? Furthermore, the phenomena of the sun rising in the east and the changing of the seasons only serve to defy logic further. You might dismiss me as a rustic. Yet I once perused ancient texts in the clan's library, where I encountered descriptions of the great sun. It is said that the opening of each realm involves powerful beings delving into the void to bring forth a great sun that hangs in the sky. Thus, the myriad beings on our infinite continent do not behold the same sun. Yin Xing nodded slightly, seemingly finding this notion somewhat reasonable. Yet, one sun per realm? Our fallen immortal domain may not be vast on the continent, yet it spans a staggering 10 trillion kilometers from east to west. Light takes an entire year to traverse it. How then does one account for the synchronization of time, the consistency of day and night? This left the interlocutor at a loss for words, while the girl in the green dress reclaimed her advantage, hands confidently placed on her hips. Yin Xing furrowed his brow. His own doubts echoed these thoughts. Lacking profound knowledge, he struggled to comprehend even the most commonplace phenomena. As the time for morning recitation approached, why were they still gathered here? A robust man passed by, noticing the commotion outside the classroom, and approached to admonish them. Ah, it is Teacher Lu. The crowd bowed in respect. Lu Taixian, one of the inner sect elders, served as their teacher of civilizational history and concurrently taught subjects such as natural science, biology, geography, and the analysis of surrounding forces, adeptly weaving connections among various topics. Teacher Lu, we were discussing the sun. Oh? Lu Taixian grasped the situation and sighed inwardly. It was due to the esteemed Master Kongling. Such matters were not typically within the purview of outer sect disciples, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to incorporate it into the curriculum. You may proceed to your morning recitation. I shall elucidate this question for you after breakfast in class. Upon finishing his words, Lu Taixian stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. To facilitate the forthcoming explanation, he needed to return to the inner door's cave to retrieve a certain artifact. Alas, he merely sought to earn a modicum of contribution points. He had not anticipated such complications and vowed never to undertake such tasks involving children again. After the morning recitation, the voracious Yin Xing unleashed his full appetite, devouring an amount of blood food sufficient for 100 individuals, causing those within a tinjong radius to shy away in trepidation. The onlookers who once mocked him as the red-haired pig now regarded him with altered expressions. Brother Wang, this fellow seems somewhat off. Humph, do I need you to point that out? I'm not blind. He was not foolish. He understood the significant benefits to the physical body that would arise from the digestion of such a vast quantity of blood food. If this continued, wouldn't the strength of this muddy-footed individual surpass his own? Wang Li's expression hardened, and he silently resolved to prevent Xing from continuing down this path. Clang, clang. Indeed, his strength had noticeably increased. Xing wiped his mouth with satisfaction, nodding in approval, and rose to head towards the classroom, primarily due to the limited dining time. Otherwise, he could have consumed even more. Is everyone present? On the high platform, Lu Taixian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the assembly with an authoritative gaze. As a teacher, he needed to embody the essence of one. Greetings, Teacher Lu. Good morning, teacher. Please take your seats. Today marks the day of our lesson. Lu Taixian extended a finger, inscribing a character for sun in the void, and as he completed the stroke, the character erupted in a dazzling explosion, with countless points of light rapidly converging to form a blazing sun. Xing gazed in wonder at the teaching method before him, which was both vivid and engaging, instantly capturing the attention of the children. The sun, bathing the world in its radiance, serves as one of the primary sources of energy for all living beings. Particularly for mundane creatures who cannot absorb the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth, they must derive their sustenance from plants and beasts. The ferocious beasts hunt the wild animals graze upon the plants, and the plants flourish under the sun's nurturing rays. Thus, a complete food chain is established. Before you shed your mortal forms, you too are part of this chain. Once you attain transcendence, your choices will multiply, consuming ephemeral mist and dew. Transporting spiritual energy will merely be the basics of your operations. Lu Taixian paused momentarily, then dissipated the fireball before him. With a thought, he retrieved an object from his storage bracelet and placed it upon the high platform. This act of conjuring an item from thin air ignited envy among the children. Storage treasures are costly and, most importantly, require extraordinary power to wield. It is said that upon advancing to the inner sect, each individual will be provided with one. Xing, however, felt indifferent. His left eye had been tainted by the essence of the abysmal ghost phoenix, leading to a transformation that birthed a hellish dimension within the depths of his pupil, a vast space capable of subduing foes and storing items, rendering him unimpressed by such an ordinary bracelet. Having elucidated the significance of the sun, let us now delve into the nature and operation of the great sun in our world. With that, Lu Taixian gestured with his hand, lightly touching the surface of the conical object before him, causing its smooth exterior to reveal intricate inscriptions that began to levitate slowly into the air. The solid cone became transparent, revealing layers within, except for the bottom portion which remained solid, while the upper half took on a formless transparency. A gray mist emanated from the base of the cone, forming a distorted and irregular short conical shape. Teacher Lu, what is this? The crowd, perplexed, whispered inquiries. To comprehend the existence and operation of the great sun, one must first grasp the concept of dimensions. This intriguing object is known as the simulator of the material world in 13 dimensions. Behold, Lu Taixian exclaimed, extending his hand to penetrate the conical structure, touching the sole solid point at the base. Above and below, two luminous shields enveloped it, together forming a flattened ellipsoid. This represents our world, the material realm, where 99% of the essence is concentrated. It transcends time, spanning past, present, and future, and is thus referred to as the four-dimensional world. Beneath the material world, this short, twisted cone embodies the three-dimensional, two-dimensional, one-dimensional, and zero-dimensional realms, collectively termed the lower dimensional worlds. Above the material world, dimensions 5 through 13 constitute the higher dimensional realms. And the great sun, which you witness daily, resides here. Lu Taixian moved his finger to the apex of the conical structure, resting it upon the small tip. The 13-dimensional world. The group of children gaped in astonishment, enveloped in confusion. Although they understood little, they were inexplicably awed by the grandeur of Teacher Lu's words. What do you mean by The infinite continent spans nearly 200 billion light-years. The transmission of sunlight is a trivial matter. The mighty can effortlessly bring forth the sun as needed. If it proves insufficient, one can simply acquire more. Lu Taixian spoke with remarkable rapidity, his voice imbued with emotion, causing Xing, who listened intently below, to twitch at the corners of his mouth, aware that this fellow was about to digress. However, it was of little consequence, for it afforded an opportunity to delve into esoteric knowledge. In ancient times, there existed a realm where a powerful entity, due to an unfortunate mishap, summoned a spectacle of 99 suns simultaneously illuminating the sky, scorching the earth and causing untold suffering to its inhabitants. Ultimately, it was a formidable figure of the human race who intervened, drawing bow and arrow to strike down 90 suns, thus averting a disaster. Therefore, The sun is but a trifling concern. The infinite continent is vast and boundless. The true constraints lie in the development of civilization, as communication and exchange among various regions are impeded by insurmountable distances. This also accounts for the emergence of the chaotic ancient era. Why is the chaotic ancient era referred to as the Dark Age? It is because, during that time, the sanctuaries of various realms remained isolated due to the severe obstruction of information transmission. Akin to wandering through a dark forest where the first to reveal their position might incite an assault from surrounding realms. The darkness of the chaotic ancient age persisted for a staggering 98 billion years until the formation of the 9 Great Clans Alliance, which established the Supreme Council. The first organization formed under this council was the Temporal Dimension Management Bureau, located right here, with its headquarters situated in the 13th dimensional world. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the matters of your concern. Lu Tiexian's expression momentarily faltered as he cleared his throat and gently tapped the tip of the cone with his finger. With a serious tone, he stated that from a higher dimensional perspective, there exists no spatial distance between lower dimensions. Conceptually, it is akin to the overlap of points. Hence, with the Temporal and Spatial Dimension Management Bureau serving as a pivotal hub, the exchange of information and interdimensional passage are no longer impediments. A mere 200 billion light-years can be traversed in a single step, provided one can afford the cost. From this point onward, communication among civilizations became seamless, marking the end of the chaotic ancient era of turmoil and ushering in the near-ancient era of void colonization. Under the dominion of the Supreme Council, the 9 major clans expelled other factions and shared the boundless continent. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Lu Tiexian summoned a glimmer that settled upon the cone's apex. Resembling a radiant sun, rays of light transcended layers of dimensions, illuminating the material world simultaneously, leaving no corner untouched. This sun is merely an accessory following the conclusion of war. The Supreme Council established it in the 13th-dimensional realm to ensure the unity of civilization. Certainly, the transmission of light is facilitated by dimensional properties, yet the conservation of energy remains unchanged. A singular sun nourishes the infinite continent spanning 200 billion light-years. A daunting consumption that necessitates constant replenishment of fuel, overseen by a specialized organization known as the Sun Authority. Having concluded my explanation, do you all comprehend? Lu Tiexian exhaled in relief, retracting the conical structure. The crowd below nodded in agreement, and even the 2 disputing youths bowed their heads in shame, realizing their ignorance. Splendid. Perfect. Reasonable and just. Xing was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, his understanding of the extraordinary being renewed, its formidable and towering essence eclipsing mundane imagination. However, at present, he felt hunger pangs. It was time for luncheon. Class dismissed. Chapter 20. The Human Cannon Brother Wong. This seems rather unwise, does it not? If we are discovered, we shall undoubtedly be summoned to the law enforcement hall. In the kitchen of the dining hall, a group of young rascals huddled together. The central figure being the wealthy scion Wang Li, whose family possessed immense fortune, to the extent of using life essence for bathing and rinsing. Indeed, Brother Wong, this poison is excessively insidious. Should word of this spread, it would tarnish our reputations. Silence. What do you fear? I am the one administering the poison, should anything arise. It concerns me alone. Besides, it is merely a potent laxative, likely to afflict Xing for 3 days and nights, causing him some embarrassment, but not death. Wang Li wore a sinister smile as he shook the small vial in his hand, its contents shimmering with an eerie glow. His elder cousin and second cousin were both affiliated with the law enforcement hall, and with such connections, entering the hall felt akin to returning home, devoid of trepidation. Haha. Upon hearing Wang Li's insistence, the others exchanged glances, their expressions awkward, and refrained from further persuasion. Where have those little rascals gone? Hurry and fetch the blood food. The call from within the steaming kitchen startled the young ones, who quickly composed themselves and rushed over. Among the various menial tasks, assisting in the dining hall was undoubtedly the most effortless. It required merely an hour of labor during mealtimes, with the remainder of the day available for self-directed cultivation. Wang Li and his affluent companions did not merely stumble upon their fortunes. Rather, they invested vast sums and leveraged connections to acquire what they desired from others. The dining commenced. The clamor of the crowd surged, with Xing occupying an entire window on his own. He had become a figure of renown, and no one dared to contest his position. Xing lifted a massive iron tray laden with 1,000 pounds of sanguinary delicacies, his brow subtly furrowing as his tongue detected an unusual array of aromatic particles. Interesting, it seems a lavish banquet awaits. Such exquisite sustenance was not to be squandered. Xing, maintaining an impassive demeanor, carried the tray to his designated seat, where Raymond was already indulging heartily. Let the feast begin. What are mere trivialities? His 10,000 calamities poison body was no trifling matter. As he consumed copious amounts of flesh, the purgative entered his abdomen, swiftly digested and assimilated, even deconstructing its molecular structure. Should he choose, he could effortlessly replicate it. This exemplified his mastery over toxins, as long as they did not prove fatal. He could reconstruct all but the most exceptional of poisons. Xing, let us see if you retain the audacity to return to the dining hall. In the kitchen, Wang Li observed Xing devouring his purgative feast, a smirk of malice creeping across his face. Though he dared not cause any fatality, the laxative he administered was exceedingly potent, capable of incapacitating even a 9-tiered savage beast in mere moments. His intention was to humiliate Xing publicly. He would be unable to take more than a few steps before succumbing to the effects. The esteemed position of the outer sect's finest belongs solely to me. Wang Li, no one who poses a threat to my standing shall find respite. Where there are people, there lies competition, especially in the revered realm of cultivation where strength reigns supreme. To embark upon the extraordinary journey, one requires a source of Tao, or a spark of fire. The celestial K bestows upon each generation's foremost external disciple the opportunity to venture into the ancient tomb of Tao to seek fortune. Within it lies an array of exceedingly precious Tao sources, which even a scion of wealth like Wang Li covets. Xing appears to have awakened the power of his bloodline prematurely, and his daily indulgence in a copious amount of blood food has raised Wang Li's suspicions. Let me see which little rascal is so mischievous. With a mere thought, Xing activated the latent talent within his tongue, and in the next moment, a grayish-white realm composed of scent particles manifested in his mind. Amidst the monochromatic hues of black, white, and gray, a vivid green stood out, an indication of the toxic scent he had deliberately marked. It wafted from the plate before him, trailing through the void and extending to the kitchen, where it settled upon a small vial cradled in someone's arms. I found you, little mouse. It would be remiss not to reciprocate, young one. Allow you to experience the potency of this substance. The greasy tips of Xing's fingers suddenly turned a deep crimson as a droplet of blood was forced out. The moment it departed from his body, it transformed into a bizarre shade of dark green, even more profound than the liquid in Wang Li's vial. It's nothing. He merely amplified the medicinal properties tenfold using his talent. Sizzle. The dark green droplet inexplicably boiled, vaporizing into a colorless and odorless gas that drifted languidly, akin to a living entity, under Xing's command towards the kitchen. What is happening? Why hasn't Xing succumbed to the poison yet? Wang Li furrowed his brow, leaning against the window, fixating intently on Xing, who was devouring meat voraciously, accompanied by a gaggle of sycophants. Brother Wang, it appears that Xing has consumed an excessive amount of the concoction, and the laxative was not thoroughly mixed, resulting in most of it settling at the bottom. After a while, it should take effect. So it is. Wang Li nodded in sudden realization, but then wrinkled his nose, sensing a slight itch, though he paid it no mind. In an instant, gurgle, gurgle. Wang Li's brow furrowed momentarily before his pupils dilated, his face blanching, only to turn crimson and then a sickly green, the veins in his neck bulging, unable to suppress a loud roar. Hiss, what the? Brother Wang, what is happening to you? Oh my goodness. With a resounding flatulence, he shattered the age-old adage that a silent release is odorless. Those standing behind Wang Li were struck with terror, nearly suffocating on the spot. Oh, I can't hold it any longer. Wang Li's expression contorted in agony, feeling as if an army was raging within his belly. He exerted all his strength to hold back the floodgates, yet amidst this onslaught, an immense force emerged. Employing the technique known as the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which obliterated his ironclad defenses. Boom. Pft. Clatter. Crackle. Wang Li erupted forth, generating a powerful recoil that propelled him through the shattered glass of the window, soaring through the dining hall, a spectacle of airborne chaos. He momentarily hovered in the air for 3 seconds, spewing forth a mist of crimson before crashing heavily onto a mound of refuse. Gasping as if on the verge of death, a profound silence enveloped the room, leaving all present utterly stunned. Even Xing felt a jolt of surprise within. He had never anticipated that the laxative would exert such a potent force. His intention had merely been to impart a lesson, not to nearly cause a life-threatening incident. Nevertheless, the resilience of cultivators is indeed formidable. It seemed that the pressure had built up too intensely, resulting in a backlash that transformed one into a veritable cannon of human folly. Fortunately, the dining hall was spacious, and at that moment, only the newly initiated disciples were present, sparing anyone from the fallout of this chaotic spectacle. However, the jarring image left everyone present feeling nauseated, extinguishing any appetite they might have had. With a clang, a tray crashed to the ground, snapping the crowd from their stupor. They surged towards the exit, hurling curses in wild abandon. Wang Li, I provoke your immortal wrath. How outrageous. Wang Li, a true man, a legacy to be passed through the ages. At that moment, several figures emerged from the kitchen, none other than Wang Li's sycophants, their expressions vacant and their bodies soiled, murmuring to themselves, human cannon, human cannon. They had been rendered utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. It is only human nature, having been so close to the source of the chaos. They were left reeling from the impact. Alas, how disgraceful. It would be better to forego this meal altogether. Xing shook his head with a sigh, dragging the still bewildered Raymond out the door. Naturally, the farce in the dining hall would be dealt with by someone. For the duties of the miscellaneous workers could not be delayed, and they hastily made their way towards the interdimensional portal. At the 9th Alchemy Department, within the Isan Wu Fire Cavern, in the medicinal residue storage room, Xing reclined among the piles of remnants, shoveling the refuse into his mouth with abandon. As he swallowed greedily, a frown creased his brow, and his focus turned to the self-assessment panel. Body, 7, 9, strength, 6, 9, agility, 6, 9, will, 4, 3. The enhancement of his physical form reached an astounding level. Under normal circumstances, his physical attributes should now be rated at 6, 9, with a mere flick of his arm. He could exert a staggering force of 160 kilograms, surpassing 12 tons. The increment of 1 point in his attributes is attributed to the nature of the Iron Man triathlon technique, which offers bonuses to defensive resistance. There has also been a slight alteration in his essence, with an increase of 0.1. Am I approaching the pinnacle of my physical potential? A thought crossed Xing's mind as he sensed that the effects of devouring medicinal remnants had suddenly diminished, the energy converted becoming too great for his flesh to sustain. Dissipating into the ether. My previous life's peak state feels comparable to my current condition. Is this due to the technique? Or are there inherent limitations to my physical form? He was utterly ignorant of the cultivation methods in this realm, unclear even about the classifications of stages. Uncle Lon had always opposed his practice of the city slave technique and had never shared relevant information with him. Fortunately, his companion Raymond had imparted some fundamental knowledge. In this realm, the process of tempering the physical body is referred to as the mortal body realm, which is divided into 9 celestial tiers. Xing, comparing his attributes against this classification, discovered that each point corresponds to 1 tier. The first celestial tier represents the physical limit of an untrained mortal in their prime. With a single arm capable of lifting 200 kilograms, the second tier corresponds to 400 kilograms, and so forth. The 13th tier is known as the early stage of the mortal body, while the 46th tier represents the mid-stage, the 79th the late stage, culminating in the ultimate limit of the 10th tier, a state of perfect transcendence. These 4 stages are referred to as the 4 transformations of the mortal body, each breakthrough leading to a sublime enhancement of the physical form. Upon reaching the limit of the mortal body, akin to that of the 9th young master of the sacred palace, one may begin to consume the fire seed and achieve the extraordinary. In other words, am I now poised to enter the latter stages of the mortal realm? It appears that only through a singular transformation can the physical form continue to absorb energy. A realization dawned upon Xing, recognizing the crux of the matter. This breakthrough would likely depend on his own efforts. Unlimited adaptation is fundamentally designed to ensure that the subject evolves corresponding resistive talents in extreme environments, thereby guaranteeing its own survival. Such conditions are most conducive to the emergence of formidable abilities. Furthermore, when faced with discomfort, unlimited adaptation can also cultivate a certain talent that enables the subject to disregard external anomalies. However, this talent is often feeble, akin to the mastery of taste perception and the capture of scent particles. With his realm unable to advance, he found himself neither facing death nor discomfort. Merely a slight unease in his heart, which seemed outside the activation range of unlimited adaptation. No, talents may be rigid and unyielding. Yet humans are alive and capable of thought. There must always be a way. What was it that was said? In the absence of difficulties, we shall create our own. A soft chuckle escaped Xing as his mind whirled, conjuring several methods to place himself in peril. Nonetheless, there was no rush. The mere mortal realm did not warrant such underhanded schemes. He could not afford to lose face. Conveniently, a lecture on body refinement awaited him the following day, after which he would peruse the library. The iron triathlon had become insufficient for his needs. Xing resolved that his progress was already astonishingly swift, and there was no need to hastily activate his talents through reckless endeavors. He retained confidence in his ability to transcend his current limits. Yengu, pull, dregs. The heart-wrenching shout shattered Xing's thoughts. All right, the little card has arrived. Chapter 21, The Astonishing Phoenix. Wang Bao. A flash of azure lightning darted through the void. moving with such swiftness that the naked eye could scarcely perceive its form. In an instant, it emerged from the interdimensional vortex and landed within the confines of an outer courtyard. A faint, charred aroma permeated the air, causing a man and woman standing at the threshold to feel a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies. Their hair stood on end, their expressions shifting dramatically. She had arrived. Gazing up, they beheld a figure standing within the courtyard, her ethereal blue gown and dark purple hair gently swaying. Her cerulean eyes, tranquil as a still lake, seemed to harbor a tempest of thunderous energy deep within their depths. Miss, you have come. Wang Bauer, a disciple of the Flying Immortal Cave, ranks 15th on the astonishing Phoenix list and has attained the 5th stage of the Divine Repository realm. Her Tao source is dual, supreme grade, Tai Purple Lightning 6 rings, rare grade, Titanium Extreme Magnetic Divine Light 8 rings. Is my 6th brother dead? Wang Bauer inquired, her tone devoid of emotion, as if discussing the fate of an inconsequential ant rather than that of her own flesh and blood. Not yet. But the situation is dire. His injuries are severe, Wang Daler said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was merely a small fry, passing his days in the outer law enforcement hall. Although he was a distant cousin of Wang Li, he was but an insignificant branch of the family. In contrast, Wang Bauer was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Wang family, a peerless prodigy who emerged once in a millennium. At such a tender age, her prowess rivaled that of some ancient beings. It was rumored that she was currently vying for the position of the Flying Immortal Peakmaster. Thus, being disturbed by such trivial matters would undoubtedly sour her mood. Useless things, once dead, are no longer of concern. With those words, Wang Bauer stepped forward and pushed open the door to the chamber, immediately assaulted by a potent scent of blood. Gulping, Wang Daler's pupils constricted as he beheld 2 crimson footprints on the bluestone floor, glistening like glass and emitting steam. Sister, you have finally arrived, Wang Li said. His face ashen, lying on the bed, blood seeping from beneath him. Upon seeing Wang Bauer, tears nearly fell from his eyes. After all, he was merely a child of around 10 years. Miss, we have administered various medications to the 6th young master, but inexplicably, they failed to take effect upon entering his stomach, merely passing through without stopping the bleeding. We can only continue to transfuse blood to sustain his vital signs. Wang Daler reported from outside the door, too fearful to enter. What a nefarious plot, Wang Bauer said, her brows furrowing as her eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, seemingly piercing through Wang Li's flesh to gaze directly at his damaged internal organs. Little 6, your insides are beyond repair. Tell me, whom have you offended? Sister. Wang Li trembled before Wang Bauer, unable to conceal the truth, recounting in detail how he had been poisoned and harmed by Xing. Oh, you truly bring shame to the Wang family. If not for our mother, I would have struck you down with a single blow. Wang Li froze at her words. Opening his mouth but finding no words to speak, he understood that Wang Bauer was not jesting, she was utterly serious. Now drink this. Wang Bauer's hand flipped, retrieving a jade bowl from her storage bracelet. The exquisitely crafted bowl contained a repugnant assortment of substances. A viscous, purplish-black sludge bubbled ominously, interspersed with writhing worms. Their bodies stained with blood, while the skeletal remains of unknown creatures lay at the bottom. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li's face darkened, and he tightly clenched his lips. The prospect of consuming such a grotesque concoction was akin to preferring death. It was either to drink or perish. Open your mouth, Wang Bauer commanded, snapping her fingers, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning that struck Wang Li, rendering him rigid and forcing his mouth open against his will. Gulp. The viscous liquid spewed from his nostrils and trickled from the corners of his mouth, only to retract as if alive, leaving not a single drop behind as it all descended into Wang Li's belly. Gag. Oh, sister, I was wrong. Please spare me. Wang Li's body flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, as he writhed and convulsed upon the bed. Wang Bauer remained impassive, within her gaze, the moment the worms entered Wang Li's abdomen. They voraciously devoured his internal organs, only to expel a transparent sludge from his rear, reconstructing his innards anew. The entire process was both bizarre and agonizing. She possessed alternative methods to remedy Wang Li's plight, yet she deliberately chose the most excruciating one to impart a lesson upon her inept brother. Allowing Wang Li to wail in torment, she turned and stepped outside. Extending her delicate, fair hand, Wang Daler understood the unspoken cue, promptly presenting a sheet of paper filled with densely packed text. Xing, origin unknown, the 101st individual? The investigation into Xing's background is but a few sparse words, with the remainder consisting of daily routines, activity trajectories, and behavioral assessments. Have you sought the idol steward? In response to the young mistress, the steward merely uttered 4 words, no comment. Is it a closely guarded secret? Wang Bao's pupils contracted. A power, especially one as dominant as the flying immortal cave, is known for its unwavering authority, placing rules above all else. If they declare 100 recruits, it is precisely 100. Yet now, inexplicably, one has appeared out of nowhere, thus breaching their own established regulations. While the outer disciples might deem it inconsequential and refrain from contemplation, it does not mean that Wang Bao is oblivious to the underlying implications. With a crackle, sparks erupted from her hand, and the paper instantly turned to ash. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Dali, she coldly declared, "This matter is hereby concluded. From this moment forth, you are all forbidden from provoking Xing. In his presence, you shall maintain a respectful distance." "Yes, young mistress. By what right?" protested Wang Li, exhausted and sprawled on the ground, having just undergone a painful transformation. "That rascal is merely a country bumpkin." Stubbornly defiant. Wang Bao's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as she turned and struck down with a hand. A purple blade mark sliced through the air. Severing W, as the morning recitation concluded, a dense crowd surged from the classroom towards the dining hall. Xing hesitated, his brow slightly furrowed. "Yin, what troubles you?" Raymond inquired, puzzled. Usually, Yin was most eager to partake in meals, yet now he abruptly halted. "Is it a stomach ailment?" "It's nothing. I simply lack an appetite today." "You may go ahead," he replied, then swiftly vanished into the throng, gliding like a specter, before disappearing beyond the rear mountain. "Ah, sigh. It seems even Yin cannot endure the rigors of daily indulgence without consequence." Raymond muttered a few words, dismissing the concern, and hurried off to the dining hall, aware that if he lingered too long, the food would lose its freshness. In the rear mountain, amidst the dense forest, a figure clad in blue and purple stood beneath a colossal tree, tendrils of violet lightning dancing around its hair, resembling a celestial being. "My lord, what brings you here?" Xing alighted upon a massive stone, his brow arching. He had sensed the other's gaze moments ago and, after a brief contemplation, decided to follow. His mind raced, and he thought of Wang Li. Such matters could not be evaded. Within the celestial cave, it was likely the other would refrain from outright violence. At worst, he would acquire an additional talent. In the least, he still had the hell dimension as a retreat. Xing would not recklessly place himself in peril. "I am Wang Bao, the elder sister of Wang Li." Yin's heart stirred. Indeed, it was as he suspected. His muscles tensed, and his heated blood surged with urgency. "I harbor no ill intentions." Wang Bao seemed to sense Xing's thoughts, shaking her head before continuing. "I come to you on behalf of my wayward 6th brother to extend his apologies. He has been indulged since childhood, and this lesson is a consequence of his own actions. I hope you will not take this matter to heart and let it pass. I assure you, he will not dare to disturb you again." With that, Wang Bao tossed a jade vial towards him, not allowing Xing a chance to refuse, before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the void. With a snap, Xing caught the jade vial, his expression one of astonishment. Wang Bao's unexpected gesture left him utterly bewildered. Rather than engaging in a confrontation, he had anticipated at least a stern inquiry or a show of authority. Could it be that the teachings of the flying immortal cave truly bore such remarkable results? Upon opening the vial and inhaling its rich fragrance, he noted that the 10,000 calamities poison body showed no response, confirming the authenticity of its contents. For those who cultivate the way, harmony is of utmost importance. Thus, Xing could only accept this reality, a quiet smile gracing his lips as he dismissed the incident from his mind and departed. Crack! A peculiar sound emanated from within the ancient, sturdy tree, and suddenly a furrowed face emerged from the bark, revealing Xian Xiaoming, the outer sect steward. "How curious. Has Bauer sensed my presence? Ah, that once naive little girl has grown into a formidable figure, both in character and strength. It's no wonder she dares to vie for the position of peak master." Xian Xiaoming mused, his thoughts shifting to the retreating figure of Xing, who had already vanished into the forest. This young man is indeed a remarkable being. In just a few days, he will ascend to the 7th level of the mortal body. Lord Konglingzi truly possesses keen insight. Upon finishing his words, the visage submerged back into the tree trunk, and as a breeze swept by, it was as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 22. Endless pursuit in the outer sect. Within the library, the atmosphere was tranquil and secluded, seldom visited by anyone. This was primarily because those eligible to join the flying immortal cave had practiced their cultivation since childhood. Attempting to master too many techniques would lead to failure. Perfecting a single body refining technique to its pinnacle was sufficient to reach the ultimate realm of the mortal body. The techniques housed in the outer sex library were all rudimentary methods for tempering the physical form. While they were not entirely commonplace, they lacked distinction, which explained the absence of visitors. Here, Xing, who had recently encountered Wang Bauer, appeared with a calm demeanor. He ascended the steps, swiftly arriving before the library. His physical form had reached a bottleneck. If the four-dimensional values could reveal the subsequent decimals, they would surely read 9,999. Until he shattered the threshold. He could not continue to absorb energy. Thus, consuming blood food in the dining hall seemed a waste, prompting him to visit the library during breakfast hours. Outside the library, two muscular men were engaged in an intense training session, embracing a massive iron ball, leaping back and forth. With each step they took, the ground trembled slightly. This solid iron sphere, gleaming with a dark luster, bore intricate inscriptions that shimmered with a subtle radiance, weighing a staggering 100 tons. The weight was of little consequence. The challenge lay in the sphere's smooth surface, which made it difficult to grip. Yet these two individuals, having honed their bodies to the utmost limit, moved with the grace of swallows. "Young lad, what brings you here?" One of the men inquired in a deep tone, their movements unceasing. Having encountered two senior brothers, Xing performed a respectful bow and continued, "I am a newly initiated outer disciple, here to peruse the scriptures in the library." "Ah, do enter. But be mindful not to damage the tomes, and remember, nothing may be taken out of the library," came the reply, after which the guard returned to his meditative state, seemingly indifferent to Xing's presence. Xing, pondering silently, noted that the guardians of the library appeared to have a far more leisurely occupation than even the kitchen helpers, suggesting that their affiliations were likely formidable. Suppressing his thoughts, he acknowledged the two men with a nod of gratitude before stepping into the library, whereupon a delightful aroma of books and aged wood enveloped him. The dust-free spell ensured the interior was immaculate, while the insect-repelling charm safeguarded the shelves from pests. The walls were adorned with luminescent stones, casting a constant glow throughout the space. "Ah, the fragrance of knowledge is truly sublime." Xing inhaled deeply, a look of rapture illuminating his features, his eyes sparkling with clarity. In this moment, it seemed fitting that the talents of my past life should shine brightly in this realm. As the sovereign of the underworld on Blue Star, the unmoving King Xing was renowned for his dual prowess in both martial and scholarly pursuits. Contrary to the stereotype of brawn over brains, Xing was a remarkable exception. His martial skills were not exceptionally high, but it was his astute intellect that propelled him to the zenith of the underground world, aided by a deceptive tome titled Triathlon. For instance, he had played an integral role in the largest particle collision experiment in the world, serving as the chief engineer. The illusions surrounding the God particle and its eventual demise were both discovered and substantiated by him. At its core, Xing has suffered from 285 type hyperthymesia since childhood, which enables him to possess a selective and prodigious memory, coupled with a remarkably high brain activity that allows his cognitive abilities to surpass those of ordinary individuals. However, in this realm of divine and demonic wonders, such a gift is of little significance and finds only limited utility. With a resolute mind, Xing swiftly navigates through the shelves, retrieving volumes of books and laying them flat on the ground until 100 tomes cover the surface. With a flick of his hand, he adeptly manipulates the air currents, causing all the books to open simultaneously. His eyes, akin to a camera, capture every word and punctuation mark, imprinting them indelibly into the depths of his mind, rendering them unforgettable. Within the tranquil confines of the library, the only sound is the rustling of turning pages. Moments later, the noise comes to a halt, and all 100 books have been closed. Suddenly, Xing's eyes widen in disbelief, blood vessels bursting in his sclera, and blood trickles from the corners of his mouth, ears, and nose. A thunderous boom echoes, plunging Xing's consciousness into a brief void. Subsequently, a vivid and primal landscape materializes in his mind, strikingly realistic and replete with detail. Moo, moo. The earth trembles as countless massive black bulls charge wildly, their powerful muscles and points of strength vividly apparent amidst the swirling dust. Moo, as if spanning millennia. The multitude of bull silhouettes converge and solidify, ultimately transforming into a colossal celestial bull that rears back and tears through the firmament. Mighty Bull Demon Fist. The 5 words, steeped in antiquity, are deeply etched into Xing's heart, their true meaning flowing directly into the instinct of his physical being. The visions within his mind shifted as the earth transformed into a vast ocean, waves surging relentlessly. A bare-skinned man stood amidst the tumultuous waters, striking at the waves with his fists. Once, 1,000 times, a myriad of times, his final blow cleaved the endless sea in twain. The might of the boundless ocean. Yet another essence of martial arts surged forth, directly instilled within him, leaving no room for Xing to refuse, forcefully thrust upon him. True form of jade and stone, capturing the celestial ape, titanic fire refinement technique, path of withering and flourishing trees. Each technique, merely glanced at by Xing, revealed its profound meaning, which was forcibly comprehended and crammed into his mind. Cough, cough. With a violent expulsion of old blood, Xing's forehead throbbed, visible veins bulged, and blood surged within. A hot white mist rising from his head, as if his brain were nearing combustion, an almost discernible aroma of flesh wafting through the air. This is akin to burning the CPU. His primary brain overloaded, suffering severe damage, undergoing an unknown transformation. His memory, logical reasoning, analytical abilities, comprehension, wisdom, and mental awareness were all significantly enhanced, continually escalating. Please assign a name. Talent, endless boundlessness. Phew, that was close. He had survived. Slowly, Xing opened his eyes. An infinity of characters and bizarre phenomena flickered in the depths of his pupils before vanishing. Why had this occurred? Xing furrowed his brow. He had merely intended to copy these techniques, to return and study them at leisure. Yet, unexpectedly, upon merely completing his observation, the essence of these techniques had automatically enacted themselves, disregarding whether his brain could withstand the onslaught, forcefully crammed in all at once. Though these body refinement techniques may not be profoundly intricate, their sheer abundance and the rapidity of their acquisition are noteworthy. Were it not for the awakening of endlessness, his mind would likely have succumbed to dissolution. Xing found himself in a perplexing quandary, oscillating between belief and skepticism. As he retrieved another tome of techniques and swiftly perused its contents, boom, another wave surged forth. A new essence of martial arts embedded itself deep within his memory, as if it were the fruit of arduous cultivation over countless years, now instinctively rooted within him. Xing's expression grew grave as he recognized the gravity of the situation. This phenomenon transcended mere peculiarity, verging on the celestial. Am I a martial genius? Is it truly this effortless to grasp? For reasons unknown, a thought flickered in Xing's mind. Recalling the words spoken by the nameless deity before being ensnared by chains, eons ago, tracing back to the dawn of civilization. The beings of that era were frail and unversed in cultivation, tormented by the mists of ignorance, until the first relic emerged. The knowledge within the relic is arcane and elusive, comprehensible only to those with black hair and eyes. If given the chance, you must learn the primal divine script. Come to the relic and rescue me from this plight. Reflecting on his myriad experiences, it struck him that this conversation had mentioned learning and the nameless deity's reverence for the human lineage, coupled with his current anomalous acquisition of techniques. A thread of connection seemed to weave through these revelations. Might the body refinement techniques here have originated from the relic? With a newly evolved talent, Xing's cognition sharpened remarkably. What once appeared disparate began to coalesce into clarity and coherence through his insightful connections. Xing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Yet he felt a burgeoning confidence. Once he beheld the so-called origin divine script, all his perplexities would surely unravel. The resonant chimes of the university's bell abruptly interrupted his contemplation. He rose to cleanse the bloodstains, casting a glance at the untouched martial arts texts before turning away. He was now poised to transcend his limits. All he needed was to select any one of the techniques he had just learned, practice it thoroughly, and unleash its true essence to shatter the shackles of his corporeal form. How peculiar, he mused. In just a few fleeting moments, this lad seems markedly different. Bang! Outside the library, a burly man gently set down an iron ball, gazing at the diminishing figure descending the steps, his expression rife with curiosity. Huh, I reckon your mind's gone awry. Perhaps you've strained your eyes? Indeed, that seems likely. The man chuckled, shaking his head, dismissing his own musings. Greetings, young ones. I am Linyu, and today's lecture will delve into the essence of the physical body. In the outer university hall, thousands of newly initiated disciples sat in neat rows, their faces bright with eagerness, fixated on Linyu atop the platform. Adorned in a flowing purple dress, her delicate countenance radiated gentleness akin to flowing water. These were merely young adolescents, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. Their fervent gazes stemmed from a universal yearning for strength. Attending a lecture on cultivation was far more engaging than listening to Lu Taixian drone on about tedious matters. Human beings are the embodiment of the great Tao. Our kind, favored by the heavens and the earth, is born in human form. Though flesh and blood may be frail, we harbor limitless potential, possessing the possibility of ascending to transcendence and divinity. Lin Yu's voice was gentle, soothing like a spring breeze, as she delicately gestured into the void, causing a droplet of blood to emerge from her fair fingertips. Now, open your eyes wide. Allow me to guide you into the microscopic realm of flesh and blood. With a resounding boom, a brilliant light erupted, and the blood droplet expanded wildly, transforming into a crimson universe that enveloped the entire classroom. The spectators stood in awe, gazing at the strange phenomena drifting before them. In this world, all things can be classified into two primary categories, the material and the immaterial. The immaterial arises from the interactions of the material, carrying numerous names. Those beings from the mechanical divine realm refer to it as fields, while we in the cultivation community prefer to call it domains. The spark of fire has established the vitality field. The source of the Tao has constructed the starry domain. Essentially, they are the same entity, merely differing in nomenclature. Lin Yu paused, seemingly aware that she had digressed, acknowledging that these young ones were far from comprehending the intricacies of the starry domain. First, let us understand the physical body, she continued. Behold, this is the microscopic world of my blood droplet. The drifting entities you observe are the fundamental particles that constitute matter. These particles are diverse and possess distinct attributes of domains. Though they are faint and minuscule, together they form the entirety of existence. The spirit, consciousness, the light of life's origin, all are aggregates of domains. Even curses, fate, and the profound concept of causality are higher manifestations of domains. The mortal body is inherently limited, bound by numerous shackles. Surely, you have experienced this deeply, have you not? Trapped within a certain realm, no advancement can be made, and the consumption of elixirs proves futile. The purest energy dissipates into nothingness. At such a juncture, one must shatter these barriers. How does one break through? Lin Yu revealed a cunning smile, her delicate fingers lightly tapping, causing the surrounding particles of flesh and blood to stir and arrange into a peculiar pattern. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and a colossal white tiger leaped forth, roaring fiercely at the crowd. The roar was strikingly real, with the metallic scent of blood wafting from the tiger's maw. The process of breaking through is deceptively simple. It involves the rearrangement of blood and flesh particles to form a more potent domain. Naturally, this allows the physical body to continue absorbing energy and growing stronger. Imagine if you could embed a complex and powerful domain within yourself. A single drop of blood or a strand of hair could embody a tiger, a dragon, a mountain range, a star, or even an entire universe. The power of gods and demons is no more than this. Astounding. The young onlookers, including Xing, gaped in awe, lost in reverie. Ahem, awaken from your daydreams. Lin Yu chuckled to herself at their naive expressions before clapping her hands, dispersing the world of blood droplets. To control particles at will and forge them into a domain is a feat attainable only by those of extraordinary cultivation. We are still far from that. Thus, the reorganization of particles requires alternative methods. The answer lies in cultivation techniques. In the pursuit of cultivating one's physique through martial arts, one comprehends its essence, guiding the particle field with intention, subsequently reconstructing a more formidable domain. Once you undergo your transformation, planting the source of the Tao will offer yet another avenue. For now, however, the only recourse is to diligently practice the techniques and refine the physical form. At this moment, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, preparing to dismiss the class, when suddenly his expression shifted. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing outside the classroom. The curious children followed suit, rushing out, and in no time, the square was brimming with figures. What is that? The crowd gazed upward, where they beheld a colossal shadow gradually descending from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a divine vessel stretching a myriad of lengths, its entire body a deep azure, radiating divine light. Etched upon one side of the vessel were the four grand characters, Fei Xian Dong Tian. Realizing it was an ally, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, having initially feared an enemy incursion. Yet, why had the azure divine vessel appeared here? Swift as lightning, it approached within mere moments, allowing the onlookers to discern the figures standing atop it. Among them was the true disciple, Pang Luchuan, ranked third on the Flying Dragon list, accompanied by several elders. Pang Luchuan stood with his sword, his hair billowing, adorned in resplendent armor, his countenance exuding both strength and composure, a paragon of valor. Under the awed gazes of the outer disciples, the perplexed attendants, and Lin Yu's astonished stare, the azure divine vessel began to descend slowly, aiming to dock at the outer square. Just as the vessel made contact with the ground, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A chilling gust swept through, causing everyone to shudder. As they regained their composure and looked up, their pupils dilated in shock. Where was the resplendent azure divine vessel? All that remained was a dilapidated ashen wreck, stained with congealed blood. The figures standing upon it, once identified as disciples and elders, were grotesque cadavers, kneeling upon the deck. Only one remained with a flicker of life. Pang Luchuan knelt on one knee, his long sword propping up his frame, his eyes wide open yet devoid of whites. Consumed by an abyssal darkness. Cough. Flee. Quickly. Go. Inform the lord of the cave. With those words barely escaping his lips, a bloodline erupted from his forehead, cleaving him in two, his innards spilling across the ground. The countless corpses sprawled across the deck began to dissolve, transforming into a viscous, jet-black liquid that cascaded from the wreckage, spreading wildly in all directions. Flee. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror as she stepped into the void, her delicate form radiating with the brilliance of the sun. Xing felt a chill grip his heart. The incomprehensible black substance had already spread to his feet. Chapter 23. The world under the influence of the heavens. The earth and the void were engulfed in darkness. This viscous, tar-like monstrosity corroded and polluted all it touched, leaving even the intangible void unable to escape. Even the radiant golden light erupting from Lin Yu's being was devoured, transforming into dark, spiny tendrils, resembling a colossal sea urchin, suspended in the void. The mutation arrived with alarming swiftness and ferocity. Xing, in a moment of disorientation, found his body enveloped in a viscous substance, slowly sinking downwards. Evil spirit, how dare you? Xing strained to open his eyes and glance back, witnessing a radiant brilliance cascading forth, as numerous towering figures emerged from the interdimensional vortex. In an instant, the very fabric of reality shifted. Had the inner sect come to his rescue? A wave of relief washed over him, only to be swiftly engulfed by encroaching darkness, leaving him in utter oblivion. In the celestial realm of Facian Cave, numerous peak masters, sect leaders, and venerable elders, upon sensing the disturbance within the outer sect, hastily tore through the void. Alas, they arrived a moment too late. From the square of the outer sect's university, a pitch-black sphere was expanding wildly, and in mere heartbeats, it had already contaminated an area spanning thousands of feet, resembling a silent black hole, quietly devouring all it encountered. Fortunately, the warning issued by Pang Luchuan before his demise had preceded the darkness, with a wave of sound captured midair by an elder who released it back into the void. Upon hearing it, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically as they regarded the ominous sphere with trepidation. If either the or existed alone, they might have regarded them as formidable yet manageable. However, the combination of these two entities presented an insurmountable dilemma, instilling fear and caution in their hearts. The is an unparalleled non-living entity of immense power. Only those who have attained the 8th realm of immortality can contend with it, while the represents a rare and terrifying form of non-living existence, second only to the indescribable. The terror of the meme lies in its irrational and rule-defying method of dissemination, which skillfully conceals itself, making it exceedingly difficult to detect by conventional means before it reveals its true nature. For instance, the recently returned shining divine vessel displayed no abnormalities prior to its eruption, seamlessly circumventing the defensive measures of the flying immortal cave. In the past, within a domain under the dominion of the mechanical divine kingdom, an incident of meme aberration occurred, wherein a mere passage of text led to the instantaneous annihilation of the Eagle Empire, a nation empowered by technological apparatus that facilitated swift information exchange. In an instant, 9 trillion lives perished, with all beings below the 8th tier succumbing to madness and death. It can be said that the mechanical divine kingdom harbors an acute fear of meme-like non-living entities, as their efficient means of communication greatly facilitate the spread of memes. Fortunately, this was merely a leak of meme contamination. The true essence of the aberrant entity had yet to arrive. Otherwise, our flying immortal cave would have been unable to escape this calamity. In a flash of insight, the gathered individuals harmonized their thoughts and swiftly formulated a plan of action. Their figures flickered as they encircled the rapidly expanding black sphere from all directions. Before determining the method of this meme's propagation, the powerful beings of the flying immortal temporarily shielded their 5 senses, relying on the spirit of the array to perceive indirectly. Should the array spirit become contaminated, they would command it to self-destruct immediately. Earthly power. Xuanwu, rise from the land. An elder clad in yellow, grounding himself upon the earth, with his robe billowing, summoned resplendent dark light in his hands and forcefully struck the ground. The earth trembled and quaked, mountains crumbled, and 4 smooth chasms, each extending 100,000 zhang, emerged from the ground, with divine light surging forth from their depths, centering around the ominous black sphere. A profound roar emanated from the depths of the earth. As a colossal tortoise of obsidian and gold ascended, its shell spanning 100,000 zhang. With each step it took, towering rock columns rose to support its massive feet. After traversing 100 paces, the ominous black sphere finally detached from the ground. An elder clad in white traversed the void, deftly gesturing with his hands. Enveloped in radiant divine light, countless crystalline particles materialized from thin air, shrouding both the enormous earth mass and the tortoise's black sphere. Mirage? No. A peculiar luminescence flashed, rendering these titanic entities invisible. The light was extinguished, and the vista severed, effectively preventing the anomaly from propagating through imagery. The remaining elders and peak masters closely followed suit, employing various mystical techniques to seal the expanse of void in layers. Subsequently, they all turned their gazes towards the silent master of the flying immortals. Master? These arrangements would not endure for long. I can sense that the anomaly continues to spread. Master, those little ones have already. The master of the flying immortals displayed a glimmer of struggle in his eyes, followed by a deep sigh. He understood that, given the meager cultivation of the outer disciples, there was no hope for survival. If he continued to hesitate, it would be an act of irresponsibility towards the living disciples of the flying immortals. Since he occupied this position, he was inevitably compelled to consider the greater good and make some heart-wrenching decisions. Summoning the celestial artifact, he uttered, "Tear the void." A crystalline sword's chant resonated through the depths of the void, shattering the space around it. A streak of flowing light emerged, steadily descending into the hands of the master of the flying immortals. The most convenient and effective method for dealing with the unknown anomaly was to cast it away, to tear open the profound barriers of time and space, and directly banish the contaminated entities into the chaotic currents of infinite time and space. The celestial artifact, the sword of the void, effortlessly cleaves through the barriers of time and space, as if slicing through tofu. At this moment, it is perfectly suited for the task of banishing the aberration. Alas, I apologize, little ones, for failing to protect you within the flying immortal cave. The master of the flying immortal cave sighed inwardly, his hesitation dissipating as he suddenly opened his piercing eyes and brought the sword down with force. Yet, at that moment, two fingers emerged from the void, deftly pinching the blade of the sword of the void. Subsequently, a gnarled wooden staff was thrust forth, revealing the frail, aged figure of a venerable master. How reckless! Great ancestor! The master of the flying immortal cave gasped in surprise, quickly relinquishing his grip on the sword and bowing deeply in respect. The sword of the void hummed and trembled, as if in appeasement, gently brushing against the old man's fingers before slicing through the fabric of space and vanishing. We pay our respects to the esteemed Lord Kongling. The assembled elders and peak masters bowed in unison, their eyes alight with excitement upon recognizing the ancient figure. Lord Kongling is one of the revered ancestors of the flying immortal cave, possessing unparalleled strength and often wandering through the depths of the mist, rarely seen for millennia. Great ancestor, did you not set out to investigate the relics of the mortal realm? How could you? Indeed, I discovered traces of otherworldly beings traversing the boundary, and there appeared the remains of our disciples from the cave. I could not remain at ease, thus I returned to take a look. Lord Kongling's tone was calm as his murky eyes gazed into the void ahead, penetrating numerous barriers to stare directly at the enigmatic black sphere of the aberration. The aberration is peculiar and unpredictable. To be tainted by it could lead to immediate demise, or perhaps one might still be alive. Is it not a cruel severance of their last hope to hastily determine the fate of our disciples? We are filled with shame, Master. The master of Facian Cave was filled with shame. In the face of an urgent crisis, he prioritized the greater good, and though reluctant, chose to abandon the outer disciples. In retrospect, what right did he have to forsake hope on their behalf? Such behavior was indeed contrary to the virtues of Facian. Everyone, please withdraw. With a wave of his hand, Konglingzi dismissed the crowd. In a fleeting moment, 6 ethereal figures appeared around the black sphere of the MYN, each raising a finger in unison to deliver a delicate strike. With a resounding crack, the void was annihilated, and 6 gray-white slashes emerged, each representing absolute nothingness, where even space ceased to exist, confining the MYN black sphere within a cage of void. Konglingzi, who cultivated the profound path of time and space, could, with a mere flick of his finger, create a state of nothingness unique to the temporal turbulence within the material realm. Even in the event of a MYN uprising, he could banish it instantaneously. The only predicament that troubled Konglingzi was the fact that those disciples remained ensnared within the MYN, unless time and space could be reversed. This established reality could not be altered. The fate of the individuals, whether they lived or perished, remained a mystery even to him. Let me see what you truly are. Konglingzi's eyes sparkled with divine light as he began to probe and analyze the MYN before him. Each MYN may possess its own unique characteristics. Only through direct experience could one fully comprehend its essence. The internal structure of Feishing Cave is as follows. Level 1, Outer Disciples. Level 2, Inner Disciples. Level 3, True Disciples. Level 4, Elders with real authority, Peak Masters, Department Heads, and Elders without authority. Level 5, Cave Master. This is the fundamental framework that ensures the normal operation of the power structure, merely the surface of its strength. The power beneath the surface, referring to those who have distanced themselves from the complexities of existence, wholeheartedly seeking a higher plane of being. They have existed for an immeasurable span of time, known as the 10 Supreme Ones, along with many ancient ancestors, Konglingzi being among them. Additionally, there are the ancestral beings who, nearing the end of their lifespans, choose self-sealing. They are termed the stowaways of time, signifying their ancient lineage that may even trace back to previous eras. Although they may possess but a flicker of power, they serve as the ultimate trump card of a formidable force, a nuclear deterrent of immense potency. Didi. Xing furrowed his brow, pinching his thigh as he watched the rapidly receding taillights of the vehicle, feeling a profound sense of confusion. The sensation of pain confirmed he was not dreaming. A glance at the self-check panel revealed normal data. The indomitable will was in a stable state, indicating he had not succumbed to a mental illusion. Had he returned to Blue Star? Surveying his surroundings, everything felt so familiar, from the air thick with smog to the exhaust fumes. As enticing as ever in the place he had inhabited for 26 years, there was no mistaking it. An alien immortal? A meme? Could it truly be this extraordinary? TSK. Xing marveled, though he could not comprehend how this meme had crafted such a vivid reality for him. One thing was certain. He had not been sent back to Blue Star. The notion of traversing such a phenomenon seemed far too hasty. Most crucially, the time traveler talent had not been triggered, which indicated he had not crossed the boundaries of time and space. He remained within the infinite continent, the fallen immortal realm. Perhaps even in the very same spot of the flying immortal cave. In the dead of night, you venture out to indulge in cosplay? Have you lost your senses? A group of inebriated ruffians, their hair dyed in a cacophony of colors, encounter Xing by the roadside and approach him with mischief in mind. Ready to engage in roughhousing, Xing glances at his flowing robe, which seems rather out of place in this modern metropolis. Can you not hear me when I speak? With a swift motion, Xing seizes the wrist of one ruffian, feeling the tangible warmth of a human body at 36.5 degrees Celsius. He slowly articulates, "You have arrived at an opportune moment. I require something from you." What? The ruffian's expression shifts as he struggles to withdraw his arm, only to discover that Xing's grip is like iron, unyielding despite his utmost efforts. With a sudden crack, the ruffian gasps in shock. This is intriguing. It feels almost too real. Xing gazes intently into the ruffian's eyes, meticulously observing every fleeting expression, from astonishment to the terror and pain following the severance of his arm. A portrayal of genuine human emotion. Let me see what you truly are. Xing extends 2 fingers, tearing away a sliver of flesh from the severed limb. And then he slices open his own arm, placing the morsel within. Focusing his thoughts on the self-analysis panel, he muses. Extraneous matter contained within the subject. Flesh. Originating from a carbon-based life form, humanoid organism, male, 27 years of age, genetic SE. Xing released the ruffian, his eyes reflecting contemplation. The self-diagnostic module did not categorize the life form before him as human. If this were Blue Star, the race designation should align with his own, thus indicating that this world was not Blue Star. Boom. Boom. Perish, monster. The ruffian's companion, fueled by alcohol, mounted his motorcycle, twisting the throttle to its limit. Charging directly at Xing. Bang. Crack. Crash. Xing remained utterly unmoved as the 500cc motorcycle disintegrated, metal fragments scattering across the ground. The valiant rider was propelled 10 meters away, his head colliding with the curb, his neck contorting into an odd angle, convulsing as life slipped away. What of inanimate objects? Xing reached out to catch a piece of metal debris, as per usual, embedding it into the flesh of his arm. The foreign substance contained within his body, metal, iron, density, 7,874 GCM, relative atomic mass, 55,845. The origins of the self-diagnostic module were profoundly significant, stemming from a supreme civilization. It was undeniably infallible. Its sole function was to assess the state of his body, with this evaluative capability being merely ancillary. Moreover, the external objects must be embedded within his flesh. Clothing or undigested food remnants could not be evaluated. Overall, its utility was considerable. Sarlang. Sarlang. The tranquility of the midnight streets was shattered by the sudden eruption of blood and fire, heart-wrenching screams continuously drawing a crowd. Xing cast a fleeting glance. Lightly stepping forward, and in an instant, amidst the gazes of many, he vanished, leaving behind a distinct footprint on the bluestone pavement. All evidence suggests that the meme has crafted an authentic realm. Perhaps it is a projection of my memories, or could it be that the meme has replicated my recollections? Have I been drawn into this world to be ensnared? And how might I extricate myself? Furthermore, where have the others gone? Are they ensnared in a similar plight? Standing atop the highest edifice in the city, Xing was beset by howling winds that caused his robes to flutter violently. With a cold gaze, he surveyed the bustling streets below, filled with myriad lives. Even from several hundred meters away, he could discern the pedestrians on the road, their expressions, attire, and even the fine hairs on their skin and the remnants of sleep in the corners of their eyes, all falling under his keen scrutiny. It seemed that the only course was to observe the unfolding events. This bizarre alien meme, no matter how strange, had a clear objective: the annihilation of all life. To counter each move effectively, one must possess strength as assurance. Fortunately, in this tranquil realm, my solitary domain, no one would interrupt my pursuit of breakthrough. With unwavering focus, Xing's mind surged with the essence of hundreds of martial arts techniques. Like a phantom, he shifted and rotated, each punch and kick rending the air and generating explosive sound waves. The great power of the bull demon fist, the might of the boundless sea, the titanium fire refinement technique, the cycle of decay and renewal of the greenwood. The domain formed by the true essence of martial arts stirred the particles of Xing's corporeal form. Already solidified in its own domain, the particles began to shift subtly, and soon, entirely new and immensely more powerful domains emerged. Shadows flickered within him, embodying the bull demon, the surging waves of the vast sea, and the cycle of decay and renewal of the greenwood. Crack! Has the physical limitation been shattered? From the innermost depths of his being, the sound of breaking shackles resonated, and in the next moment, a profound hunger surged within Xing. His corporeal form had transcended boundaries and was in dire need of energy replenishment. In the realm of absolute spirit, the perpetual motion body underwent an unknown transformation, continuously enhancing as it began to devour dark matter. The realm of absolute spirit? A thought stirred within Xing, and he suddenly realized something profound. This was the power of the meme. It had perceived my singular fear. Chapter 24. The Fear Meme Self-Examination of the Subject. Xing Age, 12. Race, Human, Perfect Pure Blood. Realm, Mortal Body, 7th Layer. Body, 90. 5. Strength, 90. 5. Agility, 90. 5. Will, 8. Evolutionary Talents. Perpetual Motion Body, Microscopic Vision, Time Traveler, Indomitable Will, Universal Poison Body. Endless Horizon. In a tranquil breeze, amidst the stillness of humanity, Xing exhaled a breath of turbid air, the tumultuous energy within him gradually settling. His consciousness swept over the dramatically altered self-examination panel, and delight was evident in his eyes. The self-examination module would transform in accordance with the subject's settings and the variables introduced. Upon comprehending the correlation between the realm classifications of this world and the four-dimensional values, he noted the realm section. He currently stood at the 7th layer of mortal body. Logically, his three-dimensional body should measure 7 points. The surplus 2 points were a result of the myriad attributes of martial arts enhancing his domain. For instance, the previous Iron Man triathlon, which focused exclusively on defensive resilience, had granted him an additional point. Now, with mastery over countless martial arts truths encompassing stamina and agility, the cumulative effect had led to this extraordinary achievement of 2 in three-dimensional metrics. Regarding the 0, 5 that follows the numerical value, it signifies a fluctuating value distinct from the inherent numerical figure. In a normal state, the value is 9. However, when Xing exerts his full strength in combat, the value rises to 9. 5, with the additional 0. 5 reflecting the operational state of his technique. The figure of 8 points represents a breakthrough achieved within the library, where he comprehended the true essence of 100 martial arts and awakened the concept of eternal boundlessness. At present, my physical form is more resilient than steel, capable of swinging a single arm with a force of 200 kilograms, a staggering strength of 51 tons. Not too shabby, just barely on par with the youthful form of a certain celestial emperor. With a sudden clenching of his fist, Xing compressed the air, causing it to explode within his palm, emitting a piercing shriek and a resonant hum. The rapid enhancement of his power is undoubtedly linked to the martial essence I have grasped. Teacher Lin Yu once stated that achieving the true essence of a technique is sufficient to elevate the physical body to the pinnacle of 10 realms. Thus, I have not only shattered the bottleneck of the late stage of the mortal body, but have also breached the limits of physical endurance. It is no wonder that I have gained an additional 2 points. I am, in a sense, enjoying the benefits of the ultimate 10th realm ahead of time. A look of realization dawned upon Xing as he previously found it peculiar that this extra value had increased so significantly. After all, no matter how much one cultivates a technique, its effects cannot stack infinitely. The attributes conferred by true essence possess a degree of redundancy. Both the Titanic Fire Refinement and Iron Man Triathlon enhance defensive resistance, while Songhai One Zhongjin and Mighty Bull Demon Fist augment strength, showcasing overlapping effects. It is the continuous absorption of energy and the enhancement of flesh and blood particles that fundamentally fortify the body. The perpetual motion body is truly a remarkable gift. Had it not been for this ability to replenish my energy, I would likely have become a mere husk by now. This realm of memes is an ethereal domain, where, without ample supplies of elixirs or potent nourishment, and in the absence of the infusion of celestial energy, the physical form would disintegrate at the particle level. Under normal circumstances, practitioners of the mortal realm cannot absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. They must derive their energy solely from potions and sustenance. It is only during the moment of transcending to a higher realm that the domain constituted by the particles of flesh creates a void, inviting the celestial energy to flow in until a balance of internal and external density is achieved. Xing has broken through to the 7th heaven and has even gained an additional 2 points. His demand for energy is immense. Were it not for the perpetual motion body, sustaining his vital activities and evolving the capacity to devour dark matter, his corporeal form would undoubtedly collapse. This talent holds great promise, alleviating many of my burdens, such as the necessity to stockpile vast quantities of elixirs with each breakthrough. In battle, I need not worry about energy depletion. Quite splendid indeed. Of course, the perpetual motion body merely maintains his physical state and sustains life. It does not actively absorb energy to assist in his cultivation. Strengthening his physique will still rely on his own efforts. The elixirs I have accumulated over time can now be utilized. Xing sat cross-legged, reached into his robe, and retrieved 2 jade vials. Opening one, he poured out 5 azure pills. Dragon Tiger Pill, a 2nd-tier spiritual elixir, albeit of flawed quality, possesses the ability to nourish the body and enhance vitality. Xing diligently worked at the alchemy division, brimming with optimism, even when engaged in the most arduous and hazardous tasks. His efforts were rewarded by the esteemed alchemist, who graciously bestowed upon him a pill each day. However, these were merely subpar remnants of elixirs, hardly worthy of such patronage. Nevertheless, Xing did not despise these offerings. They were certainly preferable to the dregs of failed concoctions. With a flick of his wrist, he consumed 5 pills in one swift motion. Upon self-assessment, he discerned that these flawed elixirs, laden with mixed toxins, possessed medicinal properties comparable to those of standard quality, albeit diminished in value due to their impurities. To Xing, these toxins represented a form of energy, rendering their distinction trivial. He even contemplated procuring more of these imperfect pills in the future, as they offered exceptional cost-effectiveness. After digesting the elixirs, Xing gauged his physical state, noting an approximate increase of 0.001 in his 3-dimensional values. Given that his base value stood at 9, this translated to a remarkable enhancement of 51.2 kilograms of strength, equivalent to the benefits derived from a hearty meal in the dining hall. The human baseline value is 200 kilograms. Each increment in the 3-dimensional value doubles 1 strength, thus 9 points equate to 51.200 kilograms. Now, this was truly a treasure. Xing's gaze sparkled as he opened another jade vial, pouring forth 10 jade green pills. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, spreading in all directions. 5 elements inner pill, a 4th-grade spiritual elixir, of perfect quality, capable of activating human potential and nourishing the 5 internal organs. The human body is a complex and enigmatic entity. It is said that deities reside within the 5 organs, known as the hidden treasury. If awakened, they can unleash formidable powers. For Xing, the present moment feels exceedingly distant, yet with a slight stimulation and nourishment, it can significantly enhance his physical form. With a deep gulp, he ingests 10 pills simultaneously, supported by various innate talents, alleviating any concerns regarding the surging potency of the elixirs. Boom. It feels as though a sun has risen within his abdomen, radiating warmth and fervor as his blood surges wildly, distributing waves of heat to every corner of his corporeal being, nurturing each particle of flesh and blood. After a considerable interval, Xing slowly opens his eyes, a glimmer of crystalline brilliance flashing across them. He has reached the 8th layer of the mortal body, with a mere flick of one arm. He exerts a force of 102 for 100 kilograms, surpassing 100 tons in strength. A single vial of elixirs surpasses years of arduous cultivation, indeed. Having a powerful backing makes a remarkable difference. One cannot help but envy someone like Wang Bao, a true heiress. Although he has attained the 8th layer, it is still comparable to the ultimate limit of an ordinary individual, the 10th layer. It must be noted that the martial prowess in this world is truly terrifying. Xing squints slightly, a sense of wariness flickering within him. He does not allow himself to feel complacent over his current achievements, viewing the world through a narrow lens. He is merely at the mortal body stage. How formidable must the divine beings and demons be? It is prudent to remain humble. This is far from the time to be boastful. A night has passed, and the sun pierces through the clouds, casting its rays upon the earth. Xing rises and gazes at the dawn, the dazzling sunlight igniting an unusual feeling within him, as he senses a gentle push from the iron door behind him. After waiting for you all night, you have finally arrived. Turning back, he beheld a throng of individuals filing in, all of whom he had encountered on the street the previous night. Among them were the small-time ruffian whose arm he had broken, the corpse with a shattered neck, and even the diligent cleaning lady, all gathered in a dense mass, their strange gazes fixed upon him. He pondered a profound question. Do memes possess wisdom? Or do they merely operate according to predetermined mechanisms? What transpires when these established rules are disrupted? Are you the remedial measures for the memes? Xing mused to himself, fully aware that the so-called individuals before him could neither comprehend his words nor express any emotions. Upon realizing that this place was a realm devoid of spirits, he grasped why the meme had constructed such a vivid world for him. Fear. Xing was unafraid of death, unafraid of suffering. He could endure any torment. His only dread lay in the prospect of returning to the transcendent tomb on the blue planet, especially after having witnessed the splendor of the extraordinary world. Being thrust back to his former self would be a fate more unbearable than death. Fortunately, he possessed the perpetual engine, along with an unbounded capacity for adaptation. Once he acknowledged the shadow residing within his heart, the desolate realm transformed from a source of fear into a mere triviality. Now he stood fearless. Might I venture to suggest that the means of meme dissemination is rooted in the deepest fears of the human heart? The more pure and indelible the fear, the greater its potential to amplify the reach of the meme's contamination. Roar. The crowd surged, all gazing skyward in a fervent roar. A figure with a severed arm and yellow hair opened his furious eyes wide, as a viscous, pitch-black liquid surged forth from his body. In a fleeting moment, his appearance morphed to resemble Xing's precisely. With a powerful stomp, the floorboard shattered, and like a bolt of lightning, he hurled his fist through the air, striking towards Xing with ferocity. Ha ha ha. I guessed it right. The defenses are down. Urgency has set in. Xing's face radiated with a smile. Yet his gaze was chillingly cold. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the yellow-haired assailant's punch. In a swift motion, his palm transformed into a blade, delivering a direct thrust that pierced through the assailant's skull. Glancing at the viscous substance in his hand, it was not blood or brain matter, but rather a tar-like liquid. The terrifying nature of the meme was evident, yet its intentions were alarmingly transparent. If the sole purpose was to eliminate someone as feeble as me, was it truly necessary to conjure such a tangible world? Even if it were merely a city or a street, the cost-effectiveness was exceedingly poor. Xing surveyed his surroundings, delivering a swift kick that sent the yellow-haired figure plummeting from the skyscraper. He did not exert effort to explore this realm. Thus, the areas he had yet to encounter were likely illusory. The sun above was also a mere facade. Only the structures within his immediate grasp were genuine, shifting and morphing with his movements. Indeed, as soon as Xing's words fell, the towering edifice beneath him transformed into a torrent of black liquid, flowing in all directions. Now, gazing towards the horizon, where was the sun? A cacophony erupted. Countless figures morphed into replicas of Xing, akin to frenzied zombies, layered upon one another. Roaring as they charged forth, each wielding strength equal to Xing himself, delivering punches with a force of 100 tons. This meme, aptly termed the fear meme, feeds on dread and utilizes it as a medium for propagation. Upon observing that I have lost my efficacy, must it be obliterated? Xing's demeanor remained composed. Were it another, ensconced in an environment devoid of spirit and engaged in combat with numerous peers of equal standing, exhaustion and demise would be inevitable. Yet, he was different. Not solely due to the perpetual motion body. Slowly, Xing extended his left hand to cover his right eye, while his left eye widened dramatically. its pupil transforming into a vivid crimson hue, revealing a realm of profound silence within. The phantoms and specters were reduced to mere ashes. All forms were mere illusions. Let the fires of hell consume all. Chapter 25. The Titan of the Blazing Sun Crack. Boom. In the suffocating void, shrouded in green mist, a dark fissure suddenly split open, and a figure plummeted from within, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Cough, cough. Xing spat forth a jet of black blood, as if scorched, emitting wisps of white smoke. From the corners of his tightly shut eyes, blood continued to flow. To activate the eye of hell and manipulate the flames of the abyss necessitated a colossal expenditure of energy as a driving force. In the absence of a developed stellar domain, Xing's body lacked pure energy, thus he was compelled to incinerate flesh and blood to transform them into energy. The perpetual mechanism, driven by instinct, commenced its autonomous operation, voraciously consuming external substances. It devoured ethereal energy when available in its absence. It resorted to the consumption of dark matter. Should that also prove insufficient, it would undergo further transformation and evolution, engulfing space, void, time, laws, principles, information, and the absolute nothingness, even concepts themselves. All would be assimilated, transmuted into energy to replenish the corporeal deficits of Xing, until his vital signs were fully restored. Fortunately, this fearsome paradigm was not entirely insurmountable. In this alternate realm of reality, albeit equally devoid of spirit, dark matter still permeated the environment. In mere moments, Xing, whose flesh had been reduced to a desiccated husk, found his form revitalized and robust once more, the sting in his left eye gradually dissipating. With a sigh of relief, he had returned to life. Xing wiped away the traces of blood, rose to his feet, and surveyed his surroundings with a contemplative expression. It appeared that he remained ensnared within the grasp of the paradigm. The realm of terror it had crafted for him lay in ruins, leading him to question whether he had now fallen into the world of another. But whose world could it be? Were they still alive? Recalling the last image before his perception waned, he remembered the pitch-black liquid that enveloped the entire outer gate academy, half of the dining hall, and numerous disciples' abodes. At least thousands were in peril, and if the formidable beings from the inner gate failed to contain the paradigm, that number would surely escalate. Caution was imperative. It would be prudent to avoid crossing paths with Teacher Lin Yu's domain, for he was no match for those replicas. As for the other disciples from external sects, Xing was confident he could take down each one with a single blow. The external stewards, who were often elusive, were unlikely to be affected. The only certainty he held was that Master Lin Yu had undoubtedly been drawn into this chaos. Xing's expression turned grave as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, his tongue lightly brushing his lips, capturing a trace of a familiar scent. Is it her? With a slight furrow of his brow, he moved swiftly towards the distance. At the edge of a depression, Xing halted, gazing downward. The dense fog could not obscure his microscopic vision, revealing vivid scenes. He beheld grotesque creatures resembling scorpions, their bodies adorned with slick appendages, crowding the entire basin. They twisted in an eerie formation, connecting head to tail in concentric circles, revolving around a central point like a vortex of death. At the very center of the depression, a diminutive figure knelt, head bowed, disheveled hair obscuring the face. Those repulsive monsters. Die! Fury ignited in Xing's eyes as he swept his sleeve and leaped into the basin. His legs, as steadfast as steel pillars, crushed two of the scorpion-like appendages beneath him, spraying a viscous green liquid over himself. Squeak! The multitude of scorpion appendages, sensing the intruder, erupted into chaos. Breaking free from the death vortex and coalescing into a wave of slime, surging towards Xing humph. With the might of the vast seas, the powerful bull demon fist. His vital energy surged, transforming into a dragon of blood and fury that coiled around him. Xing's right hand expanded visibly, like a balloon, muscles bulging and veins standing out prominently. With a force of 10-5, a terrifying pressure surged forth, capable of rending steel asunder. The tentacled scorpions ahead were obliterated by a single punch, reduced to mere sludge upon the ground. The replicas born from the meme manifest as embodiments of one's deepest fears, possessing strength commensurate with their inspiration. Yet, within Xing, there exists no fear. Thus, the replica could only morph into his own likeness. To slay oneself carries an added psychological weight, but Xing chose to defy convention, overturning the table and unleashing a devastating blaze that consumed everything entirely. These tentacled scorpions, reminiscent of the fifth stage of mortal beings, posed no significance to Xing beyond their repulsiveness and sheer numbers. With deft maneuvers, fists and feet struck with precision. And in mere moments, the pit was cleared of the tentacled scorpions. There remains a gruesome spectacle of pulped flesh and blood. Approaching the diminutive figure, Xing gazed upon the familiar green dress, falling silent as he crouched down slowly. The young girl, no more than 10 years old, was already frail, and now bereft of flesh and blood, resembled a lifeless corpse, fragile enough to be crushed in a single grasp. Her wide eyes, devoid of any glimmer, were filled only with boundless terror. "Let me think. What was your name again?" Xing spoke gently, lifting the kneeling girl and adjusting her stiff limbs, laying her flat upon the ground. "Lucio, right? I hope I haven't forgotten. Hold off on calling me senior sister for now. We can discuss that once we enter the flying, immortal cave." "Ah, what a shameless child. This stream has been defiled by this creature. No need to wash. You all go ahead. I will provide cover." Various impressions of Lucio flashed through his mind. The two had known each other for merely half a month, and in his memory, she was a strong, somewhat shy girl who favored green dresses, not yet 11 years old. Alas, may all suffering depart from you. Rest well. Lucio has passed away, and Xing could sense no trace of vitality within her. All will and intent had transformed into sheer terror. Lingering at the center of his brow, becoming a medium for the transmission of memes, akin to the desiccated corpses aboard the Xianshan divine vessel. Serving as a source of expanding power. In this world, hope and despair coexist. One can ascend from mundane existence to divinity, yet equally face the fragility of life. To avoid a senseless demise, one must progress step by step, growing ever stronger until the pinnacle is reached. With a roar, a wisp of pitch-black flame fell from Xing's left eye, igniting Lucio's body, which instantly dissolved into nothingness. The lingering fear that had coalesced began to dissipate as well. The medium for the transmission of fear was eradicated, diminishing the strange, corrupting power. This realm, too, was collapsing. Crack. The ground heaved, and the entire world crumbled. Having learned from previous experiences, Xing remained unperturbed as he allowed his form to plunge into the fissure. The time traveler remained unresponsive. This was not a traversal of space, but rather a method of transfer he could not comprehend. Time and again, Xing traversed through various realms of terror, crushing repugnant entities and incinerating the corpses of his fellow disciples. His expression was icy, and his mood was far from pleasant. He even suspected that aside from himself, all the newly initiated disciples of the outer sect had perished. Until, roar, come forth, O wretched little scoundrels. I shall bring an end to you. Titans of the divine, grant me your protection. Kill. Before me lies a vast desert, where the scorching sun blazes mercilessly, distorting the very air. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, roars and howls of beasts echo relentlessly. Raymond. As Xing fell from the crevice and steadied himself, a familiar voice reached his ears, bringing him unexpected joy and alleviating much of his pent-up frustration. Ha! This foolish giant hides quite well. He possesses quite the prowess. As he beheld the scene through the swirling sands, astonishment flickered in Xing's eyes. There stood Raymond, bare-chested, now towering at an impressive height of 2 zhangs. His skin adorned with intricate and exotic totems. Divine light shimmered upon him, and radiant patterns wove together at his brow, forming an ancient and powerful sun emblem. Kill, kill, kill. Raymond appeared almost frenzied, his vision consumed by a bloodlust. His massive fists were enveloped in brilliant, golden flames, and each strike left a deep, glass-like crater in the ground, where the desert worms wriggling about were incinerated into charred remains. Time stretched on, and as the winds and sands settled, the ground was littered with the corpses of countless worms, piled high like a mountain. Apart from Raymond, who stood amidst the mound of carcasses, no living creature remained. I, from the iron-blood fortress of the endless sea of sand, am Raymond. Roar, roar, roar. Raymond bellowed towards the heavens, emotions pouring forth as torrents of tears streamed down his crimson eyes. "O sister, I have avenged you. May you rest in peace. I, Ming, shall heed the guidance of the Titan ancestor, living well to restore the glory of the sand sea." Xing concealed himself in the shadows, refraining from revealing his presence, for this occasion was clearly ill-suited for such an appearance. His expression bore a thoughtful demeanor. It appeared that Raymond's sister had perished at the jaws of the sand sea worm, a sight Raymond had witnessed firsthand. Thus, the sand sea worm became a profound terror nestled within the depths of his psyche. In this very moment, Raymond vanquished all the worms spawned by the meme, symbolizing his conquest over internal dread. Titan? Raymond possessed the bloodline of a Titan, had he awakened? Indeed, one might say it was a fortuitous turn of events born from misfortune. Cough, cough, Ray, you are still alive? As Raymond regained his composure, Xing cleared his throat, stepping forth to stand before the now normal-sized Raymond, his gaze appraising him from head to toe, expressing genuine astonishment. Truly, this is an extraordinary realm, Such exquisite quality in bitter tea. Is it from the same lineage as the Green Giant? Yingu, are you all right? Raymond exclaimed, startled, leaping up as if triggered by instinct. Retreating a step and regarding Xing with wary eyes. Was he perceived as the embodiment of fear? Indeed. Raymond was a man of hidden depths beneath a seemingly simple exterior. To mistake him for a mere oaf would surely lead to misfortune. Xing chose not to provide an explanation. It was unnecessary, for the world would attest to the truth. Crack. Just as before, the terror was shattered, and the replicated beings were utterly annihilated, causing the realm of fear to collapse and disintegrate. Together, they plummeted into the abyssal chasm. In the outside world, the locked meme black orb abruptly ceased its restless agitation and began to gradually implode. The total amount of memes is diminishing. Is someone reducing the medium of dissemination? In a state of ethereal surprise, the being known as Konglingzi perceived a fleeting essence amidst the tumultuous waves of memes. Fear? So it was. A sudden clarity enveloped his mind, prompting thoughts of a solution. Chapter 26. The Silver Dragon of Zhongwu. What is it like to traverse the rift between worlds? One sees nothing, hears nothing, and perceives nothing, all five senses extinguished, as if falling from one dream into another. In but a fleeting moment, one escapes the abstract and exquisite allure of specters. Bang. Yingu, could you kindly shift your posterior? Oh, my apologies. Xing adjusted his robes and leaped from Raymond, extending a hand to pull him from the rocky pit. Good heavens. A human silhouette was imprinted on the hard azure stone, undoubtedly painful. Yingu, I'm sorry, Raymond's face flushed with embarrassment. Moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash a frontal assault on Xing, having secretly gathered his strength. Now, following the collapse of their world, enlightenment washed over him. It's of no consequence. In that situation, your reaction was entirely justified. Xing waved his hand dismissively, then elaborated on his conjectures in their current predicament to Raymond. Thus, it appears we are in a predicament. Raymond's brow furrowed. Beneath his rugged exterior lay a sensitive heart, quickly discerning the crux of the issue. To escape this dreadful place, we must systematically eliminate the meme mediums, yet this process lies beyond our control. Where we will next fall is shrouded in uncertainty. Had we encountered the realm of teacher Lin Yu before the meme had completely unraveled, her prowess as a steward could effortlessly reduce us to mere pulp with a single replica. Indeed, Xing reluctantly nodded. The power possessed by the meme's replicas fluctuated according to the strength of the trapped individuals. Lin Yu, being an intersect steward, likely possessed cultivation at the fifth realm of the divine abode, a chasm that no stratagem could surmount. They were left with two options. One was to seek refuge in a world of terror, biding time for the rescue of external celestial beings. The other was to gamble on luck, hoping that the meme would succumb to the destructive force of the medium before they encountered Lin Yu. Brother Yan, perhaps our fellow disciples are still alive, battling the replicas in desperation while awaiting reinforcements. Xing fixed his gaze intently on Raymond, then delivered a hearty punch to his shoulder, laughing heartily. Your words resonate with me. There is an old saying in my hometown. When a man dies, the bird flies towards the sky. If not dead, it endures for 1,000 years. Come, let us confront these monsters. All right. Raymond's spirit surged, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, as he strode boldly towards the mist-shrouded abyss ahead. Brother Yan, what does it mean for a bird to fly towards the sky? Children should refrain from prying. You will understand when you grow up. The two maintained a vigilant demeanor, stealthily advancing into the fog. Upon discerning the scene within, their eyes narrowed, betraying a flicker of murderous intent. Abominable creatures, seeking death. Raymond's eyes widened like copper bells, bolts of thunder igniting within him, as lightning crackled around his imposing form, which moved with the swiftness of a flash, vanishing in an instant. In the mist, a horde of grotesque green-skinned creatures, their bodies covered in fine scales, brandished knives and forks as they danced around a bonfire. A withered child was skewered above the flames, his flesh sizzling with an enticing aroma, devoid of life. With a crackle, thunder rumbled as Raymond, enveloped in a storm of fury, moved with such swiftness that he left behind a blur. In mere moments, the heads of the green-skinned fiends were severed, their wounds resembling charred remains. Was this yet another manifestation of bloodline power? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xing's gaze. The swiftness of the lightning and the ferocity of the fire revealed Raymond to be a rare dual bloodline bearer. Lu Dahai. Alas. Raymond removed the charred corpse from the spit, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Lu Dahai was one of his few friends, with whom he had once teamed up during the entrance examination. A twitch played at Xing's lips as he recalled the 5-member squad he had encountered. It seemed only Raymond remained alive. Among them, a girl had transformed into the old witch of the heart-eating demon hall, and was subsequently slain by a celestial artifact. Green Xiao had perished as well, and there was a boy named Huangzhua, who had also met his end during Yan Xing's perilous journey through the realm of fear. How unfortunate. Ray, let him rest in peace. With that, a wisp of infernal fire descended, incinerating Lu Dehai's remains, and in the next moment, the world began to collapse. At last, they had encountered another living being. Leaning against the sturdy trunk of an ancient tree, Yan Xing and his companion concealed themselves amidst the foliage, their gazes fixed on the distance. Deep within the dense forest, a lithe figure darted to and fro, utilizing the terrain to their advantage, as a silver long sword flashed, each thrust claiming a head. Beneath the pallid glare of the sword, silver hair flowed gracefully, and silver eyes remained as still as a tranquil pool, void of any emotional turmoil. It was he. Raymond was initially taken aback, but soon displayed an expression of understanding, as if he were aware that this individual would undoubtedly not succumb to fear. Do you know him? Yan Xing had grown accustomed to solitude, and the only person he had engaged with was Raymond. Among the newly initiated disciples, he had merely exchanged glances with most, unaware of their names. Yes, his name is Zong Wu, a rather reclusive and peculiar individual, yet immensely powerful, having secured the top position in this entrance examination, though, of course, that does not include you, Brother Yan. Raymond wore an awkward expression, nearly revealing too much. But he was also intensely curious about who would prevail in a confrontation between the two. Zong Wu. Indeed, a most unusual character. A hint of peculiarity flickered in Yan Xing's mind as he discerned the truth. The formidable creature engaging Zong Wu was, in fact, Zong Wu himself. This individual harbored no fears within. Amidst his turbulent emotions, Raymond inadvertently released a trace of his aura, instantly attracting Zong Wu's fierce gaze. From a distance, a sword was drawn, accompanied by the resonant sound of a dragon's roar, as if a colossal silver dragon had burst forth into view. What a remarkable lad! Another awakened being. Yan Xing's eyes brightened, and without retreating, he positioned his palm as a blade, his flesh transforming into a radiant gold, exuding a metallic sharpness as he met the silvery sword light head-on. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal reverberated through the air. Yan Xing staggered back a step, half of his body embedding itself into the tree trunk, his hand trembling slightly as a few droplets of crimson blood fell. With a cacophony, numerous trees toppled in succession. Witnessing this, Raymond was left speechless, shocked by the proximity of the encounter, the sharp aura sending chills down his spine. Is it you? Yan Xing, you truly are extraordinary. Zong Wu's pupils constricted. Although it appeared that he had the upper hand moments ago, this was a mere illusion. His sudden strike was a full-force assault, while Yan Xing had rushed into the fray without preparation. Most crucially, the opponent had not invoked the power of their bloodline, relying solely on their physical prowess and a rather ordinary body refinement technique. Indeed, how could someone capable of compelling exceptions from the flying immortal cave be an ordinary individual? With swift motions, Zong Wu unleashed several sword strikes, severing the limbs of the last replicated entity, allowing it to writhe upon the ground, yet sparing its life. Upon witnessing this, Yan Xing and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Sensing their bewilderment, Zong Wu sheathed his sword and coldly remarked, "My sword heart informs me that remaining here is the safest choice. This creature, left alive, will eventually regenerate over time. I have already slain 1,000 waves of them." Yan Xing and his companion exchanged speechless glances, utterly astonished by such a tactic. Was this the nature of a genius, to think so divergently from the norm? No. We must proceed to rescue the others. Raymond furrowed his brow, stepping forward to crush the head of the human chimera beneath Zong Wu's heel. However, Zong Wu merely shifted his gaze, refraining from intervening. With a resounding thud, dark viscous fluid splattered across the ground as the replicated entity convulsed a few times before falling silent. I had presumed that, apart from myself, you all were lost. Since that is not the case, it would be prudent to investigate. What is truly terrifying within the fear meme is not these replicated entities. They appear incapable of replicating bloodline power, which explains why Raymond and Zong Wu could wreak havoc. The genuine horror of the meme lies in its ability to ignite the deepest fears nestled within the human heart. Zong Wu believes himself to be exceptional, a being devoid of heart, thus devoid of fear, a sentiment that perhaps eludes others who may find themselves ensnared by its grasp. Yan Xing and Lei Ming. These two individuals are indeed anomalies. Zong Wu squinted slightly, a rare occurrence, as a peculiar sensation blossomed within him. With a crack, the world crumbled into ruin, and the three plummeted into the abyss. Chapter 27. I shall devote my heart to justice. The trio traversed through numerous realms of terror, achieving naught. and finally paused upon a vast plain for a brief respite. Xing remained indifferent, though he had to consider the well-being of Lei Ming and the toll their relentless battles had taken on their stamina. Lazy, let us test our strength, he proposed. Ugh, Brother Yin, do not jest. How could I possibly be your match? Lei Ming exclaimed, nearly choking on his drink, hastily pleading for mercy. Just a bit of fun. Very well. With a clap, their palms met mid-air, the atmosphere crackling under the pressure, while Xing's hand appeared almost delicate in contrast to Lei Ming's robust grip. Standing aside, Zhang Wu held his sword, radiating a coolness akin to moonlight. Disdainful of engaging in such brute contests, a swordsman ought to embody elegance and precision. Lei Ming's eyes widened in fury, his face flushed, muscles bulging, as he sank deeply into the mire beneath him. Fortunately, reason prevailed. It was merely a game, and since Xing refrained from invoking his bloodline power, Lei Ming would not do so either. Xing maintained a calm demeanor, his hand unwavering as he meticulously gauged Lei Ming's strength. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and remarked, Lazy, you have attained the 5th level of the mortal body, have you not? Indeed, it is true. Yingo, I have already stated that I cannot possibly be your rival. You merely delight in mocking me. Xing shook his head and refrained from speaking. He certainly would not indulge in such trivialities. His purpose in testing Raymond's strength was solely to ascertain one fact. Raymond, being at the 5th level of the mortal physique, should possess a physical strength of approximately 3,200 kilograms without activating any bloodline powers. However, the results of the recent test revealed that Raymond's strength had reached an astonishing 15,000 kilograms. This indicates that with the bloodline power, Raymond's foundation is inherently superior to that of pure-blood humans, with an initial value of 300 kilograms. Each ascension through the realms does not merely double this value, but instead multiplies it by 2. 5. This is the power of the Titan bloodline, vastly superior to that of human lineage. Xing understood that others believed he had awakened a bloodline. In truth, he possessed no such thing. He was a perfect pure-blood human, devoid of even a trace of foreign blood. The derogatory remarks made about him regarding the so-called red-haired pig bloodline were utterly baseless. Is the nameless elder truly jesting at my expense? Elevating human bloodlines to celestial heights while claiming that the void ancestor dragon and the abysmal ghost phoenix are unworthy to even serve them, Xing found himself speechless. Though he could easily overpower Raymond with one hand at present, the tables would turn once Raymond's realm caught up. Nevertheless, Xing held no envy towards the peculiar bloodlines. Every gain comes with a loss. The human bloodline, revered by the nameless elder, undoubtedly possesses its unique merits. He had not forgotten the scene that unfolded in the library. From a rational perspective, he yearned to be a person of pure essence, desiring to remain untainted by peculiar influences. Following his newfound understanding of bloodlines, Xing felt a stirring within, prompting him to alter his predetermined course. Initially, he intended to push beyond the limits of his physical form and then embark on a quest for the Tao source, aspiring to ascend into the Lingxian realm. However, he realized that, regardless of how far he might venture thereafter, he would forever bear the title of the weakest mortal form. The true essence of martial arts could grant him an additional 2 points in physical dimensions, and others might acquire at least 1 point, thus narrowing the gap that could easily be erased by a powerful bloodline. If there are 10 realms in physicality, why not 11, 12, or 13? He decided to postpone his extraordinary ambitions, resolutely thinking, I refuse to believe that with so many innate gifts, I could be overshadowed by any bloodline. His new objective was set, the ultimate plan for the strongest mortal form of humanity. With that, he resolved to continue onward. Zhang Wu, exuding an air of aloofness, spoke before swiftly striding away with his long sword in hand. Xing exchanged a knowing smile with his companion, promptly following suit. However, after a considerable distance, they found no signs of the havoc wrought by the replicated beings, leaving them perplexed. Strange, if there were any survivors in this realm, they should be engaged in combat with the replicas. Why is there not a hint of battle? It was evident that only one side could prevail between the replicated beings and the living, unless perhaps another madman emerged. Lei Ming cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Wu's retreating figure. In that moment, Xing's expression shifted. His keen eyesight pierced through the dense mist, revealing a peculiar thread shimmering with golden brilliance and enveloped in silvery light, descending from the horizon and connecting to a corner of the ground. With a swift motion, he surged forward towards the end of the thread. How could this be? Gazing at the scene before him, Xing's pupils froze, as if all his previous judgments regarding the terrifying meme were about to be overturned. Brother Yin, what have you discovered? After a brief pause, Lei Ming and his companion finally arrived, and before they could finish their inquiry, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight ahead. There lay a young girl, her eyes tightly shut, peacefully resting amidst the grass, enveloped in a luminous membrane. The golden and platinum thread descended, embedding itself in her forehead. The girl's breath was steady, as if merely asleep, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Here, within the horrific realm of memes. What are your thoughts? I can't comprehend. This situation is undoubtedly peculiar. The three exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. If given the choice, they would prefer to fight through hundreds of fear-ridden worlds again. She appeared perfectly fine, devoid of any essence of fear, and no replicas had manifested around her. It seemed that this strange thread was protecting her. From whence does this thread originate? Certainly not from the meme. I suspect it is the handiwork of a powerful entity from the outer realm. Shall we dare to touch it? The trio murmured briefly, then exchanged knowing looks, simultaneously reaching out to grasp the golden and white thread that spanned the heavens and the earth. A resounding boom echoed in their minds, followed by a seamless merging of consciousness with silken threads, traversing layers of fear-laden realms and entering a peculiar divine perspective. In the depths of utter darkness, an array of suspended bubbles emerged, each cradling a slumbering figure within. The threads that connected these bubbles converged within a colossal central bubble. The newly initiated outer disciples, merely children of tender age, possessed limited experience and a narrow understanding of the world, naturally leading to a singularity in their fears. Yet, within this expansive bubble realm, they beheld entities that could genuinely be deemed monstrous, strange and grotesque forms, writhing and clawing in a manner that stirred an oppressive discomfort in the heart at a mere glance. Curiously, these seemingly terrifying and formidable mimetic entities were now frozen in place, their bodies shimmering with a luminous white glow, akin to exquisite sculptures carved from the finest jade. A flicker of insight ignited within Xing, who began to form a hypothesis. Following the golden white threads with his gaze, he looked toward the center of this realm. And there she was, teacher Linyu. Linyu exuded an aura of tranquility, her eyes gently closed, transformed into a statue of white jade. In her hands, she held a golden dagger, deeply embedded within her chest. One side of the dagger bore the inscription of justice, while the other proclaimed fearlessness, emanating an endless stream of scorching golden light that surged into Lin Yu's being. The intertwining hues of gold and white coalesced into a substantial pillar of light that enveloped Lin Yu, soaring skyward, reaching into the depths of the heavens. Around this pillar floated a multitude of intricate runes, and within it, massive characters floated from top to bottom. Xing furrowed his brow, for the script appeared to be an intricate blend of 8 parts small seal script, 1 part large seal script, and 1 part bronze inscription. Although peculiar, it did not hinder his comprehension. Vast, unyielding righteousness. A multitude of golden white threads extended from Lin Yu's brow, traversing the dark void and piercing into realms of fear, safeguarding nearly 2,000 outer disciples from the encroaching dread. Yet Lin Yu herself, teacher Lin Yu, it was Raymond's roar, imbued with a deep sorrow that resonated through the threads. Sighing silently, Xing remained momentarily still, his heart heavy with lament. Lin Yu had perished, transformed into a radiant jade sculpture, devoid of breath. In a daze, they heard Lin Yu's resounding voice echoing in that realm. I shall dedicate my heart to justice. Unyielding righteousness, disperse the fear. Who could have anticipated that the gentle woman in the purple dress would be so resolute, without a hint of hesitation, sacrificing her life to rescue countless disciples from peril? Such a quality cannot be merely cultivated through moral education. Xing felt a stir within, and for a fleeting moment, he discovered a fondness for the power of the flying immortal cave, a sense of belonging emerging from the depths of his soul. Inquire of the heart of heaven and earth. Thunderous roars, crackling sounds. The darkness shattered as a towering figure stepped forth, as if light itself coalesced, obscuring its visage. Chanting thunderous mantras, it bore an ancient mirror that supported the heavens, its stone surface radiating a divine brilliance. Inquire of the heart of the great way. Brilliant beams of light pierced through the darkness, shattering the myriad fears of the world, enveloping the surviving disciples within. Inquire of the hearts of the people. Break. The malevolent divine light began to retract, intent on drawing the multitude into its mirrored grasp. The frenzy of the memes surged wildly, a pure essence of terror, shrieking and howling, transforming into dense, liquid tendrils that entwined the light pillars, seeking to reclaim its lost medium of propagation. The ethereal being, upon witnessing Lin Yu's sacrifice and the tragic fates of numerous outer disciples, felt an inferno of rage surging within. With a swift motion, a sword was drawn, and all the tendrils of the meme were cleaved into fragments. Fearful meme, I shall hunt down your true form. The disciples of the flying immortals shall not die in vain. The divine light carrying the multitude retracted entirely into the realm, leaving the ethereal being unencumbered. With a commanding shout, the void shattered, transforming into an impenetrable cage of nothingness, compressing the black sphere of the meme into a speck of dust, cast into the deepest currents of time and space. Devoid of a medium for transmission and the source of fear, this strand of meme pollution, detached from the alien immortal's essence, would soon self-destruct. The celestial artifact, part of inquiry, reversed its mirror, and the many disciples returned to the material world. Xing gazed at the vast pit before him, then turned to behold the white jade statue that Lin Yu had become, lost in contemplation. I shall dedicate my heart to justice. This was Lin Yu's justice, and it was also the justice of the flying immortals. Chapter 28. The coming storm. The flying immortal cave, having endured through the ages, traces its origins back to ancient times, when the corpses of immortals fell upon the continent. Having traversed the vicissitudes of time, facing calamities countless times, it is only since the dawn of this new era, after an extensive 3 billion years of peaceful existence, that we confront such a devastating blow at our very doorstep, resulting in grievous losses. At this moment, a pall of gloom envelopes the entire Outer Gate region, where the formidable Inner Gate practitioners and numerous Outer Gate disciples gaze intently at the white jade statue that embodies Lin Yu. From the statue's brow, thousands of platinum threads extend, connecting to ethereal bubbles that quietly hover in the air, within which figures remain peacefully slumbering. Buzzing, the golden short dagger vibrates ominously, and then, all radiance entwined with the platinum threads converges into the dagger itself. Over 2,000 Outer Gate disciples tumble to the ground like dumplings, landing with a thud. Ouch! What just happened? The disciples, roused from their stupor, hop about, clutching their posteriors. Fortunately, their falls were not from a great height, resulting in only minor bruises, far better than the fate of those forever ensconced in the realm of the moribund. As they surveyed their surroundings, the vast, bottomless pit and the dismal state of the Outer Gate rendered the wincing disciples momentarily speechless, prompting them to quickly silence their cries. In times of dire straits, Lin Yu had exerted all her strength to disperse the threads, managing only to save those closest to her. For the others, she was powerless to assist. Crack! The white jade statue, having exhausted its divine energy, shatters into countless luminous white specks, carried away by the wind like a silken ribbon weaving through the myriad structures of the Outer Gate, ultimately dissipating into nothingness, reminiscent of Lin Yu's gentle nature in life. A golden short dagger transformed into a shimmering thread of light, darting back and forth in the void. It first circled around Zhongwu, then paused before a young girl, only to swiftly reverse direction, moving with the swiftness of lightning, and shot directly towards Xing. Xing was momentarily taken aback as the golden dagger emitted a fierce humming sound, its brilliance enveloping it, with the 4 inscriptions of righteousness and fearlessness glowing resplendently, as if showcasing its power. The sacred weapon possessed a spirit. Righteousness was fearless. Xing, since this dagger acknowledges you as its master, you should accept it. Kong Lingzi held an ancient mirror, his divine light repressed, and transformed back into the stooped old man, leaning on his cane as he approached Xing and the others. Speaking softly, I hope you can inherit Lin Yu's will, harboring justice in your heart and fearing nothing. Xing fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. Under the envious and fervent gazes of the crowd, he extended his hand to grasp the golden dagger. With a clang, the sharp sword light, infused with the essence of metal, surged skyward, parting the evening glow across the horizon. What a treasure! A tremor coursed through Xing's heart. The instant he gripped the golden dagger, he sensed its immense power. Yet, after recognizing its master and unleashing its sharp energy, the dagger immediately fell silent. Its divine light concealed, appearing unadorned and simple. Master of the cave, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? An elder furrowed his brow and whispered to the master of flying immortals, feeling uneasy about giving such a precious golden dagger to a mere child. Do not overthink it. The ancestor has his own arrangements. The master of flying immortals' expression darkened, realizing that this elder was rather lacking in discernment. Did he not see Kong Lingzi present? What right did he have to speak as the cave master? Come here, my little ones, chuckled Kong Lingzi, his face adorned with a warm smile reminiscent of a benevolent grandfather. His gaze beckoned Xing, Raymond, Zhongwu, and a small girl in the distance to gather around him. A flicker of intrigue crossed the faces of the trio as they glanced back, wondering if there were other disciples like them who had dared to shatter the realm of fear. Before them lay an imposing wolf's tooth mace, A staggering 12 feet long and robust, firmly embedded in the earth, its surface gruesomely adorned with the remnants of unknown creatures. As their gaze ascended, they noticed a frail girl, no taller than 5 feet, perched defiantly on the mace's handle. Her skirt, just short enough to barely cover her thighs, revealed eyes as crimson as blood, brimming with a wild fervor. 2 braids, one red and one blue, danced in the wind behind her. "Sister, I am returning," she declared. With that, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her pupils had transformed into a pure cerulean blue, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Instinctively, she tugged at her skirt, her expression one of bashful timidity as she murmured, "Thank you, sister." With a thunderous leap, the girl descended from the mace, dragging it behind her, carving a trench in the earth as she approached Xing and the others. Was it a case of dissociative identity disorder? Multiple personalities? Xing stole a glance at Raymond, who appeared equally astonished, and sensing their mutual confusion, chose to suppress his curiosity. Indeed, you four have vanquished fear and disrupted many vectors of its propagation. For your commendable deeds, rewards shall be bestowed. The ethereal figure nodded in satisfaction. This generation has indeed produced several promising talents. Without the assistance of these youngsters, deciphering the meme would have required considerable effort. As his words faded, he gestured with his hand, and several streams of light traversed the void, settling into the identity plaques of the individuals present. 10,000 contribution points. The eyes of Xing and the others brightened. It is worth noting that contribution points are exceedingly precious. They toiled tirelessly for an entire day as menial laborers, earning merely 5 points. Thus 10,000 is equivalent to enduring 5.5 years without sustenance. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The 4 of them clasped their hands in gratitude, addressing him as they were unaware of the elder's esteemed status. "This is what you rightfully deserve." With that, the ethereal figure turned and walked towards the interdimensional vortex, followed closely by numerous powerful figures from the inner sect. Upon witnessing this, Xing's gaze flickered slightly. This elder must be a person of great importance. 7 days hence, a memorial ceremony will be held for Lin Yu and the many disciples who met untimely ends. From afar, the voice of the flying immortal cave master resounded, prompting all disciples and stewards to bow in acknowledgement, replying, "We understand." Today, after such numerous tribulations and narrowly escaping death, the newly initiated disciples were relieved from their menial duties and were instructed by the stewards to return to their respective abodes to recuperate. As for the enormous pit in the outer sect, an elder employed the mountain-moving divine art to fill it, while the shattered structures were restored to their former state in merely half a night through the collaborative efforts of numerous outer sect disciples and stewards. Such is the extraordinary world, where miracles abound, surpassing even the most intricate of techniques. In the depths of the outer gate, within a secluded courtyard, Wang Li, deprived of his legs and confined, listened with wide-eyed astonishment to Wang Daliai's report. After a long moment, a shiver coursed through Wang Li's body, and he regained his composure. A look of relief washing over his face as he murmured, "Indeed, my elder sister still cares for me. She must have sensed this impending crisis, which is why she chose to sever my legs. Ha! It must be so. After all, blood is thicker than water. How could my sister possibly be so cruel to me?" Meanwhile, Wang Daliai, standing nearby, struggled to suppress a smile, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Alas, Xing, that clumsy fool, is truly fortunate to have escaped this calamity. So many have perished. Why did he not meet the same fate? In the celestial realm of Faxian Cave, within a grand temple, figures stood in reverence, their gazes fixed upon the venerable elder at the center of the hall. Kong Lingzi, stroking his beard contemplatively, paused for a moment before gently tapping his cane against the ground. Instantly, the solid metal surface rippled like water, and countless luminous points emerged, coalescing into an immense map. "Everyone, take a look. The situation this time is rather grim." The assembly focused intently on the map, where 3 enormous, inverted semi-spherical light orbs hovered around Kong Lingzi's figure, each familiar to them, representing their surrounding territories. One of these hemispheres depicted their own fallen immortal domain, situated within the fallen immortal pit, its orb nearly level with the horizon, unmistakable in its features. Another realm is the prison of spirits, which, due to its proximity to the dominion of the mechanical divine kingdom, is classified as an edge domain. Consequently, the internal power dynamics are intricate, teeming with various entities, and the subtle divergences of 2 distinct cultivation systems can be observed therein. The final hemisphere unequivocally belongs to the domain of the mechanical divine kingdom, known as the Oligus Empire. This realm no longer embraces the diverse domain system, but rather embodies a cohesive and unified imperial structure. These two realms and one empire form a triangular configuration, encasing the ethereal child within. The formidable relic, just emerging, lies beneath my feet in this very area. Positioned at the confluence of the three realms, though I shall refrain from discussing it further. The ethereal child appeared grave, hastily departing only to swiftly return, not without having undertaken a thorough exploration of the fog. This relic is more peculiar than any previously documented. Within the mist it emanates lies the most profound violet haze, undoubtedly indicating it as a relic of the highest order. Consequently, drawn by this relic, non-sentient entities are converging upon this location, with the terrifying aberration being merely one among them. According to prior accounts, the emergence of this mist wave seems inevitable. We must adequately prepare for the impending onslaught of the fog. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, for the mist wave is undoubtedly the most dreadful calamity, a phenomenon that instills dread in every realm. Fortunately, within our realm of the celestial fallen, a natural barrier infused with the essence of celestial beings offers formidable resistance against the encroaching mists, far surpassing that of others. The only threat to be wary of arises from the invasions of high-level, non-living entities such as ghosts, gods, and foreign immortals. Walls and other defensive measures crafted against the incessant erosion of the mists serve merely as rudimentary protections. They require only occasional repairs and maintenance, posing little significant issue. However, the destruction wrought by the non-living entities emerging from the mists is the true source of concern. Almost every faction and domain positions heavy forces at their borders, dispatching powerful guardians to remain ever vigilant against the depths of the mists, while systematically organizing teams to venture into the fog to eliminate nearby non-living threats. Within a span of 5 to 10 years, the accumulating non-living entities are bound to erupt, unleashing a tempest of mists. Commence the assembly of forces in accordance with the highest defense protocols, and prepare for the impending onslaught. Understood. Before the words had fully resonated, the figures of the assembled individuals shimmered and vanished, dispersing into the various directions of the celestial realm. Alas, if only matters were truly this simple. In the vast emptiness of the hall, Kong Kong sighed softly, a shadow of worry flickering in his eyes. His true apprehension did not lie with the visible threats at hand. It was the ancient relics and the formidable ancient sacred lands, as well as the unparalleled aristocratic families drawn to those relics, that constituted the greatest troubles. Chapter 29, The Cycle of All Things Cackling, the golden rooster heralded the dawn. Brilliant sunlight piercing through the clouds, just as the gate of the courtyard swung open from within. Younga, good morning. Lazy, have you once again spent the night without sleep? Gazing at the steaming Raymond, who had evidently just concluded his training, Xing was filled with profound reflections. Even a prodigy with dual bloodlines exerted such effort. Fortunately, as one who required no sleep, he had remained awake, dedicating each night to the rigorous cultivation of his body. Indeed, having just awakened his bloodline, he felt somewhat unacquainted with this newfound power and recognized the necessity for diligent practice. Raymond scratched his head with an innocent grin, a faint red glow flickering across his skin as his damp clothing was instantly dried. By the way, Yingu, were you curious about the girl wielding the Wolf Fang Club yesterday? This rugged simpleton possessed a sensitivity that surpassed that of many women. Even the slightest change in Xing's expression was indelibly etched in his memory. Do you know her? Of course, we all joined the Face Yen cave together. Out of thousands, I am familiar with nearly 99%. As he spoke, Raymond's demeanor darkened. He had received news the previous night regarding the demise of Lucio and the others. Her name is Kuei Ai. Raymond composed himself and continued, honestly. I was taken aback at that moment. She usually appears so delicate, yet she possesses a surprisingly ferocious side. Her gaze then was laden with an intense murderous intent that startled even me. Kuei Ain is inhabited by her sister, Kuei, who is entirely unhinged. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking her. Oh, Xing nodded, committing this peculiar girl to memory. As their conversation unfolded, the two had already entered the dining hall. Due to yesterday's unforeseen incident and the passing of Linyu, the learning tasks for the newly initiated disciples have been temporarily suspended, set to resume in a month. Consequently, they find themselves with a morning of unencumbered leisure. Although the afternoon still necessitates arduous labor, a gust of wind swept through, and the gluttonous duo, having finished their breakfast, promptly reached a consensus to indulge in a lavish spending spree. With 1,000 contribution points at their disposal, it is only wise to expend them swiftly, transforming them into tangible strength as the rightful course of action. Money is but a fickle companion. Once spent, one can always earn more. What a splendid verse, exclaimed Raymond, his eyes lighting up as he recited it several times, as if he had stumbled upon a profound life principle, giving Xing a thumbs up. Brother Yin, I truly admire you at times. Not only are you immensely powerful, but your literary talent is equally remarkable, a true embodiment of both martial and scholarly prowess. Xing. He could discern that Raymond was sincere, his admiration genuine. This clumsy giant was endearing in many ways. Yet his sole shortcoming appeared to be his appreciation of poetry. The two of them moved swiftly, and within a few exchanged words, they arrived at their destination. Upon raising their gaze, a magnificent edifice loomed before them, towering above the surrounding mountains, its plaque inscribed with the Department of Flowing Resources. With the words outer gate etched at the bottom, transactions directed towards the official exchanges of Feishin can only be conducted using contribution points. Additionally, there exist several private shops operated by influential figures from the inner sect, often backed by formidable forces. The trading methods in such establishments are not confined. They may accept contribution points, spirit stones as universal currency, or even energy blocks from the mechanical empire, allowing for bartering as well. Apart from the official establishments and those licensed by them, there exists a category known as street stalls. These are typically set up by disciples in dire need of liquidity or those wishing to dispose of superfluous items. They simply lay out a cloth on the ground and sell their wares, characterizing a temporary and makeshift nature, predominantly dealing in second-hand goods. However, with a stroke of luck, one might still stumble upon hidden treasures. Crossing the threshold, the vista before me suddenly brightens. The expansive first-floor hall is already grand, and the runes etched into the surrounding walls amplify the space manifold, akin to a vast plaza. The atmosphere is bustling, with a throng of people and an incessant din of haggling, creating a lively cacophony. Since joining the Flying Immortals, my time has been consumed by either study or menial tasks, and I have yet to witness such a vibrant spectacle. It is evident that the inner sanctum of the Cave of Heaven must be exceedingly prosperous. Come on, Yin Go. I've heard that many street vendors are swindlers, adept at deceiving us newcomers with counterfeit goods. It's best not to spend our resources here. Xing nodded in agreement, and together with Raymond, they ascended to the next level. The second tier accommodates various private shops, where the risk of being duped still exists. Without lingering, they proceeded directly to the third level. Officially sanctioned products are guaranteed to be genuine, devoid of deception. The establishment of the 10,000 Goods Circulation Bureau by the Flying Immortals is fundamentally aimed at facilitating disciples, creating a well-ordered internal economic system revolving around tasks, contribution points, and treasures, thereby infusing the entire faction with enduring vitality. Here, one can rest assured that counterfeit goods will not be encountered. All merchandise is clearly priced, alleviating any concerns of being swindled out of contribution points. On this third level, the crowd was noticeably sparse, and an aura of tranquility prevailed, contrasting sharply with the cacophony of the bustling marketplace in the hall below. After a moment's contemplation, Xing made his way to the equipment pavilion, in search of some auxiliary tools to aid in his physical cultivation. As his corporeal form grew stronger, the intensity of his previous training had become insufficient. May I assist you with something? The only drawback of the official shop seemed to be the less than pleasant demeanor of the staff, as they were merely low-ranking disciples tasked with these duties. With their status being equal and their meager salaries, it was unrealistic to expect them to exhibit any enthusiasm. I require implements that can hone my physical body. Do you have anything suitable here? Indeed. The heavy mountain talisman armor, a one-time consumable, can grant the bearer tenfold gravity for a duration of 12 hours. Too light. Xing replied slowly, shaking his head. With the power of 100 tons at his disposal, the additional weight, given his current mass of 100 kilograms, felt as insubstantial as a feather. The essence of physical cultivation fundamentally lies in the process of reinforcing the particles of flesh and blood. The stronger the particles, the greater their density and mass, resulting in a more resilient body capable of unleashing formidable power. Theoretically, Xing's weight should be half of his strength, amounting to 50 tons. However, the domains formed by these particles counterbalance their additional mass, allowing him to maintain a normal weight. In simpler terms, each domain within Xing functions as a form of anti-gravity device. I have yet to finish my explanation. The sales assistant rolled her eyes, seemingly aware that Xing was rather naive. With a hint of exasperation, she continued to explain, this talismanic armor must be used in conjunction with the restriction bracelet. Like this one. Xing extended his hand to accept a silver-white bracelet, its surface adorned with intricate engravings that shimmered with a delicate glow, remarkably exquisite. The restriction bracelet? Indeed, as the name suggests, it serves to obstruct the domain within your body. It emits a peculiar magnetic field that disrupts your domain, allowing your corporeal particles to revert to their original mass. This particular restriction bracelet is of modest grade. It can at most negate 20% of your domain. You can adjust the intensity of the magnetic field's output, fluctuating between 0 and 20%. To put it in perspective, 20% translates to a mass of 10 tons, coupled with a gravity talisman. It aligns perfectly with the limits of what you can currently endure. Such an item is indeed formidable, isn't it? Could it not be wielded as a weapon? You are overly optimistic. Every individual possesses a unique life magnetic field, which can easily counteract the magnetic field of the restriction bracelet. To utilize it, one must undergo a complex process of attunement, allowing the restriction's magnetic field to harmonize with your life magnetic field. When you find yourself embroiled in a life and death struggle, do you expect others to pause and obediently bond with a restriction bracelet? The sales assistant couldn't help but chuckle, while Xing felt no embarrassment. Instead, he acknowledged that he had much to learn. I will purchase this bracelet. Additionally, please recommend a reusable gravity device. Very well, how about this one? The obsidian bracelet allows for gravity adjustment ranging from 10 to 10,000 times, and with timely replenishment of spirit stones, it can be utilized indefinitely. The total cost? A mere 6,000 contribution points. Xing felt a tremor in his heart, while the words sounded appealing. Parting with such a significant portion of his assets in that moment was somewhat painful. All of this was in pursuit of power, in the quest for evolution. He silently chanted to himself, retrieved his identification plate, and after a flurry of ostentatious gestures from the sales associate to acknowledge ownership of the inhibitory bracelet, he hurriedly exited. Please take your time, esteemed guest, do visit us again. To his surprise, the youth turned out to be quite affluent, and the sales associate's tone became noticeably more enthusiastic. Indeed, a commission of 3 contribution points was to be earned. The 0.5 commission rate was undeniably exploitative. Raymond, equipped with body refining tools brought from his family, decided to meander on his own, while Xing surveyed his surroundings and entered the alchemy bureau alone. He did not rush to exchange contribution points for the spirit stones required to activate the obsidian bracelet. Such an exchange was far more economical in private shops, where the rates surpassed those of official institutions. Most importantly, spirit stones were immune to counterfeiting. Contribution points were exceedingly precious, redeemable for extraordinarily rare treasures in the flying immortal cave, such as the Tao Source. One of the purposes of private shops was to gather contribution points for their own prodigies. Greetings, how may I assist you? The sales associate at the Alchemy Pavilion bore a similarly lackluster expression, clearly embodying a demeanor of mere wage earning. Do you have any pills of inferior quality? The more toxic, the better. Upon hearing this, the associate's expression darkened. It was evident that this newcomer was a mere novice, devoid of any lucrative prospects. Chapter 30. Sweating profusely. The youth, still so naive, eager for rapid success and immense power, yet neglecting diligent cultivation, they placed their hopes on elixirs, oblivious to their own lack of prowess. With meager resources, they resort to purchasing inferior, flawed potions, disregarding the potential harm to their own latent abilities. Such short-sightedness is truly lamentable. Young brother, I perceive you are still quite young, perhaps a novice in this current cohort? Remarked the elder. Heed my advice. Every remedy carries its risks, and those risks are particularly pronounced when it comes to flawed elixirs. Your cultivation is yet in its infancy, and such choices may leave irreversible repercussions on your physical form. The sales assistant of the Alchemy Pavilion, displaying a commendable kindness, perhaps saw a reflection of his own youthful self in Xing and felt compelled to offer guidance. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother. I am well aware of my choices. Please, do introduce me to some body-refining elixirs. Recognizing the sincerity of the elder's concern, Xing expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, yet remained resolute in his pursuit of potions. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret your decision in the future. With that, the assistant turned and made his way to the counter, realizing that his attempts to dissuade the young man were perhaps futile. Moments later, a variety of elixirs were displayed on the counter, each one more vibrant than the last, resembling a collection of colorful marbles. The assistant began to introduce them to Xing, all of which were of low grade and flawed quality. The term low grade referred to the 13th tier, and the assistant doubted Xing's capacity to afford higher tier potions, given that he had resorted to purchasing flawed elixirs. Here is the first tier tiger wolf elixir, and the bone refining elixir. I seek second tier potions, Xing interjected. Having previously tasted a second tier elixir gifted by a master alchemist, he possessed a basic understanding of their potency. The first tier options now held little efficacy for him. What about this one? The blood of the strange beast, primarily composed of the essence derived from extraordinary creatures, is meticulously crafted with various medicinal herbs. It remarkably enhances the physical form and is notably affordable due to its high yield. How much for a vial? The price is indeed reasonable. He seeks value for money, indifferent to the various shortcomings of the pills, as his innate talent will suffice. 50 contribution points. As per convention, a single vial contains 10 pills, with the blood of the strange beast priced at 5 contribution points each. Even those in menial roles can acquire one after a day's labor, making it a commendable bargain. Surely, you must have larger containers available? I require 600 pills. Xing, working as an errand boy in the alchemy division, possesses a modicum of understanding regarding these elixirs. A proficient alchemist could produce several hundred of such low-tier pills in a single batch, casually packaging them without much care. What did you say? 600 pills. The sales assistant momentarily faltered, and the many disciples in the Dan Pavilion, who had previously regarded Xing with sympathetic glances, now cast him curious, incredulous looks. Does this child have a peculiar notion? With a plethora of contribution points at his disposal, would it not be more prudent to purchase superior pills? 600 blood of the strange beast pills. Are they intended as fodder for the red-haired pigs? Ding. Xing, uninterested in elaborating, promptly retrieved his identification plate and transferred 3,000 contribution points. Upon hearing the confirmation beep, the sales assistant regained composure, refraining from further chatter. With an odd expression, he retreated to the back room, soon returning with a ceramic jar placed upon the counter. 600 blood of the strange beast pills, totaling 3,000 contribution points. Please verify. Thank you. Xing nodded appreciatively and, cradling the ceramic jar, exited the Dan Pavilion, his steps noticeably lighter. What an eccentric individual. The gazes of everyone in Dan Pavilion converged, and an identical sentiment arose within their hearts. The dining hall provided only 2 meals a day. Yet a single incomplete second-grade elixir equated to a lavish feast for me. This jar was worth a year's worth of my ravenous consumption. Xing felt a deep sense of satisfaction, simultaneously pondering the stark contrast between the affluent and the impoverished in this realm. The wealthy science, endowed with both money and power, effortlessly overshadowed the grassroots in every aspect. Brother Yin, have you made your purchases? Raymond had been waiting at the staircase for quite some time. Upon seeing Xing approach, he eagerly waved him over. Almost done. I still need to exchange some spirit stones to activate the obsidian bracelet. Spirit stones, the solidified essence of celestial energy, have become an irreplaceable currency in this world due to their diverse applications. They serve both as currency and as a resource for personal use, representing a true hard currency with significance far surpassing that of gold in the past. Spirit stones are categorized based on the purity and abundance of the spirit energy they contain: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional, with the exchange rate between each tier reaching as high as 100. Moreover, when exchanging from a higher grade to a lower one, there is often a premium of 10 to 20%. Although spirit stones are precious, the contribution points from the Flying Immortal Cave have a markedly higher value. With ease, Xing purchased 500 inferior spirit stones for the price of 2 contribution points. This was the standard rate. By visiting a few private shops, he might have been able to negotiate a slightly better deal, but Xing was disinclined to waste his time. The obsidian bracelet, which activated tenfold gravity for a full 12 hours, consumed only 1 inferior spirit stone, providing him with ample supply for an extended period. After bidding farewell to Raymond, Xing did not return to his residence, but instead traversed the dense forest to a secluded mountain in the rear. The outer region of Phaeacian cave heaven is vast, with various structures and functional areas occupying nearly 10% of the space, while the remainder consists of mountains, dense forests, and even an inland lake accompanied by a meandering river. The ability to casually manipulate gravity here is remarkable. If such a phenomenon were to be presented in a past life, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a groundbreaking technological marvel. Xing is seated cross-legged upon a massive stone, holding a black obsidian bracelet, meticulously examining it. Judging by its value, it has become a rather ubiquitous item. He decides to test its effects. Extracting a piece of spirit stone, roughly the size of a fingernail, he embeds it into the bracelet's recess and gently rotates the dial, adjusting it to tenfold gravity. There is no discernible sensation, as if a butterfly has merely alighted upon his shoulder. Xing casts his gaze upon the obstruction ring on his left wrist. This device requires no charging. Its value lies in its material, a unique magnetic metal, classified as a radioactive substance. It is a single-use item, yet it is sufficient for a year's use. With a gentle tap of his finger, the obstruction ring powers on at full capacity, instantly diminishing the field between the particles within him by 20%, releasing his true physical mass, weighing a staggering 10 tons. Crack. The shoes beneath him are compressed into thin sheets, and fissures emerge on the surface of the blue stone. As an immense weight of 100 tons is concentrated within a mere square inch, all while remaining in a state of stillness. Quite impressive. He begins to feel the pressure. His strength now measures at 102 for 100 kilograms, slightly exceeding 100 tons, imparting a sense of oppression. Yet he is yet to reach his limits. Xing twists the dial once more, elevating the gravity further, his legs bending instinctively as he focuses intently, striving to maintain his upright posture. With a resounding crack, the fissures on the blue stone spread uncontrollably, straining under the pressure. I remain woefully inadequate. The mere notion of wielding 200,000 pounds with a single arm may sound impressive, yet when juxtaposed with my previous life, where a large truck with a front 4 and rear 8 could carry 100 tons, it pales in comparison. He did not forget the unfathomable abyss he had witnessed yesterday, an immense square pit, 10,000 zhang deep. How much earth had been displaced? How many Mount Everests could it contain? If measured from its base, Everest weighs several 100 billion tons. That is true extraordinary power. My strength, in contrast, is akin to that of a slightly more robust ant, unworthy of any pride. Exhaling deeply, Xing released a breath of murky air, his blood and energy surging within. A mist of sanguine vapor coalesced into an ethereal dragon, entwining around him. With a swift motion, he retrieved 10 from a ceramic jar and swallowed them whole. While others would consume such elixirs with caution, he possessed the ability of devouring heaven and earth, allowing him to effortlessly digest this pure energy. Even the toxicity of the pills could be transformed into energy by his 10,000 perils poison body. As his innate talent of devouring heaven and earth reached greater heights, he would even be able to consume poison directly. Performing the mighty bull demon fist, Xing planted his feet on the blue stone, his body soaring and twisting as he unleashed a vigorous series of punches, each imbued with profound intent. The distant echoes of bestial roars reverberated in the air. As one technique concluded, he seamlessly transitioned into another, effortlessly drawing upon over 100 body-refining techniques, each suffused with the essence of martial arts. In an instant, dust and stones were sent flying, and wherever he passed, the grass lay flat, ancient trees splintering beneath his might. Matter is composed of microscopic particles, and so too is humanity, muscles, bones, cells, and the spiral of genes. Ultimately, it all reduces to particles of flesh and blood. To strengthen the physical body is to fortify the particles, enhancing their density and mass, allowing the countless particles to ceaselessly absorb energy and undergo transformation until they shed their mortal form and attain the extraordinary body of a Vajra. For the average individual, the process of body refinement typically involves two approaches. The first entails the relentless exertion of the physical form, whether through weighted exercise or the practice of body refining techniques. The aim remains consistent. When the flesh and blood particles are pressed to their limits, they are then nourished by consuming blood meals and life essence, which are abundant in energy and easily assimilated, enabling the particles to devour the contained energy and grow. The second method involves the direct ingestion of spiritual elixirs. As long as they are beneficial to the flesh, the unique potency of these medicines will directly nurture the blood and flesh particles, facilitating their continual metamorphosis. However, the absorption efficiency is often suboptimal, resulting in some wastage of medicinal power. Thus, it is advisable to consume them in conjunction with the operation of techniques. Human endurance is finite, and body refinement is an exceedingly taxing endeavor. A typical person, after engaging in vigorous exercise, would naturally opt for rest to recuperate their strength. However, Xing is an exception. He possesses a perpetual motion body that replenishes all consumption. Moreover, beings of mortal forms cannot absorb spiritual energy, while others seeking to enhance their strength must consume energy-rich blood meals after their training. Xing, endowed with the ability to devour spiritual energy, effectively substitutes this for blood meals. As long as he continues to cultivate, spiritual energy will naturally flow into his body, nourishing each blood and flesh particle, thereby perpetually increasing his power. From dawn until noon, Xing did not pause, transforming the expansive area of the rear mountain into a solid plain beneath his relentless assault. As he gradually ceased his cultivation, waves of scorching crimson steam emanated from his body, and the aura coiling around him had taken on a tangible form, resembling a dragon of vitality. The elixir is utterly disappointing. Throughout the morning, I consumed half a jar of blood essence pills, totaling 300, yet it only augmented my strength by a mere 16,000 kilograms. I had anticipated this in the world of mimetic fear. Previously, when I ingested the second-grade defective pill gifted by the alchemist, It had merely enhanced my strength by over 50 kilograms. Now, while my power has increased, the energy provided by the second-grade pill remains unchanged. The significant enhancement in my strength is primarily due to my remarkable absorption efficiency from swallowing heaven and devouring earth. This is quite reasonable, as the disparities between the grades of pills are monumental. Comparing them to the 5 elements inner pills was indeed a delusion. On another note, Wang Bauer is quite generous. If these affluent young masters frequently sought me out, it would mean an endless supply of elixirs. Yan Xing's eyes sparkled. The pills given to him by Wang Bauer were undoubtedly not obtained through contribution points, but rather from her family's resources. Reflecting on this, purchasing elixirs with contribution points seems rather unwise. It appears that Flying Immortal Cave has intentionally set the prices exorbitantly high, especially for high-tier pills, to discourage disciples from relying on them. This realization made my prior visit to the pill pavilion seem rather hasty. While the enhancement to my physical body from the pills is minimal, consuming them while practicing my cultivation significantly accelerates my vital energy circulation due to the stimulation from the medicinal properties, providing a substantial boost to my refining techniques. This can be considered an unexpected delight. Glancing at my self-assessment panel, my three-dimensional values have risen to 10, 2, 0, 5. I have increased by 0, 2 in just one morning, equating to 20,480 kilograms. After accounting for the elixirs, I have gained over 4,000 kilograms, all earned through my diligent efforts. The time has come. It is time to commence work. With a fleeting figure, he vanished into the dense forest, hurrying towards the trans-dimensional vortex. Chapter 31. The Return of Life. How can one amass wealth? Through murder, arson, and robbery? Yan Xing lay face down in a pile of medicinal residue, his mouth agape to the fullest extent, resembling a pump as he voraciously consumed the remnants. Even the legs of mosquitoes are flesh. Although the energy these scraps can convert is minimal, their abundance is advantageous. Most crucially, they can simultaneously stimulate the dual talents of devouring heaven and earth and universal poisonous body to evolve continuously, while indulging in the medicinal remnants. Yan Xing pondered how to acquire money. With wealth, he could consume elixirs, thus sparing himself from the endless torment of daily cultivation. It was all Wang Bei's fault. Those 10 5 elements inner pills had spoiled his palate. Armed with the sacred dagger, fearless and just, he found himself contemplating robbery. If Lin Yu were to witness this in spirit, she would undoubtedly be both furious and amused. Shift change. The time spent idly was fleeting. Yan Xing had yet to devise a means of generating income when the end of his shift arrived. He patted his backside and wiped his mouth, pleased to have earned 5 contribution points. Alas, how meager. Yan Xing trudged out of the fire cavern, perpetually activating the obsidian bracelet. Although he could not practice his skills with abandon during work hours, he still managed to secretly exert pressure on his physique, yielding some results. After a full 6 hours of labor, combined with the consumption of the medicinal residue, he had only increased his strength by a mere 1,000 kilograms, with not a single three-dimensional value shifting even for a moment. After several turns, Yan Xing returned to the threshold of his residence, but just as he stepped forward, he hesitated, lowering his gaze to a seemingly ordinary leaf. Has the treasure boy arrived at the door? With a subtle glimmer in his eyes, Yan Xing chose not to announce his presence. He deftly flicked his fingers to deactivate the 2 devices on his wrist, and within a few breaths, his physique was in peak condition. What could their intentions be? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps 1/10 was a vendetta from Wang Li. Another 10th could stem from the wealth revealed by the Bureau of Universal Flow, but a staggering 80% was likely for the fearless dagger of justice. Suppressing these musings, Yan Xing pushed open the door. Creak. The night was moonless, and darkness enveloped the courtyard. Unfazed, Yan Xing stepped inside with an air of nonchalance. Bang! 2 powerful hands lunged from the shadows, swift as lightning, pressing down on Yan Xing's shoulders. He sank slightly, his feet embedding into the granite slabs beneath. Oh, this lad possesses an impressively robust physique. The 2 assailants were taken aback, as if gripping a piece of tempered iron. Their initial intention to pin Yan Xing to the ground faltered. He stood erect, even causing the sturdy stone to crumble to dust beneath him. Remarkable. 2 practitioners at the pinnacle of the 10th realm. Yan Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, offering no resistance. His gaze fixed straight ahead as a towering figure gradually emerged from the night's shroud. Hush, young brother, refrain from making a sound, otherwise we shall have no choice but to crush your mouth. Oh, rest assured, I am well acquainted with the rules of the trade. Yan Xing mimicked their tone, lowering his voice as he continued. Sirs, your unexpected visit at this late hour cannot possibly be merely for a cup of tea with your junior, can it? Moreover, do we even know each other? This is the celestial cave of immortals. The recent incident involving the memes was merely an unforeseen occurrence. These three are but mere mortals. They could hardly be invaders, and thus must be disciples of the celestial sect. My dear Junior, your courage is commendable. Rest assured, we harbor no malicious intent. Within the celestial cave, we dare not take a life. To harm a fellow disciple is a grave transgression. Indeed, not taking a life implies that as long as no one dies, it is a trivial matter. Is not Wang Li a prime example? His excuse for absence was that he accidentally broke both legs while attending to nature's call. Not even a fool would believe that. Yet no one will pursue the matter further. Heh! Yen Xing's eyes glimmered with disdain, tinged with a hint of excitement as he pondered how much he could gain from this encounter. All right, we are all sensible individuals here. Let us not beat around the bush. Junior, we have come to assist you. The burly figure paused, noticing Yen Xing's lack of response. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I have heard that you recently acquired a golden dagger from the outer sect. As the saying goes, possessing a jewel invites calamity. Holding on to that item is akin to a 3-year-old clutching a gold ingot in a bustling market. Trouble awaits. Oh, thank you for your concern. Is there anything else? Yen Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, confirming his suspicions. You. The burly figure's expression darkened, realizing Yen Xing's lack of tact. To be frank, we have taken a liking to that item. Name your price, and this esteemed gentleman shall purchase it. Oh, how much are you willing to offer? Yen Xing mused that if the price were extravagant enough, he might consider selling, but he feared 100 low-grade spirit stones. Alas, I could not contain my amusement. It has been quite some time since I encountered a jester such as yourself. One would be compelled to laugh at the absurdity of it all. A mere 100 inferior spirit stones, and you are unwilling to expend contribution points? Such behavior is a veritable affront to beggars. However, this matter is beyond your control. This evening, you shall sell, whether you wish to or not. The imposing figure's expression turned frosty as he advanced, his searing presence palpable, coldly gazing down upon Yen Xing. What? Do you intend to engage in coercive dealings? The mirth in Yen Xing's eyes gradually faded, his countenance becoming stony, as he locked eyes with the burly man, his gaze now imbued with an eerie stillness. A flurry of hands swiftly swept over Yen Xing, and only 2 bracelets were found upon his wrists. There was no trace of the short dagger. The justice and fearless dagger, though short, is still a foot long and cannot be concealed without a trace. Where have you hidden the Eastern XC? The expressions of the three shifted subtly, recognizing the dire reality. They had scoured the entire estate, digging deep without finding so much as a speck of gold, let alone the dagger. Yen Xing shrugged, widening his eyes and declared, in my view, do you possess the ability to retrieve it? He spoke no falsehood. The justice and fearless dagger, along with elixirs and previously unused talismans, lay tucked away in the hell dimension, which is to say, within his right eye. You seek death. It appears that force must be employed to resolve this. The three exchanged glances, preparing to act. Hold on, I have something to say. At his words, the three paused momentarily. If a peaceful resolution were possible, they too wished to avoid bloodshed, especially in the sacred grounds of Feixian Dong Tian. Consider it fortunate that you are perceptive. Ahem, may I pose a question to you? On the day before yesterday, the day of the attack on the outer gate, were you all occupied within the inner gate? Did you not witness the events that transpired? If so, how is that possible? The three individuals furrowed their brows. Perplexed by Yen Xing's inquiry, the attack on the outer gate was of no concern to them. Very well, I comprehend now. Yen Xing shook his head, realizing that these three were merely pitiful pawns used as tools. Had they been present at the scene, it would have been impossible for them to overlook the elder's demeanor towards their quartet. The young hero, favored and praised by the influential figures of the inner gate. Who would dare to oppose him and seize his golden dagger? Undoubtedly, these three likely had no understanding of what the dagger represented. They were merely pawns, perhaps even oblivious to the true mastermind behind their actions. Unable to extract the desired intelligence, Yen Xing found no reason to squander further time with the trio. With a slight shrug of his shoulders, he evaded the two powerful hands that reached for him, slipping away like an eel. But dare they mock us? Such folly. Time and again, the three were consumed by rage, abandoning any illusions and opting to resort to brute force. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the courtyard. As the air was compressed and torn apart, with blades of wind shooting forth, leaving deep imprints on the bluestone ground. Any backup? Yen Xing's gaze swept around, noticing that an invisible barrier had inexplicably risen, enveloping the entire residence and silencing any sound from escaping. Thud. Crack. The sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed dully, accompanied by the sharp sound of bones fracturing. Ahem. With an audible grunt, Yen Xing did not evade nor could he escape. enduring 3 punishing blows that caved in his chest and nearly dislocated one of his arms. Are you truly unafraid of death? You are merely a novice disciple. While the 3 of us have endured 10 arduous years within the flying immortal sect, our physical forms have reached their zenith. One hand is sufficient to suppress you. Why do you fail to recognize your own limitations? The trio advanced, encircling Xing, their gazes fixed upon him as if he were a lifeless dog. At the pinnacle of the 10th realm, coupled with a profound martial intent, their physical prowess boasted a minimum score of 11, surpassing Xing by a margin of 0.8. Moreover, they were undoubtedly not pure-blood humans. Even unawakened, their bloodlines afforded considerable enhancement to their physical capabilities. At the very least, they possessed a strength equivalent to Xing's 11.5, translating to a staggering 300 tons of force in a single arm. The flying immortal cave harbored no weaklings. Even if he were merely a menial worker, life holds no joy, and death bears no fear. Go ahead, if you dare, end my life. Xing's expression was resolute, embodying an indomitable spirit. His resonant voice echoed in the chilly night, exuding a sense of tragic grandeur. Very well, I shall grant you this. Avoid the head. Merely leave me breathing. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding force of combat reverberated. Practitioners possess remarkably tenacious vitality, as long as their heads remain intact. Even a shattered heart can sustain life for a brief moment. The 3 evidently did not wish to truly take a life. Beneath the barrage of fists, Xing's limbs and bones were reduced to mere fragments, every inch of his skin and flesh mingling with the earth and rubble, save for his head and heart. The protagonist suffers extensive injuries, experiencing explosive hemorrhaging and teetering on the brink of death. His physical form undergoes an unexplained transformation, significantly enhancing his vitality, self-healing abilities, cellular activity, proliferation, resilience, and destructive power, all of which are continually intensifying. This phenomenon is to be named gift of life restoration. Coughing, he exclaims, "Hey, have you all not eaten?" Xing struggles to open his eyes, driven by an indomitable will that invigorates him, ensuring he shall never succumb to unconsciousness. Even amidst the excruciating agony of a shattered body, every sensation remains vividly clear. With a slight lift of his head, he forcefully expels a mouthful of blood, which lands with remarkable precision upon the face of a burly man. With a little effort, I am nearly drifting into slumber. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this maniacal laughter, the 3 individuals freeze, their expressions stunned and pupils dilating, instinctively recoiling to the side. At that moment, the bright moon emerges from behind the dark clouds, casting a radiant light upon Xing's form. This is a sight to behold. As they focus their gaze, they witness a ground strewn with mangled flesh, seemingly animated, bouncing and leaping as it automatically reintegrates into Xing's body. Even the blood that had seeped into the earth begins to flow back. The scene is profoundly bizarre and terrifying. Chapter 32, The Ember Plan, Bloodline Awakening. Xing's current condition is utterly unfathomable for one of mere mortal flesh. It transcends the ordinary realm, suggesting the power of his bloodline is at play. The 3 exchange solemn glances, nodding gravely, before directing their attention to Xing, their eyes betraying an envious jealousy that even the depths of night cannot obscure. They are consumed by admiration. To enter the immortal cave, almost everyone possesses a bloodline of considerable rank. However, it is only after achieving the extraordinary and undergoing the spiritual purification of the bloodline that one has a chance to awaken the latent power within. Though there are rare instances of individuals awakening their bloodlines while still in a mortal body, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, only possible if their bloodline is extraordinarily potent, marking them as prodigies among prodigies, monsters among geniuses, with boundless prospects ahead. In a mere few breaths, Xing, reduced to a mere skeleton, had his shattered flesh reassembled. Blood flowing backward, and his bare form displayed no trace of scars as he lay starkly in the earth, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light, fixating ominously on the 3 individuals. This boy is terrifying. He cannot be allowed to live. They must act decisively. Should they cause a fatality, discovery and dire consequences would surely follow. Yet if they were to let Xing go today, their own lives would undoubtedly be at risk in the future. In the fleeting moments of realization regarding the gravity of their predicament, the 3 no longer hesitated. They shattered the ground beneath them, propelling themselves like arrows through the air towards Xing, their thunderous momentum instilling fear in all who beheld it. Boom! The earth trembled. 3 fists, each the size of a sandbag, struck with ferocity. One landed squarely on his forehead, another pounded his chest, and the last pierced through his lower abdomen, delivering brutal blows to the 3 vital acupoints of heaven, earth, and humanity. Crack. The once great head, with its handsome visage, burst apart under the onslaught of over 300 tons of monstrous strength, splattering crimson blood mixed with brain matter, creating a grotesque tableau. Is he dead? No matter how formidable Xing's regenerative abilities, with his brain scattered across the ground, surely he cannot survive this? As the robust man's voice faded, his gaze fell upon his own fists, his pupils constricting sharply. From the gaps between his fingers, a viscous substance began to writhe, transforming into a diminutive figure that stretched languidly before leaping to the ground. A swift glance revealed that numerous fleshy little beings had already ascended to the shattered cranium of Xing, intertwining and merging. Strange, monstrous. Xing felt an extraordinary sensation enveloping him. His consciousness seemed to have fused with every cell, granting him the ability to manipulate them at will, splitting, proliferating, merging into one. In mere moments, his grievously injured body began to heal as if brand new. Remain calm, remain composed. Even gods and demons reach their limits. He was merely a mortal body, and regardless of how extraordinary his awakened bloodline might be, it could not escape the toll of exhaustion. Kill, 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 until he is vanquished. Stimulated by this bizarre scene, the three became utterly deranged. What they had initially perceived as a trivial venture had spiraled into a life-threatening predicament. They unleashed their full potential, even activating the blood dragon, transforming into a tempestuous vortex that enveloped Xing, tearing him to shreds without pause. Including Xing. All four exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they spotted a solitary, pulsating heart rolling amidst the storm of fists and kicks, enduring relentless blows yet remaining unscathed. A heart? It must be that boy's vital point. Direct all attacks towards his heart. Xing's entire being, along with his head, was ground to pieces. Yet his heart remained untouched. This was glaringly evident, impossible to overlook. In the next moment, a multitude of fist shadows descended upon the heart. Is it the left eye of the saint? Despite enduring excruciating pain, Xing's mind remains remarkably lucid. Though he has lost his head and eyes, the microcosmic vision is still at his disposal. His consciousness and senses seem to reside within every single cell. Beneath this microcosmic vision, a faint luminescent membrane envelopes the surface of his heart. With focused attention, his gaze penetrates to the particle level, revealing that this membrane consists of countless runes, even more minuscule than particles, intricately interwoven to perfectly encase the heart. Xing's thoughts are a whirlwind. Such meticulous protection is solely for the saint's eye nestled within the left atrium. Who placed it there? Is it connected to his identity in this realm? As he contemplates, the three assailants continue their relentless assault, creating a bizarre harmony amidst the chaos. Life restoration undergoes a frenzied evolution amidst the relentless tearing of his flesh, with healing speed and defensive resilience continuously amplifying. Gradually, the frenzied onslaught of the trio can no longer keep pace with the speed at which Xing's body regenerates. The crimson heart becomes enveloped in sinew and bone. Boom. After hovering in the air for what seemed like an eternity, Xing finally descends. The three adversaries tremble, their bodies quaking, drenched in blood and exuding mist, utterly exhausted. Huff. A monster. You insatiable beast. One among them gazes at Xing's unscathed form, a look of contemplation crossing their face, before faltering and stammering, "Elder brother, I recall a legend. Speak quickly. In that distant, sun-never-setting holy realm, an ancient royal bloodline is said to exist, the immortal divine phoenix. It resembles so much. This young man, merely at the level of a mortal body, astonishingly possesses such a terrifying immortal ability, remarkably reminiscent of the legendary immortal divine phoenix bloodline." Upon hearing these words, the three trembled, gazing at Xing with a mixture of dread and fear. After all, legends are often distorted. The immortal divine phoenix is said to awaken solely in the feminine form, while Xing is undeniably a man of pure masculinity. "Brother, we acknowledge our mistakes. I understand you may never forgive us, yet we shall part ways indefinitely." With that, the trio turned and fled. Despite their already exhausted bodies, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through them, propelling them at a terrifying speed. However, just as they reached the gate of the courtyard, their limbs weakened, collapsing to the ground, utterly immobile. What? When did this happen? Coming and going at will. Does he not deserve any respect? As he was still amidst a storm of dismembered flesh, he manipulated a portion of his blood to reconstruct an invisible, odorless poison mist, which, unbeknownst to the trio, infiltrated their very marrow. What does it matter if they reach the peak of the 10th heaven? They remain mere mortals. Had it not been for his desire to evolve his innate gifts, he would have long since eliminated the three. Alas, Their inadequate realms could only inflict superficial harm, failing to exert pressure on the microscopic particles of flesh and blood. Otherwise, enduring such a brutal beating would have significantly enhanced his strength. Xing brushed off the dust from his attire, casting not a glance at the trio as he returned indoors to don a fresh robe. Only then did he saunter back to confront them, his cold gaze looming over them. Do you wish to leave here alive? Yes, we do. Great One. Please spare us. We were blinded by greed and failed to recognize your might. Grant us a chance to live. The three individuals were genuinely frightened. Even if Xing were to kill them in public, his extraordinary bloodline would ensure that high-ranking members of the Flying Immortals would intervene on his behalf. Such is the harsh reality of this world. Rules exist solely to be broken. Moreover, they were the instigators of malevolence. And Xing could merely be deemed as having overly defended himself. No one would advocate for the three miscreants. As they gazed into Xing's profound eyes, his amber pupils seemed to transform into whirlpools, ensnaring their consciousness, rendering their minds hazy, and the sounds around them fluctuating in proximity. The effect was quite satisfactory. Xing nodded in approval, yet unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently poisoned the three, administering a substance akin to a truth serum, which would yield even greater results when their psychological defenses were shattered. Who sent you? Why yes. Intersect Shuelun, Steward Shue. The three struggled in their expressions, but after a moment of stupor, they divulged the information. Steward Shue? Xing's brow furrowed slightly, although he had anticipated this. Matters involving powerful intersect members were still somewhat troublesome. Where there is light, shadows inevitably arise. The vast force of the Flying Immortal Caves, having endured for countless ages, is not without its filth. For every self-sacrificing Linyu, there exists a treacherous Shuelun, both coexisting without contradiction. You are disciples of the outer sect. Yet I have no recollection of you whatsoever. He meticulously recalled their appearances, finding none that matched in various contexts. We are outer sect disciples, but unlike you. We belong to the outer sect of the cave world, residing within the caves on a daily basis and rarely venturing into the outside world. Oh, as Xing's thoughts stirred, it seemed he had stumbled upon a potential resolution to his long-standing perplexities, prompting him to inquire further. Moments later, a look of realization dawned upon him. It turned out that the external gates established by the Fei-Hsien Cave Heaven were not singular. The true stronghold resided within the realm of the cave itself. The Fei-Hsien Cave Heaven is a vast and bountiful inner world of the immortals, where generations of disciples have chosen to settle from the very beginning. After countless billions of years of propagation, their descendants have long since developed it into a systemically complete world. Every individual born within the cave world can trace their lineage back to a certain powerful being of Fei-Hsien, whose bloodline has a probability of continuation, naturally surpassing the overall quality of the myriad beings outside. However, the higher echelons of Fei-Hsien possess remarkable foresight, understanding that isolation would ultimately lead to obsolescence. The true boundless expanse lies within the infinite continent. Although the cave world offers safety, devoid of misty disturbances or assaults from non-living entities, this tranquility comes at a cost, the scarcity of cultivation resources. Take, for instance, the crucial Tao source. The elimination of non-living entities remains the most vital means of acquisition. Consequently, to avoid drifting from the outside world, Fei-Hsien Cave Heaven releases a limited number of opportunities every decade. This serves two purposes: to fortify their dominion over numerous affiliated powers and to chance upon discovering a few prodigious talents. This initiative is known as the Fire and Flame Project. Xing had been somewhat puzzled as to why the external gates were congested with tens of thousands of disciples. Were they truly so inept? How could it be that they could not gain entry to the inner gates for decades, or even centuries? It turns out that a portion of the external disciples were expelled from the Cave Heaven world, unable to find their place within it. Why does Fei-Hsien Cave Heaven take such actions? Establishing a branch in the external realm seems redundant, does it not? Xing felt a sense of confusion. He could scarcely believe that the Cave Heaven world would be incapable of accommodating a mere few thousand individuals. Little does he know, the decision to recruit disciples from the external world, while indeed effective in bringing forth a plethora of fresh blood, has been fraught with historical significance and peril. In the tumultuous era of chaos, a grave incident occurred. An enemy spy evaded the scrutiny of the heart-seeking interrogation and infiltrated the Cave Heaven world. During a critical battle, this traitor revealed their fangs, nearly leading to the annihilation of Fei-Hsien and resulting in catastrophic losses. Consequently, for billions of years, Fei-Hsien Cave Heaven refrained from recruiting disciples from the external realm. It was only after numerous reforms that the initiative to rekindle external connections was reintroduced. However, one of the stipulations was that individuals must attain extraordinary accomplishments before truly stepping into the Cave Heaven. This buffer period allows for a more thorough vetting of potential spies, ensuring that the mistakes of the chaotic era do not recur. With this historical context in mind, Xing nodded in understanding of Fei Xian's approach. Very well. Surrender all that you possess. As you command. The three of them fumbled helplessly, their trembling hands extracting all belongings from their grasp and laying them before Xing. Dozens of low-grade spirit stones, 5 vials of medicinal pills, and various identity tokens and trinkets. To come to murder while carrying medicinal pills? Were these pills a reward from Shueluan? Indeed, my lord, this is merely a deposit. Steward Shui has promised us that upon the successful completion of our task, he will provide us with suitable Dao sources. The mention of Dao sources was significant. No wonder these three dared to assist in such malevolent deeds. Few mortal cultivators could withstand the allure of such power, especially those on the brink of breaking through to the extraordinary. The intelligence that could be extracted was nearly all obtained. Xing's eyes flickered with contemplation as he regarded the trio with an indifferent gaze. To kill or not to kill? That was the dilemma. Chapter 33. The Eye of Slaughter. After much deliberation, weighing the pros and cons, the three prostrated themselves, their formidable frames trembling subtly as they braced for the decree of fate. It would be better to eliminate them. The voice was chilling, akin to a death knell, directly penetrating the minds of the three. Their bodies jolted, the will to survive shattering the haze of the potion, and they abruptly lifted their heads, faces etched with fear and reluctance. No, the phantoms and specters shall be reduced to ashes. All manifestations are but illusions. Boom. A wisp of inky flame plummeted from his left eye. That fleshly body, more resilient than tempered steel, was instantly incinerated, reduced to nothingness. Until one achieves the extraordinary, one cannot command spiritual energy. To wield the infernal flames, one must channel their vitality. Having slain 3 individuals, Xing bore no psychological burden. He had just endured considerable torment, and his actions were entirely a matter of justifiable self-defense. His hesitation stemmed solely from contemplating the associated pros and cons. This was a realm of the extraordinary, and he was uncertain whether the flying immortal cave possessed means to uncover his identity. Even in the worst-case scenario, he remained the party in the right with no imminent threat to his life. Moreover, if the flying immortal chose not to investigate the demise of the three, then only the so-called steward Shueluan would be privy to the incident, with this event establishing a bitter enmity between the two parties. Xing felt no fear of being implicated. The only concern lay in potential covert attacks. Eliminating the three was a trivial matter to relieve his pent-up anger. The crux was ensuring that his secrets remained undisclosed. This was where the advantage resided. If one must kill, then so be it. He had even slain a brother with whom he had grown up, who, then, was beyond his reach. He had never been a man prone to indecision. Otherwise, one might mistakenly assume Xing was easily trifled with. Humph. I hope you do not overestimate your worth, Shueluan. Enjoy your dwindling days. A glint of coldness flickered in Xing's eyes as he suppressed his thoughts, methodically collecting the items strewn across the ground. He opened the elixir vials one by one, inhaling gently. Among them was a vial containing a verdant liquid, which Xing recognized from the alchemy pavilion, a 3rd-grade healing elixir. For mortals, it possessed the miraculous ability to restore life to the dead and mend broken bones, capable of saving a life as long as breath remained. No wonder they dared to strike me mercilessly. It appears they had prepared healing potions for me. Haha, such meticulous planning. But alas, they encountered me. The remaining 4 bottles contained 3rd-grade elixirs, each possessing distinct effects. However, as long as they contained pure energy, they were all valuable to Xing for enhancing his prowess. Observing the 3 identity tokens in his hand, he recognized their troublesome nature and did not foolishly attempt to pry into their contribution points. Surmising that these 3 outer disciples were not particularly affluent, after a moment of contemplation, he tucked the tokens into his robe and swiftly maneuvered through the courtyard, creating fleeting afterimages as he filled the pit with earth and stones, erasing any evident traces of battle. Thanks to the life restoration technique, he left not a single remnant of flesh, and the 3 individuals had been reduced to ashes, thus saving him considerable effort. Nevertheless, the courtyard could not be restored to its original state. It remained in disarray. Xing was unconcerned about this, as many disciples had a habit of practicing in their courtyards, and it was quite normal for some flowers and plants to be trampled. Much like Raymond, whose home was equally chaotic, there was no need to worry about others' perceptions. Having tidied the courtyard, Xing ventured outside for a brief reconnaissance. Upon his return, he held several gleaming talismans in his hands. As the formation was disrupted, the transparent sound-dampening barrier instantly dissipated. Only one final step remained. He recalled that the vast inland lake seemed promising. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Xing's eyes as his heartbeat respiration, and body temperature ceased entirely. In an instant, he vanished into the night like a specter, leaving no trace behind. The night breeze howled, intensifying the coolness by the lakeside. As layers of waves continuously surged and receded, the dark surface of the lake stretching endlessly into the void. Xing pivoted, gathering his strength, and forcefully shot the plaque from his hand, creating a sonic boom as it skimmed the lake's surface, splashing countless droplets until it vanished from sight. 2. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The last one. Xing exhaled a cloud of murky breath, clapping his hands together, feeling a sense of calm within. He had done all he could. Now it was up to Xueluan to see how he would retaliate. Hee, have you taken a life? A light chuckle echoed, causing Xing to freeze momentarily. As the newcomer had somehow evaded his senses. Hoo, crack, boom. The stone beneath his feet shattered, and Xing sprang forth like an arrow, piercing through the barrier of air, delivering a swift punch towards the source of the sound. It seems he was not fortunate to have his actions concealed. His eyes narrowed, and murderous intent surged. Do you wish to engage me in combat? It has been ages since anyone dared to throw a punch at me. Under the radiant moonlight, a small, luminescent fist met Xing's in a powerful clash. Boom. Crack. Xing's pupils dilated sharply. His arm had been shattered by the impact. Utilizing the recoil, he floated like a willow leaf, the internal force dissipating continuously, and upon landing, his arm was already mended. It's you? Xing recognized the figure before him, momentarily taken aback, and as the silhouette flickered, preparing to advance once more. He quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Stop." TSK, lacking vig beneath the moonlight, a petite figure leaped gracefully onto a massive boulder. 2 braids, one red and one blue, cascaded down to her waist, swaying in the breeze. Her crimson eyes, filled with fervent determination, stood out vividly against the night, resembling fiery rubies. Her short skirt revealed legs as white and rounded as finely carved jade, exuding strength and elegance. Kuai Ein, or should I simply call you Kuai? Xing remarked with a sense of helplessness, having fortuitously encountered this peculiar being. From their earlier skirmish, he had realized that Kuai's prowess far surpassed his own. Indeed. I am Kuai. My sister has gone to sleep, she replied with a playful tone. She has little interest in cultivation, which is why I am the one who ventures out at night to practice. Little did I expect to witness such an amusing scene. Kuai's expression was one of amusement as she playfully twirled a braid in her fingers. I recognize you, Xing. That fearless dagger of justice once disregarded me, yet ultimately chose you. I am quite curious, what could possibly be the reason behind this? Kuai was not particularly covetous of the golden dagger, rather. She had a preference for heavy weaponry, relishing the exhilarating sensation of obliterating her foes. Her inquiry stemmed from a competitive spirit. Isn't it rather fortunate for you? No need for arduous training, as I handle everything for you. A simple slumber, and your strength surges, akin to the comfort of automated management. How would I know? Do you desire it as well? Xing responded, reaching into his robe, which actually delved into the depths of the underworld dimension. When he withdrew his hand, the unadorned yet ancient golden dagger rested firmly in his grasp. Want it? Never mind. It previously deemed me unworthy, and now I find it unworthy of my regard. It's merely an inanimate object. What's so impressive about that? Ku glanced at the fearless dagger of justice, shaking his head in disdain. Alas. Xing sighed inwardly, recognizing that this individual had quite lofty aspirations and was exceedingly arrogant, leaving him without an excuse to silence him permanently. In truth, he felt a subtle sense of relief. Kuai Ein was indeed intriguing. Xing believed that erasing traces of a crime was not something to be approached so casually. What significance lay in mere appearances of cleanliness? What did he mean by that? A flicker of thought crossed Xing's mind as he pondered where he might have inadvertently exposed himself. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Ku leaped gracefully, his figure merging with the luminous moon before he swiftly landed directly in front of Xing, their gazes locking, mere inches apart, their noses nearly brushing. Inhaling deeply, Ku wrinkled his nose, then broke into a grin, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth as a fragrant aura wafted from him. You have slain 3 individuals, all of whom were male. How do you know? Xing furrowed his brow, stepping back to create distance from this eccentric woman. He did not believe that Ku had been lurking nearby all along. Their encounter here seemed purely coincidental. Death energy. Ku extended a slender finger, lightly tapping the air as she continued. 3 strands of yang-associated death energy linger around you. Though this phenomenon is harmless, it typically dissipates within 10 days, depending on the intensity of the deceased resentment. However, during this period, should you encounter extraordinary practitioners, you are bound to be revealed, for their realms can perceive death energy. Upon hearing this, Xing's expression faltered. He was in a world of the extraordinary, lacking much knowledge, and naturally had no defenses against this unfamiliar concept of death energy. Since Kuei is capable of perceiving the aura of death, it is likely that she possesses a method to counteract it. Xing, not one to linger on formalities, directly inquired, "How can this aura of death be eradicated?" "I can help," Kuei replied, her smile radiant, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes, concealing a hint of madness. "Beg me, and I shall assist you." Disturbed by her response, Xing's expression soured as he turned and departed, contemplating the option of going missing for a month, waiting for the aura of death to dissipate before returning to the alchemy division. Indeed, he was apprehensive about those alchemists, with their delicate sensitivity. They would undoubtedly detect the aura of death. However, disappearing might link him with the three who had vanished. "Wait." Xing paused, a smirk forming in his heart, realizing that this was precisely how one should deal with a proud woman. "All right, you men, end your vanity. Xing, consider this a favor owed to me." Before he could finish his thought, Kuei suddenly appeared before him like a flash of lightning, her crimson eyes widening into two bizarre scarlet whirlpools. With a roar, 3 strands of black mist detached from Xing's form, twisting into ghostly visages that howled in despair, ultimately consumed by the scarlet whirlpools. "How delightful," Xing observed, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Kuei could devour the aura of death to enhance her strength? This implied that as long as she continued to kill, she would grow ever stronger. But would this peculiar ability have any adverse effects? Upon hearing Xing's teasing, Kuei's expression faltered as she gazed at him in surprise, softly asking, "You are not afraid of me? You do not consider me a monster?" The monster, a creature that devours the essence of death and grows ever stronger through slaughter, made Xing chuckle. Is this trifling thing truly worthy of being called a monster? What then is he? The king of monsters? Chapter 34, Not Here Kuei Ein, the legitimate heir of Duke Kuei-ba of the Thunder Dynasty, awakened the Eye of Slaughter at the tender age of 6. Due to the uncontrollable surge of his bloodline, the entire Duke's household, numbering 12,000 souls, including 9 formidable guardhounds, met with a tragic end. Their souls, flesh, deathly essence, resentment, and malevolence were utterly consumed by the Eye of Slaughter, leaving nothing but a ground strewn with countless white bones. Edict of the Thunder Dynasty, capture the demon Kuei Ein. A reward of 10,000 households awaits those who provide precise information. "You are not afraid of me?" Kuei inquired once more, his tone now markedly serious, with a faint crimson glow swirling within his pupils. "What is there to fear? It is merely a matter of bloodline power, though somewhat rare. These are merely choices made along the path of evolution, adaptations to one's environment. Perhaps in some distant place or world, beings must sustain themselves by consuming the essence of death, much like we consume rice." As he spoke of a subject that piqued his interest, Xing's eyes sparkled with divine light, transforming him into a sanctified preacher, eloquently expounding his doctrine and spreading his evolutionary philosophy. Kuei, unable to comprehend Xing's words, gazed intently for a moment before slowly closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, his pupils had transformed into a pure azure blue. Brother Xing, greetings. My sister has departed." Upon hearing this timid voice, Xing's figure momentarily froze. As he discerned the expression in Kuei Ein's eyes, realization dawned upon him. "You are Kuei? Strange, why did my sister not kill you?" With her head tilted, she scrutinized Xing from top to bottom. Although she had just awakened, she seemed far from oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. In the past, whenever someone owed her a favor, it was repaid with a life. Yet this time, her sister shockingly did not demand a debt from you. With an innocent and carefree demeanor, she uttered words steeped in bloodshed, leaving Xing, accustomed to grand spectacles, feeling somewhat disconcerted. "Xing, I shall take my leave. If you happen to see my sister practicing, it would be wise to keep your distance, especially in such desolate places." With that, she lightly pushed off the ground, fluttering away like a butterfly. Xing instinctively looked up, catching a glimpse of a fleeting pink figure. Indecent to gaze, a dark flame surged within Xing's left eye. After much hesitation, he refrained from unleashing the hellfire, even as Kuei Ein's silhouette vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Kuei, indeed a little madcap, to assist him at the cost of revealing her secrets, only to contemplate silencing him afterward. What kind of logic is that for a sane person? Though puzzled by her sudden change of heart, he decided to let it be. "If you spare me, I shall grant you mercy in return. I am disinclined to stoop to the level of lunatics." Xing's gaze returned to calmness, leaving room for maneuver in dealing with this affair. His decision not to eliminate Kuei Ein stemmed not only from gratitude for her assistance, but also because the situation posed no direct threat to his life. The worst outcome would merely involve losing his status as a disciple of the Flying Immortal Cave, and he could always align himself with another faction. There was no need for ruthless measures to kill indiscriminately. Cackling echoes through the forest as wild pheasants call. Countless golden arrows pierce the clouds. And a lengthy night has quietly passed. For the past month, there has been no need to attend lectures at the academy. The cafeteria's offerings are merely the flesh of savage beasts. For the current Xing, a single meal that enhances his cultivation seems less beneficial than diligent practice, primarily because the cafeteria restricts his intake. It is not that he is averse to the meager fare of savage beasts, but rather that the kitchen staff are too indolent to prepare more, as they too require time for their own cultivation. He resolves to continue his training, planning to return to the alchemist in the afternoon for his wages. Xing shook his head, feeling somewhat powerless. He had grown weary of the remnants of medicinal herbs. Yet he had no choice. Only by breaking through to the extraordinary realm and truly becoming a part of the immortals could he gain the freedom to manage his own time. As the moon sets and the sun rises, the waves of the immortal crossing lake subside, revealing a ring of fine white sand as the water recedes by more than 3 zhang. There is no better time than the present to validate my hypothesis. No sooner had he spoken than Xing leapt into the air, plunging into the lake. Thanks to his perpetual motion body, he need not concern himself with the act of breathing. He moved with the swiftness of a fish, cutting through the water like a white line as he descended. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, the terrifying pressure bore down on every inch of his skin. It is said that at a depth of 10,000 meters, the human body must withstand over 1,000 atmospheres of pressure, equivalent to bearing the weight of 1,500 tons. This seems sufficient. Xing sought a firm underwater shelf, halting his descent. At this moment, he endured a pressure of approximately 100 tons. After a brief contemplation, he reached for his obsidian bracelet. Gravity. What reactions will emerge from the unyielding harshness of a singular environment, juxtaposed with the intricate and ever-changing nature of another? Should we first confront pressure, or subsequently gravity? During this period, Xing has garnered a fundamental understanding of his conceptual abilities. The unrestricted adaptation 3 laws. First, the core principle is to ensure the existence of the subject. When faced with an environment that jeopardizes the subject's life, the priority is to evolve innate abilities that guarantee survival, such as the perpetual motion entity. When the subject is trapped in a temporal relic, the absence of sustenance leads to death. Thus, this innate ability evolves. Second, any environment that hinders the subject's normal activities and limits subjective agency will trigger the adaptation mechanism. For instance, microscopic horizon arises when mist obstructs the most crucial sensory perception of sight, thus impeding normal life functions. This priority ranks below survival assurance. Third, the enhancement concerning strength is of the lowest priority. The subject's increase in power is often merely a byproduct of innate abilities, rather than the primary aim of evolutionary endowment. The adaptation mechanism harbors a concealed optimal evolutionary solution. In the face of adversity, it will select the most expedient and rational evolutionary path. For example, within the temporal relic, why not directly evolve the subject into a formidable deity or demon? Such entities would not perish from hunger. However, this direction is not chosen. For the adaptation mechanism, endowing the subject with traits akin to racial characteristics is a more convenient and swift option, representing the optimal choice. In contrast, the evolutionary path required for a deity or demon is broader and more complex, thus not constituting the best option for life's evolution. Unlimited adaptation is born from my will. It adheres so closely to the laws of natural evolution, all stemming from my profound understanding of evolution, this deeply entrenched philosophy. Xing's expression was peculiar as he pondered whether, in the absence of these evolutionary frameworks, unlimited adaptation would indeed be more enigmatic. If one were to stumble while walking, could it not lead to an evolution into an unparalleled deity? Such a possibility is not beyond imagination. How insatiable it is, possessing these formidable talents. Becoming a deity and an ancestor is merely a matter of time. Xing's expression grew resolute as he slowly turned the dial, the gravitational force intensifying gradually. The immense pressure causing his bones to creak, yet he paid it no mind, his consciousness wholly focused on the mastery of his talents. Life restoration, prohibited. Talents are categorized into active and passive. Perpetual motion body, unyielding will, and time traveler are passive talents inherently fixed within him, beyond his control. Conversely, the recently evolved life assimilation is an active talent, allowing his consciousness to manipulate each cell, a power that can be wielded at will. Initially, upon discovering a gravity regulator in the device chamber, Xing was instantly inspired to harness gravity to evolve talents such as physical enhancement. However, according to the 3 fundamental laws, when subjected to gravitational pressure, his physical form would shatter, and the first talent to evolve would likely be a restorative ability. Subsequently, He might develop a talent akin to that of a time traveler, granting him immunity to gravity. The least likely outcome would be a direct enhancement of his physical form to withstand the gravitational force. Evolution is a matter of compliance and adaptation to the environment. This is Xing's understanding of evolution, which thus establishes the three fundamental laws of unlimited adaptation. Crack. As Xing continues to slide beneath the continental shelf while the gravity intensifies, the combined force of water pressure and gravity bears down upon him. His bones begin to fracture, his internal organs tear, resulting in severe hemorrhaging. He experiences tinnitus and dizziness, teetering on the brink of death. However, the return of life ability is rendered inoperative. The subject is subjected to immense pressure, his body shattering under the strain, gravely injured and perilously close to demise. An unknown mutation begins to evolve within his flesh, significantly enhancing his affinity for gravity, allowing him to exert control over it within a limited scope, which continues to amplify. Please provide a name. Talent. The four fundamental forces, gravity control. Gravity, a component of universal attraction, can almost be equated with it. The ability to adapt unrestrainedly is remarkably potent, leading to the evolution of an active talent, one that is also among the four fundamental forces of the universe. Continuing onward. Xing's expression hardened as he twisted the dial on the obsidian bracelet to its maximum, amplifying gravity 100-fold while simultaneously manipulating it to further augment his own weight. Just as he was about to be crushed into a mere paper-thin form, the self-assessment panel displayed another change. On the verge of death, the talent, time and space traveler, underwent an unknown mutation, transcending the realm of information, becoming incomprehensible, unfathomable. A split-branch talent ability. When the subject is ensnared in a situation of certain death, he inevitably enters a state of ethereal existence, impervious to external interference and unable to influence the outside world. A constant singular trait. Please provide a name. Talent. Not of this realm. Oh no. Xing's expression shifted dramatically. He had miscalculated. This, not of this realm, is a passive talent, beyond his control. His repeated attempts to restrict the operation of his talents have inadvertently accounted for this variable. As if it assumed he intended to end his own life. It directly led to the emergence of a passive evolution. Moreover, this, out of this realm, talent possesses an astonishingly high level, to the extent that even the self-check module momentarily faltered, indicating it belongs to the highest conceptual tier. Out of this realm is a fractal extension of the time-space traveler, transcending the very essence of this talent, and belongs to a higher plane of existence. Xing wore a helpless expression. He stood still in place, yet paradoxically, he was not truly anchored there. The pressures of water and gravity exerted no influence upon him, and his movements stirred not a ripple. He understood in his heart that only by liberating himself from this fatal predicament could he extricate himself from out of this realm and return to reality. Releasing the gravitational constraints and rejuvenating his life force, Xing's battered form restored itself within a few breaths. Well, it seems this time I truly cannot perish. However, this ordeal has inadvertently turned into a blessing, alleviating my concerns. Xing steadied his emotions, accepting the harsh reality that he could not exploit loopholes to enhance his strength through unrestricted adaptation. He could only leverage his talent to indirectly grow stronger. It was undoubtedly troublesome, yet all of this had been anticipated. The three fundamental laws made it exceedingly difficult for him to circumvent the first two. I had long harbored worries about what might transpire upon my death during the adaptive evolution. Would I become an undead, a zombie, or perhaps assume some other form? Death would not equate to true demise. My consciousness would persist, but I might lose my human identity, evolving into a different life form. Well, now with the talent out of this realm, it seems that dying would be quite a challenge, and I need not fear transforming into a non-human entity. Xing cast his gaze downward into the abyss of darkness below, and with a swift motion, he glided towards the lake's surface. After a series of perilous maneuvers, he found himself invigorated by the relentless pressure of gravity. His physical form significantly strengthened. His vitality surged by an impressive 1,500 kilograms. Chapter 35. Growing stronger every second with a resounding splash, the tranquil surface of the lake erupted into a frothy cascade as Xing leapt forth. Droplets cascading from his figure, his blood surging, and the intense warmth of his body swiftly drying his robes. A fleeting glance at the two bracelets adorning his wrist revealed their ineffectiveness after just one day of use. However, without them, he could not evolve his gravitational control. He discarded them into the nether dimensions, contemplating exchanging them for elixirs at the Bureau of Universal Circulation. Gravity refinement. With a surge of thought, he commanded the gravitational forces, manipulating every minuscule particle within his body, gradually approaching the limits of what he could endure. The flesh and blood particles, under the strain of gravity, resisted valiantly until exhaustion overcame them, at which point the perpetual motion body activated autonomously, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to nourish and fortify the particles. The efficiency of this body refinement surpassed all techniques he had previously mastered. Xing meticulously sensed the transformations within his physique, ultimately concluding that every minute he could augment his strength by 5 kilograms. If he were to abstain from all activities, neither consuming food nor elixirs, he would effortlessly accrue 7,200 kilograms of strength in a single day, over the course of a year. This would amount to an astonishing 628,000 kilograms. Of course, such calculations are not entirely straightforward. The current increase of 5 kilograms per minute is contingent upon his present physical condition. As his body strengthens, his capacity to withstand greater gravitational forces will expand, allowing for an even greater absorption of spiritual energy, thereby perpetually enhancing his strength with each passing minute. Moreover, this signifies a comprehensive enhancement of the physical form, where the three-dimensional attributes harmoniously complement one another. As one's strength increases, so too do defense and agility. This exemplifies the proper application of talent. Merely combining gravitational control with perpetual motion body yields such effects. With the judicious utilization of more talents, one is destined to grow increasingly formidable, rather than relentlessly clinging to unlimited adaptation without necessity. There is ample time. One can still indulge in a meal before heading to the alchemy office for a bit of leisure. Xing, in high spirits, strolled towards the dining hall with remarkably heavy steps, a testament to his flawless command of strength, which prevented him from damaging the floor. As he walked, he casually opened a bottle of a third-tier elixir, oblivious to its effects, and consumed it directly. After all, it was merely a found item, not deserving of preservation. And it was all swallowed, efficiently digested by devouring heaven and earth, transforming into nourishing energy for his physique. Yin, are you experiencing digestive issues again? I didn't see you at breakfast this morning. Upon approaching the dining hall, Raymond noticed Xing sitting quietly at a table, awaiting the meal, and could not help but express his concern further. Are you feeling all right? Without you here indulging in food, many of our fellow brothers are still unaccustomed. This morning, the kitchen was left with a heap of bloody provisions, which thoroughly vexed those fellows. It's nothing. I merely lost track of time while practicing. Xing replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. He saw no reason to refuse a meal, while refining his body through gravitational techniques. He welcomed any additional avenue to grow stronger, ensuring that his talents were never idle. Oh, that is reassuring. After breakfast, the group, in clusters, made their way towards the transboundary vortex, preparing to engage in laborious tasks. Xing navigated through the throngs of people, his gaze fixed upon the immense vortex portal, his expression subtly contemplative. Following last night's interrogation, he had gleaned a wealth of knowledge regarding the Ember project, one crucial aspect of which lay within this cross-border passage. It was far from simple. Not merely a gateway to the world of the celestial realm, it also served as a meticulous screening facility. Each crossing was met with a scan, and any hint of malevolence would result in immediate lockdown. The target of this surveillance was naturally situated in the celestial realm, where emotional volatility was most likely to arise during each entry. Year after year, day after day, the tautness of one's spirit could easily falter. A strategy of remarkable ingenuity. Upon crossing the vortex portal and descending into the fire pit, Xing began to languidly pass the time, occasionally indulging in a few clandestine bites of medicinal residue. The cavern storing this residue was cloaked in a special metal, effectively isolating it from medicinal toxins, while even the domain consciousness of alchemists could not penetrate its confines, ensuring that Xing's pilfering remained undetected. Time flowed swiftly, and a day had elapsed. Xing found great satisfaction in his steadily augmenting power, while others remained restless. The flying immortal celestial realm, a domain birthed by immortals, is boundless in its expanse. According to the descriptions left by the progenitor of the flying immortal celestial realm, he had traversed the entire celestial world. Based on the disintegration of this realm's boundaries, it could be deduced that the complete and unblemished celestial realm should span across 100 million light-years within the primordial universe of the immortals. At the universe's core lies a vast central continent, with radiant celestial bodies scattered throughout the void. Alas, the immortals have perished, the primordial essence has fractured, and the universe begins to collapse into oblivion. In principle, this world should have been utterly obliterated. However, upon the core continent, there exists a remarkable force that has preserved not only the continent but also the surrounding celestial bodies within a span of nearly 10,000 light-years. The primordial universe. once expansive at 100 million light-years, has now fragmented to a mere 10,000 light-years, which is now referred to as the flying immortal cavern. This vast cavern, with its most fertile core continent, spans over 2,000 light-years and encompasses tens of thousands of life-bearing stars in the deep void. All of this is exclusively under the dominion of the flying immortal cavern. With such a treasure trove as its foundation, growth seems inevitable. One can venture into the infinite continent in search of opportunity or retreat into the cavern world to develop in seclusion. This formidable geographical advantage is the fundamental reason for the enduring presence of the flying immortal cavern since ancient times. All powerful forces possess profound legacies, and the flying immortal cavern stands as a testament to this, with a heritage second only to the ancient relics. The reason sacred lands are deemed supreme is not solely due to their lineage tracing back to the most distant ancient eras, but fundamentally because they occupy significant relics, enabling them to become the absolute rulers of the infinite continent, their influence casting a shadow over numerous realms. The flying immortal cavern, while lacking the grandeur of ancient relics, still wields power in its domain, bolstered by the treasures of the immortals. It can be asserted that the flying immortal cavern ranks among the most prominent forces beneath the sacred lands. On the flying immortal continent, atop the flowing tide peak, a magnificent hall remains ablaze with light even in the depths of night. Xuelun, with hands clasped behind his back, paces back and forth, his countenance rendered more somber by the flickering shadows. Fools, 3 worthless iron clods, incapable of handling even this trivial task. Humph, what a waste of my investment in you all. You claim to possess tenfold celestial limits, yet you cannot even subdue a mere novice. How utterly laughable indeed. Xuelun, consumed by rage, could only respond with laughter. A full day had passed, and it was abundantly clear that those 3 imbeciles had undoubtedly failed, vanishing without a trace, perhaps even meeting their demise in the outer realms. The justice and fearless dagger remained unattained, and now, by stirring the grass, the entire affair had grown increasingly convoluted. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have taken matters into his own hands. The master had ventured forth to mobilize his forces in preparation for the impending mist tide 5 years hence. Whether it be a year or 3, they would inevitably return. Yet, should he fail to behold the justice and fearless dagger upon their return? At this thought, Xuelun could not suppress a shiver, his countenance paling. The justice and fearless dagger, a sacred weapon of the highest order, was but a thread away from transcending into the realm of Tao artifacts. In the boundless continent, myriad artifacts are classified as mundane iron, spiritual treasures, sacred weapons, Tao artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Beyond these categories, there exists another type of artifact, one that lies outside the statistical boundaries of civilization, those arising from relics, known as origin artifacts, relic weapons, or ancestral tools, among many appellations. Due to their origins, they are often regarded as taboo, with entire civilizations believing themselves unworthy of defining them. They seldom reveal themselves to the world, thus escaping classification and discussion. Mundane iron, lacking extraordinary power, is merely a tool for mortals, dependent solely on the hardness of the forged material itself. Lingbao, a treasure of spiritual materials, spiritual energy, and laws, embodies a trinity capable of unleashing tremendous power. Practitioners from the realms of Lingxian, Weiqian, and Xumi predominantly wield these spiritual treasures. The sacred weapons, inscribed with complete laws, possess even more formidable might, treasured by the formidable beings of Xinzong, Wanxiang, and Tongtian. The justice and fearless dagger, etched with 2 distinct laws, has begun its fusion and transformation, once wielded by the Tongtian powerhouse Lin Wugui. Following his untimely demise, it was bequeathed to his sole granddaughter, Lin Yu. This sacred weapon, comparable to a Tao artifact, is of immeasurable worth and naturally attracts countless covetous eyes. Yet, under the imposing authority of Konglingzi, many merely harbor their thoughts in silence, refraining from taking action. However, Xuelun's master is a different breed, an audacious and ruthless character. Just the thought of the other's methods makes Xuelun's legs weaken, a testament to his notorious reputation. No, I must devise a plan to obtain this item swiftly, Xuelun muttered to himself, gradually coming to a halt as he pondered. But I must ensure a safe retreat afterward. I have no desire to become a scapegoat, nor can I expose my master, for that would spell certain doom. While speaking, Xuelun approached a table, sitting cross-legged, his gaze settling on the scattered papers before him. The dense array of text was filled with intelligence he had gathered, chronicling all matters pertaining to Yanxing. Lemon, Luxio, Eureka. Xuelun's eyes sparkled as he shifted his focus from Yanxing, inadvertently discovering a breakthrough. After much contemplation, taking action within the realm of Faxian seemed exceedingly perilous. Even he, as a steward, was oblivious to the full extent of the strategies his own faction had deployed. It was entirely possible that he might unwittingly leave behind traces of his involvement. Consequently, should Konglingzi be incensed afterward, it would be inevitable that he would be extracted and dispatched with a mere flick of his hand. However, beyond the confines of Feixian, matters would become considerably more manageable. Xuelin's expression relaxed, as though he had already secured victory. He had devised a plan to lure Xing out of Feixian. Xing shared a close camaraderie with Lei Ming, who, in turn, was deeply connected to Luxio. With Luxio deceased, it was only fitting that his remains be returned to his homeland, was it not? Though the corpses of disciples who perished in the Moin had been lost, their belongings and garments would still be sent back to establish a proper burial site. Feixian indeed adhered to such customs. Following the conclusion of the memorial service in a few days, a letter would be dispatched to the families of the disciples, inviting them to collect their loved ones' possessions. Did Luxio even have family? Hadn't they all perished on the journey to Feixian? Xing and Lei Ming. Surely they would not forsake their friend in his final hour. Would they? He chuckled, a dark laughter that gradually morphed into something more maniacal. After 6 months passed without any sign of Luxio's family, he would be fully justified in issuing a special external mission, compelling Xing and Lei Ming to undertake the journey. No, he need not even involve himself directly. According to regulations, the official institution of Feixian would also issue the task. Given Lei Ming's character, he would undoubtedly take the bait, and Xing would naturally accompany his brother. Once they were outside Feixian, he had countless methods at his disposal to eliminate Xing and seize the sacred weapon, the dagger of justice and fearlessness. Chapter 36. The dragon's breath forging body. Significant events are best managed by those of great stature. The emergence of relics in the waves of mist represent a crisis that affects numerous domains, even the entirety of the infinite continent. The masses, countless mortals, are deprived of the right to be informed. Whether they are aware or oblivious bears no consequence. Life or death is determined solely by the triumphs or failures of the powerful, while the weak remain innocent, powerless, and devoid of the right to choose their fate. Individuals like Xing, a mere trifling character and an insignificant being within the realm of ordinary mortals, are untouched by the world's chaos. Even if the heavens were to collapse, it would not disrupt his tranquil existence. His days consist of indulgence and leisurely pursuits, pushing a small cart, and diligently engaging in gravity training for 12 hours, occasionally glancing at the rising three-dimensional values, filled with contentment. Days swiftly pass. On the day of the memorial service, the sky is unusually dark, with the boundless golden light obscured by clouds, unable to reach the earth below. Brother Yin. Outside, Raymond has stood for a long time. His long black robe adorned with droplets of dew. With sturdy hands, he cautiously cradles a bouquet of pure white heavenly soul flowers, fearful of damaging the delicate petals. The heavenly soul flower blooms in the morning and withers by dusk, mirroring the cycle of human life, birth, death, and endless reincarnation. These flowers are offered by the beings of this realm to honor the departed. Let us go, Xing nods, also clad in a black robe. The heavenly soul flowers trembling in his embrace, droplets of dew poised to fall upon the pristine petals. Ding, ding. The chimes resonate, soothing the heart. A stream of black-clad figures gathers, pausing before the cross-domain vortex, before simultaneously entering the realm of the cave heavens. This world is a realm apart, bathed in brilliant sunlight, starkly contrasting with the outside chaos. The remaining 2,000 newly initiated disciples were transported to a verdant plain, where the lush grass barely reached their ankles, swaying gently in the breeze, creating ripples of emerald waves. Xing inhaled deeply, the fragrant aroma of the grass refreshing his spirit. A welcome departure from the suffocating medicinal smell of the alchemy division. This marked his first venture into other realms of the celestial cave world. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed numerous figures standing on the prairie, all turning to gaze at them with expressions of complex intrigue. Among them were members of the Lin family. Notably, there was Wang Li, whose legs had surprisingly matured ahead of schedule, standing not far from Xing, seemingly engaged in a soliloquy, unaware of whom he was addressing. It was said that the previous head of the Lin family, Lin Yu's grandfather, along with his parents, had perished in the depths of the fog, victims of a curse cast by a godlike non-life form, leading to the near extinction of their bloodline, tainted by the curse. Only Lin Yu remained. As a powerful entity intervened to extinguish the curse's grip, the stone forest ahead served as the resting place for Lin Yu's lineage. Regrettably, their bloodline had ultimately been severed. Having spoken, Wang Li approached Xing, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "I hear the dagger of justice is in your possession? TSK. You may find yourself in dire straits. This artifact holds immense significance for the Lin family. and they will certainly not allow a sacred weapon to fall into the wrong hands. The current head of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, is quite unhinged. Wang Li's demeanor was one of delight, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, as though he yearned to witness Yan Xing's trepidation. Yan Xing slowly turned his head, fixing a serious gaze upon Wang Li. Do you wish to experience the human cannon once more? The hovering kind. You. Wang Li's complexion turned pale as instinctively he tightened his rear, propelling himself aside, too apprehensive to utter another word. With so many distinguished figures present, should he transform into a projectile warrior in public, his days in the flying immortal cave would be over. As the memorial ceremony commenced, an elder representing the flying immortal delivered a speech, expressing gratitude to the Lin family and acknowledging Lin Yu's unwavering commitment to justice. Droning on for quite some time before concluding. Subsequently, the crowd began to approach to offer flowers. The throng shifted, and after a long wait, it was Yan Xing South turn to place the heavenly soul flower beneath the monument. He whispered a few words only he could hear. Teacher Lin Yu, although our time together was brief, I deeply admire your selfless spirit. Yet, your holy weapon has indeed caused me considerable trouble. If the Lin family remains oblivious, I must apologize in advance. With that, Yan Xing straightened, raising his voice significantly. May you enjoy eternal peace, and may your journey be smooth. As the memorial concluded, the newly initiated disciples were not returned to the outside world, but were instead guided to a series of courtyards for temporary residence. It was only then that Yan Xing learned of the dragon breath body refinement. They would be staying in this celestial realm for a while, which was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Just moments ago, a steward had announced the benefits bestowed every decade, set to commence the following day, along with an explanation of the relevant rules and precautions before elegantly stepping into the void. Dragon breath body refinement? Not only do we participate, but also numerous outer disciples residing within the cave realm, descendants of the formidable lineage passed down by the ancient immortals. How intriguing. I had not anticipated that we were merely a faction among the outer disciples, with so many others within the cave. I wonder about their strength. They are but a collection of frogs confined to a well, raised in the cave since childhood. I could easily defeat them with a single punch. Do not boast too much. However, it must be said that we cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of the outside world in this battle. We can cooperate and ensure they are utterly vanquished. In the square, the crowd whispered amongst themselves, brimming with confidence, hardly regarding the indigenous disciples at all. Yan Xing observed this and shook his head. He possessed greater knowledge. Although the cave world may not be as expansive as the outside, it does not diminish the formidable power of the indigenous disciples. Their lineage is not only ancient but also enjoys superior resources, having been enveloped in the glory of the immortals from a young age, thus benefiting from exceedingly favorable cultivation conditions. Look at those disciples hailing from prestigious clans. They are acutely aware of this reality, smirking disdainfully as they retreat to their quarters, disinterested in engaging in any schemes of alliance. Yan Xing, Zhang Wu, Kue Ain, Lei Meng. The gazes of these four pierced through the throng, igniting an electric spark in the void. I eagerly anticipate our clash tomorrow. In the stillness of the night, Yan Xing forsook the soft embrace of his bed, choosing instead to lie fully clothed upon the cold ground. The force of gravity enveloped him, affecting every particle of flesh and blood, as the air around him subtly warped. After several days of acclimatization, his mastery over gravitational influence became increasingly adept. In the presence of others, he required intense concentration, exerting gravitational forces solely within his corporeal form, leaving no trace of anomaly for the external observer. The protective aura of his living magnetic field rendered him undetectable to extraordinary beings, unless they deliberately directed their consciousness into his being. They would remain oblivious to the peculiar gravitational forces within him. In solitude, however, he felt no need for restraint, effortlessly enveloping himself within a domain of gravitational energy. I apologize, esteemed guests, he declared. This time, I, Yan, shall accept the dragon breath body refinement. You may simply enjoy your broth and refreshments from the sidelines. Yan's gaze remained tranquil. He bore no malice towards the young. To strive for superiority was a futile endeavor in the grand scheme of evolution, where the survival of the fittest prevailed. Directing his thoughts towards the self-assessment panel, he reflected upon the arduous training of recent days. Having consumed dozens of third-tier elixirs, he noted significant progress, as the data revealed substantial changes. Self-assessment subject, Yin. Age, 12. Race, human, perfect pure blood. Realm, mortal body, 9th layer. Physique, 110. 5. Strength, 110. 5. Agility, 110. 5. Will, 8. 2. Evolutionary talents, perpetual motion body, microscopic perspective, time-space traveler, indomitable will, everlasting venomous body, infinite potential, life restoration, gravitational mastery, not here. What a magnificent display the panel presented. In just 7 days, he had transcended a layer, doubling his strength, effortlessly exerting a force of 204. 800 kilograms with a mere flick of one arm, surpassing the threshold of 200 tons. Under normal circumstances, this represents the ultimate limit of a human's mortal form, a point at which one could begin to transcend the ordinary. However, the variable of bloodline complicates matters. If one disregards the enhancement provided by the true essence of martial arts, the humans of this realm, at the same level, generally surpass Xing by a considerable margin. Thus, he finds himself still lacking. His ambitions extend beyond the forthcoming 10 heavens, to the 11th, 12th, and onwards, until he can no longer ascend. Yet, to continuously shatter the barriers, immense energy is required to nourish his flesh and blood. The forthcoming dragon breath body refinement presents an opportune moment that he will not let slip away. Anticipation looms for tomorrow's battle. Let me witness the true strength of this so-called bloodline power. Chapter 37, The Struggle of Fish in the Current. This is a vast depression known as Dragon Rising Lake. Yet not a single drop of water is found within. Stretching across dozens of miles, it is encircled by nearly vertical cliffs that are stark and smooth, reflecting a dark metallic sheen. These walls are scarred, bearing the marks of blades and weapons, the imprints of fists and palms, and even human-shaped craters. The time-worn cliffs, mottled and vivid, are adorned with a myriad of marks, forming a tapestry of blood and blade. Amongst the towering cliffs stands a unique peak, soaring to a height of 100,000 zhang, resplendent in gold, resembling a sharp sword thrusting into the sky. Wrapping around the steep mountain face is a colossal golden dragon. At the side of the dragon's reverse scale, a blood-red longsword pierces through, firmly anchoring it to the mountain. Golden dragon blood flows from the wound, staining the entire peak in a radiant hue. The dragon's head, immense and grotesque, protruded from the mountainside, its maw agape, facing a pyramid situated directly below. This pyramid, nestled at the very heart of a depression, was constructed in tiers, rising above the surrounding cliffs. With its apex standing in distant opposition to the dragon's head, a mere 100 paces apart. As the dawn broke, the sound of the morning bell resonated. And in that fleeting moment when sunlight graced the earth, one could observe the cliffs encircling the hollow, now teeming with figures. These were extraordinary cultivators, disciples of the Flying Immortal sect, among whom were scattered a few true disciples, attendants, and several elders and peak masters. The tides of mist were approaching, foretelling calamity, prompting many influential figures and powerful elders from the Flying Immortal sect to be dispatched into the realm of fallen immortals, parleying with various factions. As the sovereign of this domain, the Flying Immortal Cave Heaven could issue edicts to its subordinate forces who would dare not disobey. However, numerous factions remained outside the jurisdiction of the Flying Immortal, necessitating direct engagement to elucidate interests and unite the strength of the entire realm. Traditionally, such matters were personally overseen by the Flying Immortal Cave Heaven, with many powerful beings deployed and a considerable number of strong cultivators and disciples stationed at the borders. The audience for this dragon's breath body refinement was relatively sparse, with some even dismissing it as mere child's play. Only those intent on recruiting fresh talent for the expansion of their lineage would send representatives to scout for potential candidates. Nevertheless, despite these factors, the number of spectators remained colossal, nearly filling the platforms atop the cliffs, with shadows swirling and whispers intertwining, amounting to hundreds of thousands, if not millions. The might of the Flying Immortal Cave Heaven was thus vividly illustrated. Upon the platform stood an ornate throne, jarringly out of place, upon which reclined a delicate-featured man clad in purple robes, utterly oblivious to the excessive space he occupied. The surrounding disciples dared not voice a single complaint. Their eyes cast upon him, brimming with reverence. Evil Saint Nian, a true disciple of the Flying Immortal Cave, ranks 27th on the Flying Dragon list. Having attained the 5th tier of the Divine Concealment Realm, with 2 sources of Tao, the unparalleled Blood Devourer 3 rings, and the rare mysterious Poison Light 7 rings. The evil Saint Nian's expression shifted as his gaze was drawn to a figure in the distance. He slowly rose, and in the next instant, a crimson light sliced through the void, bringing him to stand beside the other. Bower, you have come too? Oh, I heard your 6th brother is participating this time. Are you here to see him? The evil Saint Nian forcefully tugged at the corners of his mouth, donning what he believed to be the sunniest of smiles. Yet it appeared grotesque, akin to a corpse grinning. With a crackle, purple-blue lightning flickered, and a dark line gradually manifested around the evil Saint Nian's neck, his head subsequently rolling onto the ground. How many times must I reiterate? Bower is not someone you may address so casually. Wang Bower, her demeanor icy, with strands of hair encircled by thunder, had indeed been the one to sever the evil Saint Nian's head. In the realm of the majestic phoenix, The formidable Wang Bao stood far above all others in strength. Though a fire burned within his heart, he restrained his fury, unwilling to unleash it in the presence of others. Suddenly, a venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, heard the resonant chime of a bell and nodded slightly. He then stepped into the void, and in the next instant, a profound voice reverberated throughout the expanse. Once every decade, the dragon's breath body forging begins. With a crack and a snap, thick iron walls rose around the depression, revealing a dark passage carved into the cliffs. Shadows flitted within, each exuding a palpable urgency and overwhelming battle intent. The bell tolled again, followed closely by the resounding roar of a dragon emanating from the mouth of a golden dragon. With a mighty roar, a cascade of golden mist poured forth from the dragon's head, seemingly composed of countless brilliant golden particles. It flowed over the apex of the pyramid, cascading downwards and spreading wildly, as if it were an inexhaustible tide, determined to fill the entire depression. In a brief moment, the vast hollow was engulfed in golden mist, while the dragon's head continued its relentless expulsion of golden light. The shimmering expanse resembled a golden lake, aptly named the Ascending Dragon Lake. In the lake, the fish contend, vying for the pinnacle of the pyramid, transforming into true dragon forms and forging bodies of steel. The ancient tradition of the flying immortal cave, which has endured through the ages, was set to reignite in battle today. As the golden waters reached the entrance of the passage, it seemed to sound the clarion call for charge. Tens of thousands of newly initiated outer sect disciples surged forward, their anticipation palpable. The earth trembled beneath their feet, akin to the thunderous stampede of 1,000 steeds, unable to withstand the intensity of the onslaught. Kill. I am Li Badian of the Li family. Who dares to obstruct me? Kill. Aha. Clear the way for me. How exhilarating. Here I arrive, and all shall make way. Chaos reigns, a veritable tumult. And what of alliances and cooperation? Beneath this golden radiance, amidst the fray, one loses direction, engaging in battle with all who cross one's path, fighting to the bitter end. Death, however, is but an illusion. The celestial beings embody the forces of justice and order. How could they ever endorse the path of nurturing malevolence? This golden dragon's breath is truly extraordinary. Enveloped within it, even if one's skull were to be shattered, a layer of golden light would swiftly encase the form, rendering the figure immobile while injuries heal at an astonishing rate. Though restored, one is forever bound, unable to step beyond the luminous veil, confined to the periphery of the sacred dragon lake, drawing upon the faintest essence of dragon breath. This, in essence, amounts to being eliminated. Indeed, this dragon's breath is precisely what I sought. Xing, unhurried, emerged last from the passage, with a gentle clasp of his hand. The golden light swirling before him was seized within his grasp. In the next moment, the particles of flesh and blood, as if possessed by frenzy, devoured the golden light entirely, those particles now faintly shimmering with resplendent gold. A splendid treasure. Xing's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed beyond the dense mist of golden light, fixating on the pinnacle of the pyramid. There lay the most concentrated essence of dragon breath, the coveted battleground for all disciples. A battle at the summit? I yet shall claim it. Suddenly, a piercing wind whistled past, and a hefty metallic rod hurtled towards him, striking his temple with a resounding clang. What? The assailant's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Xing's head, shimmering with an ominous dark glow, and glanced at his own distorted club, overwhelmed by a profound sense of disbelief. Before his voice could escape, Xing appeared before him like a wraith, delivering a formidable strike that crushed his chest and pressed him into the rock strata. Gurgling and gasping for breath, he spat blood bubbles, teetering on the brink of death. As the surrounding golden mist swiftly coalesced, enveloping him in a protective luminous membrane. Fascinating, Xing mused, his eyes glinting with depth, before he set off toward the direction of the pyramid. Remarkable. The man within the golden membrane gradually regained his breath, struggling to gaze at Xing, only to catch a glimpse of an imposing silhouette gradually fading into the depths of the fog. As he walked, Xing's thoughts raced. He surmised that the dragon breath body tempering might possess a similar function to that of the interdimensional passage, capable of discerning spies. It appeared that the flying immortal cave had indeed been significantly affected by the catastrophic defeat of the ancient era. Ultimately, however, the dragon breath body tempering served as a boon for newly initiated disciples, simultaneously selecting promising talents through this competition, a veritable trifecta of benefits. Xing quickened his pace. This boon would last only 7 days, during which the dragon breath would continue to spew forth, fueled by the extraordinary energy accumulated over a decade by the golden dragon. Firmly anchored to the mountainside, everywhere he traversed, golden eggs were scattered about, each containing a silhouette trapped within. Some, filled with resentment, roared in fury, while others, displaying cunning, exerted their utmost efforts to devour the golden light. Xing, I have found you. 10 silhouettes, both male and female, surged forth from the mist, surrounding Xing with an air of cold solemnity and overwhelming intent to kill. The young hero, marked by a powerful being? Alas, young master, there is no passage here. Xing, taken aback, had not anticipated that his name had already reached the realm of the cave heavens. Who is this young master? Capable of commanding a throng of disciples? It seems he wields considerable influence, though his vision is somewhat narrow, thus not to be feared. No passage? Then one shall be forged. Unaware of the gravity of the situation. Kill. Faced with the assault of 10, Xing's eyes glinted with cold resolve. With a firm stamp of his foot, his fists took on the shape of bull horns, his muscles and bones trembling with an extraordinary frequency. In an instant, the mist solidified, transforming into a colossal wild bull that enveloped his form. The great strength bull demon fist? This is not good. It is the essence of martial arts. He is at the pinnacle of the mortal form. In the understanding of ordinary people, to condense the essence of martial arts signifies reaching the limit of the 10 heavens. The earth shattered beneath him as the bull horns surged forth, and a torrent of bull silhouettes charged through the air, sending the 10 figures soaring like rag dolls before they plummeted helplessly to the ground, swiftly ensnared by golden orbs. They were utterly powerless. Xing brushed off his sleeves and strode forward, only to find his path obstructed by a blood-soaked battlefield teeming with thousands. This area resembled a meat grinder, with golden orbs materializing out of thin air at every moment. Such a scene was perfectly suited for the evolution of talent. As the thought emerged, Xing harnessed the power of life restoration to seize control over the cellular essence, commencing the extinguishing of the 5 senses. First, his eyes, once amber-hued, transformed into a ghostly gray as the cells perished. Next, his sense of smell, taste, and touch were extinguished, leaving only the sense of hearing intact. In this moment, Xing's world consisted solely of sound, devoid of any external entities. The transmission of sound requires a medium, and within this extraordinary realm, the medium possesses boundless possibilities. Could the particles in the void serve as a conduit for sound? What about space? Or even time, the laws of nature? Or something else entirely? I am entering the realm of sound. With his grayish-white eyes wide open and unyielding, Xing boldly stepped into the battlefield teeming with thousands. Chapter 38, The Perception of the Divine. Who else? Li Badian bellowed, his arms raised high and his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. With hands forged of iron, he grasped the man tightly, tearing him apart with a violent motion. The sound of flesh ripping echoed, sliced in half at the waist, blood and entrails splattered across the ground. Yet, due to the resilient life force of a cultivator, such injuries would not spell immediate death. Groaning in agony, the man propped himself on his remaining torso, crawling through the muddy earth. Moments later, he was enveloped by a myriad of golden light, transforming. Xing was blinded, left with only his sense of hearing as his sole reliance. Upon entering the battlefield, he was irresistibly drawn to a cacophony of brash and piercing shouts, compelling him to approach. Unable to gauge the distance and finding himself in an open space, he inadvertently walked directly up to Li Badian, halting only when he collided with a solid steel-like chest. Li Badian's lips twitched, feeling his authority affronted. He extended his hand, gripping Xing's shoulders, exhaling a hot breath through his nose. You dare to defy? The surrounding disciples hurriedly stepped back, fearing they might be splattered with blood. I apologize, but I am not defying anyone, Xing replied, shaking his head, his vacant gray-white eyes unwavering, his tone calm and composed. I merely passed through this place and wished to ascertain who was barking so loudly. Is it you, my lord? To provoke a response from the youth. Words alone would suffice. Xing understood this well. Li Badian, a hulking figure with the face of an older man despite his teenage years, momentarily dazed, finally registered the insult directed at him, igniting his rage. You dare to seek death? Boom. The monsters of the mortal body realm could effortlessly breach the speed of sound with their strikes, rendering the concept of locating sounds utterly futile. Clang. Li Badian unleashed a fist, crashing it down upon Xing's head, the sharp clang of metal against metal causing the nearby disciples to gasp in astonishment. As the dust settled, Xing was driven into the earth like a nail, leaving only his head protruding from the ground. What a formidable physique. Li Badian's expression shifted, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, stinging from the recoil of the impact. What martial art do you practice? Iron Man triathlon? Iron head technique? Did it not hurt you? Xing sighed inwardly, realizing that Li Badian's strength was still somewhat lacking, unable to breach his defenses, and thus could not activate his adaptive evolution. I have not heard of it, Li Badian replied, his brow furrowing, his expression suddenly turning solemn as he spoke in a deep tone. I do not know who you are, but you are formidable, able to withstand my full-force punch unscathed. Now, I shall be serious. With that, A resonant hum filled the air as Li Beixian's muscles bulged ominously, strange patterns emerging across his body. Purple-black blood energy swirled around him, coalescing into a towering silhouette behind him, its gaze commanding and fierce, reminiscent of a malevolent deity. No, it is the celestial overlord blood. Quickly flee. This is madness. That rascal Li Batian has awakened his bloodline, and it is the pinnacle of the Li family's overlord physique. The overlord is invincible. Retreat. Retreat. The elite disciples, hailing from prestigious backgrounds and possessing discerning eyes, recognized the intricate patterns adorning Li Beixian's form. They were an ancient script, with the character for overlord carried prominently, and the symbol for king converging at his brow. This was the overlord physique, attainable only when the celestial overlord blood's potency exceeded 50%. In an instant, terror seized the crowd, prompting them to flee for their lives. Li Batian exhaled heavily, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind that sent dust and debris flying. Be cautious. My next attack may not give even the dragon breath enough time to save you. Xing's expression tightened, a sense of impending danger flooding his senses. With a sudden tremor, the earth erupted, creating a vast pit as his skin transformed into a jade-like sheen, glowing brilliantly. Jade true body. Roar. Kill. A tremendous earthquake shook the ground, and Li Batian, swift as lightning, cast the sound far behind him. His fist, shrouded in purple-black mist, struck Xing squarely in the chest. Crack. The jade-like skin tore apart, and bones shattered inch by inch, sending his body hurtling like a cannonball. In that moment, Xing felt a stir within. He realized the deed was done. The subject, blinded and deprived of his five senses, was restricted by his own disability, rendering him incapable of perfectly adapting to the external environment, leading to an unforeseen and transformative evolution. His hearing was significantly enhanced, allowing him to perceive the changes of the world above and the cycles of yin and yang below, continuously amplifying. A flicker of joy surged within Xing. Indeed, he had triggered the second law of his abilities. Any environment that induced discomfort or limited his actions would incite evolution, whether it be the natural surroundings, the influence of others, or environments he himself created. Any factor that posed a detrimental impact could activate his boundless adaptability. What are you thinking? Li Batian, like a wraith, suddenly appeared before Xing and raised his hand to strike. Xing tilted his head, evading the blow. As a vision of a world constructed from sound emerged in his mind, an expanse of endless particles vibrating and dispersing as sound waves, akin to sonar. Every movement of Li Batian was etched directly into his consciousness. This was an active talent, compared to the first law, which bestowed passive abilities in dire situations. The second law offered a higher margin of error, almost eliminating any chance of defiance against his will. Xing would not let this opportunity slip away. With a mere thought, he shut off his auditory perception, losing all five senses and plunging into utter darkness, devoid of touch and pain. He was entirely unaware that Li Batian was unleashing a furious barrage upon him. The subject experiences a complete loss of the five senses, undergoing an unknown transformation that awakens the sixth sense, intuition, allowing for the avoidance of misfortune and the pursuit of good fortune. Upon the total loss of the sixth sense, the subject encounters another transformation, awakening the seventh sense, time, granting the ability to perceive both the future and the past. With the loss of the seventh sense, a further transformation awakens the eighth sense, space, the alaya consciousness, transcending the subconscious and instinct, enabling an understanding of all things. Upon losing the eighth sense, an unknown transformation leads to the awakening of the ninth sense, the heart, the consciousness, the void, cleansing impurities, revealing the true heart, and perceiving the essence of the mind, devoid of attachments. This enhancement is ongoing, awaiting a designation. Gift, divine perception. Xing discovers that after awakening the ninth perception, he can no longer shut it down or erase it with mere thought. He cannot locate the switch for his heart. Perception seems to have reached its zenith. Xing relinquishes his greed, restoring all perceptions, yet only the first six senses remain activated, while the subsequent formidable perceptual faculties lie dormant at minimal power, as his body and will appear unable to endure them. No, it is not merely his body and will. It is more accurately described as a state of being. Otherwise, he could have counterbalanced the divine perception with the burning of flesh and blood, allowing for further evolution. However, upon attempting this, it was evidently futile. Why can the state of being not evolve? It is not a matter of impossibility, rather. It is the disharmony with divine perception that does not impact Xing's life or death, nor does it place him in an uncomfortable environment, failing to meet any of the three fundamental laws. Xing felt no regret regarding this matter. His innate talent, divine perception, passively enhanced his five senses to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, his slowest attribute, will, had surged to 13, an astonishing increase of 4. 8. The emergence of a talent often accompanies an enhancement in strength, with both aspects complementing each other. This newly evolved talent clearly leaned towards the aspect of will. In the blink of an eye, upon reopening his eyes, Xing discovered that he was under the onslaught of Li Batian, who was raining down blows with fists the size of sandbags. Yet, all the injuries were fleeting. He feared elimination and activated life restoration before shutting down his senses. The damage inflicted by Li Batian could not outpace his healing. Die, die, you shall perish. Li Batian's demeanor was domineering, his presence overwhelming. Each punch he delivered caused the ground to tremble, and no one dared approach within 1,000 feet. The strong had long ascended to the pinnacle, while the weak could hardly confront the aura of a tyrant. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the smoke, firmly grasping Li Batian's fist. The divine finger. Li Batian's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a pair of eyes more radiant than the stars, seemingly capable of seeing through his very essence. In an instant, a finger traced an arcane trajectory, breaking through the purple-black aura of blood with utmost precision, piercing his vital point. The finger plunged deep within, severing the tumultuous flow of blood within Li Batian with uncanny accuracy at its nodes. Instantly, the tyrant deflated like a punctured balloon, his imposing presence diminished to nothingness, and the ancient inscriptions upon his skin vanished entirely. Thank you. With a resounding thud, Xing delivered a straight punch that struck Li Batian squarely in the face, contorting his features and causing his skull to reverberate violently, resulting in an abrupt shutdown and unconsciousness. The towering figure collapsed backward, ultimately transforming into a golden egg. Xing gradually rose, brushing off the dust from his body, and surveyed the surroundings, where no one dared to meet his gaze. As Xing's silhouette faded into the depths of the dragon's breath mist, the onlookers finally regained their senses, exchanging incredulous glances. The tyrant had been defeated. Could it be that Li Batian, who had seemingly dominated the fight, had lost in the blink of an eye? Who was this enigmatic figure? Unfamiliar to them. Yet his understated demeanor suggested he was a cunning individual, adept at concealing his true strength. Such personalities are notoriously treacherous, and one must exercise caution in future interactions. The newly initiated outer disciples typically ranged around the 6th realm, with a few exceptional talents reaching the 7th or 8th. Individuals like Li Batian, who not only possessed remarkable innate abilities, but also hailed from a prestigious lineage with abundant resources, had only just stepped into the 9th realm. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence, often yielding only a handful of such prodigies in any given generation, making them frontrunners for the pinnacle of success. Li Yuanba's defeat here was truly unexpected. Had his penchant for battle not driven him to this encounter, he might have avoided the formidable Xing altogether, marking his misfortune. Among the outer disciples, none had yet reached the limit of the 10th realm, a situation unrelated to talent or resources, but fundamentally tied to their youth. They were merely in their teens, an age still steeped in innocence and naivete. Due to the influence of external circumstances, the human race in this world, although relatively precocious, typically begins their journey of learning and cultivation around the ages of 6 or 7. With an additional year or two to temper their unruly natures and engage in earnest practice, they have only truly dedicated themselves to cultivation for 3 or 4 years. Such accomplishments are indeed remarkable, as otherwise they would not have caught the attention of the celestial cave of flying immortals. Xing moved with astonishing speed, reaching the base of the pyramid in mere moments. Along the way, he encountered no formidable beings like Li Batian. Each adversary he faced crumbled beneath the weight of his strike. The air was filled with exclamations of energy, the thunderous roars of battle echoing around him. The pyramid towered to a height of 90,000 zhang, with each tier broad and sturdy, resembling a small plaza. The surface bore countless marks, having witnessed the fierce struggles of countless celestial prodigies throughout the ages. On every step of the pyramid, figures were engaged in brutal combat, the scene rife with bloodshed and dismemberment. Xing's acute senses, sight, sound, and smell allowed him to perceive the unfolding drama atop the pyramid with crystal clarity. The figure at the forefront of the 900 layers had already ascended to the 800th tier, racing towards the pinnacle. He had tarried long enough. It was time for swift resolution. With a calm demeanor, Xing cut through the chaos, spending nearly half an hour primarily due to delays in refining his innate talents. In a sudden motion, he leapt through an opening on the wall, springing up to the 1st tier. Those who come after, this path is closed. The two individuals, previously fighting for their lives, immediately shifted their tactics and joined forces to confront Xing upon realizing that an outsider had intruded. The breath of the dragon is finite. When others consume more, one inevitably has less. Consequently, everyone strives to eliminate their rivals, hindering their progress. Xing, undeterred and unyielding, surged upward like a frenzied bull, charging with a fearsome momentum. Alarmed, the two men paled. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Xing's formidable physique and savage strength sent them crashing into the steps, embedded so deeply that they could not extricate themselves. With a cultivation level of the ninth heaven, augmented by 2 points granted by the essence of martial intent, he was comparable to the peak of the 10th heaven. Anyone who was not a bloodline-awakened individual stood no chance against him. The difference of a single realm represented a doubling of power. It was an absolute obliteration, as if deities and Buddhas alike would fall before him. In mere moments, Xing had caught up with the leading team. Xing, Wang Li gasped, retreating as he struck back against his opponent. Yet, before he could take a few steps, he found Xing standing before him, his expression shifting in a myriad of emotions. What to do? Will he drug me again? If I kneel and beg for mercy, will he spare me? No, I cannot. My sister is watching from above. If I act thus, I will disgrace the Wang family and face a punishment worse than death. Wang Li, did you send someone to ambush me earlier? Xing inquired, his demeanor composed. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Li was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. All he sought was to ascertain the identity of the so-called young master, for the power behind Wang Li was substantial and had a history of enmity with him. Seemingly fitting the profile, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. By the heavens, his elder sister was right above him. How could he dare defy her orders? Even if he were to confront Xing, he would choose a different location, one where his sister would remain oblivious. He had not forgotten the excruciating pain of his severed leg. Had it not been for the dragon breath body refinement, Wang Bauer would never have allowed him to heal prematurely. Xing, I swear by the heavens, I absolutely did not do it. Wang Li's expression turned solemn, fearing that Xing might doubt him, and he hastily raised his hand to swear an oath. All right then, Xing nodded. His intuition hinted that Wang Li was indeed truthful. I don't particularly favor you. Do you prefer to remain here, or shall I kick you down myself? With a sudden cough, Wang Li's complexion turned pale, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground as an endless golden light began to envelop him. No, there's no need for that, Brother Yin. I was gravely injured in the recent battle and can no longer proceed. He implored, carry forth my will, along with the glory of our realm, and strive until you reach the pinnacle. Before he could finish, a golden egg took shape, completely isolating Wang Li within it. Xing was left speechless. This cunning fellow had severed his own lifeline, denying him any chance to retaliate, all while uttering such melodramatic words to provoke him. Roar. Titans of the gods, protect my being. Kill. Xing's expression shifted as he gazed upward. The familiar voice belonged to Raymond. It seemed he was encountering a formidable adversary. With a swift motion, Xing propelled himself like lightning, racing up the tiers towards the pinnacle of the tower. Chapter 39. The final battle at the summit of the pyramid. Boom, boom, crack. On the 789th tier of the pyramid, the ascent towards the pinnacle grew increasingly constricted. This modest platform, ravaged by violence, now lay in ruins, fragmented and desolate. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a colossal figure stood resolutely, its fists and feet unleashing a cacophony of vibrations, causing the steps to tremble as countless fissures spread wildly. Clatter. It was Raymond, bare-chested, his sinewy form enveloped in crackling fire. At that moment, he had expanded to over 3 meters, his skin adorned with intricate and peculiar totems, radiating divine light. Brilliant patterns intertwined at the center of his forehead, forming an ancient sun motif, with a golden lightning bolt piercing through its core, casting dazzling sparks and resonating with a thunderous crackle. Clang, bang. Thick chains bound Raymond's limbs, extending into the swirling smoke, where faint silhouettes could be discerned. Gripping one end steadfastly, a closer inspection revealed even more figures lurking nearby, all fixated on Raymond, poised to strike. Damn it. This hulking brute is a dual bloodline awakened. The young master has already departed. The illusion he cast will likely not hold much longer. What shall we do? We must act. If this fellow breaks free from the illusion, our chances will dwindle further. All right, let's all attack together. The group exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave as they nodded in agreement. They had eyed it as important to note that the figure they followed, the young master of the celestial eyes, is of the pure bloodline of the celestial master, possessing the grace of a transcendent being. He is a prodigy that has not emerged for countless millennia, with only 3 bloodlines awakened within him. This seemingly foolish giant is not far from reaching his full potential. Ah, sister, kill. I shall eliminate you all. Raymond's eyes burned crimson like blood, consumed by an unprecedented fury, his forehead pulsating with veins, and in a moment of agitation, his pupils constricted to mere pinpricks. Crackling. Boom. This is bad. Quickly evade. Too late. Two pillars of lightning, solidified from Raymond's gaze, erupted forth like high-energy lasers, sweeping through the air with such velocity that the dust was cleaved in two, and the faint scent of scorched air lingered. Clang! Bang! Chains were severed, the gaping wounds glowing a deep crimson, and several figures who could not escape in time were bisected at the waist and neck, their injuries turning to charred remains. Perilously close to demise, only to be enveloped in golden light, transforming into golden eggs. That was close. Xing looked on in astonishment. Feeling the smooth surface of his newly bald head, just moments ago, a beam of golden light had swept past him when he peered out. Fortunately, his instincts prompted him to retract his head, or else he would have lost more than just hair, his very crown would have been exposed. Raymond. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Raymond's colossal form gradually diminished, clad in undamaged trousers, succumbing to unconsciousness, enveloped in golden light, eliminated from the fray. In the realm of Moin, having just awakened his bloodline, Raymond was initially merely at the 5th level of the mortal body. Yet, within this brief span of days, the gifts from the depths of his bloodline propelled his cultivation to the 8th level, elevating him to the foremost rank of the outer sect. The rapid pace of progress indeed filled Xing with envy. Fortunately, this was merely a benefit following the initial awakening of his bloodline, and gradually, things would revert to normal. Phew, that monster has finally exhausted its strength. The fortunate few who narrowly escaped wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, their limbs trembling. Had it not been for Raymond, who was lost in a mirage and consumed his entire power in a frenzy, they surely would not have withstood the onslaught. Particularly the final thunderous pillar. They even doubted that the esteemed young master of the celestial eyes could have emerged unscathed from it. Let us proceed. At least we have completed our task. Depart? Where to? Who? The crowd was taken aback, turning to see a bald figure slowly emerging from the mist. Sensing the peculiar gazes directed at his crown, Xing furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, activated life restoration. In an instant, a cascade of black hair sprouted forth. I declare that you have been eliminated. Humph. Arrogance. Bang. Bang. As they maneuvered with agility, fleeting shadows danced about. Before they could react, a searing pain shot through their bodies, and they were propelled like cannonballs down the pyramid, vanishing into the golden mist. So swift. Thunder, what are you doing lying here? Come with me. With that, Xing plunged his hands into the ground and, with a mighty heave, pried loose a brick. Hoisting the golden egg along with Raymond upon his shoulder, striding forward with determination. The rules of the dragon's breath body refinement do not prohibit disciples from moving the golden eggs. However, in the face of such an opportunity, nearly everyone is preoccupied with their own interests, seldom exerting effort to concern themselves with those who have been eliminated. Xing's actions are exceedingly rare in the history of the dragon's breath body refinement. The golden egg, formed from condensed dragon's breath, appears to be in a state of invincibility. What better use could it serve than as a shield? Lazy, do you not agree? In his unconscious state, Raymond is unable to respond. Xing chuckles softly, leaping gracefully as he lifts the stone slab, traversing the steps with ease. Clang! The sound of the dragon's cry sword resounds, its silvery light rushing forth like a celestial river in reverse. The silver dragon's radiant slash. Zhongwu, wielding a sharp sword, possesses eyes that are a glimmering silver, devoid of emotion, reduced to the pure essence of a keen blade, as if capable of severing all things in existence. Humph! Bang! Crack! Kuei Yin's eyes blaze with one red and one blue, a wild amalgamation of madness and reason. The heavy wolf-tooth club in her grasp appears several times larger than her petite frame, yet is effortlessly raised by her slender hand. The ground beneath her erupting into a vast crater with a single step. Kill. Thunderous roars. Kuei Yin's figure is shrouded in crimson mist as she engages in a frenzied battle with Zhongwu, entwined with the silver dragon. Their clash igniting the sky with a dazzling silver-red brilliance. Only faint silhouettes of their forms can be discerned as they weave and collide, accompanied by the resounding echoes of metal. These two individuals. In the distance, Master Xiantong surveys the surroundings, where golden eggs are scattered about. The dragon's breath body refinement has reached its final stage, with nearly all adversaries having been eliminated. Only the last two individuals remained, engrossed in their own conflict, leaving him neglected and unheeded. Recalling the words of Qian, Xiantongzi furrowed his brow. Xiantong, your adversaries are not us. Who else could it be? That foolish giant, Raymond? Or perhaps, Xing? This current external faction truly continues to astonish me, he mused, taken aback by the unexpected developments. Xiantong's expression shifted slightly as he gradually cast his gaze downward, sensing a vague presence rapidly approaching. Qian was a madman. His formidable illusionary eye technique proved utterly ineffective against her, shattered by a will infused with destruction and slaughter. As for Zhongwu, he was even more enigmatic, devoid of emotion and desire, resembling a soulless corpse. His eye technique could not even lock onto a target. Only Raymond exhibited significant vulnerabilities. It approaches. Bang! Yanqing traversed the golden mist, leaping over golden orbs and ascending layer upon layer of steps, hoisting Raymond as he bounded onto the 899th step. Below, Qian and Zhongwu engaged in a fierce battle. But Yanqing merely cast a glance before focusing on the figure ahead. Are you the so-called young master? This individual engaged in numerous subtle movements. Yet his demeanor and poise were nothing short of exceptional, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with intricate golden patterns. The most striking feature was his eyes, remarkably rare double pupils, unlike the grotesque appearance of two distinct pupils. The so-called double pupils consisted of two different colors superimposed upon one another. As Yanqing observed, the individual before him possessed peculiar dual-colored eyes, with a central golden hue encircled by a ring of purple. The two shades intertwined, subtly transforming into a regal blend of purple and gold, exuding an air of nobility. "You are the renowned Yanqing?" inquired the celestial young master, gracefully cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. However, Yanqing chose to disregard this individual, his mind still preoccupied with the recent ambush. He gradually set Raymond down. They were now perilously close to the pinnacle of the tower, where one could absorb the highest quality of dragon breath. "Celestial Eye, are you the foremost among the outer sect of the cave heaven world?" The celestial young master raised an eyebrow and shook his head, replying, "It is merely a matter of flattery. I do not claim to be the best." How disingenuous. With your prowess, do you truly require a retinue of subordinates for assistance? You misunderstand. This is likely the unilateral action of my kin. The celestial young master furrowed his brow, anticipating such occurrences. Yet, he could not be bothered with such trivialities. With his strength, he could secure the top position, irrespective of assistance. "It matters not," Yanqing responded, shaking his head, his expression turning indifferent, the atmosphere around him growing sharp and fierce. "Today, at the pinnacle of this pyramid, I, Yanqing, shall claim it." Chapter 40. The terrifying celestial I want it. Let your fists do the talking. The celestial eye's expression hardened, and suddenly, an endless brilliance of purple and gold erupted from the depths of his pupils, an illumination visible only to the conscious mind, instantly enveloping Yanqing's line of sight. Yet, Yanqing's gaze remained composed. The so-called illusion had yet to take form before being utterly crushed by his will. Without mentioning the indomitable will that can withstand the might of gods and demons, his unwavering resolve of 13 points is beyond the reach of ordinary beings, at least within the mortal realm. The formidable weapon of the celestial eye has also become ineffective. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Yanqing, you are truly remarkable. The celestial eye furrowed his brows, even within the realm of the cave. He had heard tales of 4 young heroes who survived the onslaught of the mimetic attack through sheer force of will. Among them, Yanqing captured his particular attention, as he was a disciple personally acknowledged and exceptionally admitted by the esteemed Master Kong Lingzi. His illusionary eye technique, derived from his bloodline, poses a dimensional assault on those in the mortal realm. In every previous encounter, he had emerged victorious. This is due to the fact that the mortal realm emphasizes the honing of the physical body to lay a foundation for the source of the Tao, making it arduous to cultivate mental fortitude. Improvements in this aspect are negligible, only significantly progressing upon comprehending the true essence of martial arts. Kuei Ayin and Zhongwu present unique challenges. One possesses a troubled persona, born with dual souls, and the enigmatic eye of slaughter, effectively countering the illusions of the celestial eye. The other, Zhongwu, is an anomaly, fixated solely on his sword, effortlessly cleaving through any illusion with a single strike. Celestial eye, reveal your true prowess. Such trifles are of no consequence to me. Yanqing's gaze remained composed, his aura refined to its zenith. Casting a serious look towards the celestial eye, I share the sentiment. It has indeed been a long time since I have fought earnestly, Yanqing. I wonder how long you can endure. With an air of unwavering confidence, Xiantong regarded the upcoming dragon breath body forging with indifference, for his strength was unparalleled, effortlessly overshadowing his contemporaries in every aspect. What is the essence of a transcendent being? Xiantong epitomizes it, possessing innate wisdom and awakening 3 bloodlines consecutively by the age of 3, while other children were still engaged in playful antics. He had already ascended to the 8th layer of mortal body by 6 and reached the pinnacle of mortal body by 10. This equates to Xiantong having several additional years of cultivation compared to his peers. His delay in entering the realm of the extraordinary was merely due to the absence of a suitable Tao source. He sought 3 extraordinary Tao sources and had already acquired 2, with only 1 remaining. Securing the first place in the dragon breath body forging would grant him an opportunity to enter the ancient Dao source tomb, significantly enhancing his chances of achieving his goals. The entire family had placed immense expectations upon Xiantong, meticulously attending to his affairs. Consequently, even with a high likelihood of success, they mobilized abundant resources and numerous disciples to assist him. Indeed, he faced a formidable adversary. Xing's eyes sparkled with intensity as he was the first to strike. Moving with an ethereal grace, utilizing his terrifying insight, he executed the divine finger technique. He could perceive the pathways of bloodline power flowing within the human body, pinpointing its vulnerabilities and severing the operational nodes with ease, which was how he effortlessly defeated Li Badian. You were too slow. Xiantong's gaze sharpened, as Xing appeared to him in a series of slow-motion frames. Surrounded by ethereal mist and radiant light, he countered with a swift motion, effortlessly dispelling Xing's fierce attack. Seizing the moment, he clenched his left fist, targeting Xing's face. With a thunderous roar, the air was first compressed into a dense mass, then erupted violently, countless blades of air slicing the ground into fragments. Even the residual shockwaves of the attack were terrifying in their intensity. Indeed, this individual had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Xing's strength had been utterly depleted, and as his body lunged forward, it seemed to collide headlong into the fist of Xiantong. In that critical moment, a powerful force suddenly emanated from behind, dragging Xing away. Was this the power of bloodlines? Xiantong's expression momentarily froze, his fearsome punch missing its mark, crashing into the ground instead, penetrating several layers of steps and leaving a dark, gaping chasm in its wake. Slowly, Xiantong stood upright, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. A surge of vitality erupted from his being. The essence of martial arts materialized into the ethereal forms of a dragon and a phoenix, circling around him in a reverent dance. This scene resembled that of an immortal descending into the mortal realm, prompting anyone witnessing it to exclaim in disbelief. Was this truly a mortal body? The limits of the mortal realm, combined with two distinct martial arts essences, the harmonious resonance of dragon and phoenix, and the awakening of three bloodlines. Xiantong had indeed maximized his enhancements. Xing found himself at a loss for words. After merely one exchange, he had discerned, through an overwhelming perception, the extent of Xiantong's power. His realm had already reached the extreme limit of the 10th level of the mortal body, augmented by the two martial arts essences and further enhanced by the bloodline power, resulting in a staggering physical prowess quantified at 14 points. A single arm swung, exuding an astonishing force of 638 for 100 kilograms, 638 tons of terrifying strength. Meanwhile, he himself was but at the 9th level of the mortal body, possessing a mere 200 tons of power. The disparity was a staggering eightfold. Xing found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Other transmigrators could effortlessly dominate their peers, occasionally experiencing explosive growth and even slaying foes beyond their level. And what of him? Setting aside all passivity and innate talent, Xing stands as the most feeble existence among his peers in this vast world, without exception, unless another flawless pureblood of the human race emerges. Null enhancement, null augmentation. Such is the essence of the human bloodline, remarkably untainted. Calm. My human bloodline engages only in high-stakes endeavors. These flashy trinkets are merely formidable in the early stages, ultimately fading into insignificance. The Nameless Elder has declared that his void ancestral dragon and abysmal ghost phoenix are nothing but trash, utterly disdainful. Xing took a moment to self-soothe, feeling significantly better. This is not mere self-deception. The Nameless Elder is a transcendent being of unparalleled might. And having observed his proficiency in cultivating techniques, Xing has begun to harbor some implicit insights regarding the human bloodline. The initial frailty serves merely as a precursor to a more resplendent eruption in the future, a day he eagerly anticipates. Xiantong, my apologies. Xing's expression turned serious. This dragon breath body tempering is paramount, and he shall not relinquish it, not solely for the peculiar energies within the dragon breath, but also due to a larger scheme of his own. What? Xiantong was momentarily taken aback by Xing's words, only to be subsequently engulfed by a profound transformation. His entire being felt as though ensnared in a quagmire, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of gravitational force that caused him to shatter a substantial expanse of the ground beneath him. Control of gravity. The might of innate abilities is not fixed. Even if they cease to evolve, they will nonetheless augment in accordance with Xing's ascendant prowess. The reasoning is exceedingly straightforward. One can only wear shoes commensurate with the size of one's feet. If innate talents remain static, then as Xing's strength burgeons, many of those talents will become ineffectual, which contradicts the very logic of evolution. It can be said that any talent that has evolved can serve Xing for a lifetime, never becoming obsolete. The mastery of gravitational control has now significantly strengthened, no longer confined to a small radius around his body, but expanding to a vast area of 1,000 feet, centered on Xing. As if this locale were enveloped by a domain where gravity was entirely at his command. With a smile in his heart, Xing noted the astonishment on Xiantong's face. The reason for his apology was merely a prelude to his intention to resort to cunning. Since he could not rely solely on brute strength, he would unleash his extraordinary abilities. In a strict sense, his talents were indeed a facet of his power and should not be deemed as underhanded tactics. With a swift motion, Xing's figure vanished, moving with a speed exponentially greater than before. So fast, Xiantong's gaze trembled. His once proud dual pupils could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Xing's shadow, his eyes darting within their sockets, betraying a sense of helplessness. Without air resistance, his speed surged. A smile danced in Xing's eyes. Gravitational mastery was not merely about applying or countering gravity. These were fundamental maneuvers. As he lightened his own weight by counteracting gravity, he simultaneously established a gravitational field around himself, akin to a razor-sharp blade that expelled the air before him, creating a vacuum and dramatically increasing his velocity. In contrast, Xiantong was burdened by 1,000 tons of gravity, ensnared in a chaotic gravitational field where forces collided and fluctuated erratically. Were it not for his formidable strength, he would be unable to maintain his footing. Even so, his mobility was severely compromised. Boom! With a thunderous fury akin to a tempest, the shadows of fists enveloped Xiantong's form. Each punch traversed through the vacuum, propelled by the force of gravity, delivering immense power. The dynamics between the two shifted, with one accelerating while the other decelerated. Xiantong found himself overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, and left to endure the onslaught with his formidable physique. 1,000-ton gravitational punch. With a resounding clang, Xing gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating blow, amplified by concentrated gravitational force, which struck fiercely against Xiantong's chest, echoing like metal reverberating through the heavens. Xiantong was sent hurtling away, unable to be restrained even by gravity, akin to a cannonball exiting its barrel, compressing the air behind him into a formidable iron wall. Coughing, he pondered the peculiar nature of his bloodline ability. Xiantong's expression turned resolute as he gradually rose to his feet. The oppressive gravity seemed to have no effect on him. Slowly, an ethereal glow began to manifest around him, with intricate purple and gold patterns fervently spreading across his skin, ultimately converging at his forehead to form a vertical mark. Xiantong's figure began to shift in small increments, akin to a particle blade vibrating at high frequency. The chaotic gravitational field surrounding him could not keep pace with his rapid movements and thus lost its efficacy. Xing, I have discerned your bloodline ability. Indeed formidable, but you shall face defeat. No sooner had the words left his lips than the vertical mark on his forehead flared open, revealing a pupil that resembled one forged from purple gold, coldly fixating on Xing. What a troublesome adversary. Chapter 41. The true meaning of the furnace of liberation, the celestial eye, one of the four main veins of the flying immortal cave. The direct descendant of the ancient celestial family is an unparalleled prodigy who has remained hidden for eons. At the tender age of 12, possessing a mortal physique at its zenith, he comprehended the profound essence of the dragon and phoenix martial arts, awakened the blood of the celestial king, and bore the three remarkable bloodlines of the purple gold divine eye and the supreme bone. This child is terrifyingly formidable. Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. His own talents were numerous and powerful, yet most were primarily for self-preservation and support. The hellfire was exceedingly fierce and unique, instinctively. He understood that the healing powers of the dragon breath could not surpass the ferocity of the hellfire. Should he attempt to use it, it could very well lead to a fatality. To slay a genius like the celestial, I would likely provoke the wrath of the flying immortals' formidable warriors, who would not hesitate to exact vengeance. As for the 10,000 calamities poison body, it was merely a tool for mischief in everyday encounters. Yet administering poison in such a contest was strictly prohibited. The rules regarding the tempering of the body through dragon breath were explicit. Any violation would result in immediate disqualification. Given this, it appeared that he had no choice but to fight desperately to exhaust him. Immortality and recovery were Xing's greatest trump cards. As Xing pondered, the explosive celestial eye finally unleashed his terrifying bloodline power. The celestial eye's third eye glowed intensely, and with remarkable confidence, he pointed a finger toward Xing, uttering profound words. The very fabric of space became as tangible as metal, enveloping Xing, completely suppressing and binding him, rendering him immobile. The power to manipulate space? Xing blinked in surprise, a flicker of amusement stirring within him. The body that had been restrained now moved with an uncanny freedom, his fists swinging and waist twisting. All within a realm that felt as solid as steel, yet without the slightest burden. What? This is impossible. The immortal eye widened in disbelief, once again activating its vertical pupil, radiating a magnificent golden-purple brilliance that rendered the space increasingly dense, transforming from a steel-like essence to that of diamond. Yet, Xing remained seemingly oblivious, bouncing playfully, his figure flickering as he delivered a powerful punch to the chin of the dazed immortal eye, sending him soaring 3 zhang into the air before crashing back down. The innate ability of time-space traveler granted him a profound affinity for time and space. This affinity, as opposed to control, indicated that while Xing could not manipulate the forces of time and space, he could disregard their effects upon him. The power within the vertical eye of the immortal eye was to manipulate space, but unfortunately, it encountered the time-space traveler, rendering it an ineffective assault against Xing. The immortal eye, named for its ocular prowess, drew all its strength from its gaze. However, the willful phantasm within its dual pupils was countered by Xing's indomitable will. While the space manipulation of the purple golden divine eye was also subdued by the time-space traveler, it was not merely bad luck for the immortal eye. It was simply that Xing's talents were exceedingly comprehensive. Moreover, even when faced with insurmountable odds, he could instantly evolve corresponding abilities. A phenomenon that negates the adverse conditions affecting his subjective actions, applicable to the second law of evolution. Truly, a peculiar individual. At this moment, the immortal eye finally felt a tinge of panic, no longer brimming with confidence. Thoughts of potential defeat began to creep in. Defeat? He had never tasted loss since childhood. I refuse to believe you have no weaknesses. Boom. The gaze of the immortal eye burned with intensity, its skeletal frame forged from celestial crystals shimmering brilliantly. Golden blood surging like a torrent, while exquisite, arcane patterns on its surface radiated divine light. A true celestial body, clad in ethereal light and bearing the immense weight of 1,000 tons upon his shoulders, the celestial eye traversed the void, casting a cold gaze downward upon Xing. Gravity, transcending not merely space but even time itself, rendered the celestial eye incapable of liberating itself from the shackles of weight, despite its mastery over spatial forces. With a resounding roar, the harmonious cries of dragon and phoenix echoed as phantoms born of martial intent coalesced into a tangible form, swirling around the celestial eye in an intricate dance. The onlookers, numerous celestial beings perched upon the sheer cliffs surrounding the hollow, were left in utter disbelief. They had never anticipated that anyone could compel the celestial eye to such an extent. Who was this individual? It seems he is called Xing. Yet, surely he must succumb. In this state, the celestial eye is an invincible force within the realm of mortals. And even some weaker beings of the spirit wheel realm might find themselves outmatched. What is he endeavoring? Confronted by the overwhelming disparity in raw strength and hindered by the inability to utilize many of his talents, Xing could only muster all his might. Competing in martial prowess? I fear no one. With hands clasped together, his body transformed into a furnace, his vital energy surging forth in a tempest. Morphing into a solid dragon, the dragon roared and dissipated, giving rise to a vast sea of vitality behind Xing roar. Howl, the mighty bull, grounded yet aspiring to the heavens, and the wolf, howling at the moon, alongside towering trees that stood half verdant and half withered in an endless ocean. Illusions surfaced and sank within the sea of vitality, as the intricate and profound essence of martial intent soared skyward. The purpose of martial intent is to expand the domain constituted by the particles of flesh and blood within, and often one form suffices. An excess not only proves futile, but may indeed be detrimental to the domain. The diminutive beings of the mundane realm are incapable of mastering the convergence of different domains. Should they attempt to do so forcefully, their physical forms would inevitably disintegrate at the particle level. In contrast, those who have awakened their bloodlines possess a far greater capacity for such integration, as exemplified by the celestial eye, which amalgamates the profound martial essence of the dragon and phoenix. This technique exacts a tremendous toll on the body. For an ordinary person, its use would be fatal. Yet I am different. Xing gradually opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils, an infinite array of runes surged and coalesced into a grand entity, embodying the principles of the perpetual motion body and life restoration. Fearless, he invoked the forbidden technique, the martial path, essence forge. With a resounding roar, a crimson beam ascended skyward. A scarlet figure traversed the void, exuding a thunderous presence, and in an instant, materialized before the celestial eye. You have been defeated. The celestial eye, momentarily dazed, could not grasp the reality of the situation. All that registered was the relentless expansion of a scarlet fist before it, followed swiftly by a descent into darkness. Boom. The entire pyramid trembled as the celestial eye plummeted from the sky, shattering through layer after layer of steps, until ensconced within a golden egg, it finally came to rest at the pyramid's heart. Gasping for breath, Xing struggled for air, his body seeping blood, resembling shattered porcelain. Yet, within mere moments, his formidable recovery abilities restored him to full vitality. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All present stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Xing suspended in the air, unable to fathom that the celestial eye had indeed been vanquished. After yet another clash between Kuei-Yin and Zhongwu, they paused, gazing at Xing with a mixture of complexity in their eyes. There was no need to continue. Xing demonstrated with his fists that he was indeed the strongest. The current dragon breath body refinement had reached its climax, heralding the emergence of the most formidable contender. Now, it was time to relish the fruits of their labor and absorb the dragon breath energy for a duration of 7 days. The external disciples were arranged in order of strength, each occupying their designated position, striving with all their might to absorb as much of the ethereal dragon breath mist as possible. Sigh, it was indeed a strenuous endeavor. This world teems with formidable beings. Xing pondered, astonished at the challenges of this battle, gaining a clearer understanding of this extraordinary realm. Even among the most basic cultivators, there existed prodigies like the one with celestial eyes, capable of effortlessly wielding 1,600 tons with a mere flick of an arm. What an astounding notion! In the novels he had once perused, protagonists in their early cultivation stages possessed mere dozens or hundreds of tons of physical strength, already deemed as unparalleled prodigies. This insight underscored the immense martial prowess of this world, a pinnacle of extraordinary might. He could never afford to underestimate it. Suppressing his thoughts, Xing's figure blurred, drifting down like a willow leaf to the apex of the pyramid. The space was exceedingly confined, with a cushion placed on the ground, barely accommodating a single individual in a meditative posture. Xing settled down serenely, tilting his gaze upward to behold the colossal and fearsome dragon head, looming as if it were within arm's reach. Indeed, in comparison to the golden dragon's immense size, the mere 100 zhang distance to the pyramid seemed negligible. A torrent of boundless golden particles surged forth from the dragon's maw, enveloping Xing in a radiant golden beam as he sat cross-legged. Before the cultivation had even commenced, radiant golden particles spontaneously surged into his body, permeating every corner of his limbs and bones, fortifying each particle of flesh and blood. Xing squinted his eyes slightly, a look of contentment gracing his features, as he distinctly sensed his physical form growing ever stronger. How might one describe this experience? It was as if his mouth were agape, and heavenly elixirs were continuously poured into it, flooding him without the slightest trace of toxicity. The medicinal properties were remarkably gentle and readily absorbable. Having comprehended myriad martial arts, Xing had long transcended previous realms. As long as energy sufficed, he could step into the ultimate limit of the 10th heaven at any moment. Moreover, the energy accompanying this dragon's breath was but a mere trifle. Those scions of noble families lacked for medicinal pills, and their fervent competition bore profound significance. This colossal dragon, bearing the attribute of gold, combined with the essence of a true dragon, would render the body of any who bathed in its breath even more resilient, enhancing various resistances and potentially bestowing the innate gifts of diamond and dragon might, a treasure trove of benefits. What a grand spectacle! Xing's vision was remarkably sharp. Even in the face of the blinding golden light, he transcended the dragon's breath, glimpsing the marvels within the dragon's maw. A massive, perfectly spherical orb, roughly a yard in width and shimmering with a golden brilliance that approached transparency, floated at the center of the dragon's mouth. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, and it appeared to contain a liquid that swirled within, continuously releasing golden particles. Could this be a dragon pearl? A flicker of intrigue stirred within Xing, but he quickly suppressed his thoughts, focusing entirely on channeling his energy to assist his body in absorbing the dragon's breath. In a span of 7 days, one must seize the opportunity to amass considerable wealth, for such fortunate chances are rare. Moreover, it would be a disservice to the countless battles fought. Many prodigies possess the habit of concealing their true strength, adopting a guise of humility. It cannot be said that such individuals are despicable. Rather, it is a means of self-preservation in their formative years, shielding themselves from potential adversaries. Before the trial of Xing, he too harbored this mindset, opting for utmost discretion. However, upon evolving into not here, his perspective subtly shifted. With the assurance of survival, why linger in hesitation? At critical moments, why not display one's prowess? Every disadvantage carries its advantages. Revealing one's talents can garner greater benefits, allowing the celestial beings to allocate resources favorably towards him, with ample adaptations to mitigate any minor drawbacks. This was a deliberate choice made by Xing after weighing the costs and benefits, not a whimsical act of bravado. Given the magnitude of his sacrifice, one cannot fault him for his ambition. Xing resolved to compensate for the losses incurred through his exposure. With a mere thought, his body seemed to transform into a black hole, drawing in more dragon essence under the control of the gravitational field. The powers of gravitational control and devouring heaven and earth surged in full force as vast quantities of dragon essence entered his being, and countless flesh particles reveled in ecstasy. A glance at his interface revealed that his physical three-dimensional values were in continuous fluctuation, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. This time, he truly struck gold. With his cultivation on the right track, Xing found himself idly contemplating the enormous dragon pearl, an unusual thought stirring within him. This object, rotund and plump, resembles a precious elixir, if one were to consume it whole. Chapter 42. The Domain of Divine Prohibition. Self-Examination. Subject: Xing. Age: 12. Race: human, perfect pure blood. Realm: limit of the 10th layer of mortal body. Body: 120. 5. Strength: 120. 5. Agility: 120. 5. Will: 13. The dragon breath light particle is a convergence of the essence of true dragon aura, dragon blood, and dragon orbs, amalgamated over a decade from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It embodies an extraordinarily gentle and pure energy, and one might say that each speck of light is akin to a diminutive spirit pill. However, within just 1 hour, Xing's physical form, nourished by the dragon breath, transcended a layer, reaching the pinnacle of the mortal body's limit. Is it still possible to continue absorbing? A contemplative expression flitted across Xing's face as he delved deep within himself, scrutinizing the state of his flesh and blood particles. At this moment, the particles had transformed from a kaleidoscope of colors to radiate a glimmering golden hue. This golden light, a hidden boon of the metallic true dragon aura, holds the potential to solidify into a tangible gift known as diamond body, which would provide a valuable defensive capability during the initial stages of cultivation. It seems that there are no indications of physical collapse. The enhancement of blood and flesh particles through energy absorption fundamentally entails an increase in the density of these particles, consequently augmenting their mass. For Xing, his current total mass amounts to half of his energy, equating to an impressive 204,800 kilograms. Such an immense mass necessitates a domain composed of particles to bear and restrain it. Should the mass of the particles exceed the bearing limit of the domain, the physical form would inevitably begin to disintegrate at the particle level. In Xing's understanding, the domain represents the code within programming. Utilizing the martial arts essence as a coding software, they collaboratively construct the system that is humanity. The endless particles serve as the binary digits, 0 and 1, in C language. When the fundamental particles of flesh and blood, which form the information torrent, overloaded mass, come into play, the domain may be overwhelmed, leading to a bug that results in a natural system crash of the human body. While this description might be somewhat biased, it conveys the general idea. There have been no new evolutionary talents emerging. However, the particles of flesh and blood continue to consume energy, showing no signs of bodily collapse. Could this be attributed to the lineage of humanity? Xing paused for a moment, as he had contemplated numerous potential advancements for this day. The best outcome would be adaptive evolution, enabling him to transcend limitations, while the worst scenario might involve a passive activation before his physical form disintegrates, forcibly interrupting his self-destructive tendencies. In this world, apart from myself, it is uncertain whether any other pure-blooded humans exist, and relevant information is naturally undocumented. If it is suggested that the unique nature of the human lineage enhances the carrying capacity of the domain, this possibility cannot be dismissed. This phenomenon is particularly evident in those who awaken their bloodlines. Although the celestial pupil reaches the limit of the 10th realm, its physical three-dimensionality is a staggering 14 points. Clearly, the so-called bloodline enhancement strengthens the domain as well. Otherwise, his physical form would have collapsed long ago. Thus, the bloodline is one of the variables influencing the domain. If that is the case, why should the human bloodline be any different? Upon grasping this realization, Xing felt a surge of certainty within. Shedding all doubts as he fervently continued to consume the dragon's breath, he resolved to seek alternative methods only when he had truly reached his limits. Time swiftly passed, and another day slipped by. Xing's body quivered slightly, and suddenly, an inexhaustible radiance of golden light erupted from within him. Faintly, he could perceive an enigmatic chant, seemingly emanating from nowhere, as if to celebrate his transformation. Self-assessment. Subject: Xing. Age: 12. Race: human, perfect pure blood. Realm: first extreme realm, domain of divine prohibition. Power of miracles. Body: 150. 5. Strength, 150. 5. Agility, 150. 5. Will, 13. What? Xing's pupils trembled as he realized he had shattered the limits of the mortal body and stepped into a new realm. This had been anticipated. Yet he was perplexed as to why his physical dimensions had increased by 3 points instead of 1. Although it was indeed curious that this time, after a full day of consuming dragon's breath, there was finally a reaction. The terms domain of divine prohibition and power of miracles, what could they signify? The self-assessment module was a creation of a supreme civilization, a device possessed by nearly every powerful individual from that world. The one in Xing's possession was designated as 10001, serving solely the function of self-assessment. Through this functionality, Xing had long understood that this module contained a wealth of information. Otherwise, he would not recognize everything it presented. This implied that the domain of divine prohibition was a term originating from that world. How astonishing! Xing's tumultuous emotions took time to settle. For the three-dimensional prowess of the celestial being was merely 14 points, and he had now surpassed it, utterly overwhelming his adversary with sheer strength. With a single swing of his arm, the force of 276 tons could effortlessly shatter the skull of the celestial pupil with just a thought. Continue. I can still enhance. Xing, exhilarated and slightly deranged by the thrill, felt his innate talents amplify alongside his growing power, rendering his control over gravity increasingly formidable. He ensnared more dragon breath, forcefully channeling it within himself, bringing it tantalizingly close to the very particles of his flesh. Not consuming it? Just confront it. What is happening? Why has the dragon breath weakened significantly? Below, numerous disciples furrowed their brows, sensing the suddenly meager dragon breath surrounding them. Internally lamenting their plight, it had only been a day since they had begun. Yet, there was little they could do, lacking the strength to ascend to greater heights. They could only extract what little they could manage. 3 days later, while in deep meditation, Xing felt a faint ache in his physical form. A troubling sign echoing from the depths of the particle level, a prelude to potential self-dissolution. Have I reached my limit? He refused to accept this as the end. Absorbing dragon breath bit by bit until the passive ability, not here, was triggered, forcibly interrupting his consumption. Once more, plummeting from his ethereal state, Xing discreetly siphoned a minuscule amount again. With a hum, his figure trembled, slipping back into a state of ethereality. Again, time and again, Xing engaged with the passive talent not here, until the 300th attempt brought a transformation in the limitless adaptation. Incorporating the variable of his frequent perilous actions into the equation, initiating an evolution of his corporeal form. At last, the third law of evolution had arrived. Xing let out a sigh of relief. This was precisely the plan he had conceived from the beginning. He had long since comprehended the operational mechanism of unrestricted adaptation. For the inception of this phenomenon was entirely rooted in his philosophy of evolution. No one understood himself better than he did. Wasn't he this a new talent? A thought sparked in his mind, yet the self-examination panel remained unchanged. Meanwhile, in the minuscule realm within his body, an endless multitude of flesh particles began to shift slowly. Casting aside the original domain and merging the profound truths of countless martial arts to reconstitute an even more enigmatic and potent domain. Boom! An infinite radiance erupted within him once more, manifesting in 7 colors, akin to celestial lights and ethereal mist, causing Xing's consciousness to momentarily blank out. Self-examination subject. Xing age, 12. Race, human, perfect pure blood. Realm, second extreme realm, divine forbidden domain, infinite power. Body, 180. 5. Strength, 180. 5. Agility, 180. 5. Will, 13. The physical entity had transcended into the second extreme realm. With a surge in physical power rendering his will unable to control such formidable strength, teetering on the brink of bodily explosion and undergoing an unknown transformation and evolution. The talents of indomitable will and endless had been significantly enhanced, with will, 135. Xing slowly opened his eyes, a mysterious light flickering within. And an indistinct intuition whispered to him that should he break through once more, he would truly push his physical form to the limits of mortality. However, could this still be referred to as a mortal body? With a single punch, he could unleash 13 million kilograms, over 13,000 tons of mortal strength. Such a powerful physique could consume even more dragon essence, and unbeknownst to him, he had rendered the downstream dragon essence increasingly sparse. What in the world is going on? Is this thin, watery substance truly dragon breath? It is entirely different from what my senior brothers have described. I refuse to accept this. There must be some hidden agenda. The higher-ups of Facian are secretly sabotaging us, siphoning our dragon breath power. Protests. Protests. The loudest voices come from those eliminated, trapped within their golden eggs. Furious as the dragon breath dwindles, now reduced to but a single strand, the formidable beings on the cliffs furrow their brows, casting peculiar glances at Xing atop the pyramid, pondering whether this young fellow has such a voracious appetite. Is he still unsated? Yet, moments later, they observe the flow of dragon breath below returning to normal, even more robust than before. Has he finally reached his limit? Several elders chuckle, shaking their heads, their gazes towards Xing filled with warmth and even a hint of affectionate indulgence typical of a mentor. This is the treatment a genius deserves. Even if Xing consumes all the dragon breath, so what? It is his to claim, earned through his own efforts, as the rules permit. As for the raucous protesters below, unable to partake in the bounty, they have only their own inadequacies to blame. They cannot fault others. Xing relinquished his hold on the dragon breath, not out of compassion, but because he realized that this substance could no longer satisfy him. Transcending to the third extreme realm demands a far greater and purer energy. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the colossal dragon pearl. For the breath it expelled was merely a byproduct. The true essence lay within the pearl itself. Outside, numerous powerful immortals were observing, and naturally, one could not draw their attention. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly thwart my transgression. Xing narrowed his eyes, his form enveloped in an exceedingly dense beam of light, rendering his expression inscrutable to the outside world. The only force capable of achieving this seemed to be gravity. Gravity is one of the four fundamental forces of the universe. Xing would dare to deem it the most potent among them. It is omnipresent, impervious even to the constraints of space-time, transcending the ages. To this day, one particular film titled Interstellar has left a lasting impression on Xing in its portrayal of gravity, a magnificent force that transcends time and space. Utilizing it to breach a layer of the Dragon Ball was a trivial endeavor, especially for the now empowered Xing, whose mastery over gravity had grown tremendously. For instance, he could exert a gravitational force 5 times that of his own physical strength upon any entity, equivalent to 65,000 tons, capable of effortlessly flattening a genius like Xian Tong into a pancake. Xing held his breath, focusing his will, continuously compressing the gravitational field until it was reduced to a mere 20 nanometers in thickness, approximately 100,000th the width of a hair. The gravitational spike extended from the crown of Xing's head, effortlessly spanning a distance of 100 zhangth, directly penetrating the massive Dragon Ball. Instantly, a viscous liquid began to flow down the gravitational beam, seeping into Xing's body. The moment the essence of the Dragon Ball entered him, Xing could not help but shudder in delight. It was simply exhilarating. As for the dragon's breath mist, Xing had long since lost interest, allowing it to flow past while utilizing the gravitational field to funnel a portion into Raymond's body. The already awakened Raymond trembled, his form immediately enveloped by the surging dragon fire. "Yingu, you finally remembered me," he exclaimed, overcome with emotion. Chapter 43. The brilliant Xing. The process of tempering the body with dragon breath passed in the blink of an eye over the course of 7 days. It commenced with the dragon's roar and concluded with the same, as the majestic golden dragon slowly closed its colossal jaws, abruptly severing the torrent of dragon breath. The golden dragon fell into silence, yet the formation centered around the dragon pearl, intricately woven into the entirety of the dragon's remains, continued to operate incessantly, perpetually absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, storing it within the dragon pearl in preparation for the next dragon breath tempering that would commence a decade hence. One could only speculate how this true dragon had offended the celestial cave, ending up in such a tragic state. Even after death, its remnants were exploited for countless ages. As the golden light and mist dissipated in the ascending dragon lake, a vast depression was revealed, and the golden eggs scattered throughout spontaneously shattered. One by one, the outer disciples awakened from their cultivation, rising to their feet, their eyes ablaze with golden light, clearly having reaped substantial benefits. "Ugh, I'm utterly exasperated," roared Li Batian, his face flushed with rage as he howled toward the heavens. He was in a fit of frustration, for he could have contended for the top position with the immortal eye. Yet his reluctance to retreat had resulted in him not even brushing against the edge of the pyramid. It was easy to imagine that upon returning to the clan, he would be subjected to a thorough beating from his father for 3 days and nights. Amidst a myriad of emotions, regret, relief, and lingering desires, countless outer disciples harbored their own thoughts. Yet all reflections came to a halt at this juncture. Suddenly, amidst the towering cliffs, a thunderous applause erupted. Echoing like the roar of a tempest, countless celestial beings looked down with approving gazes. Indeed, it was an exhilarating contest, and in witnessing your prowess, the old man felt as though he glimpsed the resplendent future of the celestial cave. The elder, his hair as white as snow, stepped forward into the void. his voice calm, yet imbued with an extraordinary power that compelled all to fall silent, listening intently. I hereby declare, the champion of this realm's dragon breath body refinement, the foremost disciple of the outer sect, Xing. Cheers erupted. Gu. Incredible. Ha ha. The enthusiastic shouts came predominantly from the outer sect, while the disciples from the cave world, a larger crowd, appeared somewhat awkward, struggling to believe that the celestial I had been defeated. The loudest voice belonged, of course, to Lamon, his Titan bloodline granting him a voice that few could rival. I humbly accept your praise, Xing replied with a smile, rising slowly to acknowledge those around him. His gains from this encounter were immense, far exceeding his expectations. And he was now closer than ever to reaching the third extreme realm. In his elation, his demeanor softened, and as he gazed upon the lively young disciples below, he found them remarkably charming and endearing. Xing, the elder, nodded gently in his direction, his expression benevolent. At that moment, all eyes turned to Xing, their emotions a complex tapestry, particularly among the outer sect disciples, whose faces almost bore the mark of envy, fully aware of what was to come. Senior. Xing bowed respectfully, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. The absorption of dragon breath for body refinement was merely one aspect. There existed a climactic reward for the first place winner. Xing, speak your desire. As long as it is not excessively outrageous, the Cave of Flying Immortals can fulfill it. The elder's tone was imbued with confidence, for as the sovereign of a realm, the Cave of Flying Immortals possessed boundless territory and inexhaustible resources. For a mere mortal, the grandest aspirations were but trifles, easily granted with a mere gesture. Here it comes. Xing's expression grew serious, his heart nearly bursting with joy. He had long awaited this reward, as it was crucial to his forthcoming cultivation and evolution. The ultimate reward for the dragon breath body refinement was not a fixed entity, but rather allowed the disciple to voice their own wish. This was intriguing and conveniently suited Xing perfectly. What would others demand? Elixirs? Divine weapons? Cultivation manuals? Xing shook his head inwardly, displaying a look of disdain. Such requests were pedestrian, the musings of those with a narrow vision. With his sagacity, he would not commit such a folly. The astute Xing cleared his throat and boldly declared, Senior, I wish to enter the inner sect's library and study for a month. What is truly priceless in this world? Knowledge, especially that which has been accumulated over billions of years by an extraordinarily resplendent civilization. Its worth transcends all treasures. Evolution manifests in individuals as sheer strength and survival capability. The knowledge of civilization is the culmination of countless individuals on the path of evolution. It propels the entire civilization forward, illuminating celestial avenues for future generations. Xing, brimming with confidence and intelligence, believed that with his innate gift of endless pursuit, a mere month would suffice to imbue his mind with the entirety of this civilization's evolutionary knowledge. Of course, the Flying Immortal Cave was merely one faction, possessing only a fragment of the vast knowledge that encompassed the whole civilization, yet for Xing it was more than adequate. It was sufficient for him to comprehend this world in its entirety and to integrate himself within it. Even if he were to be expelled by the Flying Immortal Cave, he would still lead a fulfilling life, no longer adrift in uncertainty. Xing's ambitions were not to be satiated by mere treasures. Thus, seizing the opportunity, he articulated what he deemed a not overly audacious request. Senior, I wish to visit the library. The elder was momentarily taken aback, prompting Xing to reiterate his request. The astonishment was palpable, echoed by the stunned expressions of hundreds of thousands of transcendent beings and numerous outer disciples below, who, after a brief moment of shock, returned to their senses, casting bewildered gazes upon Xing. This fool, how could I possibly be outdone by such a person? Infuriating. The immortal, I stood atop the pyramid, trembling with rage, as the precious opportunity he so cherished was squandered by Xing, causing his already tumultuous emotions to spiral out of control. This foolish boy. Wang Bao shook her head, observing Xing's earnest demeanor, utterly speechless. Ha ha, what a sight to behold. Hasn't this young lad's family imparted any wisdom upon him? Beside the throne, the malevolent sage, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, seemed on the verge of tears from laughter. Wang Bao paused in surprise. Indeed, the information she had gathered suggested that Xing was an orphan, entirely devoid of kin, let alone a family, with no sponsors to enlighten him about the latent rules of the dragon breath body refinement. Astute, a veritable genius of unparalleled intellect. Li Batian, lacking in wit, twitched at the corners of his mouth, giving Xing a thumbs up. Humph. Upon my return, I must confront my father about this. To think he deceived me into believing I was the world's greatest fool. Xing is clearly even more foolish than I. Ahem. The elder wore an unusual expression, stroking his beard to mask his embarrassment while discreetly signaling to Xing. Xing's heightened senses finally detected the awkwardness in the atmosphere. Was his request truly excessive? Perhaps he could reduce it to 7 days? He would strive to make it work, as time should suffice. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Foolish lad, reconsider. I am making an exception by granting you the opportunity to visit the Dowsource Cemetery. As for your wish to peruse the library, given your current level, you can only access the first floor. Such trivial matters, I can assist you privately. It is but a mere word. Once the transmission concluded, the elder winked at Xing, adopting a tender demeanor akin to that of a caring guardian. The Dowsource Cemetery? What is that? I am unaware. Yet, from its literal interpretation, it appears to be related to the Tao source. Xing grasped that the disparity in knowledge and understanding had led to a clash of perspectives with those present. He is not truly foolish. Having discerned the crux of the matter, he swiftly altered his stance upon receiving the elder's promise. A light-hearted jest, indeed, let us not take it to heart. Senior, I have made up my mind. I wish to seize the opportunity to enter the Dowsource tomb. Excellent. A promising youth indeed. The elder's countenance radiated satisfaction as he reached into his robe, retrieving a token of pure grayish-white, which he cast into Xing's hands. It was evident that this token for entry into the Dowsource tomb had been prepared well in advance. This suggests that all previous first-place champions had made identical requests to gain entry into the Dowsource tomb. Thank you, esteemed senior. Xing expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He was acutely aware of the elder's kindness and concern. With a deep breath, Xiantong exhaled a cloud of murky air. Feeling a sense of relief upon witnessing Xing obtain the coveted Dowsource token. Though tinged with regret, he no longer felt humiliated. Very well, everyone may disperse now. The elder waved his hand, and with a gesture of his domain, he lifted Xing, transforming him into a beam of divine light that soared into the sky. As you command. The elder's attendant, along with numerous extraordinary disciples, offered slight bows before stepping into the void, leaving behind only a scattering of silhouettes upon the cliff. Below, the outer sect disciples in the hollowed ground, guided by the attendant, began to return to their respective abodes. Meanwhile, those who had excelled yet lacked influential backing were besieged by numerous solicitations, among them Lei Ming, Kuei Aiyin, and Zhang Wu, who found themselves encircled without escape. Ultimately, it was only under the attendant's admonition that they managed to extricate themselves and return to the outside world. A multitude of individuals bowed deeply before Xiantong, their faces flushed with embarrassment for their own ineffectiveness in preventing Xing's actions. Even I am no match for that monster. Do you believe you are worthy? Xiantong's demeanor remained aloof as he disregarded the crowd, choosing to depart at his own pace. There will be other opportunities to enter the Dowsource tomb. This instance of dragon breath body refinement is merely the simplest among many methods. Alas, had it not been for the encounter with the creature Xing, that would indeed hold true. After a considerable time, the once bustling depression lay deserted, a gentle breeze sweeping through, ushering in a touch of coolness. Upon the sheer cliff, in a nondescript corner, a solitary figure that had lingered behind finally rose slowly, the expression beneath the shadow remarkably stern. It was Xuelun, who, with ulterior motives, had observed Xing throughout the competition. After witnessing Xiantong's defeat, his grave countenance had not relaxed since. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Xing's strength, no, it should be termed his prodigious talent, had reached a level that commanded the attention of the entire cave realm. A sacred weapon? The worth of such a monstrosity now rivaled that of an immortal artifact. Would it truly be justifiable to extinguish this exceptional talent merely for a sacred weapon? Xuelun felt a tightening in his throat, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over him, suffocating in its intensity. Yet, the 3 inept individuals dispatched last time had already antagonized Xing. How would he contend with the repercussions when Xing ultimately ascended? Moreover, if he were to abandon this pursuit, how could he ever justify it to his master? The unprecedented struggle nearly drove Xuelun into madness. After a prolonged period, he gradually regained his composure, his gaze transforming into one of unyielding ferocity. Humph. After much contemplation, it is best to eliminate such a monstrosity. A genius, once deceased, is merely a pile of decaying flesh. Thus, I shall proceed as originally planned, ambushing the family of El Shah to draw the serpent from its lair. However, given Xing's formidable power, I require a sharper blade. Xuelun's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he whispered words meant solely for his own ears. Sound, in essence, is the transmission of vibrational waves through a medium capable of carrying both information and energy. The utterances of Xuelun cascaded from the macrocosm, perpetually descending, transmitting to the minutest of particles. This process of transmission also constitutes the formation of sound wave collapse. Due to the differing flow of time between the microscopic and macroscopic worlds, Sound unfolds like a slow-motion scene, becoming progressively slower. I need a sharper blade. The sound incited a resonance among countless surrounding particles, which recorded the auditory information in the form of vibrational waves, oscillating repeatedly. Owing to the discrepancies in microscopic time, this vibration may persist for months, even years. A powerful being can etch a single phrase into the void for eons. Based on this principle, for their voice embodies formidable will, allowing the vibrated particles to retain their essence for an extraordinarily prolonged duration. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a multitude of particles skyward and scattering them across the earth. The particles that recorded Schwelluin's voice. Who knows who might hear them next? Chapter 44. The Child of Gods and Demons. The flying immortal continent, spanning over 2,000 light-years, stands at the heart of the entire Dongtian world. This boundless land is most bountiful and prosperous at its center, where elegance and beauty converge, encompassing a vast expanse of 100 trillion kilometers. It serves as a gathering place for numerous pivotal locations within the flying, immortal Dongtian, whether it be the alchemy and artifact halls, the library, or the entrance to the Daoyuan tomb. All are found within this domain, facilitating the unhindered movement of the disciples of the flying immortal. Moments later, under the protective veil of the divine light, Xing descended onto a colossal platform alongside the elder. This platform, rising over 9 zhong, is constructed entirely from obsidian stones, resembling a circular altar. Its surface is intricately engraved with complex patterns, with shimmering inscriptions that glow brilliantly, as if the fluorescence is alive and in constant motion. Xing. The Daoyuan tomb is one of the most significant secret places in our flying immortal Dongtian, and thus, it must be safeguarded with utmost vigilance. Therefore, it has been placed within an absolutely secure mustard seed dimension. The elder gently stroked his white beard, gazing at Xing with kindness, akin to a caring elder addressing a younger generation. After a brief pause, he continued, the position of this mustard seed dimension is not fixed. It is tethered to the veins of the central formation, perpetually in random motion. Even I, or anyone within the Dongtian, cannot pinpoint its location. Upon hearing this, Xing was momentarily taken aback, realizing the significance of this reward. He clasped his hands and inquired, Senior, if that is the case, how shall we enter the Daoyuan tomb? Do not keep calling me Senior, the elder replied. I am Xing, the esteemed Grand Elder of the Internal Affairs Division. Xing smiled and waved his hand, uttering humble words, yet as a high-ranking elder, he was indeed a prominent figure among the elite. Thank you, Elder Xing, for enlightening me. Xing expressed his profound gratitude. Without Xing's guidance, he would have missed the opportunity to enter the tomb of Dao Source. Furthermore, he would need to trouble Xing regarding the matter of accessing the library, so it was only natural to be courteous. Never mind that. Let us address the matter at hand. Xing continued, the entry to the tomb of Dao Source is not for us collectively, but solely for you. That token serves as the key to unlock the tomb. It will become void after a single use and can only allow one individual to enter. Xing's heart stirred as he reached into his bosom to retrieve the token. Hearing Xing's words, he realized that this object was akin to a key, albeit a one-time use. Xing, you must remember, Xing's expression turned solemn, and his tone became significantly more earnest. The tomb of Dao Source has been a secret place established by the flying immortal cave since ancient times. For countless eons, the Dao sources acquired by numerous flying immortals have been stored therein. The Dao sources within are at the very least of rare quality, infused with the efforts of countless sages. As you enter and receive their blessings, you must hold a heart of gratitude and reverence. Do not act recklessly within. Should you disturb the spirits of the sages, even I cannot protect you. Remember this, and remember it well. Xing's words were laden with sincerity, impressing upon Xing the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, Elder. I understand. Xing nodded, his heart gradually igniting with fervor. The fact that the least of the Dao sources was of rare quality rendered this tomb all the more significant. He had not forgotten that the 9th young master of the Holy Palace had, for the sake of a rare spark, sacrificially offered 1,000 city slaves. It was uncertain whether that effeminate individual ultimately succeeded. Should a disciple of the mortal body realm venture into the mist to hunt for the source of Tao, it would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor, fraught with the specter of death, and acquiring high-quality Tao sources would prove exceedingly difficult. Even with extraordinary luck, the spoils would not stem from slaying non-sentient beings, for they simply lacked the requisite strength. The source of Tao manifests in 2 forms in this world. The first is the inanimate, such as the flame exotic flower harvested by the 9th young master of the Holy Palace. This type of Tao source does not actively attack living beings, relying solely on the power of the laws embedded in its essence. The second form comprises a plethora of formidable and peculiar non-sentient entities. Upon their demise, these monsters possess a certain probability of yielding Tao sources. Those who plant trees benefit from their shade, Xing was certain that places like the Tao Source Cemetery are prevalent among every major power. The strong hunt for Tao sources to nurture the next generation, perpetuating this cycle, is essential for a power's enduring development. After discussing extensively and ensuring Xing's comprehension, Xing finally nodded in satisfaction. He then formed a hand seal, unleashing a beam of runic light that penetrated the altar beneath their feet. Xing, step inside. I wish you success in obtaining a Tao source suited to you. Thank you, Elder Xie, for your auspicious words. With a crack, the gray-white token in Xing's hand thrummed and trembled, suddenly radiating a resplendent flow of light that cascaded down, intertwining and resonating with the inscriptions upon the altar. The altar appeared to have acquired a source of energy, accompanied by a constantly shifting coordinate. With a sudden crack and a swirl, a burst of vibrant light enveloped the figure of Xing. When the radiance dissipated, Xing had vanished without a trace. One could only wonder what sort of Tao source this little fellow might attain. Could it be an unparalleled one? As for Wu Shuang, Xing dared not even contemplate the possibility. According to records, there were merely 3 unparalleled Tao sources within the entire graveyard, and after countless billions of years, not a single disciple of the Flying Immortals had gained their acknowledgement. If I recall correctly, this year's selection of the flame was presided over by that wretched lad, Xiaoming. Xing pondered momentarily before flicking a finger, sending a rune into the void. After a prolonged wait, as his brows furrowed in slight annoyance, activity finally stirred in the surroundings. Rustling. Not far from the altar, a sturdy ancient tree suddenly began to sway, its robust trunk resembling dragon scales, twisting and transforming into a human visage. Master, what command do you have for your disciple? Xiaoming, have you grown wings? How dare you make me wait for so long? Xing's expression remained stern, his words laced with reproach, yet his gaze retained a semblance of warmth. Oh, Master, you are unjustly accusing your disciple. I had urgent matters to attend to outside and have only just returned to the cave. Upon receiving your summons, I rushed here without a moment's delay, harboring not a hint of negligence. Xiaoming extended 2 wooden arms from the trunk, repeatedly bowing in apology, fearful of inciting his master's wrath. Enough, enough. Cease your jesting. Summoning you is not of great consequence. You are acquainted with Xing, are you not? Tell me about his origins. Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the events that had transpired during his absence, particularly the fact that even his esteemed master had taken notice of Xing. What? Have I put you in a difficult position? Xing furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the matter at hand. After speaking, he feigned silence, awaiting Xiaoming's elucidation. Ahem. I dare not conceal anything, for this matter is indeed rather extraordinary. However, in the presence of my master, I shall not withhold the truth. It concerns Lord Konglingzi. Xing is a prodigy he has identified and, as an exception, invited into the cave realm. What? Xing's pupils constricted in surprise. It was no wonder Xiaoming had approached the subject with such caution. If he were not affiliated with Lord Konglingzi's faction, he would scarcely possess the standing to inquire further. Master, my purpose in venturing forth this time was to investigate Xing's origins. If I am not mistaken, this young lad has indeed entered the Daoyuan tomb, has he not? Such an unparalleled genius must be approached with the utmost caution to avert the recurrence of the tragedies of the ancient chaotic era. Xiaoming's expression turned grave. After weeks of arduous effort, it seemed his endeavors had borne fruit. Have you uncovered anything? Upon hearing this, Xiaoming nodded before shaking his head, prompting Xing to frown in contemplation. Master, please do not rush me. Allow me to recount the details thoroughly. During this period, I commenced my investigation from the location of Xing's initial appearance, specifically the area designated for this external assessment. Along the way, I accessed the memories of over 100,000 fierce beasts, reptiles, insects, and rodents, as well as the lingering essences left upon numerous plants. Alas, esteemed master, you are well aware of the arduous effort required to delve into the memories of these ignorant beasts. However, perseverance bears fruit, and guess what? Enough of the idle chatter. After several days of searching, I have pinpointed the very location where Xing once lingered, a staggering distance of tens of thousands of miles from the assessment area, indeed. It is the Black Hill Mountains. What? How could it possibly be there? Xing's countenance shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, instantly appearing before Xiaoming. His gaze locked onto him with intensity. Are you certain? I am certain, master. Xiaoming's expression turned grave, no longer daring to jest as he continued. Moreover, the timing aligns perfectly. Alas, the beings in that region have had their memories erased by an unknown force, rendering the events that transpired in the Black Hill Mountains a blank slate. Yet, I have investigated the surrounding areas and found no trace of Xing's presence. Thus we can affirm, Xing appeared suddenly in the Black Hill Mountains and then traversed from there to the assessment area. Having spoken, Xianxioming fell silent. Knowing that this information sufficed for the moment, the subsequent deductions would be left to Xikong. Recently, the terrifying aura that spanned the heavens was determined by numerous elders to be the work of a supreme demon. With the epicenter of its disturbance located precisely in the Black Hill Mountains, Xikong's expression shifted, and after a long pause, he regained his composure. Tell me, what do you suppose is the connection between Xing and this supreme demon? Perhaps Xing is the progeny of a deity or demon. Given his current display of exceptional talent, such possibilities are not entirely implausible. Xianxioming reverted to his languid demeanor, his tone a blend of 3 parts seriousness and 7 parts jest. Silence enveloped Xikong for a moment as he shook his head, stating, Enough. Let us leave such matters to Lord Konglingzi to ponder, while we feign ignorance. As for Xing, let events unfold as they may. Let us treat it as if nothing had transpired. A supreme deity, should they wish ill upon thirteenth-tier, would not require deceitful tricks. Master, your insight is indeed profound, and I share your sentiment. Xianxioming replied with a beaming smile, this time with earnestness comprising 70% of his words. Oh, Master, do you think if we leverage the power of the Dantian to curry favor with Xing, we might secure the friendship of a supreme deity? Enough. Xikong's eyes widened, his brows dancing in the absence of wind, exuding a formidable authority. Oh dear, do not be angered. I shall take my leave at once. Before he could finish, the ancient tree trembled, and Xianxioming's visage vanished without a trace. Humph. You rascal, do you truly believe that Dantian lacks divine guardians? Should our slumbering ancestors hear your words, they would surely rise from their coffins and strike you down for your disloyalty. Xikong's expression bore a hint of reverence, internally chastising Xianxioming's folly. Chapter 45, The Tomb of Dao Source. Is this the central diagram of Dantian? Enveloped in a vibrant glow, Xing transcended the barriers of space, slipping into the dimensional interstice. From above, he gazed down as if from a divine perspective, and in an instant, he beheld an endless, boundless formation. This formation envelopes the entire celestial continent, spanning 2,000 light-years. Such a magnificent creation could only be the work of divine beings or demonic entities. An infinite radiance coalesces into countless runes, which converge into flowing rivers of light. Surging incessantly, these rivers of light represent the intricate networks of the formation, crisscrossing in a complex manner. At each intersection of these networks stands a radiant orb, akin to a great sun, embodying innumerable focal points of the formation. Deep within one of the rivers of light lies a minuscule seed, imperceptible to the eye. Flowing along the currents of the runes, enveloped by the vibrant luminescence, Xing is instantaneously drawn into the seed. Under normal circumstances, traversing space and experiencing such rapid, intense changes would result in a chaotic disarray of perceptions for an ordinary person, rendering external realities obscured. However, Xing is different. The time-space traveler alleviates all negative states, enabling him to glimpse the grandeur of the central formation in the fleeting moment of dimensional transformation. With a pop, as though crossing a layer of bubbles, Xing lifts his gaze, finding himself grounded in a vast plaza, enveloped in hues of gray and white. At the ends of 3 sides of the plaza, dimensional mists swirl, rendering passage impossible, while directly ahead towers an immensely wide wall, stretching infinitely into the mist. Its color is a ghastly white, the material of which remains unknown. Regaining his composure, Xing strides forward, simultaneously casting a sidelong glance at his surroundings. In the expansive plaza, a chaotic array of sculptures rises, each lifelike and exquisitely detailed, evoking a sensation within Xing that these statues seem to be observing him intently. After a brief moment, Xing came to a halt before a massive stone tablet. Raising his gaze, he beheld the 4 prominent characters inscribed as Dao Source Cemetery. Why does it bear such peculiar script? Xing furrowed his brow, in the realm of fear and despair. He had once witnessed the righteous aura summoned by Lin Yu through the sacrifice of his life, and the characters resembled those on this stone tablet. The inscription bore a resemblance to a blend of seal script and clerical script, with traces of bronze inscriptions as well. Had it not been for the diverse knowledge he acquired in his previous life, he would have struggled to comprehend this oddity. Suppressing his thoughts, Xing approached the stone tablet and glanced upward, discovering it was adorned with a myriad of fine characters. These letters appeared far more familiar. Rendered in the simplified square script, the universal language of this world. Disciples of Feixian, Xing expresses gratitude to all the esteemed sages. Xing bowed deeply, cherishing the admonitions of Xikong, holding the utmost reverence and gratitude towards those sages who had left behind the Dao Source, shielding future generations. Anyone who contributed to the Tao source at the cemetery could etch their name upon the stone tablet, ensuring their legacy alongside the celestial realms, eternally preserved in the world. Names were inscribed on the reverse side, symbolizing the many sages who quietly toiled behind the scenes. Once I have matured and if I capture the Tao source, which proves useless to me, I shall most likely place it in the cemetery. This is the essence of inheritance. After a moment of reflection, Xing composed himself and turned towards the gray-white wall, stopping before a pitch-black door intricately carved with ornate patterns. The scene depicted on the Grand Gate reveals a series of indistinct figures, each engaged in a fierce battle against various terrifying and bizarre non-living entities within the depths of the fog. With great difficulty, they strive to reclaim precious sources of Tao. Xing glanced at the token in his hand and slowly pressed it into a recess on the portal. At the moment of release, the token emitted a hazy radiance, flowing into intricate patterns and veins until it enveloped the entire gate. Buzz, boom, each silhouette upon the gate, firmly grasping and raising the sources of Tao, suddenly erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors. These beams of light converged, gradually forming a vortex passage. The grayish-white token detached from the portal and floated back into Xing's hand. Without further hesitation, he stepped into the swirling embrace. Is this the burial ground of the Tao sources? Xing found himself standing upon the soft, sandy earth, gazing into an endless expanse of black desert, where cylindrical pillars rose haphazardly in various locations. Amidst the black grains of sand, an array of peculiar and oddly shaped objects were embedded. Recalling the elder Xing's admonition, Xing steadied his mind, focusing his will, and chose a direction to proceed. After a brief walk, he halted before a section of crimson, decayed wood, bending down to gently reach out. Buzz! The wood quivered, then burst forth with a scarlet glow, slowly becoming translucent, revealing a pulsating crimson orb deep within, unmistakably alive in its jubilant dance. At that moment, Xing's hand brushed against a layer of luminous membrane, and in the next instant, a surge of information manifested in his mind. The law of blood, governing the essence of all living beings, adept at enhancing the corporeal form, is of rare caliber, with a completeness of 6 rings. Little one, do you wish to accompany me? I am grateful that you have recognized my undeniable charm. However, I must regretfully inform you that I am not interested. With that, Xing rose without hesitation, leaving the law of blood in a state of despondency. Within the tomb of Tao sources, numerous Tao sources abound, yet they are safeguarded by a luminous membrane. Each individual, upon entry, is permitted to take only one. Do not entertain thoughts of deceit. The Tao sources are finite, and each activation of this realm stipulates that only one may be extracted using a token. Should there be any discrepancy in the number of Tao sources, the entire operational system of the tomb would fall into disarray, leading to swift detection. Xing did not ponder deeply. After all, it was a reward obtained effortlessly, so he aimed to select a formidable Tao source. At present, he was uncertain of his exact needs. In truth, he merely required one Tao source to break through, as he possessed numerous innate talents that would continuously evolve, rendering his desire for Tao sources less intense than that of other cultivators. However, should he have the opportunity to choose wisely, Xing would certainly not be remiss. He would first seek to experiment as much as possible. A broken sword, a mysterious skeleton, a blade of grass, a crystal, or even a pool of never-drying water. As he traversed, Xing engaged with each item, his hands exploring every object he encountered. The laws of Tai, the laws of bone, the laws of green wood, the laws of reflection, the laws of heaven's primordial water, a dazzling array, all of rare caliber, ranging from the 5th to the 8th ring. Yet each elicited a strong reaction from Xing. If he so desired, he could seize any of them immediately. What is happening? Am I truly so welcomed by the laws? Xing's figure faltered as he recognized the gravity of the situation, which starkly contrasted with the information he had gathered from Xing. Xing had enlightened him with a wealth of knowledge regarding the Tao source. The Tao source represents the manifestation of fragments of laws, of which there are countless varieties and numerous attributes. The entirety of civilization has yet to claim comprehensive knowledge of all types of laws. The affinity of living beings towards these laws is influenced by numerous factors, including the essence of life, bloodlines, physical attributes, practice techniques, consciousness attributes, character, personality, and even notions of good and evil. Among these, the most evident, second only to the essence of life, is the power of bloodlines. For instance, Raymond, who has awakened both the Solar Titan and Thunder Titan bloodlines, possesses an exceptionally high affinity for laws related to fire and thunder, making such laws particularly suited to him, resulting in a synergistic effect that exceeds mere addition. Upon reflecting on this, Xing found himself perplexed. He was well aware of his own circumstances, knowing that he possessed only the pure bloodline of humanity, devoid of any other disparate elements. Could this be due to the bloodline? Xing was uncertain. Without irrefutable evidence, it would be imprudent to draw conclusions, for the variables that influence laws are exceedingly numerous. Alternatively, perhaps these rare Tao sources had too narrow a perspective, clinging desperately to any living being they encountered. Xing surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that the Tao sources, carelessly strewn like grains of sand, were indeed of rare quality. While they might be seldom encountered in the outside world, they were abundantly present here. The towering columns, without the need for further contemplation, undoubtedly bear the weight of unparalleled sources of divine knowledge. With a swift motion, Xing leapt gracefully onto one of the pillars, his figure resembling a flash of lightning. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a pristine white feather resting upon the flat summit of the pillar. As he reached out to touch it, information flooded his mind. In the ancient record of 42 billion years, the esteemed elder Hui Yunzi, within the abyss of eternal death, vanquished 36 winged fallen angels of the energy type, thus acquiring this source of knowledge. The sacred light law, an everlasting divine illumination amidst boundless darkness, resplendent, glorious, and a blazing essence of life, the bane of malevolence. A peerless grade, with an integrity of 8 rings. The notion of an extraordinary 8-ringed artifact stirred Xing's interest. It appeared quite remarkable. Most significantly, the feather began to flutter, shimmering with an ethereal, pure luminescence, as if beckoning him closer. Oh dear feather, it is not that you lack excellence, but rather that I, Brother Yin, wish to explore further. Should I not encounter anything superior, I shall return for you. Be patient and wait for me. With that, Xing callously turned away, leaping down from the circular pillar and propelling himself towards another. There, he beheld a grotesquely twisted mask, causing him to furrow his brow as he reached out to examine it. In the ancient record of 92 billion years, the esteemed elder Ao Yi, within the depths of the ashes, slayed the material entity type, the 8-faced demon Azura, thus acquiring this source of knowledge. The law of the abyssal nether. An intricate weave of space and darkness, the amalgamation of death and slaughter, eternally descending into the abyss, nurturing a formidable force of destruction. A peerless grade, with an integrity of 7 rings. As before, these unparalleled sources of Tao not only delineate their general tendencies but also document the precise time, place, and individuals involved in their acquisition. This illustrates the extraordinary rarity of such Tao sources, which appear to be exceedingly challenging to harvest naturally. Each one signifies the demise of a formidable otherworldly being. The 7th ring pales in comparison to that charming little feather, for at least the latter possesses superior aesthetics. Xing's gaze flickered, and he found himself inexplicably drawn to the repulsive mask, which writhed as if attempting to ascend the luminescent barrier. At this juncture, encountering 2 distinct, unparalleled Tao sources that exhibited such affinity towards him, willing to depart in his company, stirred an unusual sensation within Xing. Could it be that all laws gravitate towards him? If that were the case, it would certainly be worth exploring. Xing's expression turned solemn. With a mere thought, the skin on his wrist fissured, a blood vessel ruptured, and searing blood gushed forth. He then leaped down from the column and began to run recklessly across the obsidian desert. Blood, glimmering with a hint of golden light, cascaded onto the ground, his essence spreading wildly in all directions through this sanguine medium. Xing, within the tomb of the Tao sources lies the unparalleled Tao source. Yet its location remains a mystery to all. Only those deemed worthy may summon it into existence. The words of Elder Sikong echoed in his mind. Now that a glimmer of possibility had emerged, he was naturally compelled to pursue it. Who wouldn't desire the unparalleled law? If one is to engage, let it be a grand venture. If all else fails, the obedient little feather awaits his retrieval. Xing's heart was as clear as a mirror, astute and calculating. Chapter 46. The Law of Cause and Effect. Buzzing. A tumultuous roar echoed as blood stained the black sands, a miasma of carnage pervading the air. Under the frenzied onslaught of Xing, the entire Daoyuan graveyard erupted in chaos. Countless Daoyuan particles rose from the grains of sand, drawn forth by the fervor of life essence, succumbing to a wild ecstasy, liberating their intrinsic powers of law. Brilliant lights in a kaleidoscope of colors ignited and intertwined, transforming the obsidian desert into a scene of bizarre beauty. Might this be excessive? A contemplative glint flickered in Xing's eyes, yet his pace remained unyielding. As he sprinted through the desert, blood spilling forth with abandon. To the noble spirits of the esteemed immortals, do not take offense, surely. You too would not wish for the unparalleled Daoyuan to languish in obscurity for eternity in this place? Your intentions have been sensed by your disciple, fear not. For I shall seize the unparalleled Daoyuan, even if it costs me every drop of blood. Xing's resolve was unwavering, his gaze resolute. The flow of blood was eternally inexhaustible, fueled by the perpetual motion of life and the return of vitality, surging with vigor. With a thunderous rumble, even the extraordinary Dao Yuan resting upon the pillars could not resist the allure, erupting in resplendent beams of light that reached for the depths of the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the firmament and the sea of sand harmonized in a breathtaking tableau, rendering the graveyard an exquisite masterpiece. Blood cascaded relentlessly, seeping into the sands, continually converging into the depths, where an ancient essence, rich and potent, stirred from its ageless slumber. With a crack, the sea of sand surged, countless grains collapsing into a maelstrom, forming a vortex that spanned vast distances. From its center, a colossal crimson throne gradually ascended, standing majestically at the eye of the storm. In the next moment, an endless, illusory sea of blood unfurled, enveloping the heavens and the earth, suppressing all the brilliant divine lights. What is this? Sensing the anomaly behind him, Xing halted his steps and surveyed his surroundings. The previously buzzing Dao sources now lay silent, trembling as if paying homage to their sovereign. Has it succeeded? Xing turned around, his gaze instantly drawn to the ancient divine throne. At its center hovered a crimson orb of light, and upon closer examination, he discerned that it contained a slowly pulsating heart. Thump, thump. This overwhelming aura overshadowed the commotion of the graveyard, undoubtedly emanating from the unparalleled Dao source. Seeing the opportunity, Xing collected himself, and with a thought, the wound on his wrist healed. He steadied his mind and approached the divine throne. There, he once again beheld those peculiar characters. The broad backrest of the throne resembled a crimson stone stele, inscribed with line after line of dragon-like and phoenix-like script. In the ancient calendar, 79. 9 billion years, the supreme divine demon, Xiong Huandan, at the bottom of the 8th sea of the endless sea of suffering, engaged in a blood battle with the rules of causality, lasting 170,000 years, ultimately slaying it, yet perished from exhaustion. Eternal remembrance for the 9 supreme divine demons of the human race who fell to quell the raging waves of the sea of suffering. The blood of the valiant ancestors protects all beings for eternity, their resplendent wool forever shining in the flame of civilization. Xing's gaze became fixed, and his expression gradually turned solemn. From those few succinct lines, he seemed to behold a grand and magnificent epic of civilization, where countless towering supreme beings sacrificed their lifeblood in the quest to establish a sanctuary. The law of causality dictates that every cause has its effect, and every effect has its cause. To reverse the cause is to sever the effect and extinguish the cause. The law of duality with a completeness of 8 rings. A tremor coursed through Xing's heart. Indeed, it was the law of duality, a matter of causality? Merely observing its description hinted at its complexity. This was it. There was no need for further contemplation. This artifact was among the elite of the elite, a rarity even within the most powerful ancient sanctuaries. A treasure that was precious beyond measure. Xing stepped forward, enveloped by an omnipresent crimson glow, which did not hinder him, but rather seemed to propel him onward. After several leaps, he ascended the towering divine throne. He reached out, finding no barrier of light to impede him, and directly grasped the pulsating heart. What is this? To my surprise, my token has not been consumed. Could it be that the law of duality does not register within the confines of the tomb? Xing glanced at the tranquil token in his hand, then turned back to see the heart transform into a stream of red light, surging into his palm and racing through his veins toward his chest. Clang! The red light surged directly toward Xing's heart, only to be obstructed by a sudden emergence of golden light, formed from countless particle runes. The two forces collided, producing a resonant metallic clang. Xing, witnessing this, found himself at a loss. Within his heart resided the left eye of a saint, and the entire heart was shrouded in a layer of golden membrane, a fact he had long been aware of. Unexpectedly, the audacious act of the law of causality incited a sense of displeasure within Xing, without his consent. It audaciously penetrated into his being, daring to intrude upon such a vital part as his heart. Xing narrowed his eyes, his keen intuition signaling that something was amiss. The heart that bore the laws harbored a problem. Could it be the legendary scenario of seizing a body? He raised his gaze once more to the inscriptions that extolled the achievements of the ancients. A sudden chill enveloping his heart as his thoughts involuntarily spiraled into various schemes and intrigues. Prior to entering the Dao Source tomb, he had inquired with Xing whether it was possible to extract the Dao Source, for his physical form had yet to transcend the 3rd extreme realm, and he had no intention of embarking on the cultivation path of the spirit sphere. Upon receiving Xing's affirmative response, he learned that the Dao Source could indeed be taken out, as the laws within the tomb had undergone special processing, rendering them gentle and non-aggressive. As he pondered, a stream of crimson light, relentless in its pursuit, once again collided with the heart. Xing attempted to manipulate his flesh and bones to obstruct it, only to have them ruthlessly severed. Fiend, do you truly wish to occupy my territory? Xing's fury surged. There was undeniably something wrong with the heart that contained the Tao source. Two conjectures arose within him. Either the issue lay with the supreme demonic being, or, perhaps, with some bizarre rule. Bizarre rules? It must pertain to a non-living entity that surpasses the otherworldly beings. Show yourself. Under Xing's mental command. His Xing's pupils constricted sharply, leaving only the remnants of his body and head, collapsing helplessly upon the dark granules beneath him, swiftly transforming into a grotesque figure. The crimson light evidently did not seek to extinguish Xing's life. Otherwise, his head would have been severed. Clang, clang. The red light surged like a frenzied demon, relentlessly striking at his heart with increasing velocity, creating resplendent sparks as it collided with the golden membrane. Crack. At last, after an indeterminate passage of time, a particle rune on the golden membrane was obliterated, revealing an exceedingly minute gap. The red light, with remarkable acuity, seized the opportunity and directly surged forth, completely infiltrating his heart. In an instant, the golden membrane flowed, sealing the gap. Alas, it was still one step too late, allowing the red light to prevail. Do you truly believe I am an easy target? Xing's gaze turned frigid as he directed his thoughts toward the self-assessment panel. Let me see. What manner of entity are you? Chapter 47. Shedding Insecurity Self-Assessment Subject. Xing Age, 12. Race, Human, Perfect Pure Blood. Realm, Second Extremity Realm. Divine Forbidden Domain, Infinite Power. Constitution, 200. 5. Strength, 200. 5. Agility, 200. 5. Will 20. Inherent external elements. Left atrium of the heart, containing a left eye of an 11th-tier sage. Fragments of causal laws, and remnants of divine and demonic essence. Remnants of the divine and demonic. Supreme deity and demon. What trepidation is this? Xing's gaze sharpened. Though he hesitated to desecrate the will of humanity's venerable ancestors, the reality was undeniable. The ferocity had indeed fallen. Do you covet my body? Ah. Xing chuckled softly, shaking his head as he reached into his chest, his large hand grasping tightly onto his pulsating heart. With a sudden, forceful tug, he extracted it entirely. Life was restored. The severed limbs, the dismembered body, and the blood that flowed into the grains of sand all came to life, running and frolicking, each one filling the remnants of his form. In mere moments, Xing was fully revived. Even the heart that had been lost had regenerated. He dusted himself off and stood up, glancing at the external objects section on his self-inspection panel, which was now completely devoid of any entries. Upon realizing the peculiarity of his heart, he had contemplated eliminating this potential threat. With the evolution of the life restoration ability at hand, it was indeed feasible. Yet he had refrained from taking action, preferring to observe the gaze of that saintly figure. Today, however, circumstances compelled him to act, allowing him to resolve the matter once and for all. If the malevolent entity dared to usurp him, he would simply cut off its roots. Humph. Let it remain trapped within, playing with the eyes of that saint. The supreme demon belonged to the 9th tier, yet this saint was of the 11th tier. Through the self-inspection panel, Xing understood the intricacies of both. He weighed the heart in his hand, then a shadow of purgatory emerged within his right eye, opening the dimension of hell, into which he cast the heart. Although he was unaware of the origin of the saintly eyes or why they resided within his heart, the matter concerning the saint was undoubtedly complex, possibly linked to his own lineage in this life. Coupled with the value of the saint's remains and the precious principles of causality, it was indeed difficult for Xing to part with it so easily. Now, the lingering remnants of a fierce resentment provoke him, prompting a careful consideration of the pros and cons. He decides to cast this troublesome entity into the depths of the hellish dimension. The hellish dimension, an alternate realm birthed from the essence of the void ancestor dragon and the abysmal ghost phoenix, has evolved within the depths of Xing's left eye. Existing beyond this world and the corporeal, adrift in the vast expanse of nothingness. Should this heart present any further complications, he could effortlessly open a portal in the hellish dimension, banishing it into the infinite void without the slightest impact on himself. Xing reflected for a moment. Nodding in satisfaction, this course of action was indeed the most perfect solution available at present. The only slight regret was that he could not temporarily retrieve the law of causality, but it was of little consequence. As long as it remained in his possession, this source would inevitably belong to him in due time. The number of laws a cultivator can accommodate varies according to their aptitude. Generally, it pertains to one category of law. In the future, if he wished to devour fragments of law to enhance the integrity of the source within him, he could only utilize laws of a similar affinity. For instance, The laws of water and the first layer of heavenly water share a close affinity and can coexist within a single body without any rejection. Similarly, Lei Ming would undoubtedly possess both thunder and fire attributes in the future, with the potential of the laws and his strength surpassing those of cultivators with a singular attribute. Xing harbors grand ambitions, having already devised a plan. With his limitless adaptability, he remains unperturbed by the rejection reactions between laws. He muses that as long as he finds desirable laws and sources, he can simply assimilate them into his being. His innate talent would effortlessly resolve any challenges. Thus, the law of causality is indifferent to whether it is employed now or at a later time. Ultimately, it belongs to him, regardless of the timing. Ah, what a false alarm. This instance has imparted a profound lesson. Apart from oneself, trust cannot be placed in anyone else. Only strength remains unwavering and unyielding. In the previous life, his untimely demise was precipitated by the betrayal of a brother who had grown up alongside him, was it not? Xing's gaze was deep and contemplative. Despite appearing agitated moments ago, he felt no trepidation within. The notion of a hostile takeover was doomed to fail from the outset. The first law of evolution ensures the perpetual existence of the subject, not merely in terms of physical form, but also in consciousness and thought. Should a hostile takeover occur, it is likely that an innate immunity to such an event would evolve. This is due to the infringement upon the taboo of the first law of evolution. Thus, this innate ability holds a high priority, albeit its function is singular, primarily to confer immunity to hostile takeovers, with little else to offer. Therefore, Xing did not contemplate any experimentation. He simply removed his heart to resolve the matter, simultaneously disposing of the saint's eye. Suppressing his thoughts, Xing surveyed his surroundings and noted that the crimson divine throne had sunk into the earth, restoring everything to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Is there merely one unparalleled law? Shaking his head, Xing, having experienced the recent events, had no desire to continue the tumult. His figure flickered as he ascended the column once more. Little feather, I have come to retrieve you. Xing extended his palm. The pristine feather sensed his presence and floated upward, brushing against the luminous membrane and his hand repeatedly. Ah, splendid, after much deliberation. You are indeed the most pleasing to the eye. The white feather, pristine and immaculate, emanated a divine radiance that far surpassed the grotesque visage of twisted masks and the sanguine heart, its beauty immeasurable and its integrity remarkably high. The sacred light principle, an eternal beacon in the boundless darkness, resplendent, glorious, and a fervent embodiment of life, a nemesis to malevolence. A peerless treasure, with an integrity of 8 rings. With a decisive snap, Xing wielded the token and pierced through the luminous membrane, the white feather descending gracefully into his palm, tranquil and serene. A stark contrast to the violent intrusion of the sanguine heart moments before. A resonant hum erupted as the disposable Tao source token vibrated vigorously, dissolving into a constellation of luminous particles that enveloped Xing, and in a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight. On the circular altar, a beam of divine light flickered, and Xing materialized out of thin air. Xing, how goes it? In response to the voice, Xing turned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Maintaining the demeanor of a cultured elder, seemingly oblivious to the earlier exchange with Xiaoming. By the grace of Elder Qing, I have been fortunate enough to acquire a peerless Tao source. Xing's smile radiated, as if presenting a treasure, his palm revealing the sacred, pure white feather. Indeed, splendid. Splendid. An unparalleled 8-ring treasure. Your future is boundless. Laughter erupted from Xing, who discerned the feather's true nature at a glance, his joy surpassing even that of Xing. His gaze growing increasingly gentle and benevolent. The sacred light principle is a unique law, one that selects only those who harbor righteousness and light within their hearts. Moreover, with the unyielding dagger of justice acknowledging Xing as its master, both instances illustrate that Xing is indeed an upright and virtuous individual. Certainly not a scheming infiltrator with ulterior motives regarding the flying immortal cave. Indeed, although Xing is related to that supreme demon, he does not harbor any ulterior motives towards Fei Xian. This matter can be communicated to Lord Kongling. Well, there is some merit to what that lad Xiaoming said. Offering a few benefits to befriend a supreme demon undoubtedly constitutes a lucrative transaction. Moreover, as Xing is currently a disciple of Fei Xian, regardless of how his status may evolve in the future, this bond of loyalty cannot be erased. Xing mused silently. Then, with a flicker of thought, he retrieved a deep blue token from his storage ring and handed it to Xing. You may hold on to this token. It will grant you unrestricted access to the inner gate. Should you wish to visit the library and peruse its tomes, you shall do so without impediment. Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the token, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Observing Xing's fervent response, Xing continued, I have noticed your profound understanding of martial truths. Although these are merely elementary physical techniques, your innate talent and exceptional comprehension are evident. Your eagerness to access the library stems from this very reason, does it not? Xing nodded. Though his true intention for visiting the library was not solely for these matters, he deemed it unnecessary to divulge this and acknowledged, Elder, your discernment is indeed astute. I am certainly intrigued by these subjects. Very well, but do not expend all your energy on this pursuit. Select a few suitable ones and focus on your own strength. For that is of utmost importance. Given your demonstrated aptitude and strength, coupled with the fact that you have already acquired a path that suits you, your breakthrough to the spirit cycle shall come swiftly. There is no need for you to remain in the outer gate any longer. And you need not engage in menial tasks, lest you squander your cultivation time. Certainly, if you wish to enter the Daoyuan cemetery, you may temporarily suppress your realm for a few years. A newly initiated disciple may seize opportunities during their 5th and 10th years, as well as during 2 significant competitions, where the first place also grants an opportunity. You are still young and do not lack these years, however, without the identity of an outer sect disciple. Gaining access to the Daoyuan cemetery becomes exceedingly challenging, necessitating competition against numerous inner sect disciples. Xing spoke earnestly, believing that with Xing's prowess, he must possess a formidable bloodline, capable of harmonizing with multiple laws and attributes. Thank you, Elder. I shall ponder this deeply. Bowing respectfully, he felt gratitude, yet also a hint of curiosity regarding Xing's seemingly excessive care for him. Unbeknownst to Xing, had he chosen that distorted mask and returned with the source of the law of the abyss, Xing's demeanor would likely have been entirely different. Chapter 48. Extraordinary Quantum Law. The Feishan Cave Heavenly Library is nestled amidst towering mountains, conveniently located adjacent to the teleportation hub, facilitating access for disciples from various peaks and sects to peruse the concealed tomes. Ahead lies the library. Xing's expression softened as he gestured towards the distant, imposing structure. Subsequently, he executed a hand gesture, and his figure gradually faded within the brilliance of the teleportation light. Xing, should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek me at the Internal Affairs Department. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Elder. Xing bowed deeply, and when he lifted his head, Xing had already teleported away. Such a magnificent library is worthy of the title Feishan, for in comparison, the outer sect's library resembles a mere thatched hut, exceedingly shabby. Xing stood in a vast square, overwhelmed by the bustling scene around him. The numerous teleportation altars, both large and small, occasionally shimmered with divine light as figures moved incessantly among them. Above, peculiar flying artifacts hovered in the air, some vanishing in an instant as they transformed into radiant light, while others descended slowly onto the square. As one of the transportation hubs of the flying immortal cave, this place thrived with activity. Despite his prolonged stay in this world, Xing was witnessing such a lively spectacle for the very first time. However, pressing matters demanded his attention. Shaking his head, he made his way towards the library pavilion, increasingly awed by its majestic presence as he approached. This standalone structure, octagonal in shape, resembled a tower yet a building, its surface a deep, mysterious azure. It was neither stone, wood, metal, nor jade. The material was an enigma. Its exterior was adorned with intricate runes and profound patterns, evoking the weight of countless eons and leaving one breathless. The clouds soared 10,000 zhang high, and Xing could only glimpse the lower 7 levels of the library pavilion, rumored to contain 9 in total, with the upper tiers obscured within the clouds, illustrating its towering grandeur. Anxious to proceed, Xing instinctively quickened his pace. As he walked, several inner disciples cast peculiar glances in his direction. Under normal circumstances, one clad in the robes of an outer disciple would not be permitted to tread here, and thus, his presence drew momentary curiosity. Yet, the disciples were mostly preoccupied, merely glancing at him before returning to their own affairs, showing no inclination to confront him. With relative ease, Xing gripped the token given to him by Xing, passed through a shimmering barrier, and successfully entered the first and most spacious level of the library pavilion. Space expansion technology. Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. The library appeared colossal from the outside, yet upon entering, one would find the space to be at least 100 times larger than the main structure. Before him, apart from a small surrounding area of emptiness, stood towering shelves arranged in concentric circles at the center, each impressively grand and laden with a multitude of books, jade slips, animal skin scrolls, and even inscriptions. Various mediums of information were on display in abundance. The flying immortal cave, the dominant force established in ancient times, had remained untouched by the ravages of war even during its most desolate periods, enduring for billions of years. Thus, It is entirely reasonable that such a vast collection of texts would exist. Xing's gaze gradually returned to tranquility, yet the fervor within him intensified. How much knowledge must have been accumulated by such a grand and ancient civilization? The mere thought filled him with anticipation. Faced with such an array of tomes, Xing was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin when he noticed the actions of a disciple from the inner sect nearby. Oh, what are they doing? He observed as the individual bowed towards the void and muttered something under their breath, causing their figure to vanish into thin air. Inspired, Xing imitated the gesture, saying, "Thank you, esteemed master." A low hum resonated as the void trembled slightly, and a rift in space opened, swallowing Xing whole. His figure materialized in a tranquil little chamber, surveying the space, barely 10 square meters, with only a meditation mat resting on the empty floor. This was a miniature dimensional space carved out within the library's internal layers. Xing, what would you like to inquire about? Countless points of light emerged from the void, gradually coalescing into a hazy silhouette of a figure. Gazing at Xing, it inquired softly, "Are you the pavilion master?" "Indeed. I am the most talented and knowledgeable master of the library of Face Yin, Cave Heaven. Are you a formation spirit or an intelligent brain?" Xing, filled with curiosity, approached and seated himself cross-legged on the mat. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Greetings, pavilion master. May I peruse all the tomes within the library?" "Naturally not. You have yet to step into the realm of the extraordinary. Thus, entry into the library is forbidden. Even with an elder's token, you may only access the books on the first level." "Xing, what do you wish to explore?" the pavilion master inquired once more. Having repeated this same question for what felt like an eternity, her tone having grown somewhat mechanical beneath the weight of monotony. Xing's expression turned contemplative, his thoughts drifting as he gradually honed in on a question he had pursued for a considerable time. With a gleam of insight in his eyes, he articulated, "What is the extraordinary? What is the essence of extraordinary power?" The pavilion master's figure momentarily faltered. She had anticipated inquiries regarding various martial arts secrets, yet was taken aback by this unexpected question, silently remarking on the peculiar nature of this young man. "As you wish." Before her words faded, she waved her hand, and countless vibrant particles of light materialized, converging in the void to form a grand luminous screen. On the screen, a dense array of text and numerous illustrative patterns gradually emerged. Xing's expression shifted in astonishment as he focused intently, 5 large characters coming into view. Extraordinary Quantum Method. Above the title, a smaller line of text read, "The Unified Theory of the Extraordinary." Xing's eyes glimmered with an eerie green light as he instinctively clenched his fists, meticulously absorbing every word of the text before him. His expression fluctuated, alternating between shock and dawning realization. The term transcendence refers to surpassing the mundane. Quantum signifies an endless reservoir of power, and particle denotes the fundamental building blocks of all matter. The mechanical divine kingdom presents the supplementary theory of material truth. If matter exists in its smallest unit, this particle is termed a quantum, denoting the essence of perpetual evolution of particles as the nature of extraordinary power. All things in the universe are composed of 2 elements, the tangible, perceivable particles of matter, and the intangible void, representing the domains formed between these particles, which the mechanical divine kingdom refers to as force fields. The visible is and the invisible is not together constitute the entirety of existence as understood by sentient beings. The particles of existence are an infinite multitude, forming the material world, of which the corporeal particles of the human body are but a minuscule fraction. Among the countless particles, there exists a uniquely remarkable particle known as the universal particle, which possesses 3 distinctive characteristics not found in any other particle. 1. The universal particle can be infinitely superimposed and infinitely divided. 2. All material particles can absorb the universal particle, utilizing it as energy to alter their own density, mass, and even undergo fundamental transformation. 3. The universal particle is the essence of the extraordinary, the origin of all things, and the source of all propulsion. Without the universal particle, the realm of extraordinary power cannot exist. In the realm of cultivation, the omnipotent particle is referred to as spiritual energy, magical power, primordial force, or original force, among other names. All extraordinary beings absorb this essence to augment their own strength. It is the omnipotent particle. The so-called celestial energy, divine power, innate vitality, chaotic essence, and primal force are merely high-level energies that are formed through multiple accumulations of the omnipotent particle, resulting in a qualitative transformation from quantitative change. Yet they remain fundamentally the omnipotent particle. Upon reading this, Xing felt a tremor in his heart. He perceived an echo of familiarity within the omnipotent particle. and an instinct urged him to believe his conjecture was correct. Could it be that the omnipotent particle is akin to the God particle? In the year 1964 of the Blue Star calendar, scientist Peter Higgs proposed the existence of the Higgs field and subsequently predicted the existence of the Higgs boson, commonly referred to as the God particle. The God particle does exist. Xing had once witnessed it with his own eyes in the laboratory. The colossal machine of the Large Hadron Collider encircled the equator, and through countless particle collisions, they glimpsed the truth behind the God particle. Yet, it ended in failure. In his research on the God particle, he encountered only despair. The results of the experiments yielded merely 2 papers, The Illusion of the God Particle and The Death of the God Particle. The God particle, no. It should be the omnipotent particle who has imprisoned the omnipotent particle of Blue Star. Such cruelty, severing the transcendence of an entire realm. Xing's brow twitched incessantly. And after a prolonged moment, he exhaled a heavy sigh. Contemplating these matters was now devoid of significance. Suppressing his thoughts, Xing continued to read on. In this world, the omnipresent particle exists everywhere, characterized by its capacity for infinite division, allowing it to attain minuscule dimensions, even residing within other particles. It is widely acknowledged that particles comprise a dense nucleus surrounded by a myriad of smaller particles, with the intervening void known as the internal domain of the particle, a realm suffused with exceedingly fine omnipresent particles. In essence, every entity in existence harbors a form of ethereal essence. However, some are feeble, akin to mere soil or ordinary mortals, while others, upon their inception, are deemed innate treasures, embodiments of primordial chaos and divine beings. This variance in the strength of particles that constitute different entities results in a pronounced disparity in the inherent levels of omnipresent particles within their respective internal domains, leading to immense differences in the domains that coalesce. Cultivation, evolution, and transformation represent an ongoing process of consuming omnipresent particles. The realm of the void, domain, is fundamentally an intangible and formless field formed by the intricate intertwinement of various particles, within which a multitude of elemental forces resides. In the terminology of the mechanistic divine realm, this encompasses gravitational fields, electromagnetic fields, and vital force fields. Within the theoretical understanding of the cultivation community, domains are omnipresent. Internally, the life essence of the human body, light, soul, and consciousness are all constructed from corresponding particle combinations forming a domain. Externally, the will of heaven and earth, the cycles of cause and effect, the dimensions of time and space, and the laws of nature, all these invisible yet formidable forces constitute powerful domains composed of innumerable particles aligned with various attributes. The potency of the domain hinges upon particles, while the strength of particles is contingent upon the omnipotent particle. Thus, a magnificent world of extraordinary diversity is formed. The extraordinary quantum method, grounded in the omnipotent particle, serves as a unifying theory encompassing all systems of cultivation: immortals, deities, demons, spirits, phantoms, monsters, the sanctification of the physical body, magic, combat energy, Cthulhu, elixirs, primal forces, witchcraft, bloodlines, chakra, domineering aura, meridians, genetic locks, inhibitors, chi, systems, the power of faith, holy spirits, alchemy, extraordinary abilities, Ultraman, Green Lantern. Every conceivable and inconceivable extraordinary power is derived from the foundation of the omnipotent particle. After a considerable time, Xing developed a fundamental understanding of the extraordinary, and a question arose within him. He turned to the master of the library and inquired, "Master, why must we plant the source of the Tao in order to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? To bear the source of the Tao, one must possess a formidable physical body." In Xing's perspective, practitioners in this world expend excessive energy on the initial stage, and acquiring the source of the Tao is fraught with difficulties. Many outer disciples have refined their physical forms to the utmost limits, yet remain unable to step into the spirit sphere realm, simply because they have not encountered a suitable source of the Tao. Xing, the master of the library, spoke in a tone imbued with melancholy. Our civilization has endured many trials to reach this point. Initially, we could not even take the first step into the extraordinary. It was only when we discovered knowledge from the remnants of our origins that we came to understand the existence of such a wondrous world. According to the ancient inscriptions found within the ruins, the world they inhabited was devoid of the pervasive crises and treacherous mists that plague our own. Cultivation was not fraught with such arduous trials. Rather, one merely needed to refine their physical form slightly to begin absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The concept of a Tao source was utterly non-existent. Do you comprehend the reason for this? In that realm, the laws governing the cosmos were complete, allowing practitioners to directly comprehend them. There were also numerous seeds of law available for their utilization, seeds of law, no less than supreme treasures of perfect integrity. Xing was momentarily taken aback. This was the extraordinary world he had envisioned, unlike the current realm where cultivation often felt like a desperate struggle against the heavens. The laws of the cosmos had shattered, and the countless fragments had materialized into Tao sources. A cultivator could only absorb spiritual energy and continue to grow stronger by planting these Tao sources within themselves, thereby opening a channel between their inner domain and the outer realm of the universe. Lord, what distinguishes the mechanical divine kingdom from our cultivation realm? As practitioners, we are fundamentally based on the realm of will, with the Tao source of laws at our core. We cultivate various divine texts to enhance our inner domain, thus gaining mastery over the outer domain of the cosmos, the mechanical divine kingdom. In essence, we are quite similar. The difference lies in their substitution of divine texts with the technology of truth. The methods of constructing a domain may differ, yet they ultimately lead to the same destination. After a considerable time, the master of the repository likely described to Xing some aspects of the mechanical divine kingdom without delving too deeply. After listening, Xing blinked in surprise. This was not quite as he had imagined a technologically advanced civilization. The mechanical divine kingdom possessed not only formidable technological creations, but also terrifying individual prowess. For instance, the neutron star warframe, the quantum physique, the timeline observer, the dimension devourer mech. Xing felt a shiver run down his spine. These must belong to a civilization of extraordinary technological prowess. The sheer terror of their existence in such a harsh world is beyond contemplation. Xing, the knowledge you possess is freely available. Should you require further information, simply express your need, and the luminous screen before you will automatically reveal it. The tomes on the external shelves are manuals of cultivation and require a fee. Do you possess contribution points? Xing's expression turned somewhat awkward. He had assumed this place was as open as the outer sect's library. He did have some contribution points, albeit meager savings amassed from selling labor and medicine dregs, which would hardly suffice for any substantial purchase. Ahem, no rush, I hadn't planned on. Please, proceed. Before he could finish, the master of the library dissipated, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Xing shrugged nonchalantly. Being alone suited him better, allowing him to freely exhibit the power of endless. His true intent was not to acquire any divine texts. Infinite knowledge. I am coming. Chapter 49. I have learned. In the shadowy confines of a secluded chamber on the flying immortal continent, located at the flowing peak, Xuelun appeared haggard. His hair in disarray, clearly having endured a tumultuous period marked by immense psychological strain that nearly drove him to madness. Xing's terrifyingly prodigious talent had indeed left him utterly petrified. Green Sky hails from a small state on the periphery of the fallen immortal realm, specifically from the Jade City of Pingtai Prefecture. She is indeed the daughter of the city lord, yet she remains nothing more than a lowly commoner. Being utilized by this steward is a privilege for your entire family. Xuelun's gaze was sharp, his scara marred with blood vessels, as he fixated on the paper in his grasp, murmuring a low laugh that resembled madness. A month has passed since the cave heaven dispatched the letter. Considering the efficiency of those individuals, it should be nearing its arrival in Jade City. The fallen immortal realm spans an astonishing 100 trillion kilometers, making communication a cumbersome endeavor. Moreover, given the trivial nature of this matter, those tasked with it tend to be rather sluggish, lacking the use of the special channels afforded by the flying immortal cave. Thus, by the time the letter reaches its destination, a month has elapsed. With a half-year deadline, Green Sky's family, once informed, will undoubtedly exhaust every means to arrive. For this is not merely about reclaiming Green Sky's belongings. To compensate the family of the wrongfully deceased disciple, the flying immortal cave shall acquiesce to a minor request. Yet do not underestimate this seemingly insignificant demand. While it may be trivial for the flying immortal cave, for those smaller clans, it represents an immense fortune that could benefit generations to come. For instance, if Green Sky's family so desires, a mere word from the flying immortal cave could ensure that the entirety of Pingtai Prefecture bears the surname of Green henceforth. Who could resist such temptation? Allow me to assist you in selecting a suitable resting place. Xuelun unfurled a map, his gaze sweeping across it back and forth. This assassination must neither alert the Green family nor draw too close to the flying immortal cave, lest it leave behind any trace. After much contemplation, Xuelun identified an ideal location that was utterly desolate, Guo Gorge. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished, the teleportation array beneath him shimmering with radiant light. Xuelun proceeded with utmost caution, for this matter involved the unparalleled demon Xing. Any lapse on his part would surely spell his doom. Thus, even for what seemed like a minor task, assassinating the family of El Shao. He refrained from executing it within the confines of the cave realm, despite the mere necessity of relaying a message. Upon arriving in the outside world, he casually concocted a pretext to vacate the jurisdiction of the Facian cave. And after several days of relentless travel, he finally halted. From his pocket, he produced a crimson talisman, emblazoned with a twisted character for kill. He deftly executed a hand gesture while murmuring incantations, and the talisman spontaneously ignited into flames. With the message dispatched, Xue Lun surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant gaze, utilizing his field consciousness to sweep the area thoroughly. Satisfied that there were no oversights, he turned to depart. The missions of eliminating El Zhao's family and ambushing Xing were thus entrusted to the notorious organization known as Yin Fun. The very name of Yin Fun instilled fear, as they operated beyond all moral confines, from petty acts of murder and arson to the annihilation of entire cities or nations, as long as one could afford the price. There was nothing they would not dare to undertake. Master, if the righteous and fearless dagger cannot be retrieved, so be it, for now. Eliminating the threat posed by Xing is of paramount importance. After summoning the spirit of the grave, Xue Lun had relinquished any hope of reclaiming the sacred weapon. His sole desire now was to eliminate Xing. Should this aberration be allowed to flourish and exploit today's grievances, not only would he be in peril, but even his lord would likely meet a grim fate. Alas, for the sake of a mere sacred weapon, matters had escalated to such an extent. Xue Lun felt a deep, unspoken sorrow, yet he could do nothing but forge ahead, bracing himself for the impending darkness. Time swiftly passed, and another month vanished in the blink of an eye. Finally, he had completed his reading. Xing exhaled deeply, gradually rising to his feet and stretching languidly, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in the silence. After 2 months of unwavering stillness, he had employed the endless ability to absorb all the free knowledge from the first floor of the library, seamlessly integrating it into his mind. He was now akin to a living encyclopedia, possessing a meticulous understanding of this realm, encompassing culture, geography, natural phenomena, power dynamics, and various races. Finished already? Young man, I have tolerated you for far too long. Can you cease your boasting? With a brilliant flash, a figure materialized, strikingly vivid and lifelike, a graceful, golden-haired beauty with deep emerald eyes, exuding a unique aura cultivated by boundless knowledge. Xing, have you yet had your fill of play? It has been 2 months, and you have merely lingered here in idle folly. Is this truly entertaining? The head of the library regarded him with an icy demeanor, occasionally checking on Xing, fearful that he might perish from neglect. However, each time he arrives, he finds Xing in the midst of his endeavors, unfolding numerous tomes and spreading them across countless screens, glancing at one before moving on, without pause for a full 2 months. Finished? What a jest! In the first level of the library, the non-cultivation free texts average around 5 million words each, totaling an astonishing 97 trillion volumes. That rascal Xing dares to claim he has read them all in 2 months? The master of the library did not even entertain the possibility. She swiftly concluded that Xing was merely toying with her. Such feats could hardly be accomplished by a mere mortal child. Please do not be vexed, esteemed master. I shall take my leave, Xing replied, a smile dancing in his eyes. There was no need to argue with an array spirit, nor did he feel compelled to prove anything to anyone. Rising slowly, he added, by the way, I need to purchase a few cultivation techniques. Have you accrued contribution points? Or are you preparing to break through to the spirit wheel realm? The master was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, she sensed that Xing had changed, exuding a remarkable confidence. One of the benefits of the flying immortal cave was that outer disciples preparing to advance to the spirit wheel could apply to receive a cultivation technique from the library free of charge. Yet Xing was not motivated by this. He sought more than one technique, for he was now affluent. Was it merely contribution points? He still possessed quite a few. With a swift gesture, Xing retrieved his identity token, employing a technique that utilized his vitality in place of spiritual energy, tapping it against the token. Konglingzi. The rewards for the 4 little heroes could hardly be limited to a mere 10,000 contribution points. The 10,000 contribution points were swiftly expended by Xing in a single day. The elder was not one to be stingy. In addition to the apparent 10,000 contribution points, he discreetly allocated an additional 1,000 points of human contribution to the 4 individuals, cleverly concealed by special means, only to be revealed under the stimulation of spiritual energy. The human contribution signifies a contribution made to the entire race, awarded for feats such as vanquishing formidable non-living entities, and holds immense value. Each point of human contribution can be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points in the Facian Dantian, equating to a staggering 1 million. Xing and his companions had aided Kong Lingzi in shattering the world of the mimes, thereby indirectly delivering a blow to the mime and curbing their spread, warranting the reward of human contribution. Having absorbed a vast reservoir of knowledge, Xing experienced a qualitative enhancement in all aspects. He could see through Kong Lingzi's subtle intentions. And thus, using his right eye of void breaking, he discerned the arrangements within the nameplate and employed a minor technique of transforming vitality into spirit to dismantle it. The Lord naturally perceived the contribution points inscribed on the nameplate. He opened his mouth, casting a meaningful glance at Xing, before dissipating into nothingness. In the next moment, several books, each exuding distinct auras, materialized out of thin air, suspended in the atmosphere, transforming into streams of information that directly penetrated Xing's brow. His eyes narrowed slightly, and numerous enigmatic characters shone brilliantly in the depths of his pupils, akin to a constellation of stars. Indeed, the intricacies were far more profound than anticipated. The structure of the starry realm was revealed to be thus. As Xing pondered, he exited the dimensional chamber and strolled towards the library. 1 step, 2 steps, 7 steps, and he had just crossed the threshold. I have learned, and though it took me 7 steps to grasp merely 5 volumes of techniques, alas, my mind feels somewhat rusted. Haha, the origin divine script. It appears I inherently possessed this knowledge. Is this the advantage of the human lineage? Xing's spirits were lifted as he perceived the world around him with unparalleled clarity, in stark contrast to the haze that enveloped him when his memories first revived. Now, he had firmly established his footing within this realm, and from this moment forth, he could traverse the heavens and the earth at will. At that moment, an inner disciple passed by, stirring a gust of wind that sent countless particles dancing wildly through the almost imperceptible microcosm. Xing's ears perked up as he detected a faint whisper that mentioned his name, in response to the cacophony of the world that he had intentionally muted. His auditory perception instinctively opened. This was a self-imposed setting. Ordinarily, his hearing was restricted, yet upon hearing his name, the mechanism would automatically lift the limitations. After much contemplation, it is best to eliminate such a creature. We shall proceed with the original plan to ambush the family of El Shao, drawing the serpent from its lair. However, given Xing's prowess, I shall require a sharper blade. How intriguing. Xing raised a finger, and beneath his microcosmic vision, a particle of earth attribute vibrated incessantly, akin to a phonograph, echoing Xuelun's words repeatedly. A month has passed. I hope it is not too late. Before his words could fade, Xing's figure flickered and landed upon the teleportation array, deducting some contribution points. A burst of radiance erupted, and in an instant, he found himself before the interdimensional vortex. Xing did not aspire to be a paragon of virtue, yet he felt compelled to ensure that no innocent souls perished due to his actions. Crossing the vortex, he flipped his palm and produced a pill bottle. Though he had never encountered Xuelun, nor had he been in close proximity, the 3 unfortunate souls had. The universe is boundless, and pursuit spans myriad miles. Xing took a gentle sniff. The terrifying senses granted by divine perception instantly captured the complex array of scent particles. Apart from himself and the deceased trio, he identified a 5th scent emanating from the pill bottle. The sense of smell, at times, proves exceedingly useful in certain circumstances. It even surpasses the capabilities of an extraordinary being's spiritual awareness. Unlike spiritual perception, which is limited by one's strength and range, rendering it ineffective if the target escapes, the essence of scent particles, which are shed by the body through metabolism or clothing, can linger in the void for extended periods until dispersed by external forces. These scent particles act as conspicuous arrows, persistently guiding one towards the target. To think that such a distance exceeds the jurisdiction of the flying immortal cave. Following the scent trail, Xing dashed towards the boundary area, where the protective formation's end lay. Possessing the token of Xikong, he could freely come and go. What have you done here? After a considerable time, Xing's figure descended upon a desolate expanse, where he observed a wisp of ash on the ground, imbued with the essence of Xuelun. Let me listen. Xing pricked up his ears, the resonance between particles bringing forth the long-forgotten whispers of Xuelun. Ghostly Cho Gorge, Chapter 50, A Journey of 48 Trillion Kilometers. Pingtai Prefecture, a minuscule expanse, covering less than 10 million square kilometers, lies on the fringes of the fallen immortal realm. The periphery signifies a distance from the bountiful core of the realm, where spiritual energy, cultivation resources, and sect influence are woefully scarce. The edge also connotes a proximity to the ethereal barrier, perpetually at risk of being engulfed by the encroaching mist, with terrifying non-living entities lurking ominously. Though the probability of such an occurrence is slim, the psychological burden it imposes is inescapable. Those with the capability have long since fled this cursed locale, leaving behind the beleaguered common folk and a handful of minor factions caught in a limbo of mediocrity. The closer one draws to the heart of the realm, the fiercer the competition becomes. It can be said that each step taken is drenched in blood. Through the relentless passage of time, social strata have solidified, layer upon layer advancing toward the core of the realm. These minor powers have resigned themselves to their fates, clinging to the hope of birthing a prodigious offspring who might enter the ranks of the formidable sections. It is easy to imagine the monumental significance of a place like Yuchui City in Pingtai Prefecture, where a figure like Lu Xiao emerges to join the most exalted flying immortal cave of the fallen immortal realm. Such an event sends shockwaves through dozens of prefectures, igniting a fervor among myriad factions that flock to the humble Yuchui City, filling it to the brim, while encampments stretch nearly 100 miles beyond the city limits, with congratulatory gifts piled high as mountains. Ha ha ha. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed lords who have journeyed from afar. On behalf of my humble daughter, I raise a toast to each of you. Cheers. At this moment, Lord Lu Hui of Yuchui City, his face aglow, lifts his goblet and downs it in one swift motion. Splendid. Lord Lu possesses a remarkable capacity for drink. Indeed, in my travels across the lands for hundreds of years, I have never encountered such a magnanimous individual as Lord Lu. Alas, in this splendid atmosphere, I, Li Longtao, dare to propose a bond of brotherhood with the Lord. Dear elder brother, please allow me to pay my respects. Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had Li Longtao spoken than he knelt upon the ground, bowing repeatedly, leaving the surrounding lords astounded, only to later lament their own inability to foresee such a display. Oh dear, Lord Li, this is too much. Please rise. Those fortunate enough to dine in the main hall with the Lu family were all figures of considerable stature, their laughter and merriment echoing as cups clinked and toasts were exchanged, creating a lively and jubilant atmosphere. The entirety of Yuchui City was enveloped in immense joy, adorned with lanterns and red silk ribbons, casting a crimson hue upon the skies. Lord Lu then proclaimed that in celebration of Lu Zhao's triumphant leap over the Dragon Gate, the city would revel for 3 continuous months, with an endless flow of food and drink. The realm is vast, and letters travel slowly. On the very first day after passing the examination, Lu Xiao had sent a missive home, yet it was not until a month or 2 later that the message finally arrived. While Yuchui City was caught up in jubilant festivities, it remained unaware that Lu Xiao had already met with a tragic fate, a disarray so bewildering that it sends shivers down the spine. Suddenly, a beam of divine light streaked across the sky, halting above Yuchui City. It was a flying vessel, modest in size, with the words Flying Immortal engraved upon its hull, instantly captivating the attention of the entire city. The master of the Green family, where has the green radiance gone? The indifferent voice from the flying vessel reverberated like thunder, echoing clearly within 100 miles. Here I am, a humble one. Green Hui staggered out from the crowd, reeking of alcohol. Just as he instinctively prepared to kneel, the thought of his daughter surged forth, prompting him to straighten his back, his tone becoming significantly steadier. I am here, not knowing what task you have for me. Green Hui, your daughter, Green Xiao, a disciple of the outer sect of the Flying Immortal Cave, tragically perished over a month ago due to an attack by a non-living entity. This was a missive dispatched from the Flying Immortal Cave, commanding you to retrieve Green Xiao's belongings within 6 months. Time is now less than 5 months. You must depart immediately. With that, a streak of light descended, and the flying vessel altered its course, vanishing into the distance. What? No, this cannot be. It is impossible. Green Huey's expression turned ashen, his trembling hands unfolding the letter from the beam of light. His frantic gaze darted back and forth, his eyes widening in horror. Suddenly, overwhelmed with grief, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the letter. No, my daughter. With a resounding thud, Green Hui fell to the ground, unconscious. Father, Lord City Master. The Green family was plunged into profound sorrow, while those who had come to offer congratulations stood in stunned silence. Bah, such a fortune, spat Li Longtao, Green Huey's sworn brother, as he left with his entourage, cursing under his breath and taking his share from the mountain of congratulatory gifts on his way out. As the saying goes, when a person departs, the warmth of camaraderie dissipates, and the starkness of reality is laid bare in this moment. Within less than half an hour, the crowd had dispersed, and the offerings had been entirely cleared away, leaving not a trace behind. The crimson silk was removed, replaced with pristine white mourning cloth, and the sounds of weeping and wailing echoed throughout Jade City. Coughing, he uttered, Yunner, go and bring shower home. Lu Hui lay upon the bed, his breath faint as a wisp, and in the blink of an eye, he had aged decades. It is said that great joy and sorrow take a toll on one's health. Yet, Lu Hui was on the brink of losing his life. "I shall obey, father. Wait for my return." Lu Yun's expression was resolute as he knelt and performed 3 deep bows before turning to depart. It is highly likely that this journey would be the last for the father and son to meet, not only due to Lu Hui's current condition but also the perils that lay ahead. Within a quarter of an hour, a throng of horsemen charged out of the city. The steeds were dragon-scaled horses, rumored to possess the faintest trace of dragon blood within, capable of soaring 10 zhang above the ground, defying treacherous terrain, and traversing 100,000 miles in a day. The riders, elite guards of the city, numbered barely 1,000, each a robust warrior. Their physical prowess at the pinnacle of mortal limits, wielding strength equivalent to lifting 250,000 kilograms, adorned in seamless black iron armor weighing a ton. For a minor force like Jade City, this was the extent of their might. Lu Yun sat solemnly in a floating carriage, his countenance grave, eyes brimming with sorrow. His sister was gone, and his father lay in critical condition. Only he could shoulder the burdens of the Lu family. Outside, an elderly man dozed fitfully, yet remained as steady as a mountain amidst the rapid pace. "Old Lu, tell me, what are our chances of reaching the flying immortal cave alive? In less than 5 months, is it even feasible?" Green Cloud rose and bowed respectfully, his demeanor full of deference. He was unaware of the origins of Elder Lu, only knowing that the old man had resided in his home since his earliest memories, and that his father held him in great esteem. This time, it was Elder Lu who had insisted on accompanying him, stating that without his presence, Green Cloud would never reach the celestial cave of flying immortals. To embark on this journey spans a staggering 48 trillion kilometers. Do you grasp the enormity of this concept, Xiaoyan? Elder Lu's voice was low and hoarse, as though he were afflicted with an ailment in his throat. I do not know," Green Cloud replied, his expression one of confusion. He had traveled far, yet the furthest he had ventured was to the capital of the Xinhui dynasty. Even a beam of light takes half a year to traverse this boundless distance. At our current pace, we would never reach the celestial cave of flying immortals, even were we to live until death, let alone the myriad dangers along the way. Thus, we must rely on the transmission hub, yet the spirit stones we possess will hardly suffice for multiple journeys. Green Cloud furrowed his brow, glancing at the jade box beside him. In order to join the celestial cave of flying immortals and partake in various selections, the expenses had been immense. And now these spirit stones represented the entirety of the Green family's resources. The only course of action left was to head to the Thunder Scale dynasty, a third-tier dynasty, where a direct transmission array to the central region was located in the capital. "Just barely. We have enough spirit stones for this journey." After speaking, Elder Lu closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. Green Cloud nodded gently and tiptoed back into the carriage, his curiosity about Elder Lu's origins growing ever deeper. It seemed the old man knew everything. A month later, a weary group came galloping from the distance, revealing themselves as Green Cloud and his companions, who gradually came to a halt outside the rarely trodden Ghost Morning Gorge. "Elder Lu, is this indeed the Ghost Morning Gorge?" Green Cloud stepped out of the carriage and raised his head to gaze upon the steep, smooth rock face that towered into the clouds, seemingly without end. Indeed, the Ghostworry Gorge, although merely a dozen miles wide, stretched for tens of thousands of miles like a slender thread. It was said that a mysterious and powerful being had cleaved through the boundless Sun Pluck Mountain Range with a single stroke from the heavens. The Sun Pluck Mountain Range extended endlessly, teeming with exotic beasts. Whether they chose to circumvent or traverse it directly, their pace would be significantly hindered. And even under the best circumstances, it would take them 2 to 3 months to cross. They could not afford such delays. By taking the shortcut through Ghostworry Gorge, they could pass through the Sun Pluck Mountain Range in less than a day and reach the territory of the Thunder Scale dynasty. After resting for half an hour, they would charge through in one breath. Green Cloud's demeanor grew solemn as he absorbed the information from Old Lu. The gorge earned its name due to the terrain, where the air currents produced sounds akin to ghostly wails and wolf howls. Moreover, within this passage, sharp flashes of light would occasionally manifest, wielding terrifying power that proved fatal to those who dared to touch them. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, few ventured into this cursed place, and even the mountain's exotic beasts maintained a respectful distance. Yet they had no choice but to endure this journey, not only to bring Green Xiao home, but also to secure a promise from the entrance of the flying immortal cave. The powers that had traveled from afar to present congratulatory gifts had not troubled the Green family despite being so brazenly toyed with. The reason lay in the compensation from the flying immortal. If Green Xiao's direct blood relatives did not arrive within 6 months, the Green family would lose their protection and face impending disaster. Before long, half an hour had quietly slipped away. The group mounted their horses, holding their breath and wearing heavy expressions. "Ladies and gentlemen, rush forward without hesitation. The swifter we are, the less danger we shall encounter. Charge forth. The thunderous sound of the dragon-scaled steed, traveling 100,000 miles a day, was as swift as lightning, leaving behind a trail of shadowy remnants. Indeed, upon entering the Ghost Woe Gorge, the faint whispers of ghostly wails began to resonate in our ears, instilling a sense of unease. Steady your minds. Elder Lu's low, hoarse command resonated with an enigmatic power, instantly instilling a sense of solemnity among the group, their gazes growing significantly calmer. Oh dear. My leg. It's broken. Is there anyone around? Help me. What is this? The wailing sound seemed rather peculiar. Green Cloud, momentarily taken aback, pulled aside the curtain, and the cries became increasingly distinct. No, these are human voices. Not just Green Cloud, but the entire group was captivated by the desperate cries. Their attention drawn to the figure of a ragged, white-haired elder lying not far ahead, wailing in anguish. Alas, their speed was too great. As they caught sight of the figure, they swiftly flew past. They were resolutely reminded of the young master's directive to press on without pausing. Elder Lu furrowed his brow. What manner of wretched place is this that allows a mortal to wander in? An old man on the brink of death is certainly suspicious. Green Cloud sat firmly in the carriage, gripping his brush tightly, his eyes reflecting inner turmoil. To save him? He could scarcely ensure his own safety, let alone extend compassion. The entire Green family awaited his rescue. Oh dear, is there any kind-hearted soul out there to save this old man? The cries for help grew fainter. The figure receding into the distance. Snap! Green Cloud's brows twitched violently as she abruptly snapped the pen in her grasp. Chapter 51, The Swona's Farewell. Halt! With a commanding tone, Green Cloud brought the entire procession to a standstill. The dragon-scaled steed snorted, its muscles quivering restlessly. This sudden halt would demand considerable time to regain momentum. Traversing this perilous Ghost Woe Gorge was undeniably tantamount to courting death. Should a blade's glimmer slice through the air at this moment, all present would be severed in twain. Alas, old Lu subtly shook his head, recognizing that Cloud was still too naive. The notion of kindness could, at times, not only jeopardize oneself but also endanger others. Had he not pondered the peculiarity of an ordinary old man appearing in such a cursed place? Nonetheless, a flicker of solace stirred within Lu's heart. Had Green Cloud chosen to ignore the situation entirely, he would have felt a twinge of disappointment. Forgive me, old Lu, for my impulsiveness, Green Cloud admitted, peering out with a remorseful expression, unable to meet Lu's gaze. No harm done. It matters not. At a crucial moment, he will act in kind, Lu replied, a subtle glint of coldness flashing in his murky eyes. Charge. Captain Zhang of the city guard intuitively grasped Green Cloud's intent without further instruction, swiftly turning his steed. Within a few breaths, he returned with the injured elder. Thank you, noble heroes, for saving this old man's life, exclaimed the elder, wincing. Oh dear, be gentle. Take care of my leg. The elder's shattered limb exposed bone fragments, the upper thigh tightly bound with a strip of cloth, feebly staunching the flow of blood. Captain Zhang, please place the old man onto the cart. He is injured and cannot ride. Zhang, the leader, displayed a moment of hesitation, casting a glance at the elderly Lu. He ultimately lifted the old man onto the carriage, laying him upon the soft beast hide. Thank you, young man. You truly are a benefactor. And good deeds surely reap rewards. The old man grimaced in pain, his eyes brimming with tears, uncertain whether they stemmed from the joy of narrowly escaping death or from being touched by human kindness. There is no need for such gratitude. Let me tend to your wounds. At your age, why would you venture into such perilous territory? The caravan continued its journey, the floating carriage gliding without a hint of jostle. Green Cloud extracted healing powder and began to apply it to the old man's injuries to staunch the bleeding. Oh, it is all for my grandson, the old man lamented. He constantly clamors to pursue the path of immortality. In my frail state, I am powerless. I thought to gather some herbs in this cursed ravine, sell them for coin, and enroll my grandson in a martial arts academy in the city. Now, alas, he had fallen from the cliff, his leg broken, and the herbs lost. Oh, my unfortunate grandson. As he spoke, the old man's eyes once again welled with tears. Yet for reasons unknown, they stubbornly refused to fall. Green Cloud remained oblivious to this detail. Ah, we are all wretched souls, Green Cloud sighed, shaking his head and refraining from further conversation to avoid exacerbating the old man's condition. Whether it was indeed true that good people are rewarded. The group traversed the path without encountering any threat, and they were now on the brink of exiting the cursed ravine. Even Lu's eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. Had he perhaps overthought the situation? Was this old man truly just here to gather herbs? Just then, as everyone relaxed, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. A haunting melody, sharp and piercing, resonated through the air, reminiscent of a mournful dirge played on a swona. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically as they abruptly reined in their horses, gazing ahead to witness a flurry of pale paper offerings cascading down like snowflakes, sending a chill coursing through their hearts. Who approaches? Commander Zhang's eyes widened in alarm as he leapt forward, brandishing his spear with fierce intent, creating a violent gust that dispersed the dense white mist. As the scene before him came into focus, an involuntary gasp escaped the lips of all present. In a confined space stood dozens of ghostly figures, clad not only in white robes, but also bearing skin of a ghastly pallor, their faces obscured by blank, white masks. Behind these eerie beings, freshly turned soil revealed a series of rectangular pits stretching into the distance. Do not be deceived, step aside at once, Commander Zhang bellowed. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his grip on the spear dampening with anxiety. He felt an overwhelming terror rising within him as he beheld the spectral figures. His words a mere facade of composure. Heard from all directions, a chilling laughter echoed. He he he. Ha ha ha. Kekek. Strangely, despite the figures being right before them, the sinister laughter seemed to emanate from every corner. The graves are ready, dear friends. Do come in. Do come in. Enter. Suddenly, overwhelmed by an unfathomable fear, Commander Zhang charged forward, spear raised high. In that instant, a white figure extended its arm, which inexplicably elongated like a gleaming sword, piercing through Commander Zhang's chest with a swift, deadly precision. The two-finger-thick black iron armor, as fragile as tofu, was effortlessly melted away. The ever-extending arm, unyielding in its momentum, pierced through not only the leader Zhang and his dozens of men, but also retracted, bringing back one complete human skeleton after another. The gruesome scene unfolded as the flesh, entrails, and features of the numerous victims fell to the ground like decayed mud, instantly saturating the air with an overwhelming stench of blood. Into the grave, the multitude of skeletons fell with astonishing precision into a pit, as the fresh earth beside it, as if animated, automatically covered them. The act of killing and burying was executed seamlessly, with a certain finesse. Lao Lu, what is the origin of these individuals? Green Cloud, wielding a sharp sword, leaned forward, his narrowed eyes exuding a chilling, murderous intent. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of mortal cultivation, having stained his hands with blood, he was no mere dandy, and thus remained unfazed by such a spectacle. The sound of the Suona heralding death, the act of murder and burial, he had not anticipated such treachery. Lao Lu furrowed his brows. A subtle yet palpable energy began to flow from the depths of his being, swiftly permeating his limbs and bones, transforming his aura entirely. The ordinary old man now resembled a fearsome beast. The ominous grave. Fortunately, it was merely a group of white-robed specters. One could only hope there were no red-robed ones among them. With a thunderous step, Lao Lu instantly appeared amidst the crowd of white-robed specters, his withered hand having already seized a head. With a splatter, the headless corpse stood still as crimson blood jetted skyward. Humph! A bunch of filthy insects from the sewers dare to obstruct my path, oblivious to their imminent demise. Lao Lu's expression remained indifferent as he tossed the severed head into the pit, exuding an air of nonchalance and dominance that left the city guards in a daze. Where did this foul old man come from? Suddenly, a crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the old Lu, causing the earth to shatter and transform into a vast pit with a radius of 100 zhang. As the red light and dust dissipated, a scarlet figure emerged from within the deep pit, standing atop the feeble Lu. Coughing, he spat forth a mouthful of black blood. He had underestimated his opponent. No. In his current frail state, he was no match for the crimson-clad specter. Is this it? I had expected a formidable opponent, but instead, I find a decrepit old fool struggling to survive. The red-robed specter exerted a slight pressure beneath his feet, slowly compressing Lu's chest. Lu. Green Cloud's eyes widened in fury. He brandished his sword, ready to charge forth. Yet, as he moved, a withered hand firmly restrained him. Be still, do not move. Leave the rest to me, said Xing, his expression one of disbelief. He had anticipated that Lu was a master, thinking he would not need to intervene, only to realize that in a mere exchange, Lu had been subdued, gasping for breath. Old man, you? Green Cloud's face was a mask of confusion as he struggled, but the hand on his shoulder remained unyielding. What old man? Xing's aged voice grew steady and powerful as he stepped out of the carriage, striding through the void. With each step, his form underwent a remarkable transformation. The healing of a fractured leg transformed the hunchbacked figure into one of towering stature. Age spots and wrinkles on the skin swiftly faded, restoring a youthful radiance, while white hair turned raven black. In mere strides, an elderly man on the brink of death rejuvenated, metamorphosing into a valiant youth. It was a miraculous spectacle that left the onlookers in astonishment. In his heart, Xing silently chuckled. The ability to manipulate gravitational fields was his doing. And the phenomenon of rejuvenation was merely a fundamental operation of adjusting the state of flesh and blood cells, a process he termed life restoration. He remained within the realm of mortal beings, his power rooted in his corporeal form, rendering this masquerade exceedingly difficult to see through. The reason behind this theatrical display was not mere boredom. Rather, it was a test to determine whether these individuals were worthy of salvation. He had no desire for the innocent to perish because of him, and by innocent, he referred to those he found agreeable. Otherwise, if he were to save everyone indiscriminately, he would surely be overwhelmed. The mere emergence of an enemy could lead to a multitude being used as leverage against him. What a preposterous notion. He was no saint. He did not possess such magnanimity. What he could promise was that he would not actively seek the annihilation of the world or engage in the slaughter of innocents to further his own evolutionary path. If one expected him to forsake his own interests to become a living bodhisattva, rescuing all in distress, such an expectation was utterly unattainable. However, if he were to traverse the path of invincibility, and in doing so, could effortlessly save a few souls, then that would be inconsequential. He would willingly act, as it would not conflict with his ideals of evolution or self-interest. Although Xing considered himself no hero, if saving others were a trivial matter that aligned with his capabilities, he would certainly do so. Yet, should anyone dare to leverage the plight of the innocent to coerce him, there would be but one resolution. He would take matters into his own hands, eliminating the innocent preemptively to conclude the matter. This approach, seemingly devoid of compassion, is, in truth, an embodiment of profound love, serving as the utmost protection for the innocent. Should he concede, even once, he would inevitably face countless subsequent demands, leading to the demise of numerous innocents due to his acquiescence. Conversely, if he were to personally descend into the fray and take the lives of the innocent, who would then dare to threaten him in such a manner? Thus, countless innocents would find themselves safeguarded. This encapsulates Xing's logical reasoning. Therefore, as long as his boundaries remain unchallenged, all matters are negotiable. However, should one provoke his ire, the game would cease for all, akin to overturning the chessboard. The worst that could happen is a reenactment of the cosmos, a feat accomplished by sages, and one that Xing is equally capable of performing. His recent venture was merely an opportunity to depart from the flying immortal cave to enhance his cultivation. He wished to avoid drawing excessive attention during his breakthrough at the cave and required abundant resources, which the Infin organization could readily provide. Thus, he manifested as an aged herbalist, patiently awaiting the Infin to take the bait. While Infin sought to ensnare him using the family of Luxio, he reciprocated in kind, employing Luxio's kin to bait Infin as well. It became a game of mutual fishing, ultimately determined by the strength of their respective fists. Are you Xing? Even the red-robed ghosts were left bewildered upon encountering him, for he was not merely a target in their mission's next phase. The ambush on the green cloud entourage served a singular purpose, to lure out Xing and eliminate him, reclaiming the righteous and fearless dagger. What is the current situation? The ultimate target has, astonishingly, presented himself at their doorstep. Infin, do you not wish to slay me? There is no need for such elaborate schemes. I have come to seek you out personally. Xing's gaze was serene as he walked directly towards the scarlet-robed specter, meeting its eyes without a trace of fear. Ha ha ha. Truly, what a spirited youth. The red-robed specter laughed outwardly, while inwardly scanning the surroundings with fervent intent. To him, a prodigy from the flying immortal cave would never willingly seek death, nor could he be a fool. Thus, the sole reason for such confidence must be the presence of a guardian from the flying immortals nearby. To be honest, he was already contemplating a retreat, for Xing's calm demeanor was unervingly peculiar, as if he had them all figured out. Could this individual possibly be unhinged? Observing the stillness of the red-robed specter, Xing's brow furrowed slightly, and as his thoughts shifted, he quickly grasped the underlying issue. Very well, allow me to escort you on your journey. Before the words had barely escaped his lips, a terrifying gravitational field surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds erupted consecutively as dozens of white-robed specters, akin to inflated balloons, wailed and descended into the air, only to explode in a gruesome display of flesh and gore. Gravity is not merely a force that pulls upward or downward. It can also ignite from within the human body, causing one to be gruesomely torn apart, leaving no room for defense. The power of these white-robed specters stemmed entirely from their peculiar artifacts, which allowed them to slaughter their peers at will. Yet, fundamentally, they remained mere mortals at their limits. Caught off guard by the sudden assault of gravity, they were dispatched in an instant. The red-robed specter furrowed his brow deeply, fissures appearing faintly upon his skin, but he withstood the gravitational explosion, as his internal star field mitigated much of the damage. He was a formidable master at the spirit wheel realm, merely a step away from the dust realm. Did he truly believe he could traverse such a grand boundary to slay his foes? Xing's eyes glimmered with mirth, not to mention his extraordinary innate abilities. His own strength was formidable. In the domain of divine prohibitions, boundless power resided. The so-called divine prohibition referred to the ability to transcend boundaries and vanquish foes. Xing. He struck with fury against the crimson-robed specter. With a roar, a magnificent golden blood dragon ascended from behind him, coiling and spiraling, its roar echoing endlessly. The might of this dragon equated to an astonishing 100 million pounds. Chapter 52. Ode to the Lord of the Netherworld, the True Blood Dragon. The pupils of the crimson-robed specter trembled. The resplendent, blazing aura of the colossal dragon was vividly alive, each scale distinctly visible, as if it were real. Under its cold gaze, a shiver coursed through him. He had never witnessed a cultivator in the mortal realm capable of manifesting such terrifying vitality. Xing's information had long been meticulously conveyed to the Tomb organization by Xuelun, who was aware that Xing could traverse the void and wield a unique domain, powers derived from his bloodline. However, there was no intelligence regarding the true blood dragon. A peculiar lad, yet ultimately just a mortal cultivator, if not for the presence of formidable beings from the flying immortal cave. Pestilence domain. The crimson-robed spectre-s expression turned fierce. With a mere thought, the life orifices within him erupted with brilliant light, and an invisible force of domain expanded, enveloping the surrounding area for miles, overlapping the realms beyond. Buzzing. Xing furrowed his brow as a strange humming filled his ears. The gravitational field wildly repelled and compressed, distorting the scenery before him, shrouded in mist and tinged with a hint of dark green. The earth has turned a ghastly white. Even the active fungi within the soil have perished entirely. The vegetation has withered and decayed. Behind, the city guards and the dragon-scaled steeds have fallen one after another, transforming into a mingled pool of yellow and red blood, with even the remnants of bones thoroughly dissolved. The once sturdy and weighty black iron armor has begun to sprout rust, succumbing to decay. What of the poisonous attributes and laws? Moreover, the intensity of the domain is exceedingly high, nearly reaching the realm of microdust. Retreat. In the blink of an eye, the Green Cloud faction suffered over half its casualties. Witnessing this, Xing raised his hand with a sweep. The surging repulsion forcefully propelled the survivors far from the battlefield. This battle was not one for the mortal realm practitioners from lesser factions to partake in, had it not been for his gravitational field slowing the spread of the domain. At the moment the red-robed, ghostly figure unleashed its domain, everyone except him would have perished instantly, turning to pus and blood. This is the absolute suppression stemming from one's realm. The Lingxian realm, the celestial spirit practitioner, with a replenished reservoir of knowledge. Xing easily estimated the strength of the red-robed, ghostly figure, indeed at the pinnacle of the Lingxian realm. The Lingxian realm is further divided into three subrealms: the human spirit practitioner, the earth spirit practitioner, and the celestial spirit practitioner. This division is based on the extent to which the Tao source laws have infiltrated and assimilated the acupoints within the heart's life aperture. It is well known that the human body comprises 365 acupoints, constructed from domains of spiritual particles, prenatally formed and exceptionally unique, harboring boundless potential. All acupoints are categorized into three systems: heaven, earth, and humanity, with the upper Dantian acupoint cluster centered around the heaven acupoints. The middle Dantian acupoint cluster centered around the earth acupoints, which, upon bearing the Tao source, are referred to as life acupoints. And the lower Dantian acupoint cluster centered around the human acupoints. Once each spiritual aperture is marked with the laws of the Tao, it will comprehensively enhance the practitioner's strength, encompassing but not limited to the realm of influence, physical form, intensity of laws, and total amount of spiritual energy. When all spiritual apertures are inscribed with the laws of the Tao, one may commence the breakthrough into the third microdust realm. At that juncture, the cultivation will primarily concern the level of flesh and particles. However, that is a matter for another time. The immediate concern is to confront the red-robed ghost envoy. The gravitational field has been diminished by 90% due to the plague domain, rendering the remaining gravitational force inadequate to inflict fatal damage upon the red-robed ghost envoy, serving only to provide auxiliary interference. Yet, Xing understands that his opponent is in a more precarious position. What a formidable young man. The countenance concealed beneath the mask of the red-robed ghost envoy is exceedingly grim. He exerts his utmost to activate the domain, merely managing to marginally mitigate Xing's bloodline talents, which indicates that his lethal advantage against ordinary bodies has been significantly neutralized. A mere child. Although endowed with terrifying potential, he remains somewhat naive. utterly unaware that the true strength of a domain lies not only in its suppressive power, but also in the myriad of enigmatic laws that govern its might. As Xing stands undaunted, allowing himself to be enveloped by the murky green mist, the red-robed ghost envoy hesitates, temporarily suppressing his urge to attack, preparing instead to observe the unfolding spectacle. The entity is being eroded by the plague virus, a law that amalgamates hundreds of toxic substances, biological toxins, and active viruses, resulting in an unknown and abnormal evolution of the innate 10,000 pest poison body, enhancing itself by absorbing toxins and continuously acquiring energy. Glancing at the self-examination panel, Xing gathered his strength, then stood motionless in place. Neither moved. With a distance of 100 zhang between them, they locked eyes, secretly engaging in a contest of gravitational fields and domains. Thunderous rumbles echoed, accompanied by sharp cracks. Under the pressure of these two unseen forces, the earth began to tremble violently, the soil fractured, and fine cracks spread wildly across the surrounding cliffs. Rocks tumbled down, and upon entering the gravitational domain, they were instantly crushed to dust. What is happening? Is this fellow's resistance to poison truly that formidable? Time passed, and the red-robed specter grew increasingly restless. Perplexed as to why Xing had yet to succumb to the poison, he had witnessed vast clouds of toxic mist engulf Xing, invading every pore. Estimating slightly, the quantity of deadly toxins consumed in this brief period must have exceeded several tons, enough to easily decimate a city of millions. It must be said, the laws of plague serve as an unparalleled weapon for exterminating mundane weaklings, yet their efficacy diminishes significantly when faced with a powerhouse, especially one as formidable as Xing. Drip, drop, HM? The red-robed specter suddenly froze, slowly lowering his gaze to the ground beneath him. On the pale surface, a drop of jet-black blood blossomed like a plum blossom. Soon, an increasing amount of this dark blood gushed forth from his nostrils. Instinctively, he attempted to stem the flow with his hands, but it proved futile. Cough. When did this happen? When you were lost in your own imaginings, absorbing the toxins, analyzing and reconstructing them, transforming poison into blood, all in one seamless motion. The newly acquired toxin is fundamentally based on the adversary's plague poison, completely obscuring their sensory perception within their domain. It entwines with the plague itself, facilitating an effortless invasion. This toxin is specifically effective only against the red-robed ghost envoy before me. Any cultivator of the spirit wheel realm would be unable to bypass the barriers of the domain. The strength of this individual's domain has diminished. Xing's eyes glinted with cold light as he forcefully stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The gravitational field sliced through the air barrier and the plague domain, propelling him through the vacuum with astonishing speed, truly as swift as lightning. The power of a dragon. 100 million pounds, equivalent to 50,000 tons, with gravity amplifying the strength fivefold. Roar. The blood-infused true dragon howled, compressing and condensing furiously, transforming into a diminutive yet tangible true dragon that coiled tightly around Xing's fist. Within each scale, akin to a mirror, various ethereal manifestations of martial intent surged and ebbed. 500 million, the gravity dragon fist. Boom. The red-robed ghost envoy, momentarily stunned by shock, was seized by Xing, who exploited this fleeting opening. With the terrifying dragon fist amplified several times, it unleashed a monstrous force of 35 tons. Such immense physical strength concentrated in a mere fist caused the surrounding air to boil instantaneously under the high temperature and pressure, sending forth sharp blades of air that shredded everything within a radius of 10,000 feet into fine particles of sand. The residual energy alone was staggering. The destructive force endured by the red-robed ghost envoy was beyond imagination. Crack, crack. In the realm of the plague, already weakened, a transparent membrane of light materialized under Xing's formidable punch, warping slightly before shattering into fragments. The plague domain has been breached. The gravity dragon fist continued its relentless momentum, striking fiercely against the chest of the red-robed specter. A dense crimson radiance emerged, swirling with runes that frantically dissipated Xing's assault. A defensive spiritual treasure? Xing's brow furrowed. His strength was nearly exhausted, yet a dormant power erupted from within, surging forth like a tidal wave from his fist. Bang! A low, muffled sound resonated as the red-robed specter's chest caved in, blood gushing from 7 orifices. And a murky jet of blood erupted from his mouth, revealing the mangled remnants of his innards. Boom! The battered form of the red-robed specter spun violently, hurtling backward before crashing into the cliffside, shattering the hard rock into fine powder and creating a dark tunnel that soared 3 zhang high and extended 1,000 zhang long. In the eerie silence, the only sounds were the clattering of falling stones and the crackling of the air igniting in flames. Xing exhaled deeply, releasing a breath tinged with a metallic tang, a result of the potential of his physical form being unleashed, expelling the dead cells through metabolism. The expelled breath penetrated deep into the rock layers. Has it quieted? Who has emerged victorious? In the distance, a group led by Green Cloud concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, their hearts racing as they cautiously peeked at the battlefield. Regrettably, their view was obscured by swirling dust, rendering the internal scene indistinct. To flee in this moment? Such a thought was futile. Facing the relentless pursuit of the spirit Xin realm, they, mere mortals, could not hope to escape unless they had a full day's head start. Have they perished? Xing's gaze remained tranquil in the realm of skilled combat. Victory or defeat often hinges upon a mere instant. Despite having thrown only a single punch, he had expended nearly 80% of his techniques, reserving only a few of his most secretive methods. To transcend an entire realm and vanquish an adversary without reliance on external aids is no trivial endeavor, and such prowess is exceedingly rare across the globe. Focusing intently, he sensed that at the end of the rocky passage, all was still. The life signs of the crimson-robed specter had entirely faded into silence. Praise, honor. Xing's ears perked up, and his pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow, racing towards the passage's end, his hands surging with terrifying power. Exalted, supreme, Lord of the Netherworld, my master, I offer you my heart, my soul, my will. At the passage's terminus, a grotesque mass of flesh lay smeared upon a colossal chunk of raw metal, several blood vessels and membranes writhing as they inexplicably fumbled for a syringe. Aimed at the shattered heart, now devoid of its rhythm, it was swiftly plunged in, and a mysterious liquid cascaded forth. Death. Xing's expression turned solemn. Even before his arrival, the gravitational force bore down upon him. Thud. Boom. The thunderous sound of a heartbeat reverberated through the gorge. A monster. As Xing discerned the unknown life form before him, his expression shifted dramatically, his face etched with disdain. Did it still hope for a miraculous turnaround? Then it must not blame me. Xing raised a hand to shield his right eye, his left eye widening slightly, revealing a boundless, ethereal dimension of hell flickering deep within his pupil. Demons and phantoms, all reduced to ashes. All phenomena are mere illusions. The darkness roared. A cacophony of sounds echoed as an unknown creature howled amidst the fiery abyss. After a brief struggle, its movements weakened until they became imperceptible. Something is amiss. Xing squinted. He did not detect the smell of charred flesh. The grotesque, flesh and blood entity lay prostrate, its body rapidly dissolving, not in the usual manner of carbonization or nullification. This scene bears a resemblance to alchemical processes, perhaps the refinement of medicinal materials. Xing was suddenly taken aback. A fragrance wafted through the air. Not the scent of meat, but an indescribable allure that stirred his senses. Perhaps I should indulge? Chapter 53. A word of caution: the flames of hell emanate from the terrifying depths of the hellish dimension. The particles of these flames embody attributes of darkness, corrosion, suffering, sin, and the soul. These particles, in rapid motion, create a high-temperature realm reaching 1 million degrees Celsius, intensifying with the enhancement of the host's power. Xing observed the liquid within the obsidian inferno, transforming into a crystalline substance that exuded an enchanting aroma, leaving him astounded. He seldom wielded the infernal flames. Yet every time he unleashed them, his endeavors were invariably successful. Incinerating corpses and erasing traces was but a fleeting moment. This was his first encounter with something impervious to flames. Xing stepped forward, approaching the peculiar liquid, as the hellfire danced around him in jubilant anticipation, as if celebrating the arrival of its sovereign. Let me discern what you truly are. With that thought, he slowly extended a hand, his palm split open, transforming into a gaping maw, which he bit down upon fiercely, consuming a drop of the liquid. Xing directed his consciousness towards the self-assessment panel. External entity, the viscous secretion from a life form of the negative Yin attribute at the 10th level, after undergoing multiple dilutions, contains exceedingly minute negative high-energy particles, in a state of incomplete silence. A trace of negative will lies concealed within. Those who ingest this liquid may temporarily gain immense power, but risk having their will eroded and usurped, potentially becoming vessels for the manifestation of this will. Is it the Lord of Yin Earth spoken of by the red-robed ghost messenger? The supreme existence worshipped at the Yin tomb? Xing narrowed his eyes, casting a wary glance at the liquid, surprised that a clandestine dark organization lurking in the shadows could be entangled with such a terrifying entity at the 10th level. He picked up the syringe from the ground, drawing all the liquid into it, scrutinizing it closely while resisting the urge to consume it. His innate gifts would undoubtedly withstand the harm posed by this substance. Yet such a remarkable display would likely attract the attention of the Lord of Earth. It was not worth the peril of exposing himself to such a monstrosity for a mere hint of power. I shall keep it. It may prove useful in the future. Disposing of the syringe into the abyssal dimension, Xing turned and exited the passage. Outside, Green Cloud and his companions had returned, anxiously peering into the cave. He has emerged. It is indeed that esteemed individual. He has triumphed. Phew, he has survived. Such is the lament of the weak. Life and death hinge not upon oneself, but entirely upon the success or failure of the strong. Green Cloud, are you the brother of Green Xiao? Xing turned his palm, revealing a sandalwood box intricately carved with patterns of celestial soulflowers, and addressed Green Cloud. Esteemed sir, I am Green Xiao's brother. May I inquire as to your identity? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression faltered for a moment. He stepped out of the crowd, bowing deeply as he continued. Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving my life. Xing remained silent, preoccupied with opening a box that contained several neatly arranged green skirts. Resting atop the garments was a tattered necklace, bearing traces of having been burned. I am Xing, a disciple of the outer sect of Facian Cave, and a contemporary of Lu Xiao. These are Lu Xiao's belongings. Take them and return home. With a thud, Lu Yun fell to his knees, inching forward to clutch the sandalwood box tightly to his chest. Lost in a daze. Sister. This necklace is a treasured heirloom of the Lu family, always worn closely by Lu Xiao. Xing furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of sympathy at the sight. Return now. If you continue towards Facian Cave, you will remain in peril. No, we cannot go back. Lu Yun's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging in his neck, a stark contrast to his previous gentle demeanor. I understand your concerns. Xing produced a piece of blue crystal from his robes and tossed it to Lu Yun, explaining, this is a reflection stone. It contains my recorded image and voice. With my esteemed status as the top disciple of the outer sect, it will ensure your family's safety for generations to come. He chuckled softly. How you choose to utilize this artifact is entirely up to you. Xing's words held significant weight. The value of the reflection stone far surpassed any promises of compensation from Facian Cave, for he was a living disciple of Facian, with an illustrious future ahead. If the Green family seeks merely self-preservation, the Shadow Stone would suffice to deter those with ill intentions. However, should the Green family harbor ambitious aspirations, they might utilize his name to expand their influence. Yet, should they pursue such actions, they cannot blame Xing when their enemies retaliate in the future. Green Yun gazed at the Shadow Stone, his eyes reflecting a struggle. In truth, he yearned to explore the possibility of joining the Facian Cave. Having come to understand the significance of power through various experiences. You wrote this, did you not? Xing opened his palm to reveal a crumpled piece of paper, casually unfolding it as if intending to impose a demand. No, my lord. I shall not go to the Facian Cave. Let us return to Yutsue City at once. Now upon seeing the paper, Green Yun's complexion turned ashen, his expression frantic as he implored Xing, no longer daring to persist. Very well. Xing nodded slightly. Green Yun was a person of remarkable restraint, adept at suppressing his emotions. He cherished his sister deeply and held great affection for the entire Green family. The death of Green Xiao pained him more than anyone else, yet he revealed nothing outwardly. Infinite suffering and rage transformed entirely into resentment towards the Facian Cave. Why? How could the esteemed ruler of a realm, the exalted Facian Cave, fail to protect even his sister's life? His heart brimmed with resentment that he dared not voice. For he understood that any disrespectful words against the Facian Cave were tantamount to treachery. If such sentiments were to spread, countless factions eager to curry favor with the Facian would obliterate Yutsue City from existence. Green Cloud expressed all his dissatisfaction with the flying immortal cave heaven through words. As he journeyed, he concealed himself in the shadows of the carriage, unaware of how many pages he had penned. After completing each sheet, he hurriedly crumpled it into a ball, fearful that a second pair of eyes might gaze upon it. This act of self-soothing brought him a measure of relief. The contents of the paper balls, however, could not escape the scrutiny of Xing's microcosmic vision. Given Green Cloud's current state, should he venture to the flying immortal cave heaven, he would undoubtedly perish before the mirror of conscience. Thus, Green Cloud and his companions began their journey back, traversing the battlefield that had been reduced to ruins. Cough, Cloud, my dear, I am not dead yet. Ah, old Lu. In a vast pit. The concealed master, old Lu, gasped for breath, straining to make himself heard, which finally caught Green Cloud's attention, leading to his rescue. Old Lu was gravely injured. As soon as he was lifted onto the carriage, they hastened away, fearing any delay in his treatment. Suddenly, Xing flicked his finger, summoning a drop of old Lu's blood from the pit with gravitational force. His eyes sparkled with intensity as his gaze penetrated the microcosmic realm. What he beheld were particles of flesh and blood, their surfaces not smooth but etched with peculiar patterns, a testament to the corruption of the laws. Yet, the particles were lifeless, a ghostly gray, stripped of their divine might. This old man, it turned out, was of the dust realm, but alas, his life channel had suffered catastrophic damage. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Had the adversary been an earth spirit, old Lu might still have had a chance of victory. Thus, this matter came to a tentative conclusion. Xing shook his head. Having reached this extent, he had indeed fulfilled his obligations of compassion and righteousness. His bond with Lu Xiao is not particularly profound. At most, she was merely the first woman in this world who had seen him entirely. It was time to attend to serious matters. Xing detected a myriad of intricate scents with a delicate sniff, his extraordinary perception capturing the essence of the atmosphere. The world was boundless, and he pursued his quarry across vast distances. The aroma emanating from the red-robed ghost envoy was distinctive, carrying a hint of decay from the grave, mingled with the foul stench of the corpse, lingering conspicuously in the void. With a swift motion, Xing darted in the opposite direction of Lu Yun and his companions, racing toward the far end of the Ghost Woe Gorge. Suddenly, as the exit loomed ahead, Xing's figure froze. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck, and his head fell with a resounding thud. With a swift motion, Xing grasped his own hair firmly, lifting his head as if it were merely an object. Oh, is this the imperceptible blade of the Ghost Woe Gorge? Truly formidable. His head, still wide-eyed in surprise, exhibited no sign of pain. His voice remained robust and full of vitality. The blade of energy that had sliced through the void was exceedingly sharp, cleaving the flesh and blood particles of his neck in twain, rendering them utterly inoperative. Leaving only the potential for a thunderous roar echoed as an invisible blade severed his head, leaving behind a dark fissure etched into the surrounding cliffs. Numerous thick vines suffered the same fate, cascading downwards and revealing the concealed rocky surface. Subsequently, several tattered animal skin notices affixed to the rock face came into view. Ah? What is this? Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as he approached to scrutinize the weathered inscriptions. Wanted, the demon Qin, the legitimate grandson of the former protector of the Thunderscale dynasty, Cuba. A reward of 10,000 households will be granted to those who provide precise information. The parchment bore an image of a timid little girl with red and blue pigtails. Was that the little lunatic Qin? Chapter 54. Madness and Rationality upon the Earth. A shadow darted by, swift as lightning. Upon closer examination, the figure appeared to hover 3 feet above the ground, walking upon the void. Xing's expression turned solemn as he pursued the scent of the red-robed specter, having flown for nearly half an hour. The gravitational field propelled him forward, eliminating air resistance ahead, granting him a speed comparable to that of a microdust realm despite being nearly immortal. One could only hope this individual had not utilized a teleportation array. Yet, the sense of smell was not without its flaws. The scent particles being tracked must remain continuous. Should the red-robed figure traverse through space, he would lose the trail. Is this the place? Xing squinted, coming to an immediate halt. His heightened senses revealed the unusual nature of the area ahead, where myriad scents from different individuals mingled together. The aroma of the red-robed specter intermingled among them. Indeed, my assumptions were nearly correct. The Entomb organization is no ordinary small faction. Its influence permeates various realms, indicating that branches of this organization may exist in any location. To eliminate the feeble green cloud, it is unnecessary to mobilize extensive forces. A simple deployment of nearby personnel suffices. Thus, the red-robed specter refrained from utilizing the teleportation array. As his base lay not far from the ghostly Cho Gorge, Xing settled into the grass, pressing his ear to the ground and closing his eyes to listen intently. Sound travels through the vibrations of a medium, and the vast expanse of the earth serves as an excellent conduit for acoustic transmission. After a considerable time, Xing rose slowly, having formed a fundamental understanding of the underground basis situation. This branch of the Entomb organization, neither too large nor too small, housed the life forces of over 1,000 individuals. The entire facility was situated beneath a great mountain, its subterranean expanse hollowed out, surrounded by an array of intricate formations designed for concealment, defense, early warning, entrapment, and assault. Cunning as a rabbit with multiple burrows, the escape routes of this base were numerous, numbering in the hundreds, and there may even be temporary short-range teleportation arrays in place. Xing's expression turned contemplative. Since he was preparing to strike, it would be prudent to capture them all in one fell swoop. While the act of killing was secondary, his primary objective lay in the cultivation resources housed within this base. However, A particular item in this world posed a significant inconvenience to him: the storage treasures. Regardless of the abundance of resources, a single storage ring could contain it all. If he failed to eradicate every last one of them, allowing even a single escapee could lead to a futile endeavor, rendering his efforts fruitless. He was merely at the mortal body realm, and within this space, there was a considerable chance of encountering the black-robed specter, a being of the dust realm. Setting aside the question of whether he could defeat such an opponent, if the latter were to flee with determination, he would find himself utterly powerless. What method could be employed to eliminate these foes in an instant? Poison? Xing shook his head. While poison was indeed effective, it was only against the weak. The toxins he could currently concoct lacked the extraordinary potency required. Inspiration struck. Xing's eyes gleamed with a ferocious light as he cast a deep gaze ahead before turning to depart. 100 miles away from the Engrave base, he began to cleave mountains and shatter stones, delving deeper into the mountain range. It took little time for him to carve out a passage several thousand meters long. "I have found you," he mused, inspecting the black iron ore he had unearthed. Although the quality was mediocre, its abundance was commendable. Xing carefully examined a piece of jet-black iron ore, nodding in satisfaction. It may not be regarded as a valuable item, merely common iron, which cultivators typically spurned unless they could extract a gram of refined iron essence from a ton of it, suitable as auxiliary material for crafting spiritual treasures. The refining process was arduous, and few would undertake such laborious work. It was precisely due to its low cost that Xing could so easily locate this vein of ore. Otherwise, it would have long been exhausted by cultivators, leaving no opportunity for him. He harbored no disdain for it. This material was sufficient to fulfill the requirements of his plan. Without further delay, he commenced a vigorous extraction, each punch and kick shattering hundreds of tons of iron ore, tearing through the hellish dimensions and consuming it all. After a span of half a day, Xing came to a halt. The primordial dark iron ore from the abyssal dimension had accumulated to monumental proportions, roughly estimated at around 1,200 billion tons. The infernal flames roared to life at his command, enveloping the dark iron mine. This preliminary refining process eliminated impurities and, most crucially, fused all the ore into a singular entity, forming a perfectly rounded dark iron sphere weighing precisely 100 billion tons. Satisfied, Xing nodded and, with a flicker of his form, soared out of the subterranean cavern, redirecting his ascent towards the heavens above. With remarkable speed, he pierced through layer upon layer of clouds until he beheld the celestial barrier, a dome that stood 18,000 kilometers above the ground. Although he could traverse this barrier, uncertainty lingered regarding its potential to impede his assault, prompting him to halt. This altitude was sufficient for his purpose. Target locked, Xing hovered in the high sky, his robes billowing fiercely in the tempest. He left behind a severed finger at the periphery of the tomb base, invoking life restoration to tether himself to his corporeal essence. This served as an impeccable anchor for his coordinates. With a shout, Xing's left eye widened dramatically, the spectral visage of the abyssal dimension appearing almost tangible, blood seeping from the corner of his eye as his vital energy nearly burned away. Whether activating the abyssal dimension or wielding the hellfire, both demanded considerable energy. He substituted vital energy for spiritual energy, a makeshift solution that was barely sustainable. Typically, opening a small passage consumed negligible amounts, yet extracting a 100 billion ton dark iron sphere nearly drained him completely. Fortunately, the perpetual motion body proved sufficiently robust, continuously replenishing his depleting vitality. At last, he tore open a vast, inky vortex in the void. A colossal sphere of dark iron, reminiscent of towering mountains, plummeted from the heavens. The modified celestial body, known as the heavenly obstruction star, descended with a terrifying force. Xing's expression was frenzied as he stood firmly atop the iron sphere, his hands clasped together, unleashing the full power of gravitational mastery. He utilized gravity to execute 3 remarkable feats. Firstly, he distorted light with a gravitational field, concealing the presence of the iron sphere while collapsing all matter-energy reactions to its surface, thereby amplifying its might and completely masking its energetic fluctuations. Secondly, he imparted an additional downward gravitational force and thrust to the iron sphere. Thirdly, the gravitational field transformed into a cutting edge, cleaving through the air barrier below, eliminating all resistance to the sphere's descent. From an altitude of 18,000 kilometers, the iron sphere, weighing an astounding 100 billion tons, was poised to obliterate a star. In mere moments, its descent velocity surpassed 100 times the speed of sound and continued to escalate. Upon reaching the ground, it could potentially attain a speed of 1,000 times the speed of sound. Xing was suddenly alarmed. It appeared he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. The meteor that had caused the cataclysmic extinction of the dinosaurs on the blue planet weighed around 20 trillion tons. However, the conditions of its descent were far inferior to those created by Xing's gravitational manipulation, with a terminal velocity of less than 60 times the speed of sound. Nevertheless, its impact yielded an explosive force equivalent to 100 million megatons of TNT. With a swift calculation, Xing deduced through the mass-energy equation that the devastation wrought by this iron sphere could reach approximately 80 million trillion tons. While it may not obliterate a star, it would surely transform millions of square kilometers into ruins and infernos. This limited scope is trivial in the grand scheme of the entire fallen immortal realm, and the base of the Xing tomb is exceedingly remote. However, Xing could not assure whether any human settlements existed within this area. It felt hasty. After all, it was merely a matter of exterminating a group of rodents, and it shouldn't warrant such concern. The madness faded from Xing's face, replaced by a calm demeanor. With a mere thought, he nullified the gravitational enhancement and exerted all his strength to counteract the descending kinetic energy of the iron sphere. Yet, the effect was negligible. Fortunately, air resistance played a significant role, causing the sphere's velocity to begin its descent. Ultimately, it stabilized at 50 times the speed of sound. Even so, the potential energy upon impact equated to a staggering 400 million trillion tons of TNT. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Xing's mouth. He found himself powerless. The gravitational field seemed insignificant in the face of such cataclysmic force, and the iron sphere, laden with immense kinetic energy, could not be recontained within the hellish dimension. He was incapable of such a feat. Thus, he resigned himself to this fate. With his left eye wide open, the dark flames of hell surged forth, enveloping the iron sphere and gradually melting it down, reducing its mass. If speed could not be diminished, then lightening its weight was a viable alternative. Forgive me. 100 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Just before impact, the iron sphere had been reduced to merely 1/20th of its original size, its mass now less than 5 billion tons. Boom. Boom. The earth trembled as the heavens darkened. Amidst the profound blackness, an extraordinarily brilliant orb of light ascended on the horizon. At the moment the iron sphere made contact with the ground, not here, activated automatically, the ethereal Xing found himself at the very center of the luminous sphere, surrounded by blinding white light, rendering everything invisible, as he lost all sense of his powerful faculties. In an instant, within 100 miles, the landscape melted away, transforming into a searing, crimson lake of magma. The earth upheaved, mountains crumbled, and a wave of flames, reaching temperatures of 10,000 degrees Celsius, surged forth in all directions, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. 1,000,000 kilometers away, the nearest city to the epicenter felt the violent tremors of the earth. The populace paused in unison, gazing upward, their eyes seared by the blinding brilliance. What has transpired? Is there a celestial battle occurring? The awakening of Xing proved pivotal. Otherwise, this city of millions would have been consumed by lava. As for the engraved base, it was obliterated. At the moment the mysterious iron sphere made contact with the ground, an astounding 20 quadrillion tons of TNT equivalent evaporated the mountains, rendering any protective formations utterly ineffective. Over 1,000 members of Xing, including 100 in red robes and 9 at the pinnacle of the dust realm, were reduced to mere wisps of smoke before they could even conceive a thought. Such terror! Xing gasped in shock, in a moment of heated impulse. He had undertaken this act, initially unaware of its dreadful potential. Fortunately, in this extraordinary world, owing to the existence of universal particles, the fabric of reality proved remarkably resilient, resulting in devastation that was roughly 100 times less than anticipated, averting irreparable consequences. He could ascertain that there were no remnants of humanity within 1,000 miles, with only a few beasts and members of Xing having perished. Bubbling magma surfaced, and 2 objects emerged. Xing withdrew from his ethereal state, binding them with gravitational force, and propelled them away at great speed. A commotion of such magnitude will soon attract a congregation of cultivators. The blame undoubtedly lies with the sinister organization behind this. It remains unclear what inhumane experiments they are conducting to provoke such a violent explosion. Chapter 55. The eve of breakthrough in the city of Dual, within the Lei Lin dynasty, nestled in a modest courtyard of the Yuelai Inn. Xing reclined with delight in a bath, surrounded by several youthful maidens who gently tended to him with their delicate fingers. That will be all. You may leave now. Xing gestured, having cleansed himself of the acrid scent of smoke and sulfur. Yes, young master. The maidens rose gracefully, their cheeks flushed. Whether from the warmth of the steam or their own bashfulness was uncertain. As they departed, one audacious girl turned back and whispered, young master. Do you require my service for the night? Youthful, wealthy, and exceedingly handsome, he was a figure for whom they would willingly vie. No, that won't be necessary. Xing was not inclined towards such matters. In his discerning gaze, he could see the mites writhing within the pores of the tender-skinned maidens, and the putrid remnants of 3-day-old meat lodged between their teeth, mingling with the unmistakable scent of inferior cosmetics that could not mask the underlying stench of blood. Apologies. I cannot rise. With a sense of regret, the maidens closed the door reluctantly behind them. Splashing water, Xing emerged from the bath, the flow of his vital energy evaporating the steam around him. He donned a clean robe and seated himself cross-legged upon the bed. This was a world of the extraordinary, where class distinctions were not only rigid but strikingly apparent. The cultivators undeniably stood at the pinnacle of this hierarchy. As a member of this social class, he enjoyed the benefits that came with it and naturally had no inclination to betray his own kind. He would not leap forth, shouting slogans to liberate all of humanity or to grant the common folk the privileges of cultivators. Such notions struck him as juvenile. His focus was solely on evolution, consumed by his own ideals, rendering the trivial pursuits of children utterly uninteresting to him. That said, cultivators toiled tirelessly, battling against the mist for the sake of their kin, constantly risking their lives in the process. The common people, under the protection of these practitioners, ought to serve them. Thus, being attended to by a few young maidens during his bath was entirely normal, not only in this extraordinary world, but even in his previous life, wielding supreme power. Would one expect to wash oneself? The wealth he bestowed was ample enough for these maidens to live comfortably. Should they decline to assist him, they would merely be assigned to tend to others, perhaps less appealing in appearance. This was their duty. Xing shook his head, dismissing these inconsequential thoughts, and began to feel a surge of enthusiasm as he prepared to tally his spoils. With a flick of his wrist, an irregular metal piece, radiating a platinum hue, emerged from the depths of the hellish dimension. It was the refined essence of Xian iron. An astounding 100 billion tons of Xian iron had been meticulously forged with hellfire, ultimately transcending into this diminutive fragment, barely the size of a fist, amidst a terrifying collision. To produce such a material through manual labor would require refining Xian iron 1,000 times over, a treasure of considerable value. After toying with it for a while, he returned it to the hellish dimension, as Xing had no immediate intentions of forging weapons. His strength was currently on the rise, and crafting such items would not be appropriate at this juncture. The true spectacle is about to unfold. Xing rubbed his palms together and retrieved the somewhat damaged bronze box, intricately engraved with various inscriptions. Everything within the engraved base had been vaporized, yet this small box remained intact. Xing surmised that it must have been stored in the deepest recesses of the base, secured within a chamber constructed of exceedingly resilient materials and fortified with an array of intricate formations, all designed to withstand the terrifying force of destruction. Such meticulous protection undoubtedly indicated it was a treasury. The bronze box itself was composed of formidable material, its surface adorned with array diagrams that Xing instantly recognized as containing several types, including solidification, defense, and sealing. However, at present, these formations were rendered obsolete, and the box's body was marred with cracks, on the verge of shattering. According to the conventions of the martial world, opening the box would surely trigger hidden mechanisms, right? Xing chuckled nonchalantly, undeterred by the potential danger, and forcefully unlatched the lock, flinging the box open. Suddenly, a barrage of pear blossom needles erupted forth. Xing, caught at such close proximity, had no means of evasion, as the emerald-hued, fine needles pierced his entire body, leaving him thoroughly impaled. Fortunately, he promptly activated a gravitational field, binding and solidifying all the needles. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost in the streets behind him. Hissing, smoke billowed from his wounds, corroded by the terrifying toxins. Yet this torment lasted only a few breaths before being devoured by the 10,000 woes poison body. His innate talent received a slight enhancement, and he acquired a new toxin. Though he endured some hardship, the experience was not without merit. Xing peered into the interior of the box, where a modest space was lined with soft silk, within which lay 3 storage rings, resting quietly. He selected a silver-white ring, and with a surge of powerful intent, he pierced directly into it. Unimpeded, the ring had become a forsaken object, its owner likely transformed into vapor amidst the cataclysm of the Great Explosion. A storage ring, by its nature, typically requires spiritual energy as a catalyst. Yet, although Xing possessed no such energy, his will was remarkably potent, boasting an impressive 20 points. In contrast, an ordinary mortal's will usually hovers around 7 or 8 points. Such an immense intent was more than sufficient to activate a storage artifact devoid of spiritual essence. With a sweep of his consciousness, he beheld a dazzling array of luminous spirit stones. 50 top-grade spirit stones, hundreds of mid-grade stones, and a staggering multitude of low-grade stones, numbering in the tens of thousands. The conversion rate for spirit stones was 1 to 100. To exchange for higher-tier stones often required an additional 20%. And even then, they were rarely available for trade, as their utility far surpassed that of their lower-tier counterparts. Indeed, these spirit stones could be directly absorbed for cultivation upon entering the spirit wheel realm, and even in abundance would be insufficient. Satisfaction gleamed in Xing's eyes as he then grasped a completely obsidian ring, directing his intent within. A slight frown creased his brow as he discovered an array of letters, confidential messages, and various rosters, all containing clandestine information regarding the operations of the Xing tomb. Among them, he even spotted his own name. These documents held significant value for the Xing tomb organization, yet they bore no utility for his cultivation advancement. He wondered if anyone might be willing to pay for such items. Existence implies reason. At times, the worth of information transcends human imagination. However, given its modest base, it likely harbored no monumental secrets. Xing shook his head and set the ring aside, directing his consciousness into the final crimson ring. A myriad of peculiar artifacts came into view, including weapons, poisons, miscellaneous items, elixirs, materials, and even a gruesome collection of severed heads. These were undoubtedly the targets of the sinister graveyard's tasks. Indeed, the quality of these elixirs was quite impressive, with an impressive quantity exceeding 1,000 vials. Furthermore, there was this. Xing narrowed his eyes and retrieved a syringe filled with a murky liquid, the very substance previously wielded by the crimson-robed ghostly envoy. There were a total of 9 syringes. In addition, with a mere thought, Xing produced several oddly shaped objects, which he deemed peculiar, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to creations from a realm of science fiction rather than artifacts from the cultivation world. Were these inventions from the mechanical divine kingdom? Xing picked up a silvery white glove, which was surprisingly solid, yet one could effortlessly insert a hand within it, composed of a strange liquid metal. He recalled that in the Ghost Morning Gorge, a white-robed ghostly envoy of mere mortal stature had employed such a glove, capable of stretching and elongating, to instantaneously vanquish dozens of similarly ranked city guards. Lacking an instruction manual, Xing toyed with it for a while, yet remained utterly clueless on its usage, ultimately deciding to store these items away. The creations from the mechanical divine kingdom were expressly forbidden within the realm of cultivators, a prohibition easily understood, as it pertained to the disparity of doctrines and ideologies, along with competition. Though such a ban was in place, the practicality of these devices was undeniable. They represented technological marvels capable of empowering the weak to overthrow the strong, requiring little from their users compared to the exacting demands of magical treasures within the cultivation realm. Thus, the clandestine circulation of technological creations frequently occurs within the black market, not to mention the lawless and malevolent forces of the dark underworld. As long as the objective can be achieved, they would not hesitate to resort to sacrificial rites, even for sinister entities, let alone mere technological artifacts. Xing meticulously counted the elixirs, estimating the total energy he could harness based on their grades and quantities. It was still insufficient. His current physical form had an insatiable appetite. During the process of tempering his body with dragon's breath, Xing surreptitiously pilfered the essence of dragon pearls. And by the 6th day, he had elevated his 3-dimensional values to 29, yet that final 0, 1 remained elusive. He found himself stalled at the pinnacle of the second realm. The 3-dimensional values had not fluctuated, nor had his strength grown. Yet those flesh particles had not ceased their energy absorption over the past 2 to 3 months. Day and night, Xing engaged in gravity training while consuming numerous elixirs. But the flesh particles seemed to only take in energy without any release, as if undergoing some form of metamorphosis. Xing speculated that should he successfully break through to the next realm, his power would experience a significant enhancement. Unlike the previous occasions where he merely gained an additional 3 points in his physical 3-dimensionality, with resolute determination, he aimed to achieve his goal in one fell swoop. Intending to dispose of these superfluous items in the black market, Xing donned his attire and exited the inn, moving against the flow of the crowd towards the southern city wall. Dual City, the second-largest city of the Leyland dynasty after the capital, boasted a population of over 30 million. Such a vast metropolis naturally bore witness to the presence of cultivators, and thus, the emergence of the black market was only a natural consequence. He arrived in this city not merely to indulge in the superficial pleasure of being attended to by a beautiful maiden during his bath. Rather, his primary objective was to exchange for cultivation resources in the black market and dispose of stolen goods. At the southern city wall, There exists a concealed archway visible only to practitioners. After midnight, traversing this archway grants access to the black market, shrouded by intricate formations. As midnight approached, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, rendering the already desolate southern wall even more forlorn and dilapidated. Xing maintained an air of composure, akin to returning home, as he strolled into the concealed archway. Simultaneously, an elderly man and several young women followed him in succession. Within the pitch-black passage, after walking 100 steps and crossing an invisible barrier, his surroundings suddenly brightened. A sprawling expanse of buildings unfolded before him, with clean and wide bluestone streets lined with shops and street vendors. Every so often, a dim yellow fluorescent light illuminated the area, casting a soft glow amidst the not-so-bright environment, where exchanges between figures were conducted in hushed whispers. The atmosphere was secretive and furtive, embodying the essence of the black market. "Hey there, young man. Your face is unfamiliar. Is this your first visit here?" A small old man at a street stall grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. His scrutinizing gaze fixed on Xing. Many others around them wore similarly shadowy and enigmatic expressions. Xing was indeed an anomaly. In the entirety of the black market, everyone was clad in black robes. Many even donned masks, striving to conceal their physical features. In stark contrast, Xing presented himself openly and upright, his recently bathed form still exuding a fresh fragrance, clad in flip-flops as he confidently entered the black market. His very demeanor radiated an air of youthful innocence. Xing slightly raised his eyebrows, seemingly indifferent to the covetous gazes surrounding him. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he revealed the identity plaque at his waist. "Is there a problem?" The words Fei Xian, resplendent in the dim light, instantly captivated the attention of all present. Clang. Thud. "My lord, I beg your forgiveness. This old fool failed to recognize a mountain of wisdom and inadvertently offended you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." The sound of kowtowing and self-inflicted slaps echoed in the suddenly hushed black market. Enough. Dismissing the scheming old-timers, Xing strolled away. With his status, he could effortlessly navigate many troubles, though he was not one to shy away from complications. Disguising oneself as a fool to deceive the wise? Such a notion was beneath him. Chapter 56. A rumor. Xing made his way directly to the heart of the black market. His current shipment was substantial, beyond the capacity of ordinary vendors. Rather than waste time haggling, he preferred to seek out a larger establishment to settle matters in one go. The black market was modest in size, featuring two intersecting straight streets, with a circular plaza at its center, the most prosperous area of the locale. On the eastern side of the plaza stood a magnificent 5-story building, brilliantly illuminated, standing out among the many lowly shops, drawing Xing closer. A black shop? Xing's expression shifted. It was not mere slander on his part, but rather the imposing golden characters emblazoned on the shop sign that declared it as such. Flanking the grand entrance were a pair of peculiar couplets. The first read, "We accept all manner of goods." The second, "We sell all sorts of wares." The horizontal inscription proclaimed, "Profitable ventures." One could hardly argue that it was fitting for a shop situated in the black market. It certainly exuded the essence of its surroundings. What audacity this displays. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might have hesitated, yet Xing simply smiled and strode forward into the establishment. The couplet inscribed here alludes to the vast array of items available, rather than their monetary worth. Should Xing seek to purchase a celestial artifact, it would undoubtedly be beyond his reach. The old man, having observed the celestial signs and calculated with his fingers, declared that today a distinguished guest would arrive. Oh, what splendid omens for the young master. With the sun, moon, and stars overhead, the brilliance of the purple star shines in his destiny. And he stands upon the auspicious energies of the universe. Truly, a celestial being has descended. You must be that esteemed guest. No sooner had Xing entered than a white-haired elder clad in a crimson silk robe approached him with palpable eagerness, muttering nonsensical phrases while casting furtive glances at the insignia on Xing's waist. In this small black market, even the slightest commotion could not escape the notice of these local vipers. It is likely that Xing's identity had already become common knowledge. Enough of this. What is your name? Xing inquired, his gaze sweeping across the establishment. This black shop indeed possessed some capital. The shelves were adorned with a myriad of items. Eclectic and diverse, and many cloaked figures were present, perusing the goods. The old fellow's surname is Gao. You may call me Xiao Gao, the proprietor replied, bowing slightly. Yet he dared not inquire about Xing's name. Gao, let us converse in a more secluded area, Xing suggested, shaking his head. Addressing an elder as Xiao Gao felt inappropriate to him. Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me. Gao bowed and gestured for Xing to proceed. Trailing half a step behind him, adopting a most humble demeanor. In a secluded chamber, Xing sat upright. A table beside him laden with an array of spiritual tea and delicate pastries, seemingly prepared for his arrival. Young master, do you wish to sell goods or make purchases? Gao, the shopkeeper, sat with a composed demeanor, his expression notably grave. While there was a sense of reverence towards the flying immortal cave, commerce remained commerce. Human sentiments and social niceties were distinct matters. After all, he was backed by formidable forces. Ultimately, he was merely a disciple from the outer sect of the flying immortal. At most, he would earn a little less, granting a favor to the dominant powers. Well, both. Please take a look at these items first. With a thought, Xing summoned the contents of his storage ring, causing an array of spiritual treasures, talismans, medicinal herbs, minerals, and remnants of exotic beasts to spill forth. These items, shimmering with the brilliance of spiritual energy, nearly filled the modest chamber, enriching the surrounding spiritual atmosphere significantly. Gao's brow twitched as he gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this esteemed gentleman has just plundered a treasure trove or annihilated a clan? What's the matter? Unable to digest it? Xing furrowed his brow slightly, raising a cup of spiritual tea to take a gentle sip. Of course. Please wait a moment, young master. I shall send someone to tally the inventory. Gao wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, gesturing with his hands to invoke a spell. Moments later, several elderly men with white hair entered, wordlessly surrounding the items to begin their meticulous counting, each responsible for a specific category and jotting down notes in a small ledger. After a brief interval, a stack of account books was presented before Gao. Young master, among these treasures, there are 57 inferior spiritual artifacts, 5 medium-grade spiritual artifacts, and 1 superior spiritual artifact, along with medicinal herbs and spiritual ores. The most precious among these is undoubtedly the spiritual artifacts. Xing found it rather peculiar that the Xing Grave organization would stockpile such an abundance of spiritual artifacts within a modest base, all appearing pristine and untouched, as if freshly procured in a grand acquisition. Young master, due to the recent mystical rumors circulating, the situation has become somewhat turbulent. Spiritual artifacts have become scarce commodities and are consequently priced about 10% higher than usual. Oh, Xing's expression shifted, intrigued by the nature of these rumors. Did the Xing Grave stockpile of spiritual artifacts stem from this very reason? Rest assured, our establishment is known for its integrity. That extra 10% will be entirely accounted for you. Manager Gao, sensing Xing's skepticism, hastily assured him, confident that these artifacts would sell without difficulty, allowing them to reap a modest profit. These spiritual artifacts, along with various materials, Manager Gao scribbled in his ledger, calculating meticulously, before stating, the highest price we can offer is 39 million inferior spiritual stones. Xing contemplated this figure, having perused numerous texts in the library. He was well aware of the market prices in this world. This offer seemed reasonable, exceeding his expectations. It appeared that Manager Gao was truthful, indeed. The price of spiritual artifacts had risen. The reason the Xing Grave organization was left with so few spiritual stones lay precisely here. All had been devoted to the purchase of spiritual artifacts. Xing was left with only 2 spiritual treasures suitable for him and a forbidden item from the mechanical divine kingdom. Aside from medicinal pills, he had sold everything else. 39 million low-grade spirit stones were available for trade. Xing nodded and said, indeed, this black shop is honest and fair. It's a deal. Young master, how delightful. Manager Gao rubbed his hands together, his face aglow. The so-called small profit amounted to 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Please wait a moment. As this transaction involves a substantial sum, the shop requires time to gather the spirit stones. It will take no longer than a quarter of an hour. Wait. Xing raised his hand, stopping Manager Gao, whose expression began to darken. Shaking his head, he smiled and said, do not rush, Manager Gao. I do not require spirit stones. Please settle the account with medicinal pills. What? Manager Gao jumped up in astonishment. Each transaction represented a business opportunity, and he was certainly not opposed to it. However, the mere thought of purchasing such a significant quantity of medicinal pills was more shocking than receiving this batch of goods. Does the young master mean to exchange all 39 million spirit stones for medicinal pills? Precisely. What? A reputable black shop should not be lacking in stock, correct? Manager Gao revealed a hint of difficulty, pondering for a moment before responding. What you may not know is that due to the recent upheaval, spiritual treasures have become scarce, and the same applies to medicinal pills. The demand exceeds the supply. The healing and injury-repairing pills, as well as those enhancing combat prowess, have sold out completely. If you wish to purchase such pills, you will likely need to wait for a while. Lingbao, the healing potions, and the battle-enhancing elixirs have all sold out. Xing felt a jolt of surprise. Could a great war be on the horizon? Is this the reason behind the so-called turmoil? He could not help but contemplate this direction, for the market serves as a barometer, acutely sensitive to the specter of war. As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be in place. Should there be any signs of impending conflict? Lingbao and certain specialized elixirs would be considered essential supplies. Until this moment, Xing had not thought too deeply, assuming it was merely a localized skirmish within the Lei Lin dynasty. Very well, Master Gao, simply provide me with elixirs that can assist in enhancing physical cultivation. Of third tier or above. If that is the case, it shall be easily arranged. Please grant me an hour, and we shall swiftly dispatch the elixirs from headquarters. Master Gao breathed a sigh of relief, yet a peculiar expression crossed his face. The demand for such a quantity of physical cultivation elixirs. Could it be for the procurement of a power behind him? The Facian Cave Heaven possesses its own alchemical division. Thus it would not require external purchases. He speculated that Xing was acquiring elixirs for his family as influence. Master Gao discreetly sent out information using a secret technique. Remaining in the chamber and adhering to protocol, not disturbing the treasures on the ground, instead engaging in casual conversation with Xing. Master Gao. The extraordinary rumors you mentioned earlier, what precisely do they refer to? Xing squinted slightly. Curiosity piqued regarding the nature of these rumors and the level of conflict that would incite such upheaval, drawing even the Yingtum faction into the fray to procure Lingbao in abundance. Young master, you are not aware. The shopkeeper Gao was momentarily taken aback. The rumors swirling outside, fervently circulated, originated from the flying, immortal cave. It was utterly absurd that a disciple from the cave claimed ignorance. Was this not a jest at his expense? Should I have known? Ahem, that was not my intent. Since the esteemed gentleman has inquired, I shall muster the courage to share a few words, though I must confess, my knowledge is merely hearsay. So please regard it as mere folly. Upon noticing Xing's nod, Gao pondered for a moment, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking slowly. Several months ago, the flying immortal cave dispatched the leaders and elders of its various peaks to traverse the fallen immortal realm, issuing decrees to subordinate factions while simultaneously engaging in frequent and intimate meetings with various powers. It was during this period that the rumors began to circulate. Though the precise source remains elusive, it is said that within 5 to 10 years, a wave of mist will occur. Crack! Xing's breath trembled, causing the teacup beside him to shatter instantly, spilling water everywhere. Apologies. No worries, no worries. Gao's expression turned anxious, bewildered as to which of his words had offended this esteemed individual, provoking such an outburst. Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. He was acutely aware of what the wave of mist entailed. It was a calamity that could engulf the entire realm. Having just awakened his memories, he had traversed through the very mist. Although he now resided in a comfortable environment, he had never forgotten the initial sense of oppression. His instincts urged him to believe the rumor was indeed true. Regardless of its origins, who would dare fabricate tales about the flying immortal cave? Furthermore, the Yingtum was no ordinary faction. Their reactions corroborated certain pieces of information. In the shadows, the celestial cave is surreptitiously orchestrating such significant events. It is only natural that an outer disciple, who diligently immerses himself in rigorous cultivation, remains oblivious. Having just acquired a modicum of authority, he secluded himself in the library for 2 months, and now finds himself preoccupied with matters concerning the azure sky, thereby neglecting the tumultuous affairs of the outside world. The chaotic tempest breeds a pervasive sense of trepidation among all. It is not merely a turbulent situation, but rather an upheaval of cataclysmic proportions. Master Gao, what further insights do you possess? Gao, the shopkeeper, hesitated, remaining silent for a moment before presenting a hastily drawn map to Xing. The scrawled map outlined a route. Young master, I do possess some knowledge, yet due to the constraints of my contract, I cannot divulge it to others. Should you venture here, any information can be procured, provided you have spirit stones. Xing cast his eyes upon the map, noting that the indicated location lay within the black market. Chapter 57, Supreme Power. An hour later, Xing emerged from the black shop, laden with an abundance of elixirs. He cast a glance back at the resplendent plaque, his gaze imbued with profound significance. It is no wonder they dared to adopt such a name. They indeed possessed the power to back it. In a short span, they could mobilize such a vast quantity of elixirs, indicating that the force behind this black shop is formidable. Gazing at the paper in hand, Xing vanished in a flicker, reappearing moments later on the outskirts of the black market, amidst a dense thicket. Towering ancient trees, gnarled and twisted, gave the impression of entering a primeval forest. Xing surveyed his surroundings before slowly approaching a colossal tree, where he rapped upon the trunk in a rhythmic pattern of 3 long knocks followed by 2 short ones. Buzz! The great tree trembled, its lush branches quivering like the scales of a dragon, as its bark twisted and contorted, revealing an ancient visage that spoke with human tongue. "Welcome, traveler, to the Whispering Woods. Should you be willing to pay the price, we can offer all manner of information. The contract stipulates that any knowledge gleaned from the Whispering Woods must not be divulged to a third party. What is it that you wish to know?" Xing blinked, casting his gaze up and down the ancient tree, sensing no trace of life. He was perplexed by the mechanism behind this human-like face. The Whispering Woods, akin to the shadowy tombs, belonged to forces beyond the dominion of the celestial caves, lurking in obscurity and specializing in the trade of secrets, knowledge he had encountered in the archives. "I seek to learn all the details concerning the recent mist tide. Every piece of intelligence you possess. As you wish. The fee is 10 top-tier spirit stones." Xing's brow furrowed. Such a hefty price for information that could be sold repeatedly, equivalent to 12,000 low-tier spirit stones. Creak, creak. The ancient face slowly opened its mouth, revealing a gaping black abyss. "Do take care not to choke." Recently having struck a lucrative deal, Xing felt little remorse as he waved his hand, tossing the spirit stones into the tree's hollow. "Thank you for your patronage. Here is what you seek." With a swift motion, a scroll sprang forth from the visage's mouth, landing directly in Xing's grasp. Thunderous sounds echoed as, upon the completion of the transaction, the ancient tree withdrew its roots, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest with the agility of a living being. Xing stood in silent disbelief, pondering how this cunning creature could discern his thoughts. He was merely curious about the whereabouts of those spirit stones, contemplating whether to cleave the trunk to take a glimpse. However, he decided against it, reasoning that if the intelligence was not worth the price, he would seek you out again. Unless one could transcend space, there was no escaping his keen senses. Xing lifted his gaze to the sky. The black market was nearing its closure, prompting him to temporarily suppress his desire to peruse the scrolls and swiftly exit. In a clandestine chamber deep within the black shop, the esteemed manager Gao knelt solemnly before an altar inscribed with runes, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a surge of flames erupted, coalescing into a resplendent golden fireball that hovered above the altar. Within the luminous sphere floated an ancient character, its front displaying Wang while it rotated to reveal the reverse side, inscribed with Quan. Royal Authority. The progenitor of the ancient Wang clan bore the name Royal Authority. Manager Gao, filled with reverence, bowed his head before the flames and presented a piece of paper, which was consumed by the fireball until nothing remained. This parchment meticulously detailed information about Xing, accurately recounting every item sold, every elixir purchased, and every word spoken, as well as each expression and subtle movement. The numerous black shops scattered across the black market were backed by the ancient Wang family, primarily tasked with gathering intelligence, while profits were a secondary concern. This disciple of the Flying Immortals exhibited conduct and demeanor of exceptional caliber, instilling in me an instinctual sense of danger, particularly at the moment of his wrath. Manager Gao's eyes narrowed slightly. It was noteworthy that as an earth spirit, he was momentarily daunted by an outer sect disciple of mere mortal cultivation. This undoubtedly underscored the formidable and extraordinary nature of Xing. It has come to my attention that the young lady is currently vying for the position of Peak Master. Should we manage to enlist this individual under our banner, it might prove to be of some significance. As the flames on the altar flickered out, the esteemed shopkeeper performed a respectful bow and subsequently departed from the secret chamber. Upon returning to the surface, his expression shifted dramatically, transforming into that of a jovial old man. Everything proceeded smoothly. Xing encountered no reckless marauders intent on engaging in underhanded dealings. Upon his return to the inn's courtyard, he eagerly unfurled the scroll in his possession. A map, perhaps? The square-shaped parchment was predominantly adorned in a vivid crimson hue, signifying the blood-red mist. Within this haze, 3 circles of varying sizes were depicted, each labeled with a geographic name: the Fallen Immortal Domain, the Prisoner Domain, and the Oligus Empire. The 3 domains formed a tripod stance, with a prominent skull symbol marking the center of the triangle, inscribed with the words ruins. Xing furrowed his brow. Having perused the records in the library regarding the distribution of nearby domains, he immediately recognized the peculiarities of this map. He had never encountered this skull symbol before, nor had he heard of any ruins in the vicinity. Tucked within the map scroll was an additional sheet of paper, densely filled with text. Xing picked it up, and, as his gaze fell upon the words, his pupils abruptly constricted. Several months prior, the exact date unknown. In the area marked by the skull on the map, new ruins emerged, attracting the convergence of various supreme holy lands, all vying for ownership of the relics. It is said that an elder from the Heavenly Evolution Holy Land passed away and issued a directive concerning this ruin: endless death, defiance of fate. The Holy Lands returned in a state of utter defeat, suffering heavy casualties. In the ruins, a shadow resembling a living being emerged, shouting, "Who am I?" It struck the nameless stone tablet of the Eternal Life Palace with a single punch, causing Xuanwu to flee in panic. According to reliable intelligence, the forces summoned to the Flying Immortal Cave were led by the third-ranked Peng Luch, one of the Flying Dragon List, who returned riding the remnants of the Xianqing divine ship, only to meet a tragic fate at their own doorstep. It is said that merely approaching the edge of the ruins led them to encounter the aberrant immortal of the mimicry. Countless non-living entities converged frantically upon the ruins, with anomalies proliferating amidst the depths of the mist. Analysis from various factions suggests a 90% probability that a mist frenzy will erupt, with the surrounding 3 realms being the first to be affected. It is anticipated that within 5 years, the initial wave of the mist frenzy will commence. The Flying Immortal Cave has begun to mobilize its forces. Some sacred sites are planning a renewed exploration of the ruins, preparing more thoroughly and deploying stronger combatants. Xing bore a solemn expression, committing the content of the pages to memory, word for word. It was as if a thread connected all his recent experiences. So it was. The visions he witnessed when he escaped from that mysterious space were likely the aftermath of various sacred sites retreating. The madman shouting, "Who am I?" was none other than the nameless elder, trapped within the ruins. Furthermore, Xing's finger traced the circle representing the fallen immortal realm, slowly moving to the skull icon, and then pivoting to the circle of the prison realm. I had a feeling that the dark walls surrounding this circle seemed oddly familiar. After all, I grew up here, and Uncle Lon also perished in this very place. Xing's eyes glimmered with a cold intensity as he observed the circle on the map that delineated the 3 realms. The edges of the illustrations varied, with the immortal realm's ethereal barrier being particularly distinctive, resembling a complete luminous shield. In contrast, the prison realm was encircled by layers of black walls, extending from the outskirts to the very core, comprising a total of 99 fortifications. This arrangement is easily comprehensible should the mist be breached. The prison realm would forsake its outer defenses and retreat to the inner city, relying on the 99 walls as a buffer. The most central powers would naturally remain secure, while the forsaken populace outside would face unimaginable cruelty. Thus, it is evident that the class divisions within the prison realm are exceedingly harsh and severe, giving rise to the existence of subjugated beings, a manifestation of humanity's extinction. Holy Palace, young Master Jiao, and the old rogue Xuekong. Are you all awaiting my arrival in the prison realm? Xing's gaze flickered, and a wisp of dark flame fell from the depths of his pupils, igniting the prison realm and swiftly spreading outward, rendering the entire scroll into nothingness. As the tempest approached, amidst the chaos, only power could be trusted. With a thunderous roar, Xing surged forth like a cannonball, leaving 2 footprints imprinted on the ground, and in an instant, he ascended into the void, vanishing into the depths of the clouds. Above the firmament, within the layers of clouds, where human presence is scarce, proved to be an excellent place for a breakthrough. Xing was unwilling to wait any longer. His resources had accumulated sufficiently, and this night he would break through, stepping into the 3rd realm of corporeal existence. At an altitude of 10,000 kilometers, Xing sat cross-legged, cradled by the gravitational field that distorted light, obscuring his form. With distractions severed, his gaze remained tranquil as a rift to a hellish dimension unfurled within his stomach, releasing a cascade of densely packed elixirs that shimmered with spiritual radiance. Devour the heavens and consume the earth. Boom. Xing's eyes erupted with divine light, and within his chest, it felt as though he had swallowed a sun, unleashing an extraordinarily brilliant white glow that illuminated both his interior and exterior, his organs, bones, meridians, and flesh, all laid bare and distinctly visible. Countless particles of flesh surged forth, bubbling with exuberance as they voraciously absorbed energy, the essence of which was the omnipotent particle, capable of enhancing all material particles, rendering them stronger, denser, and heavier, thereby forming domains endowed with various miraculous powers. Consume, consume, consume. The sheer volume of elixirs overwhelmed his digestive system, compelling to devour the heavens and consume the earth to evolve. As even more elixirs inundated him, a second evolution was necessitated. In an endless cycle, every limb and bone of Xing transformed into luminous particles, visibly manifesting as torrents of energy akin to rivers and lakes, rampaging within his being. With an array of innate talents at his disposal, Xing felt no fear, displaying resilience and a fearless resolve to push his limits. Time became an abstraction. And just as the elixirs neared depletion, his self-assessment panel finally exhibited a change. Xing had broken through. Self-assessment subject, Xing age, 12. Race, human, perfect pureblood. Realm, 3rd polar realm, domain of divine seals, supreme power. Physique, 270. 5. Strength, 270. 5. Agility, 270. 5. Will, 27. With a single-arm swing, he wielded the power of 128 dragons. 64,000,000 kilograms. Chapter 58, The Source Master. In the extraordinary realm, the omnipresent universal particles thrive, rendering the wounds of the world more susceptible to healing. Upon the desolate expanse of scorched earth spanning a myriad of miles, resilient saplings of verdant hue have emerged from the soil in less than a day. The magma lake at the heart of the impact crater is cooled, transforming into a solid, obsidian layer of volcanic rock, birthed from the searing, prismatic crystalline waters, where precious minerals abound. A chill wind sweeps through, lifting wisps of morning mist, as 5 indistinct figures materialize from the depths of the fog, shrinking the distance to mere inches, and in the blink of an eye, they stand at the edge of the deep pit. Sir, this is the Thunder Scale Base Number 7, which suffered a cataclysmic blow just a day prior. The entire facility was instantaneously vaporized, leaving no survivors. The leader nods gently, his golden robe fluttering in the breeze, his gaze concealed behind a filigree golden mask, resembling a still emerald lake. Has the intelligence department uncovered any findings? Not yet. The 4 cloaked figures standing behind him lowered their heads further, their eyes fixated on their own toes, filled with trepidation. Those individuals remain as inept as ever. With that, the golden-robed man slightly widened his eyes, a flicker of divine light emerging from the depths of his verdant pupils. Upon closer inspection, his irises revealed an unsettling peculiarity, composed of countless minuscule compound eyes intricately woven together. In diverse scenes, from every direction and in every minute detail across vast distances, all is captured by compound eyes, collected into the dual orbs of perception, flowing like a curtain over the pupils, as if a colossal supercomputer meticulously analyzes these frames. There is no trace of the aura of any governing force. The assault originates from the heavens, a considerable distance away. How did this individual evade the crisis perception of those within the stronghold? Is it a formidable barrier of will? The figure in the golden robe furrowed his brow, the divine light in his eyes gradually fading. The opponent executed their plan with such precision that all traces were obliterated in the cataclysmic explosion, leaving him with scant useful information. The expressions of the 5 individuals were shrouded in shadows. The loss of a small outpost is trivial for an organization as vast as the Shadow Tomb. What concerns them is the issues revealed by this incident. Deeply concealed. Why was a stronghold established in such a remote location discovered with pinpoint accuracy? Is the stringent confidentiality system at fault? Why did the intelligence department fail to gather even the slightest clues before and after the event? Thus, it is the reason a golden-robed specter has been dispatched for investigation. This is a purely retaliatory strike, devoid of other emotions. The assailant is ruthless and resolute, a deeply contemplative elder who left no trace of his own path's fluctuations. My lord, do you think this could be the result of technological creations? Those of the Shadow Tomb frequently employ forbidden objects. Thus, when pondering the matter, they cannot help but consider this aspect. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. The extent of particle damage is minimal, reminiscent of ancient space-based weaponry, merely a collision of mass and energy. The golden-robed specter nodded slightly, then flipped his palm to reveal a bronze compass inscribed with intricate runes. The adversary was astute. Although the likelihood of leaving a trace was slim, he nonetheless wished to make an attempt. Mystical seal, celestial net return. He formed a hand gesture, and under the infusion of spiritual energy, the runes on the compass began to shimmer, humming and vibrating as strands of light emerged, coalescing into an arrow that spiraled before ultimately locking onto the southeast direction. A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the golden-robed specter. Without uttering a word, he vanished in an instant, his figure flickering away, prompting several cloaked figures to exchange glances and hastily follow suit. Moments later, the 5 of them landed sequentially atop a small hill, where the luminous pointer of the compass shot forth, embedding itself deep into the earth. The expression of the golden-robed specter soured as he realized he had been deceived. With a mere thought, a beam of green light shot from his pupils, instantly dissolving the hill into nothingness, revealing a dilapidated box buried within. It was the container of supplies from the Ley Lin No. 7 stronghold. Not only astonishingly defensive but also composed of countless material particles, among which lay one marked with a mystical seal, capable of being traced by arcane arts. With a swift motion, a cloaked specter stepped forward, catching the box and directly opening it to reveal 3 quietly resting storage rings within. My lord, the lost supplies are intact. However, it was too late. Before the golden-robed figure could speak, the cloaked specter instinctively sent a thought imbued with spiritual energy into the storage rings. Boom. Flames, an inferno as dark as night, surged forth from 3 rings, engulfing the black-robed spectre who stood perilously close, rendering escape impossible as he was instantly consumed by the fiery abyss. "Ah, my lord, save me, save me." The cries grew fainter, the black-robed spectre unable to even manifest his domain before the flames invaded his orifices, scorching him inside and out, reducing him to mere ashes in an instant. Having only recently stepped into the realm of the minuscule dust, he had yet to imprint the laws of the Tao on his corporeal essence, leaving him utterly defenseless. The 4 golden-robed figures retreated to a safe distance, watching as the inky flames carved a massive pit into the ground before gradually dissipating. "Despicable wretch!" a black-robed spectre exclaimed in fury, only to be met with the peculiar gazes of his companions, causing him to falter momentarily. Indeed, when it comes to despicability and shamelessness, none could rival their own clandestine machinations. Such petty tactics were but trifles. Investigate. Relay orders to the Intelligence Department to meticulously review all operations conducted by the Thunder Scale Base No. 7 over the past decade, to identify any remnants left unscathed. With that, the golden-robed spectre waved his sleeve and departed. At this juncture, all leads had run cold. Perusing the archives might yield some semblance of discovery. Yes. The 3 black-robed spectres bowed in affirmation before their figures flickered and vanished from sight. A breakthrough had been achieved. The corporeal form seemed to have reached its utmost limits. Xing stood amidst the clouds, his robust physique, muscles forged like steel, distinctly defined, undulating gently. His body, resembling particles of light coalescing, shimmered radiantly for a brief moment before the brilliance gradually faded. Nurtured by such immense energy, his physical form had already matured ahead of schedule, reaching an impressive height of 1.97 meters. This was determined by Xing through meticulous calculations, as it was the most suitable combat physique for him. At the tender age of 12, standing at 1.97 meters was quite commonplace in the extraordinary realm. That young lad, Raymond, who was a year younger than Xing, was on the verge of surpassing 2.50 meters. The flesh and blood particles had reached saturation. Xing furrowed his brow. Regardless of whether he consumed elixirs or engaged in gravity training, the energy absorbed could not penetrate the flesh and blood particles. Although the domain could still evolve to accommodate this colossal particle mass, the particles themselves had reached their limit and required a transcendental transformation, according to the cultivation processes of this world. It was time to inscribe laws upon the flesh and blood particles. This implied that even if Xing were to step into the spirit Xian realm, under normal cultivation methods, his flesh and blood particles would remain stagnant until he reached the microscopic dust realm to further enhance the particles. However, this did not mean that the enhancement of physical strength would come to a halt. The avenues for improvement, apart from laws, domains, spiritual energy, and the will of the soul, included 365 spiritual orifices. These orifices, tainted by the Tao Source laws, could equally augment physical strength, though they fundamentally diverged from the path of reinforcing flesh and blood particles. In truth, I could continue to advance through adaptive evolution, yet the cost-to-benefit ratio was exceedingly low, rendering it of little significance. Xing shook his head. If he were to stubbornly persist in refining his mortal form, he could either seek or create adverse conditions to stimulate his adaptability, thereby enabling his physical evolution to grow stronger. However, due to the 3 great laws of evolution, it is only after countless evolutions that one might possess a slight chance of transcending the first 2 laws, thereby enhancing the physical form. Moreover, the extent of growth is not a fixed quantity. Should one choose to break through, the paths to strength multiply significantly. Notably, one aspect of this is that an increase in power concurrently elevates all innate abilities, which is profoundly significant. I am not a cultivator devoid of talent. If I can break through, why should I not pursue it? Ultimately, both choices represent divergent paths of evolution. To forsake a meticulously developed system that has thrived for billions of years and instead struggle with the mundane would be a grave misstep. Weighing the pros and cons, a natural breakthrough aligns most harmoniously with my interests. With a mind as clear as a mirror, Xing reflected upon this, and the last remnants of his obsession dissipated entirely. He resolved to proceed with the breakthrough without further hesitation. As for Elder Sikong's counsel, Xing paid it no heed. If he wished to squander a decade, he could indeed overpower the outer sect and seize the opportunity to enter the Tao Source tomb twice, retrieving 2 unparalleled Tao Sources. Yet, the impending tide of chaos looms ever nearer. For the sake of the extraordinary Tao Sources, such a course is unnecessary, for opportunities will abound in the future. He is confident that even in competition with inner sect disciples, he can secure a place in the Tao Source tomb. The sacred light law, the unparalleled 8 rings. With a flourish of his hand, Xing summoned a pristine white feather from the hellish dimension, radiant and resplendent. as if it were exulting and yearning to merge with him. Little one, from now on, you shall accompany me, indulging in the finest delights and destined to evolve into a complete embodiment of the law in no time. Xing's eyes sparkled with mirth, and the feather in his hand exuded a gentle aura. It had been meticulously refined by the alchemists of the Flying Immortal Cave using extraordinary means, rendering it safe for immediate use with an exceedingly low risk of chaotic backlash. In this realm, practitioners have numerous auxiliary vocations, such as alchemists and weapon artisans, whose status is undeniably exalted. Yet, there exists a profession that surpasses even these esteemed roles, the source cultivator. The essence of the Tao is the manifestation of fragments of law. Whether derived from nature or extracted from lifeless entities, these fragments are inherently unstable and possess formidable destructive potential, given the frailty of the human body. The endeavor to integrate these fragments is daunting. Thus, the initial step in one's cultivation journey is to temper the physical form. For only a robust spirit and vitality can withstand the fragments of law. The rarer the law, the greater the demands placed upon the physical body. Therefore, without the requisite strength, even the most unparalleled Tao essence would be too perilous to wield. With a fortified physique, the likelihood of successfully merging with the law fragments increases significantly, yet it remains a mere 30% chance, leaving a daunting 70% probability of failure, which invariably leads to demise. It was not until the ancient era that the first source cultivator emerged, employing secret techniques alongside various materials to mitigate the ferocity of the law fragments, stabilizing their state and dramatically enhancing the success rate of integration for practitioners. Indeed, the advent of source cultivators heralded an explosive advancement in the civilization of cultivation. Only those law fragments refined by a source cultivator may rightfully be termed Tao essence, underscoring the elevated status of these practitioners. Xing had, in fact, encountered a source cultivator long before. The elder Xuekong of the Holy Palace is indeed a master of source refinement, possessing considerable rank, capable of handling rare fragments of loss. With my physical form, breaking through is a mere trifle. Xing sits cross-legged, his hands clasped at his lower abdomen, white feathers nestled within his palms. His consciousness delves inward, perceiving the three orifices of heaven, earth, and humanity, akin to three blazing suns fiercely burning in the pitch-black cosmos. 13 substantial true dragons of vitality roar and spiral forth, encircling him, their eyes fixed intently upon the feather. The small feather trembles, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 59, The Spirit Shin Realm. A source of Tao is ingested, and one realizes that fate is not dictated by the heavens. Heaven, earth, humanity. The divine bridge connects to the heavens. Xing's expression turns solemn as he gestures with his hands, reciting sacred incantations. A staggering 27 points of bodily and mental prowess. How terrifying this is. It far surpasses the realm of the mortal form. Xing's vitality and spirit are immensely powerful. The will of the divine, nurtured within the orifice of heaven, cascades downward. The innate vital energy, which has remained dormant within the orifice of humanity, ascends. Every living being, while in the womb, nurtures a strand of innate vital energy within. Because infants are born frail, this is the heaven's benevolence. The innate vital energy protects the child from illness and calamity, deterring malevolent forces and enabling robust growth. In the extraordinary realm of omnipotent particles, the innate vital essence does not dissipate. Rather, it gradually settles within the human dantian. Only in the realm devoid of spirit does the amniotic fluid rupture, causing the innate vital essence to uncontrollably and swiftly diminish. This explains why, despite the advanced medical technologies in those worlds, infants still succumb to ailments. The will of the divine and the innate vital essence merge within the earth's orifice, intertwining with the essence of blood and chi, erupting in a dazzling, mysterious radiance. Under the shroud of this ethereal light, the earth's orifice undergoes a remarkable metamorphosis, instantly transforming into the fundamental life orifice of humanity. A strand of colorful, dreamlike aurora surges forth from the depths of the life orifice, flickering in and out of visibility, exuding a rich vitality. This is the essence of existence, the primordial light of life, as well as the bedrock of the Tao's source and the fertile ground for growth, the foundation of the great path, the origin of myriad laws. With a resounding roar, 13 true dragons of blood and chi, akin to playful pearls, chase after the pristine white feathers. Ultimately, they coalesce into a river of vital essence, enveloping the feathers and retracting into the chest, merging into the life orifice. Upon entering the life orifice, the feathers begin to dissolve, ultimately transforming into a brilliant golden light that willingly settles within the primordial light of life. In that moment, life achieves transcendence, and the spirit undergoes a leap, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion. The consciousness of Yama plunges into a brief void, followed by an overwhelming wave of exhilaration surging towards the heart. It is truly exhilarating. A physiological instinct that cannot be suppressed, inadvertently eliciting a soft moan. Is this the leap in the realm of life? Shedding the mortal form to reach the extraordinary. One might say, this has evolved into an entirely different manifestation of life, a formidable entity capable of wielding the power of the laws. Xing's consciousness turned inward, where the core of his life essence formed a small vortex, a hallmark of the spirit Xian realm, the star Xian domain. With the vortex established, spirit naturally followed. As Xing focused his thoughts, the vortex began to whirl, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth with a deafening roar. Boom! The richness and vastness of the spiritual energy were so profound that Xing could almost hear the sound of flowing water. How could this be so overwhelmingly potent? My affinity for spiritual energy. Xing was taken aback. The rate at which he was absorbing spiritual energy far exceeded his expectations, and visibly, there was already a massive vortex of spiritual energy forming around him. Could it be due to the perpetual motion body? A thought crossed his mind, recalling his first innate ability, which perpetually consumed spiritual energy to sustain his life activities. It was not difficult to discern that his body had undergone a fundamental transformation in silence. This was the hidden benefit bestowed by his innate talent, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Numerous factors influenced this, such as the rarity and completeness of the Tao source, the cultivator's bloodline, realm, and comprehension, among others. Yet, Xing surmised that all these elements combined could not match the concealed effect of the perpetual motion body, a terrifying talent capable of consuming all. The vast spiritual energy flooded his body, soaking every particle of flesh and blood. Alas, the particles had already reached their limit. And without imprinting the laws, he truly could not ingest even the slightest essence. Xing had long anticipated this moment, guiding the spiritual energy to its destined destination, all surging into the life apertures. As the influx of spiritual energy increased, the realm of Star Xian would continuously strengthen, and the laws would grow ever more potent. However, to enhance the completeness of these laws, one must persist in the perilous endeavor of merging fragments of laws of the same attribute. Let me observe the expanse of my domain. Holy Radiance Domain. Unfold. A resonating hum filled the air as the void subtly warped, unleashing an invisible force field of resplendence that radiated outwards, spiraling in all directions until it reached the limits of Xing's power. A radius of 100,000 zhang. Xing felt a jolt within. The varying tiers of Tao sources, combined with their differing completeness, resulted in his newly expanded domain, ranging anywhere from several to tenfold greater than before. Normally, with his unparalleled 8-ring Tao source, the initial breakthrough should have yielded an approximate radius of around 20,000 zhang. Yet, it had surged to a staggering 100,000 zhang, attributable solely to his formidable physical form. As he continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and comprehend the laws of the Tao, the Star Xian realm within him expanded relentlessly, devouring the life apertures one by one, imprinting them with the laws until all 365 apertures were completely enveloped. This encapsulates the entirety of the cultivation process within the Lingxin realm. Xing extended a finger, and a dazzling sphere of light materialized at his fingertip. With a mere thought, he unleashed a searing pillar of light, entwined in golden flames. Whoosh! The clouds were pierced, leaving a charred trace in the air, and most remarkably, the speed of the attack was astonishing. The power of light. Xing nodded with satisfaction. He now truly embodied the essence of an extraordinary individual, unlike before when, apart from his innate abilities, he relied solely on brute physical strength. It is not merely the physical form that is weak, but rather the singularity of its attack methods, lacking in flexibility and diversity, which pales in comparison to the myriad powers of various laws. The cultivation of the physical body must not be neglected. As evidenced by the focused training of fleshly particles in the realm of minute dust, the significance of the corporeal form can never be supplanted. In this world, extraordinary individuals do not exist as those who solely specialize in a single magical system while possessing fragile bodies. This is intrinsically linked to unique cultivation systems, which, in turn, are influenced by the external environment. Ultimately, it all circles back to the necessity of adapting to the environment, a choice of evolution. The heavens and the earth are shrouded in terrifying mists. Without a robust physical body, how can one withstand the erosion of such fog? With the laws of the universe fragmented, one requires a formidable corporeal form to bear the essence of the Tao in order to ascend to the extraordinary. The status of the physical body aligns with the realities, rationalities, and evolutionary logic of existence. High above the firmament, spiritual energy is inherently sparse. When devoured by Xing, the swirling vortex of spiritual energy gradually dissipates, with more distant energies unable to converge in time. From the release of spiritual energy, Xing pondered a question: why do living beings not opt to dwell in the safety of the high skies? Despite the pervasive mists and terrifying non-living entities upon the earth, they remain reluctant to depart, and there are reasons for this. Firstly, the universal particles are indeed omnipresent. Yet they possess a tendency to descend, preferring to cling to matter, attracted by mass. Furthermore, universal particles exist within all things, and the interactions among these particles denote the quantum movements of universal particles. In other words, where there is a greater abundance of material particles, there too will be a greater presence of universal particles. The void, undoubtedly, cannot compare to the richness of the earth. Mortals require the earth to sustain and propagate life. Whether through agriculture or hunting, they are inextricably linked to Mother Earth. Practitioners seek spiritual energy to enhance their powers, and various relics and secret realms are often concealed within the continent, whether in the infinite continent or the celestial bodies of the starry depths. These are the very foundations upon which living beings rely for survival. Furthermore, this world indeed boasts floating continents and aerial castles, yet these phenomena are merely whimsical in nature. The Wanhua sect cannot alter the prevailing trends of fate, for if the mass of a floating continent surpasses a certain threshold, it too shall attract the encroaching mists. An unavoidable pitfall. Even isolated miniature worlds, like the flying immortal cavern, would still succumb to the eerie mists unless ensconced within a barrier of celestial energy, with the sole exception being the inner worlds of living powerhouses, which remain untouched by the fog. Suddenly, Xing's expression shifted as he cast his gaze into the distance. Sensing the fluctuations of hellfire, after departing from the black market, he did not return directly to the inn. Instead, he took a circuitous route to bury the incriminating items. Of course, as a token of gratitude for the other party's generosity, he left behind a few trinkets. Fish had taken the bait. He chuckled, pondering whether the deceased had also taken the hook. With a sly grin, Xing shook his head, dismissing any notion of investigating further. His cunning nature prevented him from such folly. According to criminal psychology, had he been in the perpetrator's position, he would have lain in wait at the scene of the crime, eagerly anticipating the culprit's return. In high spirits, Xing utilized a gravitational field to distort light, concealing his form, and turned downward, swiftly returning to the courtyard of the Yulai Inn. In the span of a single night, his strength experienced a remarkable enhancement. His consciousness swept across the self-examination panel, revealing significant changes. Self-examination subject: Xing, age, 12. Race: human, perfect pureblood. Realm: Lingxian realm, human spirit master. Law: sacred light law, incomplete. Domain: 100,000 zhong, sacred light power, field suppression. Physical body: third extreme realm, divine forbidden domain, supreme power. Four-dimensional: 270. 5. Talent: perpetual motion body. The augmentation of the physical body exhibits a sense of unity. It thrives on mutual prosperity. The will governs the power of the body, and if misaligned, it can lead to a surge of strength, thus necessitating adaptive evolution. Ultimately, it is the dual talents of indomitable will and endless pursuit that significantly bolster the will, consequently enhancing strength and fortifying resolve. Now, Xing possesses nearly no weaknesses, embodying the essence of a fully realized polygonal warrior. With the objectives of this outing achieved, it is time to return and address. Bang, bang. Xing furrowed his brow, glancing towards the courtyard gate, sensing an approaching presence, unexpectedly seeking him. Young master, are you inside? I am Li Qiqing from the Wanhua sect, requesting an audience with you regarding a matter of great importance. Wanhua sect? Xing's thoughts raced, delving deep into his memories to recall the introduction of this faction. It is not a subsidiary of the Faxian Cave Heaven. Its strength is formidable, ruling over dozens of nations, including the Lei Lin dynasty, and stands as a dominator in this region. Creek, what brings you to seek me? Xing raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that he had previously encountered the elderly man and a few young individuals who were now standing outside the door, having crossed paths with him in the passageway to the black market last night. My apologies for intruding uninvited. Might I request a moment of your time? Li Qiqing smiled like a cunning fox, stepping forward into the courtyard before Xing could respond. Since it was evident that he had come uninvited, it would be best to speak plainly. Xing, displaying his impatience, extended his hand to stop Li Qiqing, eager to depart without further delay. Young master, as a disciple of the Flying Immortals, your presence here must be in conjunction with the delegation led by Elder Lin Yuan, correct? Have you come regarding matters related to the Misty Tide negotiations? The name of Lin Yuan, the head of the Lin family, caused Yin Xing's eyes to narrow, leading him to reconsider as he turned and walked toward the inner courtyard. Please, come in. In the original site of the small hill, the void above suddenly warped and transformed, and a golden figure materialized out of thin air. The ghostly figure clad in golden robes had a somber gaze, its multifaceted pupils fixated intently on the dark abyss below, fists slowly clenching. Humph! Cunning old fool. With a furious strike, it unleashed a terrifying blow that reduced the mountain beneath to ashes, engulfed in dark flames. Do not let me find you. Chapter 60. The Wind Rises. Humph! The flying immortal cave, esteemed as a sovereign of realms, is indeed formidable, yet you are merely an outer disciple, still bound by the flesh of mortals. What audacity! A young man following Li Qiqing furrowed his brow, rage boiling in his eyes, revealing that his indignation toward Yin Xing's rudeness was compounded by deeper emotions. Silence. Kuan-er, how can you be so disrespectful? Quickly apologized to the young master. Li Qiqing feigned anger, yet his tone was one of gentle reproach. As he stepped into the courtyard, he approached Yin Xing with a smile and said, "Do not take offense, young master. The child is merely ignorant. This is Kuan-er's first venture outside the sect, and he is unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Please do not take it to heart." A lad in his 20s? Yin Xing scoffed internally, dismissing their little charade. Their exchange was merely an attempt to assert dominance and temper his spirit. It mattered little, after all. He believed that a few stern lessons at home would soon instill proper behavior in the youth. You. Kai Kuan's gaze turned icy, rendered speechless by his indignation. Yin Xing entered the parlor and took his seat at the head of the table. Li Qiqing and the others found chairs for themselves, silence enveloping the room, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Shall I serve tea? Yin Xing had no interest in such pleasantries. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, young master?" Yin. Young Master Yin, I see you ventured out alone after accompanying Elder Lin. What brings you to wander in such a quaint locale? Li Qiqing's face was alight with a broad smile, his eyes narrowed into slits, exuding an air of harmlessness. To be candid, I'm not part of Elder Lin's entourage. I merely had matters to attend to and stopped here to rest. Yin Xing spoke truthfully, understanding why Li Qiqing had made the connection with Elder Lin. The realm of the fallen immortals is vast. Even though the 10,000 Transformations sect governs numerous dynasties, it constitutes merely a small corner of this expanse. It is likely that many years might pass without encountering a practitioner from the flying immortal cave heaven. Presumably, after Lin Yuan and his companions had just arrived at the 10,000 Transformations sect and were engaged in negotiations, Li Qiqing stumbled upon Yin Xing. Such coincidences are rare in this world, naturally leading him to connect the two occurrences. Oh, I thought, you believed I was a disciple of Elder Lin? Yin Xing remarked with a smile in his eyes, eager to discern Li Qiqing's intentions. Ha ha, young Master Yin, you jest. Even if I had no ties to Elder Lin, to meet a young talent from the flying immortal cave heaven is indeed a stroke of fortune for me, Li Qiqing replied, though a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. His enthusiasm undiminished as he waved dismissively. Let us not speak of Elder Lin, let us not. Such words seemed somewhat exaggerated. Yin Xing, with the outer sect token hanging at his waist, concealed the fluctuations of his internal energy using a gravitational field, leading others to believe he was merely an outer sect disciple. The status of the flying immortal cave heaven is indeed exalted, yet it does not compel practitioners of the 10,000 Transformations sect to shamelessly flatter an outer sect disciple. Even Yin Xing himself felt a twinge of discomfort. You overstate the matter, Yin Xing said, shaking his head slightly with an expression of indifference, subtly indicating that he wished to bypass trivialities. Li Qiqing, being astute, quickly perceived the shift in mood and solemnly inquired, "Young Master Yin, are you married?" Huh. Yin Xing was taken aback, his mind racing through myriad possibilities. Yet he had not anticipated Li Qiqing would broach such a topic. With a sharp crack, Kai Kuan's face turned ashen, his palm exerting force, crushing the armrest of his chair to dust. Kuan-er, cease this nonsense. Li Qiqing's complexion shifted slightly as he sternly admonished, this time without any pretense. Humph. Enraged, Kai Kuan rose and strode to the door, standing there motionless. Young Master Yin, do not take offense. Allow me to return home and deal with this insolent brat. Let us continue our discussion. Young Master Yin, are you married? Li Qiqing inquired again, his tone tinged with urgency. Not yet, Yin Xing replied, his expression peculiar as he shook his head, secretly pondering whether this old fellow harbored intentions of capturing a young man for his own gain. How delightful. Li Qiqing's face brightened, turning to the woman in the white dress beside him. Lingo, come and greet young Master Yin, and remove your veil. As you command, master. Linger nodded gently, then rose to stand before Xing, lifting her veil to reveal a visage of ethereal beauty. Her figure was graceful, her skin as smooth as cream, exuding a subtle fragrance that was utterly enchanting. Moling, I pay my respects to young Master Yin. Xing furrowed his brow. Indeed, Moling was an extraordinary beauty, so exquisite that even his keen senses could detect no flaw. The description of her skin as smooth as cream was no exaggeration. All imperfections such as pores and fine hairs had been shed along with her mortal form, whether male or female cultivators. Those at the mortal realm could slay dragons and subdue tigers, thus Moling bore none of the faint traces of mortality that linger on ordinary women. Cultivators of the Lingxian realm could sustain their life force simply by inhaling spiritual energy, rendering their diets free from the ordinary, devoid of any unpleasant odors or remnants within their digestive systems. The pure and unblemished body is one of the characteristics of the Lingxian realm. Young Master Yin, what do you think of Linger? If you nod, you could be wed this afternoon and enter the bridal chamber by evening. Li Qiqing's expression was one of exuberance, resembling more of a matchmaker than a venerable elder. Outside, the sound of gritted teeth echoed. Kai Kuan was on the verge of exploding with anger. Oh. Now Xing finally comprehended why this fellow was so furious with him. It turned out he was perceived as a romantic rival. In contrast, Mo Ling remained composed, standing there like a marionette. Had it been any other woman, she would have blushed at such flirtations. Elderly, I am still quite young and have no such considerations at the moment. Please retract that statement. Xing wore a look of exasperation, his thoughts wandering. What on earth was this old fool up to? Young Master Yin, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Li Qiqing's expression shifted slightly. Then with a flick of his hand, he summoned dozens of boxes of various sizes from his storage ring, filling the living room. This is the dowry I have prepared for Linger. Should you agree to take her as your wife, or even as a concubine, all these treasures shall be yours. Xing's pupils constricted as he sensed the surging spiritual energy around him. The items within those boxes were undoubtedly of considerable worth. Elderly, kindly retract that statement. Beauty and treasures, who does not covet them? Yet alas, he is Xing, and how could he be so easily swayed by such trivialities? Little E, come here. Li Qiqing's expression grew somewhat grim as he beckoned the little girl who had been idly swinging her legs in a chair. Master, I told you. My charm surpasses that of my senior sister. The little girl in the yellow dress bounced and skipped toward Xing, her large eyes wide with enthusiasm. Young Master Yin, my name is Yui. Would you consider marrying me? Xing furrowed his brow even tighter as he looked down at the girl, who barely reached his chest, and asked, How old are you, little one? 12. Yui replied with youthful exuberance. She was indeed a child unacquainted with the complexities of the world. Elderly, please take your leave. Xing said, rising to bid farewell. He felt that Li Qiqing had lost his senses. In his previous life, such a person would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned. Oh, young Master Yin, let's discuss this further. There is no harm in talking it over. What if you were to marry both of them? I shall double the dowry. What do you think? Li Qiqing pursued Xing, imploring him. Not a chance, Xing replied coldly, opening the courtyard door with an expression devoid of any room for negotiation. With a heavy sigh, Li Qiqing's gaze turned solemn as he shook his head, waving his hand to gather the treasures from within the house, leading his 3 disciples out. Pausing beside Xing, he spoke softly. I apologize for the embarrassment, young master. My disciples are still young. I merely wish for them to survive. Please accept this vial of elixir as a token of my apology and to foster a good relationship. He insisted, forcefully placing a jade bottle into Xing's hand. Brother Yin, should you reconsider, do come to Wanhuazong to find me. Yui waved her small hand in farewell, her smile innocent and embodying the essence of a child blissfully unaware of the world around her. Beside him, the ethereal spirit nodded gently at Xing, her previously cold demeanor softening considerably. Brother Yin, I apologize. Kai Kuan's expression was complex as he bowed respectfully to Xing before turning and striding away. Xing, observing the retreating figures, felt a sudden stir within him, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. Elderly, may I inquire when Elder Lin Yuan and his entourage will return to the Flying Immortal Cave? Through Wangli, Xing had learned that Lin Yuan seemed particularly concerned with the dagger of justice and fearlessness. Although he had yet to conduct a thorough investigation, he harbored suspicions that Shui Lun was affiliated with Lin Yuan. It will take some time. Elder Lin and his party have many tasks to attend to. The Wanhua sect is merely one of their stops. It is unlikely they will return for at least 2 or 3 years, Elderly replied. Before he could finish speaking, the figures had vanished at the end of the street. 2 or 3 years, Xing whispered softly. If the hidden hand truly belonged to Lin Yuan, Having such a formidable expert within the inner sect would complicate matters regarding Xuelun. To survive? Xing gazed down at the elixir vial in his hand, lost in thought. Was the impending mist tide truly that terrifying? The final words of Li Qiqing had illuminated the underlying reason for his concerns. There existed a rule within the flying immortal cave. When insurmountable calamities threatened the world, they would contract their influence and retreat to the cave world. Direct relatives of the flying immortal disciples, including wives and concubines, and even their maternal families, were granted passage into the cave. If one were to liken the cave world to Noah's Ark, Li Qiqing's recent actions were an attempt to secure a place aboard through marriage. As the saying goes, the early duck knows the warmth of the spring river. Given the current turmoil, it was evident that this mist tide was anything but ordinary. For the sake of survival. That is all. The wind has risen. A cool breeze swept by, causing Xing's robe to flutter, and in the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 61. Notification of homicide. Xing possessed a considerable fortune, along with the talent of a time traveler. Both his physique and his purse could endure the continuous use of teleportation arrays. He traveled directly from the Thunderscale dynasty to the central domain, and after several transfers, he returned to the outer gate of the flying immortal cave within just a few days. The delay was primarily due to the fact that large teleportation arrays would not activate for a single individual. Otherwise, the enormous consumption of spirit stones would be beyond the means of an ordinary person. Each spatial leap, if luck was not on one's side, often required a lengthy wait to gather the necessary number of participants. Upon reaching the courtyard he had not visited in a long time, Xing paused, his gaze resting on the door, which bore several slightly yellowed white papers. Brother Yin, have you returned from the cave world? It has been a long time since I last saw you. I hope you are well. Lazy Brother Yin. I heard from the stewards that the various factions in the cave will soon hold a joint selection meeting in the outside world. Will you be able to return? Lazy Brother Yin. I, along with Kuei Ai and Zhongwu, have found factions we admire at the selection meeting. Only by joining a faction can we have better conditions for cultivation. However, with your strength and qualifications, it would merely take a word for you to join any faction. Even without attending the selection meeting, ha ha ha. Many elders and stewards have inquired about your whereabouts, but unfortunately, I have not seen you in ages. Lazy Brother Yin. We are heading to the cave world. If you wish to find me, go to the ancient divine mountain. That foolish lad, Xing chuckled, shaking his head as warmth surged within him. He reached out to remove the paper, folding it neatly before placing it into the infernal dimension. This place, perhaps, we shall never return to again. After casting a lingering glance at the estate, Xing turned and departed, his figure vanishing after just a few steps. In the outer sect enforcement hall, Xing strode in with the elder's token in hand, and none dared to obstruct him. Summon Wang Daqi to see me. Who are you? The outer sect enforcement hall was merely a gathering of former outer disciples, their strength feeble, all rendered speechless by Xing's imposing presence. Xing. Moments later, a flustered Wang Daqi rushed in. He had heard of Xing's remarkable feats in the dragon breath body refinement. Tales of him reducing the once noble celestial eyes of a fallen immortal to mere dead dogs. Why had he summoned him specifically? Was it to settle old scores? But I have never wronged this esteemed one. Wang Daqi wore a pained expression as he caught sight of the grand silhouette within the hall, his heart skipping a beat. In just a few months, Xing had grown to tower half a head taller than him. Is this truly a 12-year-old? Why Yin, esteemed sir? What brings you to seek out a humble person like me? Has that little rascal Wang Li offended you again? Rest assured, I shall inform the young lady at once and ensure Wang Li receives a proper beating. After much deliberation, Wang Daqi could think of nothing else that might warrant Xing's visit. I seek you not for that matter. Xing slowly turned to face him. Due to his height, Wang Daqi found himself bending slightly, appearing somewhat subservient. What is it then? I would like to inquire about a matter. Are you familiar with the steward Xuelun from the inner gate? Please share any relevant information regarding him. Xing is currently unable to ascertain the identity of the forces backing Xuelun. It could potentially be Lin Yuan or someone else. It is prudent to clarify this before taking any action to avoid unforeseen complications. Wang Dalai, his forehead beaded with sweat, realized that the situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. If given the choice, he would prefer to remain uninvolved in such conflicts. Your family, the Wang clan, stands as the preeminent leader among all external affiliated forces of the Fei Xian Cave Heaven, undoubtedly the foremost authority. It is said that your influence has subtly approached that of the four major veins of the cave world. Surely, you must possess your own intelligence network? Xing's gaze was profound. His 2 months in the library had not been in vain. He was well aware of the ancient world's undercurrents. Wang Dalei. You would not wish to witness any mishap befall Wang Li, would you? For instance, him transforming into a projectile warrior? Upon hearing this, Wang Dalei's lips twitched, inwardly cursing, wishing that little rascal would meet a calamitous end. Master Yin, I understand, Wang Dalei replied, bowing respectfully before swiftly departing. His decision to acquiesce to Yin Xing's request was certainly not motivated by the ludicrous plight of Wang Li. He recalled Wang Baoer's previous words, asserting that a figure like Yin Xing was worth the Wang clan's efforts to cultivate relations with, even at the cost of offending certain factions. A short while later, Yin Xing emerged from the law enforcement hall, clutching a piece of paper and making his way directly toward the interdimensional vortex. Xueluan, possessing a cultivation level of merely dust realm, serves as a lowly steward with little authority, primarily tasked with the allocation of residences for the outer disciples of the cave's domain. His ancestors were once servants of the Lin family, who, upon demonstrating a modicum of talent in cultivation, were granted the opportunity to pursue their practice, thus establishing the modest Xue clan. Upon reaching this juncture, Yin Xing had firmly concluded that Xuelun was inextricably linked to Lin Yuan. Given this realization, he felt no compulsion to hesitate. He resolved to confront and eliminate the individual forthwith. However, within the realm of the cave, one cannot recklessly embark on a mission of assassination, lest it tarnish the reputation of the flying immortal cave. Therefore, Yin Xing intended to first report his intent to take a life. Stepping into the interdimensional vortex, Yin Xing directly utilized the teleportation array at the Nexus Square, arriving before the palace of the Internal Affairs Department. He halted, for this was not a place accessible to outer disciples. He was promptly instructed to leave. Outside the Grand Hall, an inner disciple stood guard. Upon noticing the outer disciple insignia at Yin Xing's waist, he swiftly raised a hand to block his passage. I seek an audience with Elder Xikong. Oh, who do you think you are? Wait a moment. I will inquire immediately. The inner disciple, initially intending to jest, changed his demeanor upon seeing Yin Xing slowly produce his token, and he hurriedly retreated into the palace. Moments later, Yin Xing found himself in a vast hall, where he encountered Xikong. The enormous chamber was lined with bookshelves, overflowing with tomes and scrolls, creating a veritable mountain of literature. Xikong navigated through the literary maze, reciting incantations as he busied himself. Yin Xing, you have arrived, he greeted, his gentle gaze unwavering. After several months apart, the kind old man waved to Yin Xing with warmth. Come closer, it has been quite some time since we last met. You, my young friend, have finally deemed it worthwhile to visit this old fellow. Yin Xing, I pay my respects to the Grand Elder. Yin Xing bowed in greeting, his keen senses detecting the profound exhaustion concealed upon Xikong's visage. He could not help but inquire, Grand Elder, is the situation outside truly so dire? Xikong paused, a moment of surprise crossing his features, before he slowly shook his head and replied, You are aware of the matters concerning the Misty Tide, I see? Indeed. Yin Xing nodded, for the news could hardly be contained any longer. The world outside was in an uproar. Only those secluded cultivators or the oblivious masses remained unaware of the impending catastrophe. Well, whether they know or not, our kind, this group of old-timers, shall hold the fort. The heavens will not collapse on your account. You young ones need not worry. Focus on your cultivation instead. Xikong chuckled lightly, taking a seat on a nearby chair and exhaling slowly. It seems you have grown rapidly in my absence. Your physical form has indeed made great strides. Now tell me, what brings you to seek the counsel of this old man? Upon hearing this, Yin Xing's expression turned grave, and his tone grew serious. Grand Elder, I intend to take a life within the inner sect. I have come to report this to you. Oh, a flicker of surprise danced in Xikong's eyes. He had long since outgrown the age of bloodshed, yet he had traversed such paths himself. Who do you wish to kill? Xueluan, a steward. Your reason? Xikong did not inquire how Yin Xing, an outer disciple, planned to eliminate the steward. Instead, he addressed the crux of the issue directly. Elder, please take a look. With a flourish of his hand, Yin Xing presented 2 sound stones and a scroll acquired from the Yin grave, which he handed to Xikong. Xueluan. Humph, he truly deserves death. After listening to the contents of the sound stones and meticulously examining the scroll, Xikong confirmed the authenticity of the evidence. While sound could be fabricated, the task scroll from the Yin grave left no room for doubt. Given the notorious reputation of the Yin grave, a malevolent force universally reviled, one could hardly expect them to safeguard client information. On the contrary, they would eagerly wield any leverage to dominate their clients. Xueluan was aware of this. Yet he had no alternative, apart from the Yin grave. Which other power in the fallen immortal realm would dare to assassinate a disciple of the flying immortals? Xueluan was at the dust realm, and you were no match for him. It would be prudent to leave this matter to the law enforcement department. Xing secured the evidence and turned to Xing, continuing, "Rest assured, no one will protect him. I guarantee that Xueluan will not witness today's sunset. Elder, I wish to take action myself." Xing's expression turned serious as he willed away the gravitational barrier within him, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that radiated with a blazing, luminous aura. "Oh, you've broken through?" Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Out of respect for his junior, he refrained from probing Xing's true strength without permission, which explained why a formidable being at the celestial realm had failed to sense it in advance. "Indeed, your choice is astute. In such circumstances, it is imperative to enhance one's own strength as much as possible. The matter of the Tao source can be addressed at a later time." Xing nodded, believing that Xing's disregard for his counsel stemmed from the pressure exerted by the misty tides, prompting him to advance prematurely. "Xing, that your Tao source principles are formidable, you have only recently transcended to the Lingxian realm, while Xueluan has been entrenched in the Weiqian realm for many years. It is likely that his principles have been deeply integrated into his very essence. Thus, the disparity between you is immense. The Weiqian realm necessitates inscribing the Tao source principles into every particle of flesh and blood, much like the Lingxian realm, which is similarly divided into 3 substages: skeletal microdust, internal microdust, and flesh microdust. When the final piece of flesh, the brain, is fully cultivated, one may prepare to transcend into the Shumi realm. "Great Elder, I am confident," Xing declared, his gaze unwavering, the resolute spirit within him causing Xing's expression to shift slightly. "That Xueluan has vexed me time and again, even attempting to involve my friends. It would not sit well with me to leave him unpunished. Is it truly possible to leap across such a vast chasm of realms? Perhaps those esteemed progeny of the supreme sacred grounds might achieve it." Xing pondered for a moment before nodding in assent. "Go forth." "Thank you, Great Elder." Xing clasped his hands in gratitude and turned to depart. This lad, could he truly conjure a miracle? Observing Xing's receding figure, Xing found himself momentarily lost in thought before his form began to dissolve slowly, as if composed of particles of light, vanishing into thin air along with the evidence that had once rested upon the table. It turned out to be merely a projection. Chapter 62. The collapse of Mountain's Lucier Peak, a diminutive summit located at the farthest edge of the Phaeacian headquarters, derives its name from a small river that meanders at its base. The Phaeacian headquarters sprawls across an expanse of 100 trillion kilometers, adorned with countless towering peaks, rendering Lucier Peak insignificantly small, a place seldom trodden by human feet. Typically, only the outer disciples, concerned with the allocation of residences, venture here. Recently, however, Lucier Peak has grown even more desolate.